Subscribe for more videos.
Now, a full hour of mystery adventure, the Saturday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. 30 minutes from now, it's The Man Called X. Right now... Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headaches, neuritis, and neuralgia. By Chesterfield, the only cigarette that combines mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By your local Ford dealer, who is now displaying the new 1951 Ford, the car that's built for the years ahead. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to involve a worthless scrap of paper, which almost turns out to be my own death warrant. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve, I suppose I pulled you right out of a big deal, as usual.
No, matter of fact, it was all very innocent this time, Commissioner. I was out getting some new furniture for my apartment.
You were what?
Sure. I just bought a coffee table with a lazy Susan.
Really?
Well, on second thought, Susan wasn't so lazy after all.
That's what I thought.
Well, Commissioner, I've finally gotten the jump on you.
How's that?
You're always calling me in here and sending me off into the wild blue yonder, so this time I'm ready for you. I'm all packed up, and I've got my passport in my pocket. Now, what wild and woolly spot are you sending me to this time?
Richmond, Virginia.
What?
You heard me, sir. Richmond, Virginia.
Great. That's what I get for trying to be a mastermind. Okay, so I unpacked.
I wouldn't do that just yet, Steve. You start in Richmond. Where you end up is anybody's guess.
What's the deal?
Ekman's in this country.
Ekman? Hasn't anybody done the world a favor by knocking him off yet?
Steve, you know as much about Ekman as I do. He's part-time foreign agent, part-time international information peddler. He's smooth and tough, and he's been in our hair for longer than I care to remember.
What's he doing in the United States?
Can you think of any reason why Ekman would steal an old Civil War map?
Civil War map? Are you kidding?
We know Ekman went to Virginia. We also know he managed to crash a fancy dress ball given by a Colonel Carruthers there. After the ball, this map was missing from the wall of the Colonel's study.
But I still don't see how a Civil War map could be important enough
Neither do I. That's why you're going to Richmond. Now, Steve, get down there. Talk to Colonel Carruthers. Then go anywhere and do anything you have to get to the bottom of this whole deal. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
You're listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Well, I've had a lot of screwball assignments in my time, but this one takes the cake. A Civil War map yet. I suppose the next thing I'll find out is that I'm up against a plot to blow up Chesapeake Bay. It's Wednesday when I get to Richmond. I head for Colonel Carruthers' mansion.
We're delighted in order to make your acquaintance, Mr. Mitchell, sir. Although I must confess I'm a little puzzled as to why they should send a man from Washington to investigate such a minor theft. But then the things they do in Washington have puzzled me for quite a spell now.
We're interested in the case primarily because of the man who apparently stole the map, Colonel Carruthers. As for the map itself...
The document is of historical value only, sir. As you see, my study here is filled with relics of the Great War. War between the states, that is.
Yeah. And the map had no value other than as a relic, huh?
None whatsoever, no, sir. No, it had to do with the Battle of Fredericksburg, December 1862.
Uh-huh.
A decisive victory for the South, I might add. As a matter of fact, it was merely a rough sketch, but it was actually used by the Confederate Army. That gives it value to a collector.
Do you know this man, Ekman, Colonel?
Ekman?
Yeah, the one who swiped the map.
The scoundrel passed himself off to me as a Claiborne. Fine old Southern name.
Oh?
He claimed to be writing a book on the Battle of Fredericksburg. Matter of fact, I remember thinking at the time it was rather strange.
What was?
Well, that he should be writing a book on the Battle of Fredericksburg, when one was just published last month. One in which my relics and my research appear quite prominently. But to get back to this Claiborne or Ekman, yeah. Well, he wanted to browse through my books and my relics. I was quite preoccupied at the time. I was making preparation for a fancy dress ball. So I gave him permission. And it was after the ball was over that I discovered that the map was missing. Mm-hmm. And the man with it.
I see.
However, now, if you would care to see what that map looked like, there's a picture of it in this book I spoke of, the one that was published last month. That's the one in which my relics and my research appear. I happen to have a copy of that right here. The picture of the map is on page 263, approximately. Let's see. Oh, say, sir, just in passing, here's a picture of the very sword used by Jeb Stuart himself in the charge of the Battle of
that's
First.
Very interesting, but the map, Colonel, please.
I'm coming to the map. Now, here's a picture of a genuine mini ball here.
Mini?
See,
Mini?
kind of used to shoot out a cannon.
Colonel, the map.
Now, here's a... Somebody else's relic. Yeah, now, here we are. Yeah, here we are. The map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You were right when you said it was just a rough sketch. I don't get it. Why would a foreign agent like Ekman steal a map like this?
That's the mystery of it, sir.
Of course, we're not completely sure it was Ekman who stole it. Colonel, these guests you were entertaining at the time...
Sir, if you were trying to imply that the people I invite into my home are of the caliber that would stoop to common theft...
I'm not trying to imply anything, Colonel. I'm just... what's this scrawl in the lower right-hand corner here?
I see it, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Well, that is the signature of the man who made the map, a Frenchman named Cartier. He fought for the South during the Great War, great friend of my daddy's. As a matter of fact, it was Cartier's great-grandson, Bill Carter, who gave me this map. Mm-hmm. Bill Carter comes from a fine old Richmond family.
Cartier?
Yeah, well, family changed the name around a little. I suspect Bill was sugaring me up a little with the gift of that map so the young blade could ask for my granddaughter Juliana's hand in marriage.
I see. Well, thanks for the information, Colonel. I'll see you later. I leave Colonel Carruthers' house still as much in the dark as when I came. Why Ekman would steal a map 90 years old is a way beyond me, but there must be a reason. I've got to find out what it is, which means that first I've got to find Ekman. So I start checking. 3 hours and $25 later, I find a cab driver who remembers taking a man answering Ekman's description to the Colonel's house last night, waiting for him a few minutes, and then taking him to a hotel in Richmond. I try the hotel, but Ekman's just checked out. The clerk remembers, however, hearing him inquire about the sailing time of a ship named the Southern Empress from Norfolk. I get there just as the ship is hauling in her gangplank, but I make it aboard at the last second and head for the bridge and the captain.
No, Mitchell, there's no Claiborne on my passenger list, and no Ekman either.
That doesn't surprise me, Captain. Ekman used the name of Claiborne in Richmond, and he could be using another name now.
You sure he's on this ship?
Pretty sure.
Well, you've written down his description for me. I'll pass it along to the rest of my officers.
Okay, I'll nose around the ship and spread the word among the stewards.
I think that would be your best chance.
Incidentally, where are we heading?
Lisbon, Portugal.
Lisbon?
Does that make sense to you? This man Ekman, I mean, is that where you figured he'd be heading?
Lisbon, Coney Island, what's the difference does it make? Right now, nothing about this deal makes sense. Well, I'll check with you later. I nose around the ship all day, but I don't spot Ekman. None of the stewards I talk to remember noticing him either. By now, I'm beginning to wonder if he's even on the ship. This is going to look just great in an official report. Steve Mitchell, government agent on a wild goose chase across the Atlantic after a Civil War map. Well, towards evening, I head for the bar. Then I spot the girl. When I first noticed her, she's 3 stools away. The next time I look, she's 2 stools away. Then, all of a sudden, she's right beside me.
Howdy.
Hello.
I always feel a girl shouldn't sit in a bar alone. Doesn't look right.
Oh, well, now you're not alone.
You probably think it's real brazen of me to talk to a man I don't know.
Well, they tell me life on board ship is pretty informal, Miss,
Besides, my first name's Zoe.
Steve Mitchell.
Now, isn't that one?
That one?
I just knew your name would be Steve. Oh, don't ask me how. I just knew.
Well, you're one up on me there. I didn't just know your name would be Zoe.
You enjoying the boat ride, Stevie?
Oh, not particularly. How about you? Sounds like this is the farthest you've ever been away from the Mason-Dixon line.
Oh, now you're just poking fun at me, Stevie. But I think I have myself a mighty fine boat ride. Sure enough, I can manage to make me some friends. Poor little old helpless girl like me, she needs friends wherever she is. I tell you for sure.
You don't look very helpless to me, the way you've been downing those straight shots.
Oh, those are just to give me some courage, Stevie. I'm naturally such a shy little old person.
Yeah, I can see that. You on a vacation, Zoe?
Uh-huh.
How'd you happen to pick Lisbon?
Now, isn't that one? I couldn't in all the world tell you why, Stevie. I just stuck a pen in a map and it said Lisbon.
I see.
You know, this life aboard the boat, it's all so new to me. Sometimes I wish I'd stayed right at home. Body gets to feeling so helpless.
So now we're back on that helpless routine?
Oh, but I really am, Stevie. Why, you wouldn't believe it, but I can't even get that little old door on my stateroom lock. 35B, that is. That lock just won't seem to work right. Isn't that awful?
Well...
As a matter of fact, I think I ought to go try it again. I just know I won't be able to make it work right. Maybe sooner or later I'll find me some nice person who can help me.
I don't doubt it.
I'll see you later.
You never can tell.
That's quite a number, friend.
Huh?
I say, the little lady, she's quite a looker, isn't she?
Well, she's looking all right.
Cully's the name, friend. John J. Cully.
Mitchell's mine. How are you?
Oh, well, I've had a little bout with my stomach right after we put to sea, but I'm feeling much better now. See, this is my first boat trip. I've ridden every railroad in the United States in my time, but never out on the briny. Yes, it's quite an experience, yes, sir.
You travel a lot?
Oh, yes, sure do. Here's my card, friend.
John J. Cully, Acme Button Company. Well, you sell buttons?
Well, I don't give them away.
Oh.
Yes, I figure I've sold an average of 2/3 a button to every man, woman, and child of the United States.
Quite a record. But what good's 2/3 a button?
Oh, say, you're mighty quick on the uptake there.
Yeah, I'm a car.
You ought to be shuffled and cut.
Oh, fine.
You know, you and I speak the same language, friend.
Thanks.
Yes, I've sold buttons in every state there is. Now I'm going over to do the same thing in Europe.
The zipper doesn't have you scared, huh?
Well, sir, that used to be a dirty word to me. But the way I've got it figured out now is this is a big world, friend. There's room in it for the zipper and the button.
Well, that's reassuring.
You know, our president said to me not a week ago, he called me into his office, he did, plunked me down in the chair, and then old S.H. says, S.H., that's our president, says to me, J.J., that's me.
you.
Right, yes. He says to me, go out, J.J., go out and button up the world. It's a great thought, isn't it?
Oh, inspiring.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, Captain, excuse me, Mr. Cully.
Oh, yeah, sure thing, Fred.
Keep 'em flying.
You mean keep them buttoned?
What is it, Captain?
You know that particular passenger you're looking for?
Ekman?
Well, there's a man in 31B who answers the general description, but his name is Pettibone.
Thanks, Captain. I'll pay him a little visit. "31B.
Why, Stevie.
Well, Miss Magnolia Blossom. I thought your stateroom was 35B.
Oh, it is, but I always feel that a person belongs to get acquainted with their neighbors. And when Mr. Pettibone was kind enough to ask me to step in for a teeny little old drink,
Where is Mr. Pettibone?
he just stepped out for a minute. I'll be right back.
You said you were just on a vacation, didn't you, Zoe?
I sure enough did.
You're sure that's all there is to it? You don't happen to be interested in any Civil War relics, do you?
You mean the war between states? Well, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, Stevie. I don't. Oh, here's Mr. Pettibone now.
Hold it. Let go of me.
You're not Ekman.
Of course, I'm Ekman. Of course, I'm not Ekman. I'm Mr. Pettibone, if you please. And if you're a private detective, you can tell my wife that...
Private detective? Wife? Oh, great. Thank you and good evening, Mr. Pettibone. I go back on deck and I realize I'm getting nowhere fast. The old feeling that this whole thing is some kind of a gag starts gnawing away at me again. Then the captain sends word to me that the mate has spotted another passenger who answers Ekman's description, a man in 42B. So I head below again, probably another wild goose chase, but I've got to follow it up. I knock. No answer. Door's unlocked. I go inside. Stateroom's dark, and I catch a whiff of a heavy Swedish smell. I flick on the lights. The room is all torn up. Then I hear a sound behind me. I start to whirl around, but too late. Something hard connects over my right ear, and I hit the deck. When I come out of it, I know I've finally found Ekman, but I still don't know why he swiped the Civil War map. He's very, very dead.
Have you ever wondered what Hope says to Crosby? Let's listen and find out.
Say, Bob, incidentally, now that you're with Chesterfield, suggestion, please.
Yeah.
Why don't you try and conduct yourself with a little savoir-faire, a little je ne sais quoi, joie de vivre.
Look, V.N. Rose. Don't try to dazzle me with that stale French of yours.
I could dazzle you with English, Bob.
Dazzle be enough out of you.
Seriously, friends, Skinflint and I, we do agree 100% on this. Chesterfields are milder.
And they leave no unpleasant aftertaste. So always buy our cigarette, Chesterfield.
The best cigarette for you to smoke.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always wins first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
So open a pack, give 'em a smell.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Don't forget to give Crosby for Christmas. I mean the Chesterfield Christmas carton with Bing as Papa Santa Claus.
Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Any idea who killed Ekman, Mitchell?
None at all, Captain. It was probably the same person who hit me over the head when I walked into Ekman's stateroom.
Well, whoever it was couldn't have gotten very far from Ekman's room.
What do you mean?
Well, I came down the passageway just about a minute after you went into the stateroom. There was no one in sight.
Let's see. Who are some of the passengers whose staterooms are near Ekman's on B deck?
Well, Ekman's stateroom was 42B. There's a Miss Forsyth in 35B.
Yeah, the Southern Fried Chicken.
And a Mr. Pettibone in 31B.
Yeah, I've already met Mr. Pettibone, too.
I believe that most of the rest of the passengers from that area were up on deck when it happened.
Well, so now I'm worse off than ever before. Now I don't know who's got the map.
I wouldn't say that.
What do you mean, Captain?
You have the map.
I have the... Now, look.
Take a look in this envelope.
Hey, the map. Where did you get it, Captain?
The mate told me this Ekman had asked him to lock up the envelope in the ship's safe, so I thought I'd better see what was in it.
Yeah, it looks like the picture of it that I saw in that book that Colonel Carruthers placed back in the States.
What's so important about it, Mitchell?
That's the point. It's just a rough sketch drawn by a guy named Cartier almost 90 years ago, so now I've got it. But I still don't know what the deal is all about. Wait, did you lock up Ekman's stateroom after we left?
Yes, I also posted a guard there.
Good. I'd like to examine his papers. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes. First, I want to have a talk with the Belle of the South.
Well, I say.
Hello, Zoe.
Now, I just bet you finally came to see if you could help me fix that little old lock on my door.
Well, not exactly.
Oh?
Zoe, the last time I saw you, you were in Mr. Pettibone's stateroom. How long did you stay there after I left?
Only a minute, Steve. And Mr. Pettibone, he was quite disturbed about your visit. He seemed to think you were a nasty old private detective or something like that. I told him I wouldn't pay you no never mind. Why do you ask?
Because not long ago, a man was killed just a few staterooms away.
Oh, me. The things that can happen on a boat.
Yeah, the things that can happen on a boat. I suppose you wouldn't be knowing anything about it.
Well, Stevie, whatever do you mean? What's the matter?
Nothing. You got a cigarette, Zoe?
What? No, Shugs, I'm all out.
I see.
Where are you going?
I'll see you later, Zoe.
Well, I do declare if you aren't the strangest man I ever did.
I leave Zoe's stateroom, go up on deck for a smoke. Now I know the trail is heating up. I caught a whiff of the same aroma in Zoe's room that I'd noticed in Ekman's room, and now I've got the smell pegged. It's Turkish tobacco. So, at this point, it looks like Zoe's tied up in the deal. But before I do anything about her, I've got to find out what the deal is. I head for Ekman's stateroom to meet the captain. On the way, I pass the bar. Cully, the button king, flashes me a big grin and waves me to come over, but I've got no desire to talk buttons at this moment, so I keep walking. The captain and I go over all of Ekman's papers carefully, and finally, I find something.
What is it, Mitchell?
A letter, Captain. Written by a guy named Corelli in Lisbon, and addressed to Ekman. It refers to certain interests who are willing to pay for proof.
Proof of what?
It doesn't say. It also mentions an Ortigue family in Lisbon and says they're willing to add a big bundle of money, too.
You think that the Civil War map is somehow connected with all of this?
I think it is. It could be the proof this Corelli talks about in that letter, but proof of what? I don't even have a glimmer right now. When do we dock in Lisbon?
Tomorrow morning.
You know, I got a hunch that shortly after we dock, this Corelli's going to receive a visit from Ekman's partner.
But Ekman's dead.
I know. That's why his partner has to carry on with the deal.
But do you know who this partner is?
Yeah.
Who?
Me.
Yes?
Corelli?
Who are you?
A friend of Ekman's.
Oh, come in. When did your boat dock?
20 minutes ago.
Where is Ekman?
Somebody caught up with him. He's dead.
Dead? But the map?
Don't worry about the map. It's a good thing Ekman and I both were working together on this deal.
You have the map?
Yeah.
Give it to me.
Not so fast, Corelli. I've been thinking. I'm not sure the dough is enough.
What? But it was all agreed. The interests who wish the map are willing to pay $10,000 American, and the Ortigue family is willing to add another $10,000.
Maybe the map is worth more than that.
I would strongly advise you not to try and bargain with them. They are getting restless as it is. Any further delay might ruin the entire transaction.
Okay, I'll call you in a couple of hours, Corelli.
Very well. And if you do not have the map for me by then, I would not be surprised if the parties I represent had something for you.
Something for me? What do you mean?
A bullet.
So, now I've made the contact, but I still don't know why the map's so valuable. But I do know I can't stall Corelli very long. I've got to get a line on the Ortigue family and how they figure in the deal, so I head for the American embassy.
The Ortigue family? Well, sure, they've been a thorn in our side for quite a while, Mitchell. At least Mrs. Ortigue has. What about them?
That's just what I'd like to know, Woods. What about them?
Well, Mrs. Ortigue owns some land in the Middle East with a chromite mine on it. You know, the stuff that's used in steel manufacture.
Yeah.
She's leased the mine to the interests on the other side of the fence. We'd like the lease because we need all the chromite we can get. Her husband's willing to go along with us, but she says no soap. And it's her land, so there we are.
How'd this Mrs. Ortigue get the land in the first place?
Well, we've got a pretty big file on it. She inherited the land from her grandfather. He was the only living relative of his uncle. There'd been a son, but he was lost at sea on the way to America. So the upshot is, old man Cartier leaves the land to his nephew, who in turn leaves it to his granddaughter, Mrs. Ortigue. And...
Wait a minute. Did you say Cartier?
Yeah, Mrs. Ortigue's maiden name. Why, does the name ring a bell?
A fire alarm. Let me check those files. I think this whole deal just fell into place. I go through the files, and 10 minutes later, I've got the answer. I go out and get into my car. And as I'm pulling away from the curb, I smell a very familiar aroma. The same Turkish tobacco I'd noticed in Ekman's room at the time of his murder and later in Zoe's room. But before I can turn my head around, there's a gun barrel pressing against the back of my neck. Well, hello, Zoe. I can't say I'm too surprised to find you in my back seat.
I'm afraid you've got the wrong party, friend.
Cully.
Yes, just call me J.J. Now keep your eyes straight ahead, friend.
So the world's leading button salesman turns out to be the big boy in this deal.
Right you are, friend. Now, there's only one thing more I have to button up.
What's that?
You. And I can do that very nicely with just one slug.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. Only 6 shopping days before Christmas. But that still gives you time to adopt the RCA Victor plan for 365 Christmases every year. Just hie yourself to your RCA Victor dealers on Monday and acquire that perpetual Santa Claus, the gift that keeps on giving every day, every year to everybody. An RCA Victor million-proof television set. You'll have your choice of 18 different members of the RCA Victor Royal family of television. Every one is a superb value. But if you're a real wizard at investment, you'll choose a magnificent combination, which gives you RCA Victor console radio and console phonograph right along with your RCA Victor television, all in one beautiful cabinet, and for far, far less than you'd pay for separate instruments of comparable quality. Whichever RCA Victor set you choose, it'll make every day feel like Christmas for everybody in your family. See RCA Victor million-proof television.
Keep driving straight ahead, friend. And remember, I'm sitting right behind you with a gun.
Okay, Cully.
Now reach in your pocket real gentle-like and pull out that map and hand it over.
You know, it took me quite a while to find out why that map was so valuable to Mrs. Ortigue and the outfit she's leasing that Middle East mining land to. The map proves that she doesn't own the land.
Quite an important little piece of paper, isn't it, friend?
It sure is. Old man Carter owned the land years ago, and he thought his son was lost at sea on the way to America, so he left the land to his nephew, who in turn passed it on to Mrs. Ortigue. But actually, that son wasn't lost at sea. He got to America, and among other things, he drew a map with his signature on it. He's got some direct descendants in Richmond, Virginia, who are the rightful owners of the mining land.
Sure. That's why certain people who are anxious to keep the lease don't want the map floating around. Now, come on, hand it over.
It was you who knocked off Ekman on the boat, huh?
Merely increasing the profits, friend. Originally, it was going to be a three-way split, Corelli, Ekman, and myself, but I figured J.J.
That's you.
Right, J.J. I said to myself, why a three-way split?
So you knocked off Ekman to make it a two-way split.
I'm a jump ahead of you, friend. I just took care of Corelli, too. Now it's a one-way split.
You're a real go-getter, aren't you?
That I am.
Well, that explains the smell of Turkish tobacco. You just killed Ekman and knocked me on the head when you heard the captain coming down the passageway. You had to duck into another stateroom, and you picked Zoe's. She was with Pettibone at the time, and that's why I smelled the smoke in her room later.
Look, friend, stalling isn't going to do you any good. Now just trot out the map and give it to me.
Okay, I guess I haven't got any choice. I got it here in my pocket.
Hey, why did you speed up?
I'm sorry, my foot slipped.
Well, unslip it. Mitchell, that parked car ahead of us.
I see it.
You're heading right for it.
That's the point, J.J. You can't shoot when you're draped over the front seat, J.J.
Let go of me.
Let go of the gun. No. That's better.
Mitchell, maybe we can make a deal, huh?
Sorry. The deck just got stacked against you, Cully, and a little matter of murder charge staring you in the face, and I'm sure when the Carters back in the States find that they own the mining land, they'll be happy to turn the lease over to our government. You had it all figured out, Cully, but I guess you forgot that fine old Southern proverb.
What are you talking about?
A man who poses as a button salesman sometime ends up getting clipped right on the article of the same name.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Radio City in Hollywood. Now, more mystery on NBC's All-Star Festival. Stay tuned for Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Cavalcade of America. Most Americans are familiar with the names of those courageous early American explorers, Lewis and Clark, who are two of the characters in tonight's broadcast of the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. Lewis and Clark launched their expedition into the wilds of the Northwest in 1804. But even then, the DuPont Company had established its first chemical factory in Delaware. The stories of exploration are bright pages in the history of the nation. Important also is another kind of exploration, the kind that takes place in chemical laboratories like those of DuPont, where the exploration results in better things for better living through chemistry. Our first story this evening takes place in the early days of the 19th century in the vast wilderness west of the Mississippi. Our Cavalcade Orchestra sets the stage with Charles Wakefield Cadman's song, From the Land of the Sky Blue Water, which is based on an American Indian theme. The will to explore has come to us naturally, for the very foundation of our nation was through exploration. Columbus, Cabot, De Soto, Hudson, John Smith, Coronado, La Salle, from those intrepid adventurers, we received this heritage. In the year 1803, Thomas Jefferson, then President of the United States, obtained an appropriation from Congress for the exploration of the newly purchased territory lying west of the Mississippi and extending to the Pacific Ocean. As leader of the expedition, he appointed his young secretary, Meriwether Lewis, who seized upon a task with great zeal. He chose as his partner and co-leader William Clark, brother of George Rogers Clark of Revolutionary fame. On March 14, 1804, a brave company, 45 in number, started up the Missouri River. We find them at La Charrette, the last outpost of civilization, talking with the chief magistrate of that settlement, a brave pioneer himself, Daniel Boone.
Wished I were young enough to go with you, Captain Lewis.
I wish so too, sir. Hey, Clark?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Boone.
Oh, one of our men was telling us how he fought with you, a fellow by the name of Gordon Cameron.
The old Scot. I know him well.
Hey!
Ain't that his voice?
Captain Lewis! Captain Lewis!
I'm here, Cameron, with Mr. Boone.
Not Daniel Boone. Daniel!
Yes! Oh, an old friend, and happy to see you again.
The guide says the wind is right, Captain, and we better be starting.
We're ready.
Who is your guide, Captain Lewis?
A Frenchman. Toussaint Charbonneau.
Aye, a Frenchman with an Indian wife. A wife he insists on taking on the expedition.
Charbonneau says that Sacagawea is a better guide than he is himself.
A woman for a guide. A woman on the expedition brings bad luck.
Don't mind Cameron's growls, Captain Lewis.
Oh, I don't.
Come, I'll walk with you to your boat. How fast do you aim to travel?
Well, with luck, 15 miles from sun to sun.
Luck indeed. We have a woman on the party.
Ah, yes, and here she is with her husband. This is Charbonneau, Mr. Boone, and his wife.
Howdy,
Charbonneau.
What tribe is your wife from, Charbonneau?
The Shoshons, monsieur. As a child, the Blackfeet tribe, they steal her. I buy her from them.
How called you her name?
I am called Sacagawea, a bird woman.
You are very young to be guiding this expedition, my child. May your eye be clear and your senses keen, for upon you and Charbonneau rests a great responsibility.
Pushing westward, the daring adventurers struggled against turbulent waters and virgin forests, against hostile savages, death-bearing insects, wild animals, heat, rain, cold. As the year went on, a son was born to Charbonneau and Sacagawea. Over a year passes. It is June 1805. We find Captain Lewis with Cameron, Charbonneau, Sacagawea, and her papoose standing in a ravine beneath an overhanging rock where they have sought shelter from a torrential rain.
Once you rain soars, this brook, she soon become a raging torrent.
There's no saying what may happen with a woman on the party. And no with a bear.
Surely we're safe here.
Often I see angry waters carry huge rocks and trees before them, bringing death to all in their path.
Even as she comes now. You hear?
Aye, I hear it. It is as if a dam had burst.
Hold up fast to the captain, wife. Even now the water covers our feet. Hold fast, Charbonneau. You lose your footing. Cameron, give him a hand.
Hey, that's me, monsieur. I cannot swim. We must get to the higher ground and quickly. Each moment the water will see rise.
Give me the child, Sacagawea. I'll hold him.
Thank you, Captain.
All right, she can't just let her away.
Cameron, hold the child. Here, Charbonneau, take my gun and sack.
The waters, they're carrying her toward this falls, monsieur.
I'll get her. I'm coming, Sacagawea.
Captain, wait now. Now they'll both be dragged into the rapids. Captain, watch those rocks. Look, he has reached her. They'll never stand against the torrent. Here, hold the baby.
Yes, monsieur.
Get it, Captain. Cameron, he brings her up. Hold fast.
Hurry. I can't hold it much longer.
I'm throwing it behind you, Captain, so they'll drift down to you. Here you are.
I have it.
He has it.
Pull, Cameron.
Hey, pull. Slowly. Slowly, the rock will cut the rope. Once more, man, brave. One more pull. We'll make it this time, Captain.
Good. Give me your hand there.
Here now, up on the bank.
Sit there. We're safe now. Better lie here.
Here, look a man around you.
Cameron, you were giving me your cloak.
After all the trouble we had to save you, it wouldn't have been sense to let you die of the cold.
After weeks of struggle, the party reaches the foothills of the Rockies, in what is now part of the state of Montana. For days, the expedition searches in vain for a way through or across the huge mountains. Lewis, Cameron, and Sacagawea gaze toward the snow-tipped peaks that bar their path. Mountains. Mountains in all directions.
Impassable barriers, that's what they are.
Somewhere on the other side of those mountains lies the great Columbia River. Leads to the Pacific. Unless we reach it, our whole expedition's a failure.
Hey, your woman guide has failed you.
Lewis, look. Indians coming through the ravine yonder.
Blackfeet, enemies of my people.
They outnumber us.
Let's face them, Captain. Daniel Boone and I were a match for the 5 redskins.
Let me speak with them.
No, West, no. They'll catch you and carry back into slavery again. Let's face them, Captain. Sacagawea. Wait, Sacagawea, come back here.
She's fleet as a deer, monsieur. Already she is too far away.
Someone must follow her.
They are Blackfeet, monsieur. They make friends with no one.
Every man ready now.
The chief is approaching us. Greetings seem friendly.
Maybe treacherous.
If we have to rescue that woman again,
Quiet, Cameron. Be on guard.
I wish I could understand what they're saying.
Captain Lewis, these my own people. This is my brother. He bids you welcome. He thanks you for saving my life. The Blackfeet drove them from their old hunting grounds.
Tell the chief that we are his friends and that we bring gifts and food. Ask if he knows a path through the great mountains.
Perhaps he plans to trick us, Captain. You can guess which way a man will jump, but a woman or a redskin...
Wait, Cameron. Well, Sacagawea?
Beyond great mountains lies mighty river that leads to the sea. There is a path by which it may be reached.
The great river. The river we seek. He never shows the way. It is only defense against the Blackfeet.
Wait.
He knows white men are true friends. He will lead white warriors through mountains.
Goal is won.
Well, come on. Were we wrong now to bring the woman?
To be a mean man who couldn't admit that he was wrong.
On the 15th of November, Lewis and Clark finally sighted the Pacific Ocean. 18 months it had taken them to traverse 4,000 miles of wilderness from the mouth of the Missouri to the western shore of the continent. No braver exploit is recorded in the cavalcade of America. This evening's second story concerns Greely's Arctic expedition in 1881. Much of the music of Grieg expresses the composer's impressions of his own Northland. Our cavalcade orchestra will set the scene with Morning Mood from Grieg's suite Peer Gynt. American cavalcade moves onward. The will to explore is still a characteristic trait among Americans. It is July 7th, 1881. Adolphus W. Greely, 37 years old, lieutenant in the United States Signal Corps, sets out for the Arctic regions with a party of 25 men. The good ship Proteus, designed as a sealing vessel, is almost ready to sail. On the dock, Lieutenant Greely is bidding a last farewell to his wife.
For 3 years, dear. It's a long time.
It won't be 3 years, Henrietta.
Oh, but
At the end of the year, a ship is scheduled to bring us supplies. If we've accomplished our mission, we'll return then.
But you told the newspapers you were taking supplies for 3 years.
Well, of course. We must always be on the safe side.
Oh, it all seems so terribly far away. Why must my husband go? Why was he chosen?
This is a big opportunity for me, darling. There's never been an expedition so well equipped, so sure of reaching its goal.
I know.
Smile, dear. Smile and wish me good luck.
Oh, man, the flight's compliments, Lieutenant. They're ready to cast off.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Oh.
Well, dear, time to go. Where's that smile? Ah, that's better.
Oh, just come back to me safely. That's all that matters, dear.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Kiss the babies for me.
I will.
Remember, keep smiling.
I will.
Goodbye. Goodbye, dear. Goodbye.
On August 12th, Lieutenant Greely established headquarters on Discovery Bay, Greenland. The work of surveying and scientific research went on rapidly. Greely's courageous leadership helped them pass that first long Arctic winter. On May 13, 1882, a sub-expedition under Lieutenant Lockwood planted the stars and stripes farther north than man had ever been before. They returned to Greely's camp, only to find that no relief ship had arrived. One had been sent out, and 6 times it had tried to pass through the ice in Kane Sea, only to be baffled by the floes. The second winter was worse than the first, and the spring brought no promise of better times. They wait for the relief ship that never comes. Trying to keep up their courage, Greely goes among them.
Captain Greely. Captain Greely. Yes, Brainerd. Rice and Jans, the Eskimo, have returned.
Yes?
They report nothing but open sea on every side. No supplies were found.
The last hope.
Captain Greely.
Yes, Doctor.
Lockwood is asking for you.
I'll go with you at once. Brainerd, see that the flag of distress is firmly planted on the highest ground. There might still be a chance.
Yes, Captain.
Well, Doctor, how is Lockwood today?
Very weak, Captain. He's in this tent here.
Captain Greely.
Yes, Lockwood?
That last trip of mine. I missed the next. Will anyone ever find it?
We can only hope, my friend.
If our thinking is the worst.
It is easy to die. Very easy. But it's hard to struggle, to live. I expected privation, death perhaps, but not abandonment.
Of abandonment preyed on their minds. And while they waited, the Proteus, Greely's original ship, was sent with supplies, but was crushed in the ice pack. Almost 3 years after the start of the expedition, through the insistence of Mrs. Greely, President Arthur sent 3 vessels, the Thetis, the Bear, and the Alert. The latter, a gift from Queen Victoria and the British nation. In August, the Thetis floats amid the ice near Brevoort Island off the Greenland coast. The commander of the relief expedition, Winfield Scott Sly, is on deck as Lieutenant Caldwell returns to the ship with a searching party.
Well, Caldwell, report a searching party on Brevoort Island, sir. Fog heavy, bad visibility. No sign of the Greely party.
But we did find this paper buried in a spot which was undoubtedly the remains of a supply cache.
Give it to me. October 21st, 1883. My party now permanently encamped on west side of small neck of land, distant about equally from Cape Sabine and Cocked Hat Island. Rations for 40 days. A.W. Greeley. Written almost a year ago, and rations were only 40 days.
Norman.
Yes, sir?
Full speed as the ice will permit. Make for Cape Sabine.
Yes, sir. Full speed ahead, Bosun.
Order the whistle to keep blowing. One man is alive. He may hear it.
Yes, sir.
Whistle steady.
June 21st, 1884. The outpost of the law. Sergeants Long and Brainerd huddled together beside the one tent, weakened by hunger and exposure.
Brainerd,
Yes.
don't you hear something?
Only the sound of the ice.
I mean, that whistle. Listen.
The wind. It's always whistling.
I know the wind when I hear it. That's the ship's whistle.
Oh, Long, you're a fool. You're going crazy.
Crazy or not, I'm going to crawl to the top of the hill with the little strength that's left me.
Go ahead if you want. I couldn't make it. What does it matter?
Can't you hear that? Now I hear a voice. Brainerd! Brainerd! I hear a voice.
For months I've heard it too. It's in your own brain. I hear it now. Long, can you see?
I've almost reached the edge of the hill. Brainerd, it's a boat.
It's a boat.
Steady, old man. Steady.
Oh, you're real, aren't you?
I've seen you so many times, only to have you disappear.
We're real right enough, eh, Colo? Yes, we sure are. How many of you left?
7, sir.
Where are they?
In the tent.
There, behind the bank. Come on, Norman, hurry. Help this man. Is Mr. Greeley alive?
Just, sir.
Any other officers?
No, sir.
And you are...
I'm Long, sir.
Long.
I'm Norman, who came up with you on the Proteus. You remember me.
Oh, yes, sir.
This is Brainerd, sir. Brainerd? Man, don't try to salute. Where's Mr. Greeley?
Norman. Here he is. On the lee side of the tent.
Oh, what a sight. Greeley,
We've come for you.
Seven of us left. Dying. Did what we came to do. Beat the best record.
Of course you did, sir. And now we've come to take you home.
Home.
Yes, sir. You're rescued, sir. Don't you see the ship?
Lift me a little. I want to see the flag.
Greeley, old man. It's Norman. I brought you a message from your wife. She said that when you came home, you'd find her smiling.
Tenderly, they carried the survivors back to their country. Greeley lived to receive the praise of his government and later became chief signal officer in the Army. His diary and his own published description of his exploits were typical of the man's modesty and courage. No credit was claimed by him. All was given to the men who followed him to the outpost of the law. Heroes like these gallant explorers, Lewis, Clark, Greeley, Brainerd, make us proud to be their countrymen, proud of their leadership in the cavalcade of America. urge to explore founded our nation, and this same trait today spurs on the research chemists to discover and create useful things. One of the most fascinating examples of exploration in the field of chemistry is the story of man-made rubber. For many years, scientists tried to find a substitute for rubber, but all attempts fell short of their goal until recently when DuPont chemists successfully completed the development of the first successful man-made rubber. DuPont's name for this product is Duprene. Duprene is actually superior to the natural product for many purposes. Products made of Duprene resist heat, sunlight, oils, and various chemicals better than those made with natural rubber, and they do not break down with age as rapidly. We take pride at this time in telling our listeners of an award made last Friday by a special committee of leading figures in the chemical world, sponsored by the publication Chemical and Metallurgical Engineering. In making this award, the committee said, DuPont's slogan, better things for better living through chemistry, is a creed that molds and guides the work of thousands of chemists and engineers. The outstanding chemical engineering achievement during the past 2 years has been DuPont's successful industrial development of the synthetic rubber Duprene, of synthetic camphor, and of certain other important organic chemicals and dyestuffs. We know that many of you would like to see and handle this man-made rubber, so we have had a few erasers made up as samples. They look like, feel like, and do the work of ordinary erasers, but they contain Duprene instead of natural rubber. We shall be glad to send you one of these erasers free of charge. Simply write to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware, or to your radio station. Now remember, if you would like to see and handle a product made from this man-made rubber, just ask for the eraser made from Duprene by writing DuPont, D-U-P-O-N-T, Wilmington, Delaware, or your radio station. Engineers and businessmen interested in industrial uses for Duprene may secure a special technical sample by writing on their company letterhead describing the problem to be met. Next Wednesday at this time, DuPont will again present the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire.
From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X minus 1. Crime Difference. But first, hear this.
This is Bill Goodwin. You know, someone once said humor is the true democracy. And that's why we Americans can smile when we tell the stories of the legendary heroes who helped to build our country's great institutions and industries, like transcontinental transportation. Ever hear of Windwagon Smith? Well, in the early pioneering days, most of the traveling was done by ox team, and if folks covered 15 miles a day, they were doing good. That's about the time Windwagon Smith showed up with his Prairie Clipper. The Clipper was a wagon without any animals to pull it, but with a sail sticking up from the middle of the wagon. When the wind caught the sail, the wagon took off. And that's where Windwagon Smith got his name. He figured he might be able to cover as much as 70 miles a day with the Clipper, and folks began to figure it might be a good thing when Windwagon pointed out how fast the country was growing and how more transportation was needed to haul people and goods. Then he invited the United States Secretaries of War and the Navy to ride on the Clipper's maiden voyage. But disaster struck. The Clipper got out of control, the Secretary of War rolled out, and the Secretary of the Navy landed in a cactus patch. But Windwagon and the Clipper kept going and never stopped. As transportation grew in America, people all over the country claimed to have seen Windwagon Smith. He was in the pilot house of the first steamboat to sail up the Yellowstone. He held the Golden Spike when the first transcontinental railroad was completed. And when the first transcontinental plane roared out of Kansas City, it was Windwagon Smith, the spirit of American transportation, who waved the pilot on his way. Yes, it is a democracy which lets us tell stories of such legendary heroes with a twinkle in our eyes and a chuckle in our throats. And so long as we continue to laugh together as a people, ladies and gentlemen, we will live together as a nation.
Now, X minus 1 and prime difference.
I suppose every guy reaches a point once in his lifetime where he gets 140% fed up with his wife. Understand, now, I got nothing against marriage. Marriage is great. A good red-blooded American institution. Only it's so permanent. Especially when you're married to a woman like Marge. Ah, she was a dream to look at. Tawny hair and sulky gray eyes and a shape that could set your teeth chattering. But she had a tongue like a number 10 wood rasp and a list of grievances long enough to pay for a ballroom.
Why do you always upset me in the morning when I've got a headache?
I'm not trying to upset
Now,
you.
you deliberately...
I'm trying to have my coffee so I can go down to the office and earn a living.
A living. Go ahead. Run away. That's all you've done all our married life. Whenever there's something unpleasant to be faced, you run away.
I'd even forgotten what the unpleasant something was.
Well, then I'll remind you. It's your own selfish, indulgent nature. Staying out till after midnight when I was here waiting and suffering.
I was working. I was at the office working.
I know you were at the office, dear. I phoned, remember?
Well, then what in blame?
Oh, you weren't working. Your breath.
Oh, listen. I fired Miss Carver. She was okay, but I fired her for you. It was her last day. We all had a couple of drinks, that's all. Maybe we just weren't meant for each other. I don't know. If we'd been living back in the blissful 50s, I might have divorced her. But this was 1974. And what with the Family Togetherness Act of 68 and the Agreed Spouse Compensation Act of 69, I'd have been an outcast and a pauper for the rest of my life. So you can't really blame me, can you, for looking for another way out? I mean... Oh, come. Oh, hi, Harry boy.
Say, George, I just dug your new secretary out in the waiting room.
Oh, is she here already?
Ooh, boy. I tell you, if I had a secretary like that, the first thing I'd do is go out and get myself an Ego Prime.
A what?
An Ego Prime, a duplicate of myself to send home to the wife evenings.
You know, that's strictly against the law, Harry.
So speeding, but everybody does it.
Well, anyway, I wouldn't think of it. It's indecent.
What's just joking, Georgie boy? Just joking. Still, it's fun to think about, huh? Freedom from life. Absolutely safe and harmless. Not even too expensive if you have the right contacts.
Well, you're coming.
Mr. Fairclough?
Yes.
I'm Jerry Lamont, your new secretary.
What did I tell you, Georgie boy?
Harry, if you don't mind, I'd like to get right down to work with Miss Lamont. Excuse us.
Why not? Don't forget what we were talking about, huh, Georgie? I happen to know a fellow with just the right contacts for that deal.
Yeah, sure. So long, Harry.
So long. Bye, Miss Lamont.
Bye.
Well, glad to have you aboard, Miss Lamont.
Oh, Miss Lamont is so formal. Mr. Blickendorf called me Jerry when I worked for him.
Oh, Hank Blickendorf?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you must be the girl you must have accompanied him on his business trip to Rio.
Yes.
Well, he spoke very highly of you. I'm sure we'll get along just fine.
Well, I feel the same way. I prefer working for a younger man than Mr. Blickendorf, anyway.
When I came home to dinner that night, Marge was waiting with a full barrage. She let me get my first bite of dinner halfway to my mouth and then opened up.
I hear you got a new secretary today.
Yeah.
I also hear she's 5'8" and takes out at 38, 25, 36, and likes men.
That's quite a spy system you've got there.
She isn't much of a secretary either.
She's a perfectly good secretary.
No, that isn't what Molly Blickendorf said.
I don't care what Molly Blickendorf said.
Now, where are you going?
I have to make a business call. I forgot.
Well, I suppose it would be too much to expect you to do your work at the office with that...
Harry? George Faircloth. Listen, Harry, you know that conversation we had this afternoon? Could you put me in touch with your friend? Yes, as soon as possible. The following evening, I found myself at the door of a dingy office in an ancient warehouse up near 14th Street. A little rodent of a man answered.
Yes, brother?
I'm George Faircloth. Harry sent me.
Oh, yes. Step inside, brother.
I've been told you can supply me with...
Yes, brother. It might be possible. We get quite a few busy executives who are in a hurry. Can't be bothered with licensing a utility prime.
Mister, if I wanted an ordinary utility prime, I wouldn't have hiked up here. I'd have picked up the phone and ordered it. I want a Super Deluxe Eagle Prime with all the circuits open. In short, a carbon copy of me, George Faircloth.
Well, just step back here, brother. Fine. These domestic situations can be awkward. You understand, if the feds find out about this, you're in as much trouble as we are.
I'm more worried about my wife finding out.
Ease your mind, brother. We've never had one yet. Except for that little shut-off control in the hair behind the ear. These Eagle Primes are identical with living humans. Now, if you'll just step back into the lab and take your clothes off, we'll start.
I spent a busy 2 hours under the NP microscopes. The artists worked outside, taking casts and impressions, while the technicians worked inside, feeding all my brain patterns into a Hunyadi pantograph. I came out of it pretty woozy, but I shot a happy O, fixed that. Then I waited in the recovery room until the salesman walked in, followed by a tall, sandy-haired man with tired blue eyes wearing a business suit, who looked remarkably like me.
Mr. Faircloth?
Yes?
Meet Mr. Faircloth, Prime.
So, this is me. Shake, George. Why, he even talks like me. I ought to. I've got a dozen Hunyadi tubes in my cranial vault with your speech patterns on them. I'll be doggone.
Nice job, eh?
Well, it's fantastic.
Now, the shut-off mechanism is behind his right ear. I'll bring him in every 2 months for the regular 2-month refill and pattern accommodation.
Let me get a few things straight. How do we change places?
George Prime has remote recall. You just signal him with his transmitter, and he'll come to you wherever you are.
Oh, good. Suppose I call you GP for George Prime. Okay with me, George. Right.
Now, there's the matter of the check.
Oh, yes, right here. Yeah, all made out.
Good. Well, thank you. And good luck.
Okay. Well, let's go, GP. I'd like you to meet the little woman. Half an hour later, George Prime put my pipe in his mouth and walked into the house. I stayed out in my workshop in the garage and listened. 5 minutes later, they were fighting. It sounded so familiar, I laughed out loud. Then I caught a cab and headed uptown toward Jerry's place. We had quite an evening, and I rolled in just as George Prime was starting the car, business suit and briefcase, ready for work. I slipped into the garage. Hey, hold it. Oh, you're back. How'd it go, huh? Well, you didn't tell me you were married to a female Bengal tiger. Well, she didn't suspect, did she? Oh, of course not. Well, what'd you do? Well, fought till about 1 a.m., then went to our respective corners and subbed. You think you can handle it? Listen, she's really a sweet girl underneath. Now, I'll be so attentive and sweet, she'll soften up. You wait and see. Well, don't overdo it. She is my wife, you know. Naturally. Now, you're sure you understand the recall signal? Perfectly. When you buzz the recall, I wait for the first logical opportunity to join you, and then you take over. Right. Now, climb into the trunk here, and I'll shut you off and lock you in. Righto. Well, I'll see you tonight, old man. I'll see you tonight, George. I could go on at some length about my exploits, but I won't. In the end, it was like buying a three-dimension TV set. After a week or two, the novelty starts to wear off. Well, I got it down to where Tuesday to Thursday night, I was informally out while formally in. The rest of the time, George Prime was in the box. Well, Marge didn't suspect a thing. In fact, George Prime was having a remarkable effect on her.
Oh, that you, George?
Yeah?
Hello. Oh, you look tired. Have a hard day?
Well, now that you mention it, yeah, I did. Yeah.
Well, why don't you sit down and relax? I fixed a martini before dinner.
That sounds like a splendid idea. Are you all right?
I'm fine. Why?
Nothing.
Well, what are you looking at?
Are you? You've done something to your hair or something.
Like it?
Yes. You know, I've always thought you were a darn beautiful woman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Faircloth. You know, you're not so bad yourself since you stopped scowling and snapping.
I guess that's a compliment, huh?
George, isn't it about time we stopped clawing each other?
It's what I've always wanted, Marge.
So have I. Well, you've changed so much recently.
What changed?
Well, you know, you've been less irritable and more considerate and so much more vital. Oh, you know what I mean.
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
George.
Yeah?
Look, let's have dinner and some wine and spend a nice evening together, like we used to when you were first married.
Why, sounds fine. Holy smoke. Hey, what time is it?
It's 7:30. Why?
Listen, I have to run down to the corner for some tobacco. I wouldn't want to spend a relaxing evening without tobacco, you know.
But there's some in your holder.
Well, I want something fresh. You chill the wine. I won't be a minute.
All right, dear. Hurry back.
I'd forgotten all about my date with Jerry. Actually, I didn't want to keep it. The idea of spending a quiet evening with Marge was really appealing for a change. But I had to run over and explain to Jerry, so I sent George Prime in to keep Marge company till I got back, which was about midnight. As I walked down the path, I looked in the window. George Prime was there, and he was kissing my wife the way I hadn't kissed her in years, and she wasn't exactly fighting him off either. I almost wore off my thumb on that recall button before he came out to the garage. Are you there, George? It's me, G.P. Well, it's about time. I'm sorry, old man. Sorry. Look, I saw what was going on in there. Well, you know, old bean, I am a super deluxe model. I should say you are. First thing tomorrow, big boy, I'm taking you in to have your circuits rewired. Look, aren't you being a little overly jealous? I mean, for a man who wanted to get rid of his wife. I never said that. Well, I could never understand it personally. Listen. She's the one who's going to be suspicious if I don't get back there. Now, you give me that dressing gown, you get back to that box. Tomorrow morning, back to the factory. Marge was waiting for me. And one of those flimsy things that I'd given her when we were first married. I must say she looked so charming and lovely that my heart just melted. And still I was overwhelmed with a sense of guilt, and I wanted to tell her what I'd done.
You finally got back. I thought you'd never get here.
Oh, my, you look ravishing.
That's the idea.
Marge, listen, I've got to tell you something, and before I do, I want you to know that in spite of the cad I've been, I do love you. I always have.
I know that. And you don't have to tell me anything.
Oh, this is important. And it'll shock you. In fact, you may never speak to me.
I know what you're going to tell me.
You mean?
About George Prime.
Great Scott, you knew.
Well, of course, George. Now, you don't think I could be fooled by something out of a lad, do you?
You've known all along?
All along.
Oh, Marge. Then tomorrow morning, we'll send that stuffed dummy back to the factory. And then we'll live the way we've always wanted.
Oh, yes, dearest. The way we've always wanted.
I just don't know where to begin.
Then why not begin by just kissing me?
I kissed her tenderly, and her lips were softer and more responsive than I've ever known them. Yes, she'd certainly changed. I turned out the lamp. I ran my fingers through her fragrant, tawny hair. My thumb stopped at a little depression behind her ear. And then suddenly, I knew what had happened. It was a turn-off switch, of course. And I, George Faircloth, was now married to Marge Prime.
X-1 has brought you Prime Difference, written by Alan E. Norse. and adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Featured in our cast were Lawson Zerbe as George and George Prime, Anne Loring as Marge, Evelyn Jester as Jerry, Merrill Joels as the salesman, and John Thomas as Harry. This is Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by George Outsas and is an NBC Radio Network production.
We pause now for station identification.
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents X-1. Tonight's story, Zero Hour, by Ray Bradbury.
It was a perfect summer day in the year 1985. Sunlight illumined the suburbs, and the town drowsed on a tide of warm, sunlit air. On the lawns, the children played. And in the homes, busy mothers prepared for the evening arrival of their husbands.
Excuse me, Mom.
Good heavens, Mink. What's all the excitement?
We're playing a game, Mommy, the most exciting game ever.
What are you doing in that cabinet?
I need some tools from Daddy's kit.
Your father may not
I'll take good care of them, Mom, I promise.
Very well, dear. Don't lose anything. Oh, what's the name of the game, Mink?
Invasion.
Invasion. What will they think of next?
This, and this, and this, and this. Put that over there and bring that over here. No, you ninny. Now, get back while I fix this. They want it this way. See?
Sure. Just let me fix this.
We'd better talk to Drill and get some more instructions, Art.
Where is Drill? Drill? Hey, Drill! Drill!
He's in the rosebush, I think. I'll talk to him myself, and you write it down on the pad.
Okay.
Drill? Drill? Okay. Drill wants you to write down triangle.
What's a triangle?
Never mind. Drill will tell us when he wants us to know. It helps the invasion.
Well, how do you spell it?
Drill, how do you...
Shh! Mink, here's your mother, looking out the window.
Mink? Who are you talking to?
The rosebush, Mom. Only it's not really a rosebush. That's Drill.
Well, who's Drill?
He's planning the invasion.
Oh, what an imagination. You'd better come in, dear, and clean up for supper.
In just a second, Mom. Art, did you write down what Drill just said?
Yup. 4, 9, 7, and A, and B, and X, and a fork, and a string, and a hexagony.
Hexagonal, droopy.
Oh.
Come in, Mink. Supper's in 10 minutes.
Okay, Mom, just a minute. I have to tell Drill. I wish we didn't have to eat, though. It holds up the invasion.
Mink, for heaven's sake, slow down. You'll choke on that soup.
I can't, Mom. It's a matter of life and death.
Oh, what's a matter of life and death?
The invasion.
Oh, what invasion is that?
Oh, just some silly game the children have been playing.
Well, whatever it is, Mink, it'll wait until you've finished your supper, I'm sure.
But Drill is waiting for me, Daddy.
Oh, who's Drill? New boy in the neighborhood?
He's new, all right. Only you can't see him. Not yet. He hasn't come through yet.
What do you mean you can't see him?
He lives in a rose bush in our backyard.
Oh.
Imagination, Henry.
Mm-hmm. Well, while you're at it, tell me more about this new game.
It's Martians invading Earth, Dad.
What?
Well, not exactly Martians, Dad. They're from, I don't know, from up.
And from the inside of that little head of yours.
You're laughing. Drill said you would. You'll kill Drill and everybody.
Well, I didn't know you could kill a Martian.
Not really a Martian, Mom. Maybe he's from Jupiter. Or Venus, even.
Imagine.
They couldn't figure out a way to attack the Earth. So the kids are helping the Martians.
Oh, pretty slick, those Martians, using the kids for a fifth column, eh, Mary?
Drill says after the invasion, we can stay up as late as we want. No more baths, either.
Oh, is that so?
And we can watch all the grown-up televisor shows.
Well, I don't wonder this invasion has caught on among the kids.
Some of the kids are giving us trouble, like Dale Britz and Petey Jarrick. They're growing up, so they won't believe in the invasion. They make fun. Worse than parents, even. I hate them worst. We'll kill them first.
I hope you're saving your father and me for last.
Drill says you're dangerous. Know why?
Why?
'Cause you don't believe the Martians ought to let us kids run the world. But I think they'll let me keep you because I'm helping so much. I'll talk to Drill. Maybe we won't have to kill you.
Mary, I think this nonsense has gone far enough.
Can I go out now, please?
Run along, dear.
Don't worry, Dad. I won't let them hurt you.
Televisor.
Oh, would you please connect me with Mrs. Helen Rogerson on Channel 72Z, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania?
What is your channel, please?
817X, New Rochelle, New York.
Thank you. Just a moment. Go ahead. You can see your party now.
Hi, sis. How are things in New York?
Fine, Helen. How are things in Pittsburgh? Oh, you look tired.
Oh, I've been having a terrible time with the children.
Sick?
No, just underfoot. They've got a new game that's got me just about crazy. It's called Invasion.
Did you say invasion? Isn't that strange? My mink is playing it, too.
My boy Tim is all involved with some imaginary fellow named Drill, who's running the invasion.
Must be a new password. Mink likes him, too.
How do you suppose these games start? My backyard looks like a scrap drive. They've got every conceivable kind of mechanical gadget out there. I talked to Josephine Schiller in Boston. She says her kids are wild about it, too. It's sweeping the country.
I can't understand it. Helen, do you suppose...
What?
Oh, nothing. Just a wild thought that crossed my mind. Oh, say, the reason I called is that black and white cake recipe...
What was that?
I don't know. One of the children might have hurt himself. I'll have to run and see, dear. Call me back tonight, will you?
All right, Mary. Bye.
Mink? What is it? Who was that who screamed?
Peggy Ann.
What happened?
She got scared and ran home.
Did you hit her?
Nope, she just got scared. She's a scare baby anyway.
Now, Mink, tell me why she screamed.
No, I can't.
Mink, you'll answer me or come inside this instant. I've had enough nonsense.
I can't quit now, Mom. It's almost 0 hour.
Then tell me what frightened Peggy Ann.
Okay, she saw Drill. He almost came through.
Through what?
Those pipes and things we set up. She looked into one of the pipes and screamed. I guess she saw Drill.
And no one hit her?
No, Mom.
Very well, Mink. I'll call Peggy Ann's mother and see how she is.
If we could only get Drill through, it would be easy. Then all the others could come through after him.
I'm going in now, Mink. I'll call you in for your bath in half an hour. Your father and I want to go out tonight.
You won't be able to go out, Mom.
Why not?
0 hour's 5 o'clock, Mom.
Hello, dear.
Oh, you're home early, Henry.
Mm-hmm. Thought I'd relax a little before we went to the theater. Where's the little one?
Out back.
Oh, same game?
Mm-hmm. Same game. They've got a stack of pipes and hammers and spoons a mile high out there.
Oh, my children. Why do we have them?
Well, they are strange creatures, aren't they? Even Mink. She's a part of us, and yet...
Yeah, look, dear, I'd like to discuss this with you, but we do have a theater date, and it's almost 5 o'clock now, so... Say, what's happened to the kids? They're so quiet. Now, when children are quiet, you know there's some mischief. Say, what's that sound?
I don't know.
Those kids aren't playing with anything electrical, are they?
Oh, I'm sure they aren't. At least...
Just the same, I better go out.
Henry, ask them to put off the invasion.
Good Lord, what's that? Mary, look out the window.
Henry!
What is it? Where are the children? Mary, why are you shaking? What did you see?
Henry! Quick, up to the attic.
Well, they aren't in the attic.
Yes, the attic, quick.
No, Mary, come back here. Mary, don't go up. They aren't up there. Mary, are you out of your mind? There's no one up here.
Quick, shut the door. Lock it.
But there's nothing up here. What is wrong with you? Now, Mary, come to your senses.
Henry, and we've got to stay here and hide.
What are you talking about?
I saw it through the window. Henry, it was horrible. They weren't making believe. It is an invasion.
Oh, Mary, for heaven's sake, let's get down out of this attic and talk this over sensibly. I want to find out if Mink is all right.
She's all right. I saw her. She was leading them around the corner of the house.
Leading who? The kids?
Shh. Listen.
There's nothing.
Listen. The front door. They're coming.
Good Lord, those kids sound like 50 men with boots on.
No, not men. Oh, please, God, don't let them find us. Don't let them, please, God.
I don't understand this. Who's there?
Don't shout, they'll hear.
Who's down there? I demand that you answer me.
They're coming. The whole house is shaking.
Who's there?
Hush, please be quiet. They might go away. Henry. Henry.
Mom? Dad? Are you in the attic?
Henry, listen.
Mink. It's Mink. We've got to save her.
Henry, don't you understand? She's leading them.
What?
She's leading them. She's on their side, Henry. Oh, please, God, forgive them.
The children on their side?
She told us, but we wouldn't believe her. Shh, listen. They're coming up. Oh, God.
Mom? Dad? We know you're in there. I guess you'd better melt the lock drill.
Henry? Henry, the lock. It's melting. The door. Oh, dear God!
Mom, Dad? Oh, I see you now. Peekaboo!
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. Tonight by transcription, X-1 has brought you 0 Hour by Ray Bradbury, as adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were Nina Reeder, David Pfeffer, Peggy Lubin, Les Damon, Raleigh Bester, Bob Hastings, and John Larkin. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production. And now, next week, The Vital Factor by Nelson Bond. The story of a man who sought to rule the universe and then discovered that this formula for gaining that power was minus one precious ingredient. You'll hear it on X-1.
It's Groomed for Your Interests, weekday, NBC Radio.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. That music you hear is a new little thing dedicated to us. A little number called Baby, It's Cold Inside. That's because the characters around here are 20 degrees below normal. Oh, speaking of characters, meet our pet ghoul, Georgie. He strayed away from us, but he came back because, as Georgie puts it, there's no place like Lone. Georgie was a real successful ghoul, never let any grass grow under his feet. Of course, he wasn't always a ghoul. He was quite undecided on a profession when one day he passed a burial ground, and right then and there, Georgie took a turn for the hearse. Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Image of Death, was written by Ed Adamson and Bob Sloan, and stars Barry Kroger in the role of Victor, with Jean Ellen as Kitty. Before we begin, let me warn you, any similarity between the characters in tonight's tale and those in your nightmares is purely intentional. Okay, friends. Hang on to your nervous systems. The man stands in the dim-lit room, looking down at the motionless body on the floor. His large hands with the whipcord muscles are in startling contrast to his thin, sensitive face. For another moment, he stands there, staring vacantly. Then he walks to the telephone, dials the number, and waits.
Precinct, Sergeant Ferguson speaking.
I want to report a murder. You'll find the body at 14 Crown Street.
Wait a minute, hold on, not so fast.
I'll be here, waiting for you.
Who's calling? Who are you?
Me? Why, I'm a man who's been dead 5 years. The police are on the way now. I sit here and I wait. And I think back over the 5 years. Back to the night that I, Victor Corday, died. I was in my studio working on the statue. There's a strange emotion that only a sculptor can feel. The exhilaration of taking senseless stone and imbuing it with life and meaning. I was so overwhelmed with the feeling that night, I lost complete track of time and place. I had no idea my wife had come into the studio and was standing behind me.
Victor.
What? Evelyn. What are you doing up this time of night?
I couldn't sleep. I was thinking.
The money again?
You know, we're almost down to rock bottom.
Darling, I told you not to worry about it.
I'm not worried anymore.
The statue will be finished in a month or two, and then
we won't have to wait until it's finished.
What?
It'll be so easy, so sure.
What are you talking about?
Your sister, Clara.
What's she got to do with it?
Her insurance is made out to you, and Clara is a helpless, incurable invalid.
Evelyn, I don't understand.
How many times has she begged for death since the accident? How many times has she asked us to help her out of her misery?
Oh, no, Evelyn, stop
I've got it all planned. No one would ever find out.
Stop it. Kill my sister? Make myself a murderer?
You won't feel a thing. It'll be simple and quick.
I won't listen to you anymore.
You'll do it, Victor. Whether you want to or not.
Evelyn, get away from that statue.
This will make you do as I say.
Evelyn! Destroyed. All months of work. Destroyed.
Now there'll be nothing coming in, Victor. Now you'll have to do exactly as I... Victor! Victor!
How could you do a thing like that? How?
It must be your own good.
How? How?
Let go, Victor!
How?
You're hurting me.
How?
Victor!
Evelyn was limp in my arms. When I let go, she slumped to the floor. I stood over her, wondering what had happened, when I saw the ribbon of blood at my feet, and then the bloody wall hook against which I'd accidentally pushed her. I touched her. I spoke to her, but she was motionless and silent and dead. And that was the night that I died, too. I didn't mean to kill Evelyn, but I knew no one would believe me. So I ran away, changed my name to Victor Carlin. I buried myself for 5 years. I became a gravestone cutter. I used these hands of mine for carving monuments to the dead. And for 5 years I hid, going nowhere, meeting no one. And then she came along. It was late one afternoon. I was in my shop near the cemetery, finishing work on a black marble headstone.
Hello?
What?
Victor? I said hello.
Who are you?
Oh, now don't tell me you don't remember me.
How do you know my name?
I know a lot about you. I've been watching you for a long time.
Watching me? Why?
We could be friends, Victor. You need a friend.
Will you please tell me who you are?
Kitty Regan. You can just call me Kitty. I'm a waitress in a restaurant where you eat once in a while. Wouldn't you like me for a friend?
What do you want, really?
Oh, you shouldn't be afraid of me.
I have no reason to be afraid of anybody.
Oh, yes, you have. I can tell. I've watched you. When you're out of this shop, you're always looking around, like you were running away or waiting for somebody to catch you.
You don't know what you're talking about.
And you're always alone. You're afraid to make friends. You don't have to be afraid of me, Victor. Not as long as you give me the money.
Why should I give you money?
You don't have to. I can go to the police. I can always go to the police.
And that's the way it began with Kitty. She couldn't have known what I'd done. She might have thought it was robbery or something like that, but she couldn't have known it was murder. She drained me of every penny I made. But strangely enough, I didn't mind. I actually started to look forward to her visits. And then one day I realized why. Kitty Regan was cheap and low and evil. But I'd fallen in love with her.
Well, how do you like that? Oh, he says he's in love with me.
Don't laugh, Kitty, please. I want to marry you.
Marry me? Well, that's a riot. A crummy character like you. Where's my money?
Kitty, it hasn't been a very good week. I only had one job.
Well, whatever it is, hand it over.
Kitty, I want to show you how I feel about you.
You already showed me.
No, this will make you really understand. I'm going to make you a figurine in ivory. It'll be very valuable.
Oh, so you think you can make something that's worth a lot of money? You, a gravestone cutter.
I have talent in these hands of mine. Great talent as a sculptor.
Oh, sure. You're a regular Michelangelo. Come on, hand the money over.
All right. But I'm going to prove it, Kitty. I'm going to prove that I'm somebody you'd be proud to love. I realized the danger in making that ivory figurine for Kitty. It would have my stamp on it. But then, Kitty couldn't possibly know its real value. I only did it to prove to her that I was something better than a gravestone cutter. A week after I'd given her the ivory figurine, I went to her apartment. 2 half-packed valises were on the studio couch.
What's the matter, Victor? What are you looking at?
Those bags, Kitty. Where are you going?
Oh, that. I'm moving away from here. This crummy room is getting on my nerves.
You're running away from me.
Where'd you get that idea
Kitty,
from?
don't ever run away. Because I'll follow you wherever you go.
I'm not running away. Just rented a new apartment on the other side of town in the Linda Park section.
Linda Park? You've got to have money to live over there.
So I have the money.
Where'd you get it?
It's none of your business. Let me finish packing.
Kitty.
Huh?
The figurine I made for you. It's not on the table.
What?
Where is it?
No, look, Victor, don't get excited.
Where is it? What have you done with it?
I sold it.
What?
I sold it. What's so awful about that?
You sold it? You sold my gift to you?
I needed more money. You haven't been doing so well lately, and I figured the ivory was worth something.
You shouldn't have done that.
The man who bought it said the carving was pretty good.
Oh.
You really got talent, Victor. You can become an important guy.
Kitty, I don't care about that. I just want you.
Oh. All right, Victor, then you can have me.
You mean that? You really mean that?
Well, sure. Just as long as you do what I say. How many of those figurines can you make a month?
Oh, no, I can't do that.
Sure you can, baby. You'll do it for me. Now, won't you?
Kitty, you don't realize what it may mean. There may be death in it for both of us.
You're a screwy sort of a guy, but do you know something? I'm beginning to like you.
Are you? Really?
Mm-hmm. You never kissed me, did you?
I never kissed you.
Well, come here.
Kitty.
You'll do what I want, baby. Won't you?
Oh, Kitty, I'll do anything for you. I knew I shouldn't have done as she asked. But the will to live isn't always as strong as the will to love. I worked day and night until my hands became raw from the mallet and chisel and stone. As time went on, the chances for my own personal safety became less and less. I was working in my shop one night when my dead past came to life.
Well, at last we meet, Mr. Carlin.
He was George Adrian, an art dealer from the West Coast, whom I dealt with years ago. Adrian looked at me, a sly, secret smile on his lips.
So, that's the name you use now, Carlin. Awfully close to Corday, isn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Corday, I consider it an honor to renew our acquaintance.
Now, see here, I never saw you before in my life.
Oh, stop it. You're just wasting time. You needn't be afraid. I'm not going to expose you. The fact that you murdered your wife is no affair of mine. Undoubtedly, she deserved it.
How did you find me, Adrian?
Oh, it was quite by accident. A young woman named Kitty Regan sold me an ivory figurine of yours. And then some more work of yours later. All of it had the unmistakable stamp of Victor Corday on it.
And what do you want?
Frankly, I'm one to take advantage of a situation.
Then it's money.
Exactly.
All right. How much?
Quite a sum. It's much more than you're able to give me at present. Now, being two reasonable men, I'm sure we can work out installments.
Adrian had my life in his hands. I had only one defense against him.
This latest piece of yours should bring you a very good price.
He stepped closer to examine the statue. My fingers tightened around the gouge in my hand.
$500 should be a reasonable amount for the first installment, don't you think?
I stepped in behind him and drove the gouge home, deep into his throat. I carried Adrian's body to the cemetery near my shop and buried it in a freshly dug grave. But I had no peace of mind. In a few days, death began to close in on me again. An art critic from a Chicago paper wanted to do an article on me, and I couldn't refuse. Kitty kept egging him on, and he insisted on seeing every bit of my work, including the tombstones I had made for the dead. The night we went to the cemetery, a heavy rain was falling. I shook with fear as we stopped at the grave where Adrian's body lay, just a few inches underneath the surface. And the rain kept pouring down, washing the dirt away.
Well, this is an interesting piece, Mr. Carlin.
It's not really one of my important works, Mr. Rogers. Shall we go on?
Oh, you mustn't be so modest.
This sculpture would be worth a great deal to a gallery. Well, it's a pity that it remains here unseen.
Oh, Victor, maybe the owner would sell it back.
No, Kitty. I wouldn't think of asking such a thing. I still have other pieces we can sell. Let's go back to the shop, shall we? What are you looking at, Mr. Rogers?
The face on this figure. It's uncanny.
What do you mean?
Well, it's so much like the face of a figure I saw in Los Angeles some years ago. It was done by a man named Corday. You ever hear of him?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Your work is very much like his, especially the face on this figure.
But the face you see there is Kitty's.
Oh. Yeah, but still it might pass for the model Corday always used, his wife, Evelyn. You have a great future, Mr. Carlin.
Thank you. Now, shall we go?
Victor, can I speak to you for a minute?
Why, Kitty,
Oh, don't mind me. I'll walk ahead a bit.
What is it, Kitty?
Why'd you lie to him? That's not my face. I never posed for you.
I know that.
There's some other woman, isn't there?
No.
There is. Now that you're making money, you'll spend it on another woman, that other sculptor's wife, Evelyn. You and
Don't be
she
a
are...
fool. Evelyn Corday is dead.
Dead? How do you know?
Because her husband killed her. You see what Rogers meant yesterday? See what a great sculptor I really am, Kitty?
Could be that Rogers is dead wrong about you.
He knows Rogers is an expert.
Expert in my eye. He isn't even an art critic.
What?
He's a phony.
What are you talking about?
Rogers. He doesn't work for Chicago paper. That's just a gag.
He doesn't... Kitty, how do you know?
Oh, I have ways of finding things out.
How do you know?
Oh, let go of me, Victor. What's the
This is
matter with...
important to me.
Let go.
How did you find out?
All right, I'll tell you. Called up the paper he said he worked for.
Yes?
I got something invested in this thing, too, you know.
And?
They never heard of him. There's no reason for you to get all hot about it.
Don't you understand, Kitty? If he isn't an art critic, why is he posing as one?
I don't know.
Well, I do know. Only I've got to make sure.
Well, what difference does it make? He's probably just an agent trying to get a line on your work.
An agent for whom? The police?
What? I never thought of that. Victor, I know you've been hiding for some reason. You're in some kind of trouble. What kind?
Let me alone. I've got to think. Kitty.
Yeah?
Go back to your apartment. Stay there until I call.
Why? What are you going to do?
That's none of your business. You just stay there and wait. I may need you later on. I went to the hotel where Rogers was staying and climbed down the fire escape to his window. I opened the window carefully and went into the room. I could hear the water running in the shower. I quickly found out what I wanted to know. The identification was in his pocket. Frank Rogers, Los Angeles Police Department. Suddenly the door to the bath opened, and Rogers was standing there in a robe.
What are you doing here, Carlin?
I knocked, Mr. Rogers, but you didn't answer, so I just came on in.
Oh, I guess I couldn't hear you from the shower. I thought I'd locked the door.
No, the door was open.
It's funny, I was sure I'd locked it. Well, however, it doesn't make any difference. You're here, and that's the important thing. Isn't it? Corday. Thanks for coming over and saving me the trouble. It's good you didn't try to run away. I'd have gotten you anyway.
You're quite wrong, Rogers. I have you. I found this gun in your pocket.
Put it down, Corday. You haven't a chance. A shot at this time of the night will bring everybody in the hotel here.
Thank you for warning me.
Killing me won't help you. I sent my report to headquarters. It'll be just a matter of time before they catch up with you.
Maybe you're right.
Sure, Corday.
I've already killed one man with this gouge.
Put that down, Corday. Stay where you are.
I'll have to do this quietly, Rogers. You warned me.
Corday, don't. I left the hotel. A few blocks away, I went into a drugstore and called Kitty. She didn't answer. I went to her apartment. She wasn't home. I waited in the park across the street. I waited and waited. And finally she came home. And with her, there was another man. I wanted to kill them both right then and there. But I was too stunned. I wandered around for hours. And then the thought came to me. I went back to my shop and worked. For the rest of the night, I worked in a blind rage. Then this morning, Kitty came to see me.
Victor.
Yes, Kitty?
Victor, have you seen the morning paper?
No. I've been busy.
Roger's been murdered.
Has he?
He was killed in his hotel room last night.
I was right, Kitty. Rogers was from the police.
You did it, didn't you, Victor?
There. Stone's finished.
Answer me. You did it, didn't you?
Yes. I killed him.
Why?
I had to. But you won't tell on me, will you?
What makes you think I won't?
Because I'm too valuable to you. I can give you the things you've always wanted.
A lot of good you are to me now. You're a murderer.
We could run away. We could hide. They could never find us.
Not on your life. I'm not running away with you from now on. I'm running from you. I only came here to say goodbye.
Yes. I had an idea that's why you came. There's somebody else, isn't there?
No.
You don't have to lie to me. I saw you with him last night.
What?
I was outside your house last night when he brought you home.
All right, so there is someone else. You're no good to me anymore.
Oh. Kitty.
What do you want?
Just one more thing.
I'll make it snappy.
I have a gift for you, Kitty. Parting gift that will stay with you long after I'm gone.
Gift? What kind of a gift?
A figure in black marble.
This one?
Yes. I worked all night on it. I think it's the most beautiful figure I ever made.
It's a tombstone.
Mm-hmm. See here? Your name engraved?
And there's a date.
Yes.
Today's date.
Yes, Kitty. Today. The date of your death.
No!
You mustn't be afraid to die.
Victor,
just one thrust of this gouge and it'll be all over.
No, Victor, wait. Listen to me. I won't leave you. I won't ever leave you.
But you don't love me.
I do. I'll prove it to you. I'll go with you. I'll run away any place
You're
you
only
want.
saying that because you're afraid to die.
No, it's because I want to be near you.
No, Kitty.
Victor, put your arms around
Kitty.
me. Put your arms around me. I'll show you how much I care.
You just say.
No, I'll prove it. Hold me tight. Isn't this nice, Victor, isn't it?
It's wonderful, Kitty.
Now, kiss me. You see, I mean it.
Kitty.
Kiss me, Victor.
I want to report a murder. You'll find the body at 14 Crown Street.
Now, wait a minute. Hold on. Not so fast.
I'll be here, waiting for you.
Who's calling? Who are you?
Me? Why, I'm a man who's been dead 5 years. And that finishes our sculptor's model story.
Kitty should have known better. Fool around with a guy who works in marble and you're liable to end up stone dead. Well, that's what happens to you when you can't keep your chisel out of other people's heads. Well, friends, as we say here in the inner sanctum, it's all over but the screaming. Now, it's all over.
Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
You are trapped in a native quarter of Mozambique, with the police closing in on you, while at your feet lie two dead men, and standing beside you is a sultry girl who offers you escape.
We offer you Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight, we escape to Mozambique in Southeast Africa, and a fantastic series of adventures, as Percival Gibbon tells it in his story of The Second Class Passenger.
That's me, Ronald A. Dawson, second-class passenger. Oh, I could have afforded first class by pinching a little here and there, but nobody back at Ralston's department store in Cedar Rapids will ever know. The important thing is they'll say Ronald Dawson in drapery is taking a cruise around the world. And then there's really very little difference in the accommodations. And the second-class passengers are every bit as interesting as the first-class crowd. Take Miss Patterson, for instance. You'd look far to find a more charming, likable, and altogether desirable young lady. Just the life of the party. We'd gotten to be quite good friends by the time our cruise put in at Mozambique. Although the competition was always stiff, I can tell you. There were times when I wished those other two, Jones and Twitchell, had missed the boat somewhere along the line.
Well, we still a good couple of hours before we sail.
I say, how about a ride in one of those native carriages, Miss Patterson, what?
Oh, do you think they'd be clean?
Well, personally, I doubt it.
Oh, really, Mr. Dawson? Well, I don't know as I'd care too much now. That Wozo made me woozy.
Great stuff, Wozo. It would take a Greek to think up a drink like that.
Or to drink it.
I say, Miss Patterson, you kill me.
We might do the fort, you know. The guidebook says it's a main point of interest.
No.
Let's see. Built by the Portuguese in 1640.
Oh, never mind the statistics. I dare say the fort's as dreary as the rest of this place.
Yes. Mozambique's not at all like what you'd imagine Mozambique to be like. What? Huh?
Yeah, it's a one-horse town, all right. Main street and a couple of alleys.
And so dirty. You know, you'd think they'd do something about it in this day and age.
Well, it will be a relief to get back on board ship and have a nice hot bath.
And real American food instead of that greasy fried octopus we had for lunch at that Greek place.
Oh, yes, weren't they awful?
They're part of the broadening experience of travel, huh?
Yes, I suppose so. Like that cute idol I bought. You know, I just can't wait till I... Oh, Mr. Dawson,
Yes, Miss Patterson?
where's my idol?
Why, I thought Jones had it, or Twitchell.
Not me, old man.
Oh, no, old boy. You insisted on carrying it for Miss Patterson. Don't you remember?
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, I must have left it back at the Greek restaurant. I'm so sorry.
I did so want that idol. Do you think you could go back for it, Mr. Dawson?
Well, yes, Miss Patterson, of course. That is, though I wonder if I'll have time before the boat sails.
Oh, I'm sure you will if you hurry.
Certainly, old man. You got more than an hour yet.
Well, I rather thought
It would be terribly nice of you.
Yes, well, I'll go at once.
Oh, you are so kind, my dear Mr. Dawson. Now, mind you don't miss the boat.
Oh, goodness, I'll try not to. Why, chances are I'll catch up with you before you reach the landing stage.
All right. And we'll wait for you till the very last minute.
I could have throttled that supercilious Jones, insisting I had time. I knew there was time, but I had no desire to run off after a heavy bronze curio and leave Jones and Twitchell alone with Miss Patterson. She was too nice a person, and they were such dreadful bores. Yes, and I suspected them of being phonies, too. But there was no helping it now, so I made my way back up the main street toward Lazarus Restaurant, where we'd had our indigestible Greek lunch. Somehow this main street of Mozambique looked different now in the quick African twilight. The little saloons and the sidewalks were filling with men of every nationality and color, and many of them wore knives thrust through the belts of their thin white suits. Knives that looked as sharp as the glances they threw at me. And I must confess, I felt a little strange and unwanted. And then, lounging toward me in the crowd, I saw a large woman clad in a sort of burnous, but her brown face was unveiled. Her lips were painted scarlet, and from the corner of her mouth dangled a cigarette. Her eyes were heavily mascaraed, and when she looked at me, terror seized me. I was afraid she would speak to me, and I didn't know what I should do or say, but she didn't. Instead... She laughed. And the way the loiterers responded, I was convinced that they were laughing with her at me. I must say I was relieved to reach the entrance of Lazarus Restaurant.
Hey, Gerete. Good evening, sir. Yalanesa. A little dinner for the gentlemen?
Well, no, thank you. You see, as a matter of fact, I just lunched here today. And very good, excellent meal.
Hey, Aristo.
Yes, well, I left a curio here, probably under the table. Did you find it?
Curio?
Yes, some sort of a bronze god. It was wrapped in newspaper.
Ah, yes. We got him right here for you.
Oh, have you? Well, that's good. I'm in a hurry to get back to the boat.
Yes. You better hurry. Pretty soon she rain.
Rain? Why, there's not a cloud in the sky.
You see. Every night she rain in Mozambique.
Yes, well, you ought to know, but I still doubt it. Yes, well, here, buy yourself a cigar.
Aristo.
Yes.
You hurry quick before she rains.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm not made of sugar, you know. Well, in just the few moments I had been inside the restaurant, night had fallen. That sudden nightfall of the tropics. I looked overhead and clearly saw the stars. Thinking what a bad weather forecaster that Greek was, I tucked Miss Patterson's silly bronze idol under my arm and started off for the waterfront. I hadn't gone 200 yards when a large, warm drop of rain splattered on the back of my neck and then 2 more on my hat. And before I could take cover under an arch, it was raining like Iowa in April. It didn't look like it would let up soon, and I wondered if there might not be a shorter way to the waterfront than the long walk down the main street and then the long way to the left along the docks. Surely one of these alleys that turned off to the left would lead me directly to the harbor and the landing stage. So I left the protection of the archway and turned into the alley at my left. 4 steps from the main street, and I was engulfed in darkness, wading through filth and mud over my ankles. But I was certain that I was on the right track, so I walked straight into a blank wall. I turned to retrace my steps, but I could see no lights anywhere. I felt along the wall until it gave into another alley, followed it to another blank wall, and then into another one. Now it began to rain in earnest. I stopped, looked about me. Not a light, not a sound except a rush of rain. And then, slowly, a sickening fear flowed through me as I realized that I was completely, hopelessly lost.
For want of a nail, the shoe was lost. For want of an angle, the job may be lost. Every Friday night, reigning stars and rising stars of show business bring their best acts to CBS and get advice for improvement from 3 top showmen, Clifton Fadiman, Abe Burrows, and Broadway playwright-director George S. Kaufman. It provides an unparalleled hour of entertainment, plus an unusual look at the inside of show business. The program, This is Broadway. The time, Friday nights. The station, most of these same CBS network stations. Don't miss This is Broadway. And now, we return to the second act of Escape and tonight's story, Second Class Passenger by Percival Gibbon.
I stood alone and frightened in the tortuous back alleys of Mozambique. Alone, frightened and lost. If it was dark before, it was now black as a tomb. I struggled on through the rain. I don't know how far I walked through those foul and fetid passageways, nor for how long. But at last, feeling my way around a corner, I saw a slit of light, a horizontal flicker beckoning beneath the door. And I heard voices. I moved forward, feeling my way, hands outstretched before me. I found the door, lifted the bronze idol, and rapped it against the wet black wood. The voices stopped.
What do you want?
I've lost my way. I'm wet through, and I don't know where I am. Would you please let me in?
Yeah. Of course you may come in. You aren't exactly whom we expected, but come in. Come in.
What is that?
I beg your pardon?
That parcel you are carrying.
This. It's a curio, an idol of some sort. A friend of mine left it at a restaurant
You
just down...
are a tourist from the cruise boat?
Why, yes. Yes, that's right. How did you know?
What are you doing here so late, so wet? The boat sails soon.
Yes, I know. I was trying to take a shortcut to the landing stage, and I got lost somehow. You see, I came ashore with some friends from the second class. I left them to come back and fetch this idol.
Give the young man a chair, Yagun.
Oh, thank you. Oh, but I must go on. If you can just direct me
You could
to where
never
I'm...
find your way in this rain. It will not stop for a while yet. You may as well wait here.
Well, that's awfully kind, but...
We may be able to provide some entertainment for our second-class tourists
No,
as soon
really,
as Marlene's friends arrive.
Friends? The police are not my friends.
You led them to us.
You are responsible for the police search, not I.
Please,
you
if you
have
don't...
been stupid to kill a man for no reason.
Stupid, am I?
You use a knife, you get caught, you go to prison.
So why don't you talk with the prefect of police again?
If you could
One
just give me
pays
directions...
for living a gun with work, sometimes with jail. I have paid. Now it is your turn.
You could help us once more. Only once more. We could be out of this sewer and down the coast to Laurenzo Marquez or Cape Town.
Well, why don't you help us once more?
Yes, why?
Always you say once more, once more. Now there is no more.
You are a she-pig. A defiled and debauched daughter
I
of a...
beg your pardon, sir.
What?
That's no way to speak to a lady.
What?
I'm serious. I don't like to hear such language used to a lady. I must ask you to apologize.
What have you got to do with all this?
You just came in out of the rain from the second class.
Don't fight with him. There's trouble enough already.
But what right does he get to come in here?
Yesterday you stabbed the Egyptian.
Ah, what of it?
Don't stab this one. Do you want the police to find you here with a corpse?
A corpse?
What does it matter how the police find us? We wait for them. Because we have no choice. You put them on us. We should do away with you.
Why do you lie, even to yourself? Why must you hide your own blame behind my skirts? You are not man nor beast. You are just...
Don't go on. Don't you dare say it.
There! You are just a cochon.
No one says that to me until you got a knife.
Thief!
No, you don't.
Why, you meddling American fool. You've killed him.
Stand back, or I'll brain you with this idol.
With my own hands, I'll...
He forgot. I carry a knife.
I've killed a man with this little curio, and you've killed another with your knife. 2 men murdered. I must get back to the ship.
The ship we can worry about later. First, we must get out of here. The police will arrive any minute.
Police?
Yes. Come, it is not raining so hard now.
Yes, Oh.
Quiet. It is the police. They have come for these 2. They will be on both sides of it here. Hold my hand.
Yes,
Stand perfectly still. I will tell you when it's safe to move. Now. They are all around us, so they won't hear us. Come, now.
Where are we going?
We are escaping. But if you know from what we are escaping, you would not care where. Hurry. Hang on to my hand and hurry. They found the bodies. Now they're after us.
Well, what will we do?
There is a door nearby. We must find it. Feel along the wall here. Farther. Farther. It must be here.
Yes, here it is.
Push it in.
It won't budge. It's bolted from
You
inside.
must push it in. It's the only way.
All right. Not yet.
Hit it again.
It's giving.
Once more. Good, my friend, my great strong friend. Up the stairs now, quickly.
Yes. Where are we going now?
To the roof. Wait. The rain has stopped.
Yes, the stars are coming out.
Look, across the rooftops. There is your ship out in the harbor.
I must get to it.
You hear them. We're not safe yet. Over the wall to the next roof. Hurry. Now, Over the next parapet.
Up you go. Are you all right?
Yes. Come up quietly.
What's that over there? A tent?
Over sort, yes. You're not where the people sleep on the roofs. You must walk like a rat.
Who are they?
Who knows? If they see us, they will think you have come for their women.
But we could say that
There would be nothing to say. Someone's crawling out of the tent.
Yes, a man with a sheet wrapped around him. He's coming this way.
Yes.
Why doesn't he see us?
His eyes are clouded with sleep, perhaps.
If he sees us...
It will be too late.
Well, then you won't. There. That took the fight out of him.
Take this, my little knife. Just a prick, and he's quite safe.
No. He's still enough now. He can't harm us.
It was splendid. With only the bare hands to make an armed man.
Armed? I didn't know he was armed.
Of course. That you may always be sure. Look, there in his belt.
A dagger?
Yes. You are truly magnificent, my friend. You are a man.
And you?
Yes.
You are a wonderful woman.
I was wondering when you would kiss me. When you took offense at what the Russian said to me, I knew you would. But I wondered how soon.
Yes. Yes, I suppose I knew, too. In a way. At least I thought how much I'd like to. But I wouldn't have had the courage before all this, I suppose.
Courage? Your courage is of the lion. Your strength is of the
My
great...
boat.
What?
My boat. I mustn't miss it.
You want to go back to the second class?
Well, that's what I was trying to do when I knocked on your door. I've missed my dinner as it is.
Missed your dinner? Yes, that is so. But haven't you gained something else?
What?
Me. Look.
Oh.
Now, look at me. Is it nothing, friend, that you have saved me for yourself? You conquer men as though you were bred on the roofs of Mozambique. You fight like a hero, a rush, a blow, a tumble, and you have them lying at your feet.
I'd fight. I'd fight for you as long as there was anyone to fight.
You would. I know you would.
You lead on.
Where?
Wherever you will.
Come.
You know, I don't expect anyone to believe this. Looking back, I'm still unsure that it really happened to me. It's as though I dreamed it. I don't know how many roofs we crossed after that, a dozen, perhaps maybe 20. I don't even remember the great ship lying out in the harbor, her lights blinking with the comforts of civilization. All my senses were focused on this slim, breathtaking figure leading me across the rooftops to a shadowy destination in which only one thing was certain. She would be there. I suppose in that moment, armed only with the blood-stained bronze idol, I was invincible. At last, she led me down a creaking wooden stair that hung precariously on the sheer side of a house. And once more, we were in the mud of a gloomy alley. We made our way down the alley and out into a little square where a night breeze rustled in the palms and smelled of the sea. And across the way, a dim light showed through a big open door.
The little church of San Sebastian.
Oh.
Spera, ¿dónde va?
No, the police.
After all this?
No traten fugir.
¿Qué pretende você comigo?
Tem comissão de traga, ma señorita.
Oh, por qué he feito nada?
Talvez, viramos.
Ya vamos.
Oh, Capitane, io Pepe non possible defensa.
Non este ocasione, signorina, indo con la polizia.
What does he want?
He says he won't let me go.
The devil he won't. What does he want you for?
Oh, my friend, these little policemen, they always arrest me when they get a chance. It is tiresome.
Estante, cali a boca. Vamos.
No!
Take your hands off her. Leave her alone.
Otra palabra, señor. Y prisión por ti también.
Run before he can get to his feet. No, not that way. Into the church to sanctuary. My magnificent one, you fear no one. You fight for me as long as there is anyone to fight.
Yes.
Now there will always be someone to fight. They will never leave us alone.
Will they follow us in here?
These police might do anything. I know one door they will not dare follow us through.
What is that?
Come, this way. Here, this door. First, I must wrap my skirts close. Now, come cleanly through the middle. Please do not rub the walls as you come. No. There, we are safe for a while. They will not follow us through that door.
Why not?
It was the door of the unclean, the door of the lepers.
The door of the...
It is all right. We didn't touch the portal.
Oh.
See, at the far end of the alley are the lights of the waterfront.
Yes. Where do we go now?
We have a little time now to breathe the clean air of the harbor. And then I know a little cafe will wait. Someone is coming. Step walk in the shadow until they pass.
I've never seen such a rainstorm.
It certainly was something to write home about.
Listen, what is it?
I wonder what's happened to good old Dawson.
Drenched, no doubt, right?
Oh, I do hope he's found my idol.
The idol. I must return the idol.
No, don't. My friend, this is the greatest danger of all.
Can't stand here and wait any longer for him.
No, of course not. We missed dinner as it is.
Goodbye.
Don't go. Don't go. Don't go.
In there to eat because I'm just starving to death.
Hello there.
Here's Mr. Dawson.
Well, I got here before you, it appears.
Oh, did you find the idol?
Yes, but for a moment there, I was afraid I should miss the boat.
I say, old boy, well, you're a bit disheveled, what?
Yes, I got caught in the rain.
My idol. Oh, Mr. Dawson, you got it all dirty.
Yes, it is a bit mussed. I dropped it once or twice, I fear.
Well, that was clumsy of you.
Nothing that a little soap and water won't put to rights, I dare say.
Well, we better hurry along. I'd hate to spend any more time in this dreadful place.
So should I.
Whoa, there's the whistle. That's the last warning, no doubt. Come on, everybody.
Yes. Are you coming, Dawson? Don't stand there mooning. We'll miss the boat.
Yes, in just a moment.
I say, is there someone standing over there in the shadow of that alley?
I'm not sure. I thought for a moment...
I could have sworn that I saw you wave goodbye to someone.
Well, perhaps I did. To Mozambique, to adventure and romance.
What? Oh, I say, that's good. That's very good. Adventure. Romance. What? In this pest hole?
Twitchell, what would you say if I told you I had just killed a man, fled over the rooftops of the city, made love to a beautiful woman, fought the police, escaped through the leper's gate, and...
Heavens, Dawson, I'd said that you had the wildest imagination I'd ever heard of. Nothing like that ever happens to a second-class passenger. What?
No, I suppose you're right. Nothing like that ever happens to a second-class passenger.
Come on, Dawson. We'll miss the boat.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Tonight we have presented Second Class Passenger by Percival Gibbon and adapted for radio by William N. Robeson. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Mr. Dawson and Georgia Ellis as Marlene, with Paul Dubove, Ben Wright, Vivi Janis, John Daner, Edgar Barrier, and Nestor Paiva. Special music arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week.
You are located on a remote plantation in the crawling Amazon jungle, and an immense army of ravenous ants is closing in on you, swarming in to eat you alive. A deadly black army from which there is no escape.
Next week, we escape with Carl Stevenson's terrifying story, Leiningen versus the Ants. Be with us next week at this same time when once again we offer you Escape.
Hollywood, California, Monday, December 28th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall and Madeline Carroll in Cavalcade with Una O'Connor, David Niven, and Douglas Scott. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Herbert Marshall, Madeline Carroll, Una O'Connor, David Niven, Elsa Buchanan, and Douglas Scott. Our guest, Noel Coward, author of Cavalcade. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. With this exceptional array of brilliant personalities, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap welcome you to another gala event in the Lux Radio Theater. Don't let cosmetic skin bar your road to romance. The active lather of Lux Toilet Soap removes stale cosmetics and all impurities that choke the pores, leaving your complexion smooth, soft, and lovely. Yes, 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars prefer Lux Toilet Soap. But you can use it, too, every day. For this pure white soap costs only a few cents. Give your skin the care it deserves. Buy a few cakes tomorrow. And now, our producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. On time's eternal stage where scenes are marked by passing years, another curtain soon will fall. With Cavalcade, the Lux Radio Theater says farewell to 1936. A play, I think, that not only crowns a year of what we hope were notable productions, but sets a standard we shall strive to meet through 1937. As we turn to England for our story, so we turn to England for our stars. Herbert Marshall, Madeline Carroll, both natives of the mighty little island. Herbert Marshall turned actor by circumstances, for he began his career as a bookkeeper. After a year and a half of debits and credits, he was discharged. Needing a job, he became assistant manager and then actor in a musical comedy company. Today, he is not only well known on the screen, but on the legitimate stages of the world. Madeline Carroll, daughter of an Irish professor and French mother, became a school teacher to earn money enough to take her to London and the stage. Oddly enough, Madeline's first Hollywood offer was to play in Cavalcade, but she refused it to remain in England with her husband, Captain Philip Astley. She came here, however, 2 years ago, lending her distinction, beauty, and ability to The Case Against Mrs. Ames, The General Died at Dawn, and Lloyd's of London. Tonight, she becomes Jane Marriott and Mr. Marshall, Robert Marriott. Una O'Connor will be heard as Ellen, the same role she played in the film and on the London stage. David Niven, seen currently in Dodsworth and Beloved Enemy, is Edward Marriott, and the part of Edward as a boy is played by Douglas Scott, who was seen as Horatio Nelson in Lloyd's of London. Our play is by Noel Coward, the third drama from the nimble pen of this amazing writer, producer, and actor, to be performed in our theater in less than a year. So on with the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall and Madeline Carroll in Cavalcade. December 31st, 1899. Despite the Boer War, then raging in South Africa, all England celebrated the most momentous New Year's Eve in modern history. The turn of the 20th century, the beginning of a new era. In a charmingly furnished drawing room of a house in London, Ellen, the maid, is setting the table for a light supper. As she turns to the door, her husband, the butler, enters, carrying a bottle of champagne.
Did the master say they'd have champagne too, Bridges?
It's a celebration, ain't it? And it wouldn't be a celebration without champagne, would it?
There's hot punch.
It's wiser to be on the safe side, is my way, Ellen. If hot punch fills the bill, they have hot punch. If it's champagne, it's here, too.
How was cook when you come up?
Flighty. Running round the kitchen like a cat on a griddle. New Year's Eve's gone to her head and no mistake.
She's been queer all day.
Has she ever been quite right?
Less than an hour ago, she told me she feels like it was the end of everything. Oh, so do I, for that matter.
Oh, come now, Ellen. It ain't necessary to start that all over again.
Well, you ain't losing a husband.
Oh, you ain't losing me, Ellen.
A man's marching off to war ain't staying home with his loved ones, is it?
Well, no, not exactly.
Oh, it's horrible, Bridges. I can't bear to think what it's going to be like when you're gone.
Then don't think about it.
Well, I can't help thinking.
It's a bad habit, Ellen. You ain't no different from the missus. Master Robert's going too, you know. You're in the same boat as all the other soldiers' wives.
But you ain't cut out to be a soldier.
Ellen?
Well, what's going to happen to me and Fanny if anything happens to you?
Oh, you'll carry on.
Oh, dear.
Oh, girl, you married me for better or worse, didn't you?
Oh, I did, but...
Well, if it turns out for worse, so much the worse it'll be. And if it turns out for better...
Fat lot of comfort that is. And what's the war for, anyhow?
We've got to have wars every now and then to prove we're top dog.
This one don't seem to be proving much.
How can you tell what our brave boys are suffering out there in darkest Africa? Giving their life's blood for their queen and country. Oh, if this wasn't New Year's Eve, I'd lose my temper, and that's a fact.
Well, 'twouldn't be the first time. You better go and get the hot punch. They'll be here in a minute. Oh, listen, there they are now. Draw the curtains. Why, it's almost New Year's. At least they wants to be cheery. Yeah, hurry up now. Go on, get the hot punch.
You mark my words, Ellen. If we didn't give them boys a lesson, they'd be over here wreaking havoc and carnage before you could say Jack Robinson.
I'll get along with you. Good evening, Bridget.
Your cloak, ma'am?
Thank you.
Your coat, hat, and stick, sir?
Here you are.
Very good, sir. May I have the honor to wish you both a very, very happy New Year?
Thank you, Bridges. Same to you.
Ellen, how nice the table looks.
Oh, thank you, Mum.
Where did those flowers come from?
They're from me and Bridges, Mum. With our very best wishes, I'm sure.
That was sweet of you, Ellen.
Oh, not at all, Mum. Well, it's a pleasure indeed. Well, I'll go and help Bridges with the hot punch, Mum.
It was sweet of them, Robert. I feel I want to cry.
Well, then by all means cry, dearest. This evening was planned sentimentally.
To say hail and farewell.
It isn't farewell yet.
Soon, Robert. Dreadfully soon.
When it comes, then we'll take it. You looked so beautiful at dinner, Jane.
I'm glad.
You're beautiful now. Oh, I expect it's only that dress, really. Dresses can be very deceiving, darling.
Of course. That's perhaps why we wear them.
And that ornament in your hair.
Yes.
And the fact that I love you so dearly. You might be hideous and ill-dispositioned and tedious, and I would never know it.
You're a darling. And I'm going to believe every word you say, even though I know I shouldn't. Kiss me, Robert.
Sweetheart.
A goodbye to the old year. I wonder if the boys are asleep.
Snoring, I expect.
Oh, no, Robert, not snoring. They both have perfect tonsils. Dr. Harrison said so.
Inherited from their mother, my dear.
Oh, Robert, why must you leave me?
It takes men to fight wars.
What does it matter about the Boers?
It matters about your brother Jim, doesn't it? He's out there. That counts.
Yes. Give my love to him if you ever see him. If he's alive.
Of course he's alive. They're all alive. They're bound to be relieved soon. Baden-Powell's a fine man.
How long will it last? The war, I mean.
A few months.
God willing. In a few hours you'll be sailing. You'll be going on board. Perhaps it'll be all over when you get there.
Perhaps.
I suppose you'd hate that, Robert.
Bitterly.
Edward and Joel want to see you off.
No. No, they'd better be here.
They're your sons.
No, they're children. They'd better be here.
It's rather horrid even thinking about it, isn't it? Thank heaven for one thing. They won't have to fight. Peace and happiness for them. Oh, please, God. Peace and happiness for them. Always. A new year.
It started, sir, just 12 o'clock.
Happy New Year to you both, Mum.
Bridges, open the windows. Come over here, Ellen. Stay and drink with us.
What, me, sir?
Fill 4 glasses, Bridges. Champagne. Make it champagne. We'll be toasting the new year and all it means to us.
The new year.
Here we are. Now, raise your glasses. Jane, Ellen, Bridges, 1900.
1900.
1900.
Listen,
What is it?
the children. I thought I heard. I'd better go up and see.
Sounded like Master Joe.
Bring them down here, Jane. Bring them both down. How very impolite of the 20th century to waken the children.
Goodbye, mate. Goodbye. Cheer up.
Well, I think I better be getting aboard.
Yes,
We're almost ready to sail, I imagine.
yes. It's come at last, hasn't it, Robert? This moment.
You'll be very brave, darling, won't you?
I'll try to be. Take care of yourself, my dearest.
I shall probably be seasick.
Lie down flat on every possible occasion.
I'll try to remember.
Bridges will look out for you.
Perhaps you'll be lying down flat, too.
And you mustn't worry about me being unhappy when you've gone. I'm going to keep myself very busy. I shan't give myself time to think of anything. Except that I'm so proud of you, darling.
I'll write and telegraph whenever it's possible.
Please do.
Well,
This is horrid, isn't it?
I really must go.
Not just for a minute.
Jane,
Yes, Robert.
I'm going to kiss you once more. And then I want you to turn away. Turn away and go right on talking. So you won't actually see me leave you.
Very well, my darling.
Now, Jane.
Edward and Joe were terribly anxious to come, but I'm glad I didn't bring them, really. Joe gets overexcited so easily. He's had a very bad cold anyhow. Edward could have come, I suppose, but that would have upset Joe so dreadfully. Being left alone. Take care of yourself, my own dear. You're not here anymore, so I can break down a little. I felt you go when I said about Joe being overexcited. Robert.
First 4 months of the new century. 4 months of fighting and bloodshed. In the beleaguered city of Mafeking in South Africa, the British troops fight desperately, hoping for relief. It's the morning of May the 18th, 1900. All England waits for news.
Bang, 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 bang. There, Edward. How many boars did I kill that time? 27. Set them up again, Cousin Edith.
This one's got his leg knocked off.
Then he's wounded. You've got to put him back in the box.
I wonder how many boars Father has killed, Edward.
Oh, hundreds, I expect. I wish these were real boars instead of tin ones. Bang, bang, bang. Dirty old Kruger. Bang. Shut up, Joe. How dare you fire without orders?
Excuse me, sir.
There, that is very much more like it. Put your army up again, will you, Cousin Edith?
Edward.
Well, what is it?
Need I always be the boss?
Yes.
Why?
Because you're ruining your girl. Watch out. Bang, bang, bang.
I'll teach you, you mean little pig. I have a cannon of my own, even though I am a boar. Bang, bang, bang. How do you like that? Bang. Take the old cannon.
Don't throw it at Joe.
I'll smash all of his soldiers.
It's not fair. Stop walking all over the nice soldiers. Edith, that was cheating.
I'm sick of being the boss. I'll never be the boss again so long as I live. I won't be the boss.
Edith.
children, why on earth are you making such an awful noise? Aunt Margaret and I could hear you right down the hall.
It's Edith, Mother. What's the matter with Edith? She doesn't like being the boars, Aunt Margaret. She's mutinied.
I don't blame her.
Bang, bang, bang. Here's your cannon thrown back.
Joe!
Ouch.
Joe, you're a naughty, wicked little boy. You go upstairs this minute.
I only meant...
Upstairs.
But, Mother, men fight. I don't see why I can't. Come over here, Edith, and stop crying. He hit my knee with his cannon. Well, she got angry because we killed her soldier.
Oh, stop it, stop it, stop it! Can't you play any other game but soldiers? Soldiers hurting each other, killing each other. Go away from me, go away!
Jane, don't. Run along now, all of you.
I'm sorry, Mom. It's all right. Run upstairs, dear.
Yes, Mom. Come on, Cousin Edith. Come on, Joe. I'm sorry, Cousin Edith. I didn't mean to hurt you.
Jane, I'm all right. It's just nerves. Listen, soldiers of the Queen. There's no escape from it anywhere, is there?
Shall I throw them some money and ask them to go away?
I don't care. If it isn't them, it'll be somebody else. Oh, Margaret, will these days ever end? Robert said it'd be only a little while and then it'd be all over. That was nearly 4 months ago.
News will come soon. You must have courage, Jane.
I don't believe I shall ever see Robert again.
Be brave, dear.
It's much easier to be brave when there's something to hear, something definite. I can't go on smiling through long, dragging weeks. I can't do it, Margaret.
You're not in it alone, Jane.
2 people I love best in all the world, down there suffering. I don't hear a word. It's dreadful.
Madigan is bound to be relieved within the next few days, and then it's all over. All the papers say so.
That's what they've said for months. But they're dying down there.
Please, dear.
Dying. I can't bear to think of it, and yet I can't stop thinking. I can see it at night. Come in.
Pardon me, Mama. I just thought that some nice hot tea...
Splendid, Ellen.
Tea does help, Mum. Has any news come?
Not yet, Ellen.
No news. None. We've been standing outside the War Office for hours. Then we went to Fleet Street to the newspaper offices.
Well, here's a nice cup of tea, Mum. That'll make you feel better.
Thank you, Ellen.
Well, there ain't no cause to worry about the master, Mum. He's all right. He's got my bridges with him. And if anything happened to either of them, we'd be bound to hear from one of them, if you know what I mean.
You must be fearfully worried too, Ellen.
Oh, well, on and off I am, but I says to myself that no news is good news, and what must be, must be. You'd never believe how that cheers me up, Mum.
Ellen, find out what the news is.
Yes,
It's about Mafeking. Oh, Margaret. Wait a minute. Boy, wait.
There's Ellen. She's down there. She's speaking to him.
Ellen, what news? Are the lists of the wounded? Ellen, what is it?
Nothing but what we've been hearing, Mum.
Nothing. Always the same.
Jane.
Yes?
You're going to rest.
Rest? How can I?
Then we're both going out.
Out?
I'm going now. She'll be back at 6:45.
Why?
We're going to dine at the Café Royal, Jane, and then go to the theater.
I couldn't.
You could and you will, Jane. It's senseless sitting at home by yourself, fretting and worrying. Doesn't do any good. Robert wouldn't want you to. What you need is life and music.
I can't go.
You are going. It's a gesture, Jane. You've got to make it. Be ready at 6:45. I'll be here.
Margaret, wait. A gesture for men who are dying. Keep on. Go on playing. Play louder. Soldiers of the Queen, wounded and dying and suffering for the Queen. Play louder, play louder, play louder.
Waiter, I say, come here, please. Our glasses are empty.
Directly, sir. Yes, sir.
Jane, darling, brace up.
Yes. This is a party, isn't it?
Of course. Let your mood fit your gown. You are beautiful, Jane.
Robert said the same thing New Year's Eve. He said he'd be back soon. I slept after you left me this afternoon.
Splendid.
I dreamed. Only it wasn't as if it were a dream. It was so real that Margaret.
Yes, Jane?
I saw Robert. I was with him, Margaret. I don't know where it was. I couldn't tell somehow. It was a place I'd never been before. Lovely, peaceful, and Robert was there.
Come now, drink your wine.
Robert spoke to me, tossed his hat aside, and came running to me as if he were a boy, like Joe or Edward. He laughed, called as he came running. He called me by name.
Jane.
Oh, Robert, you're safe.
Why, of course I am.
Jim, how is he?
As right as man can be. Let me look at you, darling.
Oh, sweetheart.
You look so tired. You haven't been worrying about me, have you?
No, not too much.
Oh, you were never a good liar. I'm glad of that, though. Not to miss me. Not to care too much.
Oh, I've missed you so, dear. But you're here and you're... Robert,
What's wrong, dear?
your left arm.
It's all right, Jane.
It's gone.
I do nicely without it. It was just fooling about with some youngsters. We were making believe war.
Oh.
One of them became furious when I called her a bore. He threw a cannon at me. Not so sporting, I thought.
But it wasn't an arm, Robert. It was the knee.
Was it? Oh, very well. What's the difference? We'll stop playing before long. We will settle down at home. Drink a toast to the Queen.
Robert.
I saw Jim. Sent his love. Be back home before long.
Robert, wait for me. Robert. I know what that dream means. Shadows.
Jane, dear, don't be absurd.
My arm coming back, Margaret. Wars will go on forever. Boys will grow and become men. And because it's man's task to prove we're the master...
Jane, what are you saying?
Bridget was right. He told Ellen the truth. We must prove we're top dog. Men must be born and live, die. What was that?
Quiet. Quiet, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have news from the front. Mafeking has been relieved.
Jane, you hear? It's over, Jane. The war is over. Oh, please, God, let it be true.
Our Lux Radio Theater production this evening is a cavalcade indeed. From Hollywood, the procession is headed by Herbert Marshall and Madeleine Carroll. In New York, they are joined by the brilliant author of our play, Noel Coward, famous in London and on Broadway as an actor, dancer, singer, composer, producer, and playwright. Mr. Coward outdoes himself this year by offering and acting in 9 one-act plays entitled Tonight at 8:30. We switch you now from Hollywood to the Stars dressing room at the National Theater in New York City. We can have our distinguished guest for only a moment. His own audience is still applauding his first play, and he must change his costume for the next. But here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Noel Coward.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I am more honored than I can tell you. Not only by your very kind words of praise, but by your having selected 3 of my plays for production in your Lux Radio Theater. All this tribute is too much. You are taking an unfair advantage in delivering it from behind the protection of the Rocky Mountains. Yes, I have been active in the theater for many years, but this is the first time I've ever played 2 theaters all in one brief evening. I'm enjoying the experience very much. I would like you to know how fine I think the Lux Radio Theater is. And I'm particularly happy that I can salute my friends Herbert Marshall, Madeleine Carroll, and Una O'Connor. This last, a very old friend to Cavalcade, as she created the part of Ellen in the original production. And I consider them perfectly cast in the principal roles. Many people have ascribed all sorts of motives to the writing of Cavalcade. Motives patriotic, political, and financial. Some people make a career of motive discovery. They search every word for a clue, like old ladies peering under the bed for burglars. The real story behind Cavalcade is very different. All my life, I had wanted to do a big play on a big scale. I had considered all periods and episodes, and one day I happened to pick up a back issue of the Illustrated London News. In it was a picture of a troop ship leaving for the Boer War. The whole scheme seemed to take form in my mind, then and there. I made some tentative arrangements, but then I had to go off to America to play Private Lives. All of a sudden, early in April, Charles B. Cochrane wired me from London. I had to set an opening date for Cavalcade in order to get Drury Lane Theatre. So I took a chance for the end of September. There I was, no play, no cast, no costumes or set. Just an opening date. But we finally succeeded in opening the show just 2 weeks after the original date. Then came the critics. One of the most amusing remarks was the reference of the press to my canny, shrewd political sense. A strong patriotic play just 2 weeks before the general election. The truth is that I'd been so busy I had completely forgotten that there was to be an election at all. People have asked me what parts of Cavalcade I like best. My own choice is Queen Victoria's funeral scene and the outbreak of the war in 1914. Tonight, we are all approaching another New Year's Eve. The first scene of Cavalcade, you remember, was on that same occasion. The last scene also takes place on New Year's Eve. At the close of that scene, a toast is proposed to England. As you hear it tonight, I should like you to feel that I am proposing a toast to each of you and to your country.
Thank you, Mr. Coward. We're back in Hollywood now, and Cavalcade goes forward, starring Herbert Marshall as Robert Marriott, Madeleine Carroll as Jane Marriott, and featuring Una O'Connor, David Niven, and Douglas Scott. January, in the year 1901, Mafeking has been relieved, and the soldiers of Queen Victoria start back to England and home. Robert Marriott and the butler Bridges were among the first to return. In the basement kitchen of the Marriott home, Bridges enters. He waves a newspaper excitedly.
Helen, cook, come here, quick, quick.
And what's the matter, Mr. Bridges?
Look here, the newspaper.
Oh, don't yell so, Bridges. It can't be anything to concern us.
Helen, how can you say that? It concerns the old country. Look here, the Queen. It says she's sinking.
What? The Queen?
There, now, I told you so.
Oh, let's have a look. Oh, and she's very old, isn't she?
Old? What's that got to do with it?
Well, and I've never seen her, have I?
I have. Driving along Birdcage Walk once, years ago. England won't be the same place without the Queen.
The procession, it's coming, Mother.
Quiet, Edward. Stand back a little from the window. Let Bridges and Ellen see, too. Can you see, Ellen?
Oh, thank you, Mum. I can see. Oh, the Queen. Oh, God bless her.
Easy, girl. Easy now.
Look, Mum. There's Father. There's Father down there in the procession.
Shh, be quiet, darling. They're passing now. Stand absolutely still. To attention, like your father showed you.
Yes, Mum.
5 kings riding behind her.
Mum, she must have been a very little lady.
The death of Queen Victoria signaled the passing of the old order. Times and customs changed, and the 20th century gathered speed with the dawn of each new day.
But Robert, are you sure they're safe?
Safe? What, Nanny?
Those, what did you call them? Those automobiles.
Oh, I imagine they're safe enough. But don't worry. I won't buy one yet for a while. Here, you better hurry and get dressed. We haven't much time.
I'm almost done. How's my gown?
Lovely, darling.
And the train?
If any lady at the court has one more perfect, I shall throw up my hands. I shall probably throw them up anyway. I'm not very fond of these formal affairs, my dear. They make me nervous.
Oh, Robert, don't be silly.
I mean it. The going was far less difficult with those fellows in Africa, really.
Don't talk about that. Please.
No. What's the matter?
I'm happy tonight, Robert. I want to stay happy. War isn't happiness.
Oh, right.
Our sons, Joe and Edward. If war ever came again and took them...
It's not going to take them. Have a look at my tie, will you, darling?
Of course. I'm sorry, Robert.
That's all right. Well, am I dressed up to please you?
You're perfect. Except, where's your Victoria Cross?
Oh, here we are.
Wait, I'll put it on for you. Some men are brave enough to win the VC, but I've yet to meet one who knows how to wear it. There. Oh, I'm so proud of you, Robert. I mean, Sir Robert.
We've come a long way, Lady Jane.
A very long way. And in such a few years. It frightens me sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, everything's so different, Robert.
You're happy, aren't you?
Of course, darling. And yet, oh, haven't you ever ached right down inside for the other days?
Before the war?
If you want.
Yes, I think I have. Things are different. Things have changed. But it isn't only us. It's the whole world. It's all England. There's a new spirit to things, a new thought, a new philosophy of existence. I don't know exactly what it is. I don't even know that I care for it. But it's there. Well...
I sometimes wonder if we weren't just as happy then in a small house with just Ellen and Bridges.
Oh, good old Bridges.
I miss them, Robert. I miss Ellen.
We must run down and see them sometime. They opened a pub, you know, after they left us.
A pub? You mean a barroom?
Well, of course. Didn't I tell you? Bridges wrote me all about it.
A pub. They've changed, too.
No, Bridges. He couldn't. He'll be the same Bridges till the day he dies.
I hope so. I don't know. She dances beautifully, Ellen.
Oh, thank you, Mum. Bridges and me has been giving her lessons now for 2 years.
Very talented, if you ask me.
Oh, thank you, Sir Robert.
Come here, Fanny.
Yes, sir.
I don't suppose you remember me. You were just a baby when I knew you.
Yes, sir. Mama's told me how we used to live at your house.
You know, that's enough. Now go and sit down, Fanny.
Yes, Mother.
I hear Master Robert is at Oxford College, my lady.
Yes, mad about it, too. You must come and see us sometime when he's down on vacation, Ellen.
Oh, thank you, Mum.
Hello, Ellen.
Oh, hello, George.
I've got the missus with me. Oh, I didn't know you had company.
Oh, please stay. Don't go on our account.
Oh, come in, Flo.
We just dropped by, Ellen. We didn't know you had.
This is Mr. and Mrs. George Snapper, my lady. Sir Robert and Lady Marriott.
Oh.
How do you do?
Nice to meet you.
Oh, sit down, Flo. Sit down, George.
Well, thanks. A nice day out, Sir Robert.
Yes, it's rarely spring now.
Yes, sir.
By the way, Ellen, I'm sorry to hear Bridges is ill.
Bridges ill? What's wrong with him, Ellen?
Well, before you and Flo come, George, I was explaining to her ladyship and Sir Robert about poor Bridges' bad leg.
We were so sorry to hear about it.
Bad leg?
Ellen explained that he's been in horrible agony ever since Sunday.
Where is he? Stop kicking down my shins. Where is he, Ellen?
Upstairs in bed.
I'll pop up and see him.
He's asleep now.
Well, my eye.
By the way, Ellen, you didn't tell us how he came to have the accident.
Oh, well, he was cycling, Sir Robert. He was cycling and he fell off.
I didn't know he had a cycle.
He hasn't any more.
Will you tell him how sorry we were not to have seen him?
Yes, Sir Robert, I'll do that.
Goodbye, Ellen.
Oh, it was so kind of you, Mum, to come all the way down here to see us and to bring Fanny that lovely doll and everything.
I wanted to see you. Goodbye, Mrs. Snapper.
Happy to have met you, I'm sure.
Goodbye, Mr. Snapper.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Ellen.
Goodbye, Ellen, again. Don't fail to remember me to Bridges. We missed you both. It seems as if it were only yesterday that you were with us.
We miss you, too, Mum.
Time changes many things, but it can't change old friends, can it?
Oh, no, Mum, no. There's some things that...
Yeah, what's going on here?
Oh, my Lord.
My eye. Bridges. I thought you was in bed. Bed? Who said anything about bed?
Oh, you better go back, Bridges. Oh, remember your leg, dear.
Ain't nothing wrong with my leg.
Oh, Bridges.
Oh, so you're why she was trying to get me out of the way.
Hello, Bridges.
Pleased to meet you again, Sir Robert. Welcome to our oval.
I think we better go, Jane.
Oh, so that's how it stands. I see. Proud and haughty, are we?
Oh, Bridget, stop it. Oh, please, stop it. Oh.
Ellen, I'm so sorry, and I quite understand. Please don't be upset, and let me come and see you again.
Come along, dear.
Come along, dear. Come along. Who does he think he is?
Oh, you drunken brute.
Shut your mouth. You mind yours, and I'll mind mine. Look here, old man. You better come up and have a lie down. Take your paw off my arm. Lot of snobs, that's what. Lot of bloody snobs. I'm not good enough to be home when the quality comes. I'll see who's good enough. Who'll give Fanny that doll? Her noble ladyship?
Oh, you let it alone.
I'll look after the truck quality brings to my home. I'll look after him, I will. I'll hand it right back to him.
George!
I'll go and fetch him. Don't worry. He's a bit woozy, that's all.
He's gone down the street. He may go up to their home.
I'll stop him.
George, let him go.
Bridges, come back here, you blighter. Mind your own business. Come back out of the street. There's a bus making towards you. I'm not good enough for him. In God's name, look out. I'll show him who he... Don't come out. He's been hit.
Oh, he's run over. He's dead. He's
The 20th century swings into its second decade. March 1912.
I say, Father.
Yes, Edward?
Father, are you going to sit up all night?
I hope not. Are you?
No, sir. I'm
You're just sitting up waiting for Joe, aren't you, Edward?
Yes, sir.
So am I. Where is he?
I don't know, sir.
Sure?
He said he was going out tonight, so that's all I know. And he said he'd be back early.
3 o'clock. That's early enough. I suppose you're going to play the Good Samaritan again. Help him up to bed.
Well, Father,
You've done it before quite a few times. Or did you think I didn't know?
Father, don't be rough with him. Joe's just a kid. He doesn't know what it's all about. He's all right.
Of course he is. That's why I want to speak to him. By the way, how's Edith?
Oh, very well.
Set the date yet?
Yes, sir, it's the 7th.
Good. She's a splendid girl, Edith. You sailing to America on your honeymoon, eh?
Well, if Edith wants to. About Joe, Father. Oh, well, that must be Joe now.
I imagine so. You won't stay, will you?
Well, no, sir, that is not unless you...
Thanks, Edward.
I say, Edward, is everything clear?
Yes, quite clear, Joe. Come in.
Oh, I say, Father, I didn't know that you were downstairs.
It's all right. How are you, Joe?
Oh, I'm quite well, thanks. But I think I'll say good night.
Yes, good night, old man. Sit down, Joe. Have a good time?
Tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Splendid.
I was out with some of the lads. We did the town a bit. You know how it is.
Of course. I used to go out with the lads myself. Oh, we had some gay old times. Used to stay out till all hours.
Really?
Yes. Once in a while.
Oh.
You fellows go a good deal faster than we did, of course. Things were speeded up so. Only the other night, your mother and I went to a restaurant after the theater. First time I'd been for years. There were a lot of young people there. I was quite surprised.
Surprised?
The way they were carrying on. Oh, I wasn't shocked or anything like that, but it was so different. So utterly different from anything I'd ever known. It was unhealthy somehow. There was a young fellow off in the corner with a party. Fellow about your age, Joe. He had a girl with him. Very pretty girl, too. But they'd both been drinking quite a lot. Wasn't a very pleasant sight. Luckily, your mother had her back to them. But I didn't want to take any chances. I took her out of the place. On the way home, I got to thinking. I thought, I'm glad that boy wasn't Joe. If it had been Joe, it would have hurt horribly.
What restaurant was it, sir?
Cafe Royal.
I see.
Ever been there, Joe?
Yes, sir. You say that you took Mother out?
That's right.
She didn't see?
No. Well, good night, Joe.
Good night, sir.
See you in the morning.
Yes, sir. And, Father?
Well?
Thank you for taking Mother out.
April the 14th, 1912, on the high seas off Newfoundland.
Edith?
Yes, Edward?
Darling, stand here close to the rail.
Oh, it's glorious. But it's too big, the Atlantic, isn't it?
Far too big.
And too deep.
Much, much too deep.
I don't care a bit, do you?
Not a scrap.
Wouldn't it be awful if a magician came to us and said, unless you count accurately every single fish in the Atlantic, you'll die tonight?
And we should die tonight.
How much would you mind dying, I mean?
I don't know, really. A good deal, I expect.
I don't believe I should mind so very much now. You see, we could never in our whole lives be happier than we are now, could we?
Darling, there are different sorts of happiness.
This is the best sort.
Oh, sweetheart.
Don't, darling. We don't want any more of the stewards to know we're on our honeymoon.
Why not? Most of them forgot what a honeymoon's like.
Did you ever think when we were children, going to the pantomime and going to the zoo and playing soldiers, that we should ever be married?
Of course I didn't.
Was I a nice child?
Horrible.
So were you. So was Joe. Vile. You always used to take sides against me.
And yet we all liked one another, really.
I think I liked Joe better than you. But then he was younger and easier to manage. He was awfully funny at the wedding, wasn't he?
Yes, he has no reverence, I'm afraid. Absolutely none.
He's passing gallantly through the chorus girl phase now, isn't he?
Gallantly, but not quickly.
You had several love affairs before you married me, didn't you?
Light of my life, please shut up.
You'd be awfully cross if I'd had, wouldn't you?
Did you?
Hundreds.
Liar.
Oh. I rather wish I had, really. Perhaps I should have learned some tricks to hold you with when you begin to get tired of me.
Oh, I never shall, darling.
Oh, yes, you will. One day. The loveliness we feel now will fade, and the guilt wear off the gingerbread.
Tell me, have you ever seen gingerbread with guilt on it?
Never.
Then that's settled.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, look at Father and Mother. They're perfectly happy.
They had a better chance at the beginning. Things weren't changing so swiftly. Life wasn't so restless.
How long do you give us?
I don't know. I don't care. This is our moment, Edward. Complete and heavenly. This is our own. Forever.
Wireless message for you, sir.
Oh, thank you, Stuart. I'll take it here.
A wireless message for us?
Nobody else, darling. Look here. Mr. and Mrs. Edward Marriott on board the steamship Titanic.
The new century speeds on to a climax of love and hate, of fire and blood, of steel against steel. August the 4th, 1914.
Robert, help me off with these dust sheets. We'll get a woman in tomorrow and clean up.
All right, dear.
I shall never go on a holiday again. Ever. It's horrid when you're there, and it's much worse when you come back.
Still, it is better to be here in London, Jane, if anything's going to happen.
It's going to happen, all right. I'm afraid there's no doubt about it now. Oh, it's so hot I can't breathe, Robert.
Hello, Mother.
Oh, Joe, darling.
It's grand to see you back. How are you, Father?
Fine, thanks.
Cigarette?
No, son, no.
They're pretty exciting, all the things that are happening, aren't they?
Yes.
Rather like Germans, don't you?
Enormously.
There is the war. How long do you think it will last?
3 months at the outside.
I suppose we shall win, shan't we?
Robert,
What's wrong, dear?
I'm going upstairs for a minute. I shan't be long.
All right, darling.
I say, the war might last for 6 months, don't you think?
Oh, impossible. Have you any idea, Joe, what a war costs in actual money?
I suppose quite a lot.
Yes. And the Germans can afford it even less than we can.
Are you glad you left the army, or sorry?
Absolutely delighted.
Will you go back again?
I expect so.
I'll go, too.
You want to?
Terribly.
Why?
I don't know. I just want to. I wish Edward was still here. We could have started off together.
Now, don't be too impulsive, Joe. Think of your mother. Think of me. You're all we have left now.
Piper, war declared against Germany.
Listen,
Piper!
Father, do you hear?
Robert, what is it?
England is at war, my dear.
War. It's hot, isn't it?
Don't look so sad, Mum. It won't last long. I say, Father, we ought to have some wine. You must drink to this.
We've only hot. We'll have to drink to the downfall of Germany in her own wine.
Here, here. Edward missed this. I'm glad.
Jane.
He died when he was happy, before the world broke over his head.
Don't say that, Jane. We've had wars before without the world breaking.
Drink to war, then, if you want. I'm not going to. I can't. Rule Britannia. Send us victorious, happy and glorious. Drink, Joey. You're on your baby still, but you're old enough for war. Drink like the Germans are drinking. To victory and defeat and stupid, tragic sorrow. But leave me out of it.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Herbert Marshall, Madeline Carroll, and our all-star cast will be back in the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Cavalcade shortly. For the moment, let's drop in at Universal Studios. It's after closing time for Sally B., secretary to a famous producer. But Sally won't go home. She's still hoping for that invitation out on New Year's Eve. The telephone rings. She picks up the receiver hopefully.
Hello, yes? Oh, hello, Alice. I thought it might be somebody else. New Year's Eve? Guess I'll go to bed. What? Oh, no, I have something to wear. Just remade my old blue velvet. Oh, I can't dance alone, can I? Oh, I'm sorry. But it does seem everybody's going out but me. Oh, I'm not bitter. You'd be fed up, too. What are you driving at? Oh, don't be silly, Alice. If you have something to say, say it. Complexion? What about it?
And now, on the other end of the wire, Alice is telling Sally, and truthfully so, that a girl is out of the picture where men are concerned unless her complexion is lovely. Important to guard against cosmetic skin. Its dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarging pores spoil good looks, ruin your chances for romance. Begin the new year right. Use for your complexion the care screen stars use, Lux Toilet Soap. Its active lather removes dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder thoroughly. Prevents the pore choking that causes cosmetic skin. You can use powder and rouge as much as you like, but before you put on fresh makeup, always before you go to bed, remove your stale makeup the Lux Toilet Soap way. This year, Lux Toilet Soap has kept many thousands of complexions lovely. Next year, let your complexion grow soft and smooth with this gentle care. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux Toilet Soap. Once again, Mr. DeMille.
Cavalcade continues, starring Herbert Marshall, Madeline Carroll, with Una O'Connor, David Niven, and Douglas Scott. Time swings in its orbit. Men battle, men die. The whole world roars in chaos. Once more, we're in the Marriott drawing room. It's the morning of November 11th, 1918. Ellen has just entered. Jane goes to her with outstretched hands.
Ellen, oh, I am glad to see you. I couldn't believe my eyes when you first walked in. Sit down.
I just thought I'd call, madam.
I'm glad you did. So glad. These are lonely days, aren't they, Ellen?
My call's rather important, as a matter of fact.
How's Fanny?
Oh, very well.
I'm never going to forget how she danced the last time we saw her.
She's dancing in Over the Moon now, you know.
Yes, I went the other night. She was splendid. I felt very proud to know her.
It's about her I've come to see you.
Is anything wrong?
Well, no, not exactly.
What is it?
About her and Joe.
Joe?
Yes.
I don't understand, Ellen.
Well, they've been what you might call in love. Yes.
My Joe?
Yes, your Joe. His last 2 leaves, he spent a lot of time with Fanny.
Oh, I see.
I wouldn't have come to see about it at all, only, well, now that the war's over, or almost over, that is, and he'll be coming home, I thought that...
What did you think?
Well, I thought they ought to get married.
Does Fanny want to marry him?
Oh, I haven't talked to her about it. She doesn't know I know.
And how do you know?
I found a letter he wrote.
And you read it?
Of course. I brought it with me. I knew you'd want to see it.
I do not wish to read it.
Oh, I see.
I think we better let the whole thing stand until Joe comes home. Then he and Fanny can decide what they wish to do.
Oh, I didn't wish to upset you.
I'm not in the least upset.
It's been on my mind.
But you didn't tell Fanny before you came here. I think I know why. In any case, I never interfere with my son's affairs.
Well, sure, I'm very sorry.
That's all. Goodbye, Ellen.
I suppose you imagine that my daughter isn't good enough to marry your son. Well, if that's the case, I can assure you that you're very much mistaken. Fanny's received everywhere. She knows all the best people.
How nice for her. I wish I did.
Oh, things aren't what they used to be, you know. Oh, no. It's all changing.
Yes, I see it is.
Fanny's at the top of the tree now. Oh, she's up in the most wonderful office.
Oh, Ellen.
What is it?
I'm so sorry, so sorry.
Don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do, inside. You must understand, Ellen. Something seems to have gone out of all of us. Goodbye, Ellen.
Your pardon, milady.
Yes? What is it, Belden?
A telegram.
Thank you.
It's all over, milady. The war's over. It's 11 o'clock. Milady.
There's no answer, Belden. No answer.
Milady, is anything wrong?
Oh, ma'am. Oh, quick, what's happened? What's in that telegram?
You needn't worry about Fanny and Joe, Ellen. He won't be able to come back anymore. Because he's dead.
Dead? Oh, God. Oh, dear God.
18 more years roll by. December the 31st, 1936.
Jane. Jane, dear.
Oh, yes, Robert?
Were you asleep?
No, dear. I was just sitting here, thinking, and watching the crowds go by in the street.
Did Franklin bring the champagne up?
There it is, by the table.
Good.
Well, Robert, here we go again.
I believe you laugh at me inside for my annual sentimental outburst.
No, dear. I don't laugh at you.
1 more year behind us.
1 more year before us.
Do you mind?
Oh, no. Everything passes. Even time.
It seems incredible, doesn't it? Here we are in this same room.
Yes. I've hated it for years.
Do you want to move?
Of course not.
We might have some new curtains.
We have, dear.
And I never noticed.
They've only been up a week.
They look very nice.
Robert, what toast have you in mind for the night? Something gay and original, I hope.
Just our old friend, the future. The future of England.
Quick, it's starting. The champagne. Hurry.
I can't get the thing open.
Let me try.
There it is. Here, Jane.
First of all, my dear, I drink to you. Loyal and loving always.
God bless you, Jane. Now, let us couple the future of England with the past of England. The glories and victories and triumphs that are over. And the sorrows that are over, too.
Let's drink to our sons who made part of the pattern. And to our hearts that died with them.
Let's drink to the spirit of gallantry that made a strange heaven out of unbelievable hell. And let's drink to the hope that one day, this country of ours, which we love so much, will find dignity and greatness and peace again.
Herbert Marshall and Madeline Carroll have a word for us in a few moments. But now, a curtain slowly falls. The cavalcade is gone. Gone to the home of straight ascending smoke, of distant melodies, of white sails that vanish on a red horizon. Gone to the home of all brave things that flourish, fade, and disappear, to live again in memories. To England I give thanks. Thanks for showing the world how to muddle through Thanks for her patriots and poets, for roast beef and plum pudding, for Trafalgar and tobacco, for kippers and Kipling, for bowler hats and bowling on the green, and for performers like Madeline Carroll and Herbert Marshall, who now rejoin us. Miss Carroll, Mr. Marshall.
Many thanks, Mr. DeMille. And to paraphrase the words of Gilbert and Sullivan's Mr. Gilbert, I might have been a Russian, a Frenchman, Turk, or Prussian, or perhaps Italian. But in spite of all temptations to belong to other nations, I remain an Englishman.
Then perhaps you or Bart can tell me why it is that only mad dogs and Englishmen go out in the noonday sun.
I refer to you, Mr. Marshall.
You're putting me nicely on the spot. I can't answer that, Mr. DeMille, but I can tell you what happened when a mad dog bit an Englishman.
That's hardly news, Bart. But go right ahead.
It's a tale related by another English poet, Oliver Goldsmith, and runs something like this. The dog and man at first were friends, but when a pique began, the dog, to gain some private ends, went mad and bit the man. The wound, it seemed, both sore and sad to every Christian eye. And while they swore the dog was mad, they swore the man would die. But soon a wonder came to light that showed the rogues they lied. The man recovered of the bite. The dog it was that died.
Proving perhaps that all Englishmen should be muzzled. But before that happens to me, I want to add just a word of appreciation of Lux Toilet Soap. To me, it's just as important in my dressing room as a mirror. It's really an international beauty care. For in England, too, actresses turn to Lux Soap for keeping complexions at their loveliest, just as we do here in Hollywood. In fact, I was using Lux Toilet Soap when I was teaching school, so you can see we're friends of long standing.
I want to thank you, too, Mr. DeMille, for the opportunity to play Robert Marriott in what I think is one of the greatest dramas of our generation. Plays like this are characteristic of the Lux Radio Theater and bring to the air a dignity and prestige equaling the highest traditions of the legitimate stage. Cavalcade is a play for the new year. Perhaps it's neither my place nor my talent to stand here and deliver a message. Cavalcade can do it so much better. Yet, how splendid a thing is love of fellow men, of country and of peace. A few days more, and in Hollywood, in Times Square, in London, and in all their counterparts the world over, there will be a sound of bells and celebration. Let's hope that when they ring again, in another 12 months, they'll echo through a world a little closer to understanding itself, a little more tolerant, a little nearer to the truth that it is a good old world, and they've served their country best who serve the cause of peace. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, and thanks to you both.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. Marshall appeared through courtesy of RKO Studios and Columbia Pictures. Miss Carroll through Walter Wanger Productions. I refer you now to Mr. DeMille.
Your season ticket in the Lux Radio Theater is renewed next Monday night when we salute 1937 by starring Spencer Tracy, Virginia Bruce, and Francis Farmer. Our play is one which met with tremendous enthusiasm on both stage and screen. The Pulitzer Prize play, Men in White. We shall hear Mr. Tracy in the role of Dr. George Ferguson, intern. Miss Farmer as Barbara Denon, and Miss Bruce as Laura Hudson, the girl whose love stands between Ferguson and his profession in this gripping story of clashing loyalties. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy, Virginia Bruce, and Francis Farmer in Men in White. High over Asia, the sun is racing westward, emblazoning the final days of a departing year. But a new sun shall rise with the new year, and may it make a brighter world for you. This is Cecil B. DeMille, wishing you a glorious new year from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A potential killer is on the loose in your city. He's robbed 6 people. For no reason at all, he beats his victims senseless. He moves fast. He's well armed. Your job, stop him.
You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
You'll find they now cost the same. But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
So compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima for a new year of greater smoking enjoyment.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, March 8th. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch on a homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the record bureau. It was 11:45 p.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Joe?
Hi, Bill.
Romero called about 5 minutes ago. He's on his way in from Georgia Street.
Oh, thank you. The captain still around?
He's gone for the night. You can catch him at home if you want to. Trouble?
The Rattlesnake Bandit. Got 2 more couples tonight.
Right. Bad?
About the same as the last 3 jobs he pulled. Pretty vicious. Gave the victims a bad going over.
Who are they?
A young salesman, his girlfriend. They were parked up in the Silver Lake area. Bandit robbed him. When he didn't find enough money in the young fellow's wallet, he pistol whipped him, messed him up quite a bit.
Why'd he do that?
Oh, there's no reason for it. The young girl in the car had an engagement ring on. She offered to hand it over. The bandit pulled her out of the car, punched her in the face, hit her quite a few times. Guy just seems to be looking for blood, that's all.
No leads on him, huh?
No, not so far. It looks like I'm out. Have you got any aspirin, Bill?
Yeah, I got a fresh bottle this afternoon.
Lousy headache. I've had it all night.
How about the thief's M.O.? The same, huh?
Well, has been so far. He works the outlying districts, parking areas. Doesn't seem to be any reason at all for these sluggings. The victims all agree on that. No provocation at all. The guy just seems to get a kick out of punching in somebody's face.
2 pills enough?
Oh, yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Boys in robbery turn up anything?
No, neither have we. Bandit operates in hot cars. He got a few good prints to work with. No make, though.
Guy works alone, huh?
Well, he did for the first 2 jobs. Last few times he had a bright-looking blonde with him. Good-looking, you know, nice figure. Victims say that she stands by and just seems to egg him on. Seems to get a big thrill out of him, I guess.
Hi, Bill. Joe?
Hi. How'd you do, Ben?
Doctor didn't think it'd be a good idea to bother him too much tonight. We can talk to him tomorrow.
Well, how about the hold-up man's description? Did you get that?
Yeah, from the girl. Matches what the other victims gave us. She didn't see the getaway car, though. Didn't have a chance.
How about the young fella? Is he still unconscious?
Yeah, they're going to move him to the county hospital. You should have seen his face.
Yeah?
Terrible. It's a mess.
This bandit's girlfriend, the blonde, nothing at all on her?
Victims say she's got a nice figure and good looking. Quite a few like that in Los Angeles.
What are they getting out of these stick-ups anyway? Can't be too much, huh?
Oh, that's just it. None of the heists have netted them more than $50. Hardly worth the trouble.
Hot shot.
I'll get it.
What is it?
Wait a minute. Rattlesnake Bandit, he got another couple.
Where?
South end of Echo Park.
Yeah?
He shot both of them. Together with Cummings and McCready from Homicide, Ben and I drove to the scene of the holdup and shooting in the Echo Park area. The victims were identified as Ralph Younger, 34, a high school English teacher. He'd been beaten severely about the face and neck and shot once through the right shoulder. His companion was a Thelma Donovan, 26, a grade school teacher. She'd been shot through the temple just above the eyes. She was still alive, but in a critical condition. We questioned Ralph Younger briefly before he was removed by ambulance to the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. His description of the holdup man tallied exactly with that of the Rattlesnake Bandit. He also gave us the description and license number of the getaway car. We got out a broadcast and an APB. A routine check of the area failed to turn up any leads. 11 a.m. the next morning, Ralph Younger told us the story from his hospital bed.
I was teaching Thelma how to drive, Sergeant. We were going along that side street when the sedan pulled up, forced us over to the curb.
And your friend, Miss Donovan, was sitting in the driver's seat then?
That's right. I got out on my side and started over to ask this fellow what he was doing, crowding us like that. He rushed up to me and started slugging me in the face with his gun. I went down.
What did Miss Donovan do?
She started hollering for help. The hold-up guy ran over and shoved his gun at her. He had it pointed at her head. And he grabbed Thelma's purse and started looking through it. For money, I guess. Say, would you mind moving this pillow over a little bit?
Sure, betcha. Oh, there we are. There, how's that, okay?
Oh, under the shoulder, please.
All right.
Yeah.
There you are.
That's fine. Thanks.
Were you lying on the street while all this was going on, Mr. Younger?
No, he yanked me to my feet, made me stand by the car with my hands up. Thelma was crying. The hold-up man looked through her purse, and then he said, "Who are you trying to kid, lady? You got more money than this." Thelma told him the truth. It was all she had, $3.
And what happened then?
He shoved the barrel of the gun against her head, right here by the temple. Then I heard the gun go off. Thelma fell over in the seat. Wasn't any reason for it. No reason at all. Just shot her.
Well, what did you do then? Do you remember?
I jumped for the man. I wanted to kill him right there. He turned and fired the gun at me. Hit me right here, below the shoulder. Then he ran out and got in his car and drove off. There was a blonde girl with him. I got a good look at her. Blonde, pretty, attractive.
Well, is there anything else about the man's description that you might have forgotten to tell us last night?
No, I don't think so. I gave you the license number of his car. Can't you find him that way?
It was a stolen car, Miss Younger. He took it from one of his other victims. It was found out in Wilshire this morning. Abandoned.
I only wish I'd got my hands on him. Poor Thelma. How is she, do you know?
Well, there's no late report. Maybe you better check with the doctor, huh?
Yeah. Hey, before you go, would you mind ringing this button here? It's for the nurse. The shoulder's giving me trouble again.
Yeah, okay.
Well, thanks very much, Younger. Sure hope that shoulder of yours gets better.
I hope so.
Goodbye. We'll be checking with you later on.
Yeah, okay.
Come on, Ben.
Romero, Joe.
How'd you do, Bill?
Checked with the doctor. Donovan girl's still unconscious. Pretty critical.
What'd the doc say? She gonna pull through?
She might. They can't tell yet. One thing's sure, though.
What's that?
Bullet did a lot of damage.
Yeah?
She's totally blind.
4 days before a bullet from the hold-up gun had blinded schoolteacher Thelma Donovan for life, the Rattlesnake Bandit and his blonde girlfriend were unknown to the city of Los Angeles. In the space of little more than 96 hours, they'd robbed and slugged a dozen people from one end of the city to the other. In every case, the attacks were just about as brutal and vicious as they were unprovoked. The amount of money taken from each victim was negligible. The only apparent conclusion was that the bandit and his girlfriend were out for blood. That night, despite a citywide alert to all radio cars and patrolmen, the suspects robbed and slugged 2 more couples between the hours of 10 p.m. and midnight. Between midnight and 1:30 a.m., they got 2 more victims. 2:30 a.m., Ben and I got back to the city hall, the carpool.
118, Sixton Springs. 118, Sixton Springs. Meet the officer holding your
Looks like a place over there, huh?
Wonder how McCready and Cummings made out.
I hope they got more than we have.
Yeah, this is good right here. That's it. Want to get the radio, Joe?
Yeah, fine. Let's go.
Doggone it, I knew I forgot something.
What's that?
Cigarettes, you got any left?
I don't think so. Old pack is all... No, there's one left in here.
No, it's all right. I can't take your last smoke.
Well, go ahead. There's a machine upstairs by the elevator. I'll get some.
All right. I sure better get these shoes half soled. I'll be walking around in my stocking feet pretty soon.
You just got them a couple of weeks ago, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. Tops are as good as new. Soles of the darn things went just like that. No wonder they had them on sale.
Yeah. In just a minute, I want to get those smokes.
Oh, yeah. Skipper say he was going to stay around?
Until about 2, yeah. He's probably gone by now.
It's a long day. Anything in the book?
Just a minute. Yeah, your wife called. I want you to get a refill on that prescription for your little boy.
Oh,
Hiya. How'd you two do?
Nothing. How about you?
Chandler called from robbery a minute ago. Thinks they may have something.
Yeah?
At 211, big service station out on Pico. Hold-up man had a blonde in the car with him.
What about descriptions?
Jives pretty well with the guy we're after.
Well, the M.O. doesn't. That thief and his girl haven't tried anything but car hold-up since they started.
How'd they manage the job?
Well, you know how they've been operating for transportation. They rob the people, steal their car. When they reach another victim, they transfer to his car. First time they switched that system was tonight.
Hold up on South Hoover, the man and his wife.
Instead of changing over, they stayed in the blue Chevy coupe. Same one they took in the job before that. Up to now, they've used the same hot car in the last 3 jobs.
Sure going to help if they stick with it. What about the gas station attendant?
Well, excuse me, Crowley Chandler. Homicide Cummings. Yeah, Glenn. 5 Paul, 389. Right, thanks. They dug up a witness to the gas station job. Suspects drove off in a blue Chevy coupe. License 5 Paul 389.
Same car, huh?
It stops me. What was it take?
$23. Slugged the attendant, took off. The broadcast's out. Area's been alerted. Nothing yet.
Okay, Ben.
Yep. Sure is growing into a long night.
Yeah, you gonna cover, huh, Bill?
Yeah, till Fergie gets back.
Right. Well, we'll be checking with you.
Got it? Homicide Romero. Yeah. How's that? Yeah, right, thanks. Drugstore in South Fig, 211, slugging. Blonde girl drove the escape car.
Yeah?
5 Paul, 389.
In the next 3 hours before dawn, the Rattlesnake Bandit and his blonde girlfriend held up and robbed a restaurant and 2 more service stations and made good their escape. For some unknown reason, they continued to use the same stolen car, the blue Chevrolet coupe. By noontime the following day, composite pictures of the hold-up couple were drawn up by the crime lab artist from the descriptions given by the victims. The pictures were printed up and given wide distribution throughout the city. The description and license number of the escaped car was in the hands of every radio car and patrolman in all divisions. The search was intensified. It got us nothing. The following night and early morning, without even slowing their pace, the suspects added 4 more holdups and sluggings to their credit. One of the victims was Fred Lerner, proprietor of a small lunch counter near 18th and Olive.
I've been held up before, officer, 6 times. Never saw a punk as hard-looking as this guy, though.
You're sure about the description, Mr. Lerner?
Well, he stood just as close as you're standing to me now. Wild look in his eye, waving that gun around. I wasn't taking any chances. I gave him everything.
Well, how much was that?
$18.50.
Well, how about the getaway car? You're pretty sure of the make and the color?
Well, I ran to the door there as soon as they left. Saw him drive off. There's the license, just as I wrote it down. It's 5P389. I saw the whole thing. Sure surprised Lois would tie up with a punk like him.
Lois? Who's that?
Well, you know, the blonde who drives the car for him, Lois Hagen.
Well, how do you know that's her name?
She used to be a waitress, worked for my brother. Lois Hagen, blonde. I spotted her right away in that car.
Yeah?
Yeah, sure, Lois. Didn't you know it was her?
7:30 a.m. We put in a call to the record bureau and had them check on the name and description of Lois Hagen. No make, no previous record. With the help of Fred Lerner and his brother, we traced the Hagen girl to a drive-in where she used to work. There, we checked the employment records and got an address on her, 1800 Norwich Drive. Turned out to be a small apartment house in West Hollywood. Ben checked with the landlady while I waited in the car.
Transfer point 2. 1AB, transfer point 2, Lieutenant 135.
Well, that's it.
What'd you get?
Talked to the landlady. She's managed the apartment for 16 years.
Yeah?
She never heard of Lois Hagen.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. And now, here's an authentic report from Fatima Cigarettes.
1949. Fatima more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. 1950. Another record-breaking year, with more long cigarette smokers insisting on Fatima quality than ever before.
In 1951, enjoy Fatima quality yourself.
Yes, friends, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos, the finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended, to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality, even to the appearance of the bright, clean, golden yellow package, carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Start enjoying Fatima for a new year of greater smoking enjoyment. Insist on Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes.
Tuesday, March 13th. That night and the one following, the Rattlesnake Bandit and his blonde girlfriend, supposedly Lois Hagen, continued their campaign of holdups and sluggings. They robbed 2 liquor stores, an all-night cafe, cigar shop, and 2 more service stations. In each case, the descriptions of the suspects and their getaway car was the same. Routine investigations got nowhere. Ben and I went to work checking out the thin lead that we had on the girl known as Lois Hagen. After 3 days of pounding the pavement and asking questions, we found 2 former waitresses at drive-in restaurants who had worked with Lois Hagen. Both of them gave us addresses where they thought the Hagen girl had lived at one time. One of them was a phony. It was a vacant lot. The other panned out. It was a rooming house out in the Boyle Heights district. The manager told us that the Hagen girl lived there 2 years before. She told us that as far as she knew, the girl's mother, a Mrs. Ernestine Hagen, still ran a small French laundry on South Hobart Boulevard. We found Mrs. Hagen working in her shop. She was a small, thin woman with gray hair.
Yes, I have a daughter, Lois. What's the matter?
I'd like to talk to her, Miss Hagen. Do you know where we can locate her?
Probably sounds funny to you. I haven't seen my daughter in 2 years.
Well, do you have any idea where she's living, ma'am?
No, she's not much of a daughter. We didn't get along. As I say, 2 years ago, we had an argument. She left me. Never wrote a letter. I just don't know.
I see.
I heard she was living in Detroit for a while. I guess she's back here now. One of my lady friends, Mrs. McCormick, saw Lois shopping out in Hollywood. That was about a month ago.
Mm-hmm. How old is your daughter, Mrs. Hagen?
She'll be 20 next month. She looks older than she really is. Won't you excuse me, please? My flat iron back here. I have it heating.
Certainly, ma'am.
Do you have a copy of the composite picture of the girl?
Yeah. That's right here.
Okay.
I didn't realize it was getting so late. I have this rush order to get ready by 4 o'clock, officers. If you want, you can come back here. We can talk while I get it out.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. Come on.
There's a chair there, if you like.
Oh, thank you.
Seems I'm always so busy lately. I used to have some fine help. It's not so easy to find anymore. This iron seems awful hot. It's all right.
I wonder if you'd mind looking at this picture, ma'am, this one here.
Yeah, all right. Looks something like Lois. You're looking for her, is that it? She done something again?
Well, we're not sure, ma'am. Has she been in trouble before?
I can't be more ashamed of her than I already am. Yeah, she's been in trouble before. She was nothing but trouble. My only child. Her father died when she was a baby, but I guess she needed a father. I couldn't do anything with her.
Was your daughter ever in any serious trouble? With the police, I mean?
I don't know, maybe. She was. I didn't hear about it. And I tried to understand her. We never got along. I don't know. This makes me sick to think about it.
Well, how about her friends, Mrs. Hagen? I mean, her recent friends. Do you happen to know any of them?
No. Lois never brought them home. I knew they were tramps. I heard the way the neighbors were talking. Trampy fellas, trampy girls, drinking, doing things. You know, she learned those things at home.
What was Lois' last known address? Do you have any idea at all?
Place in Boyle Heights, the boarding house. It's the last I heard of Lois. She never wrote a letter. That's another thing.
Yes, ma'am.
She could have had the best education any girl could want. I worked 12 years in the laundry here to give it to her. I sent her to the convent. Even the nuns couldn't do anything with her. She only sassed them back. She finally quit altogether. I don't know.
Can you think of anybody who might know where your daughter is? Maybe one of your relatives?
Yeah, we don't have any relatives here. I have a brother in Ohio, that's all. This lace blouse is an awful lot of trouble. Would you pull out that plug, Sergeant, please?
Yes, ma'am.
I wonder if you have a picture of your daughter that we could borrow. We'll see that it's returned to you.
Yeah, all right. I got lots of pictures of Lois. She's a pretty girl, you know. Looks quite a bit like me when I was young.
Yes, ma'am. Well, thanks very much for your time.
Even the nurses at the hospital said it when Lois was born. Beautiful child. Certainly strange, isn't it?
How's that?
And their babies. They all look so clean and so good.
Yes, ma'am.
What happens to them?
Before we left Mrs. Hagen, we got a photograph of her daughter, Lois, and then we drove back to the office. We spent the rest of the afternoon showing the picture to several of the robbery victims. All of them identified the Hagen girl as the bandit's accomplice. We got out a supplementary broadcast. That night, the hold-up couple failed to put in an appearance. The following night, the same. Not a sign of them. Still no sign of the escape car either. Where they might be hiding out, we had no idea. The search went on. Repeated checks through the stats office and the record bureau failed to turn up any new leads. We stayed on it. 4 nights later, the still unidentified hold-up man and Lois Hagen started in all over again. 2 drugstore hold-ups, 2 robberies of couples in parked cars. All of the victims were beaten senseless. Monday, March 19th, 8 a.m.
Joe?
Hi. They turn up anything last night?
2 more jobs. Both victims identified the Hagen girl as the accomplice.
Anything else?
Still using the same escape car. That's about it.
Yeah. Well, we're no closer than we were a week ago, huh?
I checked the hospital on the druggist they slugged.
How's he doing?
I don't know yet. Still unconscious.
I'll get it. Homicide, Friday. Yeah, Mike. Where? Yeah, right away.
What have you got?
32R. They're out on 18th and Hill.
Yeah?
The hold-up car. They just spotted it. 8:20 a.m. Together with Cummings and McCready, we drove out to 18th and Hill, where the officers in Unit 32R had the hold-up car staked out. It was parked in the back of a large service station on Hill Street near the corner of 18th. We talked with the manager, and he told us that a blonde girl answering Lois Hagen's description had left the car there earlier that morning just to have the distributor fixed and the battery recharged. She told him that she'd called for the car early that night. Because of the way that the service station was situated, it would have been impossible to stake out on the blue coupe without making it look obvious. We explained the setup to the manager and made arrangements for Ben and I to pose as employees. That way we could keep a close watch on the car until the suspects called for it. Cummings and McCready holed up in a coffee shop directly across the street. 2 teams of men from robbery covered from their vantage points. Ben and I took up our posts as supervisors of the station's 10-minute car wash.
They sure do a great business here, huh?
Yeah. You mentioned to the manager about keeping the area clear around that car, didn't you?
Yeah, it's all set up. We're not going to have an excuse in the world if we miss those 2.
Yeah, if they show up.
What are we supposed to do now? Pull these tickets off the cars as they move off the wash line?
Yeah, that's all. Just slip the tickets in that box over there, see?
Mm-hmm. Must have run them a few dollars, huh, installing all this equipment.
Seems to be paying off, doesn't it? What time you got now?
A few minutes past 4.
Want to smoke?
No, I just put one out.
1 a.m. Ben spotted a young blonde girl turn the corner onto Hill and start up the street toward the service station. As she came closer, she looked to the right and the left. She paused in front of the station, looked on both sides of the street, and then she turned completely around and walked on past.
It's Lois Hagen. She's going right down to the corner. How about it?
Yeah, I'll put in with you.
How about a tail? We can't just let her walk away from us.
No, just a minute. Take a look.
She's turning around. Coming back this way. She's coming in.
Yeah, we better get back to our car. Looks like it. Come on.
Right.
The young blonde entered the garage office, paid the repair bill, and drove off in the hold-up car. Ben and I followed in 80K. Cummings and McCready tailed us. The blue coupe moved 2 blocks down Hill Street and then turned into an apartment garage. We parked on the street, went in and got the manager out of bed. We showed him Lois Hagen's picture. He told us that she was registered alone in apartment 16. He failed to recognize the description of the hold-up man. McCready and 3 men from robbery covered the front and back exits. Cummings, Ben, and I climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor.
Number 16.
Joe, you want to ring it?
Yeah?
Sorry, ma'am.
Bedroom, Bill.
Right, I'll take the kitchen.
Wait a minute, what is this?
Police officers, you Lois Hagen?
You get out of here, let me in.
Bedroom's empty.
Nothing back here.
All right, where is he? Come on, let's have it.
Frank, get out! Cops, Frank, get out!
Upstairs, Joe.
Watch her, Bill.
I got her.
Come on, Ben.
Yep.
Upstairs, Joe. Watching?
Yeah, hold it.
Frank, get out! The cops!
Come on down, coppers. Give me room.
Give it up, mister. You haven't got a chance.
Give me room. I'm coming down.
We got the building covered, mister. Give it up.
Look out, Joe. I'll get his gun.
How is he?
Dead.
Joe, Ben, you all right?
Yeah, Bill. You want to take the girl downstairs?
Let me see him, please. Frank,
All right, lady.
it didn't have to happen. I tried to tell him, get away. He wouldn't listen, never listened.
Let's go.
We were married yesterday. You didn't know that, did you? Just married.
Yeah.
Married 2 days.
Yeah, well, the honeymoon's over. Come on, lady.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On August 5th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here's our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Here's an invitation we just received from New York's famous Stork Club. Host Sherman Billingsley asked us to pass it on to you Dragnet listeners who have television sets. It reads, Fatima, best of all long cigarettes, cordially invites you to see the Stork Club on television beginning this week. Well, Dragnet welcomes the Stork Club to the Fatima family. It's a fine television show. You know the Stork Club recommends only the best, and as Sherman Billingsley says, in long cigarettes, that means extra mild Fatima. You can judge that yourself, just as I have, by comparing Fatima with other long cigarettes. Buy a pack of Fatimas. You'll find they now cost the same, but in Fatima, the difference is quality.
The body of the dead hold-up man was identified as that of Frank Ralston Kilbride. His accomplice, Lois Hagen, was tried and convicted on 6 counts of armed robbery and assault with a deadly weapon. She received sentences as prescribed by law and is now serving her term in the state penitentiary for women. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker.
Fatima Cigarettes has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
We the People is next on NBC.
Calling all cars, a copyright program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
San Francisco Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Calling all San Francisco County Sheriff's cars. Be on the lookout for 3 young men in a stolen sedan. License 673429.
673-429. These men are armed and within the last 2 hours have shot and killed 3 men. Watch your step, boys. They're plenty bad. That's all. The old service station. Changed gasoline, huh? Yep, I've lined up with Rio Grande now. You certainly see that. You've got Rio Grande cracked gasoline signs all over the place. Why the change? Well, of all the gasoline sold in this market, Rio Grande has made the most spectacular progress. They even have the police and fire departments using cracked gasoline. Yeah, I've seen their advertising. All about police car performance with Rio Grande cracked. I heard the radio program, too, calling all cars. Always meant to try that cracked gasoline sometime. Oh, here's a copy of the Calling All Cars News. We'll give it away free every month. It's got the radio programs in it and some detective stories. Good stuff. Thanks, Harry, but tell me, do you really believe there's anything different about Rio Grande crack? Well, last week I went through the Rio Grande refinery. It's the finest and the newest cracking plant in America. Must have cost a fortune. I've seen refineries before, but Rio Grande makes cracked gasoline by an entirely different process. I saw some tests made there in the laboratories which convinced me that there's all the difference in the world between gasoline refined by the old process and gasoline that's cracked. Yeah, but there's a lot of difference between testing gasoline in the laboratory and not on the road. Well, I don't know any more severe tests than police cars and fire engines. Those emergency engines want the speediest gasoline, the most powerful gasoline. But they keep records and insist on the most economical gasoline. Doesn't it mean something that more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment use Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it's sold than any other brand? Oh, Larry. Fill up my tank with Rio Grande cracked. Tonight, we are honored to welcome another famous California peace officer to Calling All Cars. In just a few seconds, we will transfer control to San Francisco, where you will hear from the sheriff of San Francisco County, Mr. William J. Fitzgerald. Good evening. Tonight I am bringing you from my confidential files the story of one of the most wanton killers in police history, Buck Kelly, gun-mad young taxi driver. Sheriffs not only must concern themselves with the capture of criminals, but it is their duty to keep watch over these men from the time that they are taken into custody until the courts dispose of their cases by acquittal or by sentence to the penitentiary. And in many cases, this secondary function of the sheriff's office is more important than its primary duty. The courts are slow. Often, we have the responsibility of guarding dangerous criminals for more than a year. In the case of Buck Kelly, whose story you are about to hear, we had to guard him in the county jail for 17 months, an unduly long time to have to guard a desperate criminal against the state. Tonight, I would like to appeal through this great radio program to the proper judicial authority for cooperation in speeding up the machinery of the law so that such dangerous and desperate men may quickly be sent on their way to prison rather than remain incarcerated for months on end in our county jails. Thank you and good night. The criminal career of Clarence Buck Kelly, San Francisco's wholesale murderer, begins in 1921, when at a youth of 17, he is arrested for grand larceny. how well he learned the lesson that crime does not pay may be gained by a glimpse of his activities 3 years later. It is summer of 1924 along San Francisco Skidway in a cheap beanery.
You got the stuff, Bud? Sure. I said I'd get it, didn't I? Got the money? Yeah, right here in my pocket. You sure this is first-rate morphine? That's the only kind I sell. Let's see your dough. Yeah, here you are. 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay, here's snow. And here's a nice shiny pair of handcuffs to snap on your wrist. What? Who are you? Federal agent. You're under arrest. What for? Do we need to go into that? Oh, so you're trying to stupid on me, eh, Dopey? Supposed to be my pal, huh? Well, you squealing rat. Beat it, Dopey. Pay off tomorrow morning. Yeah, okay. A stool pigeon, huh? Dopey, a stool pigeon. Now, wait till I tell the boys about that. You won't get much of a chance to. Come on along to headquarters. Now, look here, Kelly. I'm losing patience with you. Where did you get that stuff we found on you? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Well, I don't know the guy's name. Who is he? An old Chinaman. Where does he live? In Chinatown. Where in Chinatown? Will you drop charges if I put your finger on him? What? Oh, come on. I know enough about your racket to know that you want to get at the source of supply. You don't care about the 3 ounces you found on me. Well, that's right enough. Okay. Well, let me go and I'll make a buy from the Chinaman. No. You give me his name and address and I'll knock him over. Not this guy. He wouldn't get through the outside door before he'd have the evidence hidden. I'm telling you. Of course, if you'd rather send me up for possession of 3 ounces than lose a supply, that's okay with me. No. Frankly, I want the supply. Okay, I'll lead you to it for my freedom. And you're the guy who was yelling about Dopey being a stool pigeon. Now you're turning informer. Yeah, but I'm in a spot. Dopey's cutting both ends against the middle. Well, one of the provisions under which I let you loose is that you'll lay off Dopey. Okay, I promise. And say I'll need some grease. What for? So I can make a buy from the Chinaman. Okay. How much will you need? Oh, he gets $40 an ounce. Say about 120. What for? 3 ounces. Oh, no, you don't. You buy 1 ounce. That'll be plenty. Yeah, but... If he gets $40 an ounce, you're buying an ounce. Here's the $40. And don't disappear with it. Don't worry, I won't. But Buck does disappear with the $40. And it is several months before federal agents recapture him and bring him before federal judge John S. Partridge on a charge of selling narcotics. He is sentenced in November 1924. But as soon as he returns from prison, he is in trouble again. In April of 1926, he's involved on a criminal assault charge. 7 months later, in a traffic case in which the taxicab he was driving had collided with another car, injuring one of the passengers. For this, he receives a suspended sentence. But his troubles are not over, for upon the conclusion of the court action, Buck Kelly is summoned to the office of the chief dispatcher of the cab company. Well, Kelly, where you got off today? Yeah, that's right, boss. Suspended sentence. What are you doing around here? I came back to work. You're not working here anymore. What do you mean? Look here, Kelly. That accident of yours cost the company $3,000. But you were insured. How long do you think we could stay insured if men like you drive our cab? What do you mean? Just this. You were drunk that night. That accident never would have happened if you hadn't been drinking. No, honest, boss. I wasn't drunk. No, don't hand me that. I don't know what you call being drunk, but you were drinking. You can't prove that. Sure I can. When you got your cab that night, you zigzagged out of the joint. If I'd been on duty, you'd never taken that cab out. I tell you, I wasn't drinking. Why, several of the boys saw you, blind drunk at the wheel. Who? Oh, Swanson, some of the others. Oh, stupid, huh? Think. Okay. If that's the sort of a dunk you run here, I don't want to work for you anymore. That doesn't worry me. Haven't I made it plain enough that you aren't working for me? You can't fire me. I quit. You make me sick. Get out. Hey, look here, you... Get out. You're fired, and I'm sick and tired of talking to you, and I'll beat it. Okay, I'll go. But you'll hear from me again. I'll get even. I'll get those stool pigeons that pinked on me. You just wait and see. Okay, kids. I'll wait. Now scram. Can you imagine that, Larry? The big stiff telling me off, claiming I was drunk. Must be something wrong with him, Buck. You wasn't drunk that night. Well, I had a couple of stiffers, I admit, but I wasn't drunk. That old biddy been watching where she was driving. I never run into her old heap. So just for that he fired you, huh? Fired me? Huh. He didn't fire me. He ain't got the guts to fire anyone, Mike. I walked out on him. Well, that's taking a chance. Jobs are pretty hard to get these days. Yeah? Well, I got plans, see? If you guys want to swing along with me, you won't never have to work no more.
No? How's that, boss?
Wait till we get some drinks ordered, and I'll tell you all about it. Hey, Tony.
Here, senor. What do you like?
3 more grapples.
Right away, sir. Right away. Now, what's the plot, boss?
Now, listen. I've tried to go straight, see? I've done my best. Held down a job and everything the book says you should do. And what happened? The first time I take a snort, I get in a jam, and then I lose my job.
Yeah, that's right. Sure is tough, Buck.
Tough? There ain't no name for it. Well, I'm through trying, see?
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm going to blast mine from now on.
Meaning?
What do you think? Pick up.
Oh.
Want to swing along with me?
Sure.
I'm willing. The 3 of us can take plenty.
Sure we can.
Three fine the drop over 3 fine, senor. Yeah, that's right, Tony. And you better mix up a half a dozen more. We got a lot of things to talk over.
Senor. Right away.
But, Buck, how'd you figure we'd pull these jobs? We got to have a car and some gas. Yeah, that's easy. We steal a car first, see? As far as the gas is concerned, we just... Fortified with many grapples, Buck Kelly and his 2 pals first steal an automobile, and then visit a hardware store on Vallejo Street.
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen.
We want to look at some guns.
You got the permits to buy a gun?
I didn't say we wanted to buy them. I said we wanted to look at them.
Well, you'll have to have a permit, you know.
I heard you the first time. Throw some gas to make it snapper.
Very well. Now, what did you have in mind?
A couple of good automatics.
Well, now, here's a very fine 45.
That's the kind that spins them, ain't it?
Yeah, I guess so. For what purpose did you want these guns?
What's that to you?
Nothing. Now, here's a police
What's
property.
with the coppers, John? They ain't supposed to kill people with. Hey, how's this automatic work?
Well, the clip goes in this way, you see, and here's the safety cap.
Well, put some slugs in it. Let me see the work.
Very well. You release this cap here, and then you take out the clip, and you place the cartridges in here. Yeah. See? Like that. And you clip the clip back in its place.
Let me see it. Uh-huh. Now, it's all ready to shoot, huh?
Yeah, just as soon as you snap the catch.
Like that?
Yeah.
Okay, boys, start him. Hey, move. Come on, nothing else. We gotta get going. Move. Everything else?
Like a light.
Okay. Grab yourself an automatic apiece and a couple of boxes of those shells.
These are ones here?
You saw where you got them. Don't ask so many questions.
Mine's all strapped.
How about, Barry?
I can't get mine together.
Well, come on. You put the flame in the car, Mike.
Okay.
Well, boys, we got a car and an arsenal. What more do you want?
Another drink.
It's not a bad idea. I brought a bottle with me. There you are. Have a slug.
Boy, that sure does the business.
You got your gun fixed yet, Larry?
Yeah, it works now.
That's swell. Now we go to work. Where? Oh, that old bird down on Lombard Street ought to have some jack.
Who do you mean?
Oh, you know, Constantino, the one that owns the pool room.
Oh, yeah. Won't be anybody much in the place now, either.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, then. Let's knock him off first.
Here's the place.
Better leave the motor running, Buck.
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, you got the bottle, Larry?
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, I better take another little shot before we pull this one. You guys look like you did one, too.
I feel that way.
Now, listen. We don't take no back talk from this mug, see? We get his dough or else. Okay?
Okay.
Okay with you, Larry?
Okay.
All right, let's go. That's a break. Just one customer in the joint.
Oh, hello, boys. You drop in for a little game, eh?
Yeah, a little game that you're going to lose.
What do you mean? What's the idea of the gun?
You guess. Come with the other guy, Mike. Now, let's have all the dough in the cash register.
Look here, boy. You cannot come in here like this and bully me.
Hand over your dough.
Let's call the police. I'll have you run in. Help, murder, please.
Knock up the other guy, Mike. Larry, get to the cash drawer. Got the dough, Larry?
Yep.
Okay, let's go.
Say, these chaps are the nuts, ain't they?
Sure. Hey, let's empty them out on those mirrors. I always wanted to shoot up a joint right. 10 minutes later, the murder trio enters the pool room of Marco Bianini on Court Street. Hi, Marco.
Hello, boys.
Hand over your dough, Marco.
You must be fooling, huh?
You think so? I'll give you 3 to empty that cash register.
Look here, boys.
1.
You know where to ask.
2.
You're reasonable, boys. I got to know more.
3. All right, grab the dough, Larry. The rest of you mugs keep their distance.
Okay, I got it.
Let's go. Well, Larry, how much we got now?
Close to $200.
Well, we got to have a couple of grand.
Where to next?
Let's go back to the Tony's to get a drink.
There's still some left in the bottle.
Yeah, let me have it. I'm thirsty. Yeah, that ain't enough. I'd eat lots of liquor.
Watch your step, Buck. The signal's changing. There's Mario Pagano standing on the curb.
Yeah, that deal.
Hey, Buck.
Oh, hello, Mario.
Where'd you get the swell bus?
What's it to you?
Oh, I was just asking.
Well, you're asking too much.
What was the idea of bumping him off, Buck?
I never did like him much. And anyway, I like bumping people off. While Buck Kelly and his 2 pals fortify their courage with grapples at Tony's, confusion reigns at police headquarters.
Well, Lennis and Sutter. Same bunch? Seems to be, what the witnesses say. 3 drunks in the black sedan. License number 673429.
It's the same bunch, all right. We got to stop them.
How? We only got 20 parlor cars working. It'd take 4 hours to get orders to them.
Well, they had radio sets in those parlor cars, like they've been experimenting on back east.
Radio. That's the answer, Captain.
What do you mean?
We'll fill the streets with officers in a half hour. We'll get the broadcasting stations to help out.
We are interrupting the broadcast of dance music coming to you over station KFRC from the Blossom Room of the St. Francis Hotel to broadcast an emergency announcement to all police officers. All police officers, attention.
Hey, Terry, come in here. They're broadcasting a special announcement for officers on the radio.
What?
Listen.
Wants all officers off duty to report in your own automobile to the precinct stations nearest your home. Bring your revolvers and be prepared for continuous duty. Citizens are also requested to help in this citywide hunt for 3 murderers who are driving a stolen black sedan. License number 673429. If any citizen sees this car, please report its whereabouts to the police at once. KFRC will bring you later developments of this manhunt as it progresses. We return you now to the Blossom Room of the St. Francis Hotel.
First day off I've had in a month. I gotta go out hunting murderers. Get me gun, Margaret.
You'll be careful, won't you, Terry?
Sure, I'll be careful. I'll shoot first and ask questions afterwards.
But for the next 48 hours, while 211 private automobiles owned by police officers and 50 police cars comb San Francisco for the murder trio, not a single disturbance occurs. During this time, Kelly, nursing a hangover, lays low, recovers from one binge, and by Monday evening has started on another. Once more, he joins his pals at Tony's. You guys bring your guests with you?
Sure, just like you told us.
Well,
What are we pulling tonight, Buck?
plenty. First, I want to get a heist out of these grapples. And I got a little visit with that Sphinx Swanson.
You mean the guy that you used to work with at the cab company?
Yeah, that's the guy. He squealed on me. That's why I lost my job.
You gonna get him?
Sure. Nobody can pull that stuff on me.
What I was gonna do for a car. I ditched the one we had Saturday.
You come along with me. Down to a cab stand on the corner. We'll get some wheels. Hey, what do you mean, sir?
Oh, hello, Buck.
Want to take us for a ride, Swanson?
Sure. Glad to see you ain't sore at me, Buck.
Oh, I ain't sore at you, Swanson. What the devil? What have I got to be sore about?
Sure, that's the way I figured. Where you going?
Out 17th Street.
Okay, what address?
I'll let you know when we get out there.
Okay, hop in.
Hey, I got a couple of pals with me. Can 3 ride as cheap as 1?
Sure.
Let's go, then. with this guy alone, boys. It'll be a pleasure. Okay. Go to it, Buck. That'll be all right here, Swanson.
Right here in the middle of the viaduct?
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
All right, get out, Swanson.
What for?
You heard me. Get out.
What's the gun for, Buck?
For you, stool pigeon. Check him out, boys. And yank that uniform off him. I'm going to be a cab driver tonight. A few minutes later, Kelly drives his cab up to a stand on Brennan Street. As the car comes to a stop, Mike Petrovich, a friend of his, steps up to him.
Hello, Kelly.
Hello, Mark.
Back in the taxi game again, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, Buck, what'd you bump him off for?
I don't want no witnesses.
Where do we go now?
Down to the service station at the corner of 7th. You got the model?
Yeah, here it is.
Good. Let me have it. Boy, nothing like good old grapple.
Yes, sir. Shall I fill her up?
No, empty it.
So what do you mean?
See this, Scat? Now let's have your dough. Larry, come to that guy in the station. Mike, empty the cash register.
Say, that guy in there's a night watchman. He's a special police.
Oh, yeah? In that case, we're safer this way.
Well, listen, he didn't do nothing. You can't. Oh. Okay, Buck, you nearly hit me when you plugged that guy.
Sorry, you'll have to keep your eyes open. You get the dough?
Sure.
Let's go then. In 2 days, San Francisco County and city officers traveled 34,000 miles searching for the murder terrorists. From North Beach, over Russian Hill to the sea, from Mount Davidson to the Mission, out into South San Francisco and Daly City, back through Chinatown, the human bloodhound's court. All docks, railroad terminals, ferries are watched. Every underworld haunt is searched. More than 100 suspicious persons are caught in the police dragnet. And then Inspectors George Patrick Wafer and Louis C. Maker, working on their own time, drop into Tony's joint.
Yes, sorry, gentlemen. What will it be?
How are you, Tony?
Oh, Inspector, I did not recognize you. The light is so bad in here. Just a minute, I will raise the stairs. Well, you ain't been around here for a long time.
Oh, Tony, I've been working Chinatown.
Chinatown? Oh, she's no good. Maybe you coming back on the Vice Squad. I see more of you, eh?
It all depends on whether you behave yourself or not.
Oh, you're a joking.
Any bad boys in here in the past couple of days, Tony?
Oh, I do not have no bad boys coming to my place, Inspector.
No, I mean 3 young punks. They got good and oiled.
Well, a bucket carry and a couple of kids got a birthday drunk in here Saturday. And then they came back on Monday evening.
But Kelly, huh? Where'd you live?
Oh, I do not know. I think it was over on south of Park Street.
Say anything about buffing up anybody when he was drunk?
Oh, he'll talk a big about how tough he is, but I think it was my fine at the rapple talking.
Yeah? Couldn't be talking about those murders the last few days, would he?
Oh, no. I'm not thinking so. A buck is a harmless.
Yeah, so's a rattlesnake.
Oh, don't have to bother him. He's a good boy.
Don't worry, Tony. We won't bother him. Thanks for the tip just the same.
Well, wait. This isn't all tip I give you.
Oh, no, it isn't, Tony, but it won't hurt you any. So long. Convinced that Loquacious Tony has put them on the right track, Wafer and DeMater procure a large detail of officers and surround the building on the 3rd floor where the Kellys live on South Park Street. As DeMater rings the front doorbell, the back door swings open and Buck vaults down the back stairs.
All right, Kelly. The place is surrounded. You better surrender. Oh, yeah. Look out, Kelly. Back me. Okay, I will. Stuck in the second floor window there. Come on, boys.
In here. All right, step to the try each door. Go on, Eddie.
What is this?
Out of the way, man. Where is he?
I am a good woman. I did not do nothing.
Where is he?
He's in that closet.
Okay, Kelly. Come out. With your hands in the air. I'm emptying this gun in the count of 3. 1, 2. Hey, fainted. Call the police ambulance, Eddie. He's badly shot up. How is he, Doctor?
Well, we can't do anything with him. We must operate. He refuses to let us come near him.
Let me talk to him. Well, Kelly, what's the big idea? What do you mean, what's the big idea? Pretty far gone. We're losing blood. Doctor's got to operate. I don't want no operation. Why not? Think you can trick me, huh? Think you can put me under the gas and then get me to talk, huh? I'm wise to you both. But don't go, see? I'm bumping off. I know it. And you're my murderer. But you ain't going to get me to spill.
Let's see, Kelly. That won't be necessary. I won't have to get you to spill a thing. You can kill all your witnesses, you know. Still a couple of people left who can identify you. You're going to pay for this.
I know I won't. I'm going to bump off. And you ain't got a thing on me.
No, I wouldn't be too sure about that, Kelly. Later, my partner picked up the 2 cows, my Cappadocious, and Larry Weeks a couple of hours ago.
I never heard of those guys.
No? They heard of you plenty. They spilled. That's all we want on you if you never open your mouth.
Yeah? Well, Mike and Larry spilled their guts, huh? Stool pigeons. Stinks. You can't trust anybody. Every time I press it, the guy, he squeals. What are they getting for it, Flatfoot? You leaving them off?
I'm not so sure they'll get off. They won't hang the way you will.
I won't hang.
No.
Not me.
If you want to come clean and give me a confession, you get life. That's a smart thing to do. Kid Gillian take life.
Oh, no, Copper. I don't admit nothing. I won't hang. I'm dying right now. Listen, you ain't going to perform no operation, see? You ain't going to patch me up and hang me. Because I'm going to die right here in this bed. And you're my murderer. Take that with you. Carry that on your conscience. Big Dick Wafer, the murderer of an innocent kid. But the instinct of survival is stronger than any other instinct in life. In the end of his struggle, Buck Kelly consented to an operation. His life was saved to face trial for murder. His young partner, Mike Cappadocious, only 17, had been turned over to the juvenile authorities. Larry Weeks had been sentenced to San Quentin for life when Buck Kelly at last came to trial. A trial for which he had waited in the county jail for 17 months, during which time he had attempted 3 times to escape. Buck pleads not guilty by reason of insanity. But after all the testimony is in, after the jury has been charged, Buck, wavering, frightened, his braggadocio lost, faces the judge.
Vernon Kelly, stand and face the court. Before I pass judgment on you, have you anything to say?
No, No, nothing to say.
Vernon Kelly, you have been found guilty of murder not once, not twice, but 3 times. You have taken the life of your fellow men. A crime forbidden in every code of law and ethics from the ancient Mosaic commandments through all the centuries down to our present day. The crime of murder is not to be condoned today. Your generation, laughing at conventions and laws, seems to feel they may live their lives as they see fit. But let me assure you, young man, that the ancient law still stands. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a life for a life. This is our law. And by this law shall we live, and by this law we shall die. You have broken this law, Clarence Kelly, and society demands its fight. Clarence Kelly, you shall be removed to San Quentin Penitentiary, where you shall be confined until the week of May 10th, 1928. During that week, according to the penalty prescribed by the law of the state, you shall be hanged by the neck until dead. May God have mercy on your soul.
Experts agree that cracked gasoline is the finest fuel made for modern motors. This process is developed by the worldwide Sinclair Oil Organization, cost millions of dollars, and took years of costly research. The only Sinclair gasoline cracking plant in this section of the United States is owned by Rio Grande. And only in Rio Grande cracked gasoline you'll get the advantages of this newest scientific cracking process. A process that gives you extra speed, extra power, extra mileage at no extra cost. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, speaking for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The mysterious phantom figure of the plains was the most daring character ever to ride in the cause of justice during the days of the early western United States. He fought crime without thought of danger. He brought law and order to a country where the standard of right was might. And now, another thrilling adventure comes to life. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. Oil has been found in Texas, and there's trouble ahead. Stretch out those great legs of yours. Hi-yo, Silver!
Vast fortunes were made in the new Texas oil fields. Ranch owners and farmers both turned their attention to the new wealth that lay beneath the surface of the earth. Boom towns rapidly arose. And in one of these, Cal Godfrey started his Wishbone Cafe. The newly rich, eager to spend their fortunes, provided him with a thriving business. Every night, a crowd jammed the place to celebrate, and Cal was the moving spirit behind the festivities.
Order up, boys. Next round's on the house. You two strangers, come on, step right up here and get that sour look off your face. What'd it be?
Nothing. We're here on business.
Business? You can't do business after sundown. Listen to that, boys. They come to the Wishbone on business.
We're looking for a man named Gregory.
You ain't talking about Stonewall Gregory, are you?
The name we have is Martin Gregory.
That's Stonewall, Box G Ranch. Maybe you're oilmen from the east.
You guessed it. We're from Pennsylvania.
Well, take my advice and stick around the cafe where it's safe. Stonewall can smell an oil man a mile away. And if any of them comes too close, he takes down his shooting irons.
What does he have against oil men?
Claims they've ruined the country. Stonewall breeds the best horses in the state. He's got the best ranch hereabouts. And he swears that nobody's going to turn it into a sinkhole. You ain't got a chance of wangling lease out of Stonewall. He's plain ornery when it comes to oil.
We'll take our chances on that. How do we get to the ranch?
Oh, it's a close 10 miles. Better wait till morning and...
Never mind the advice. Just give us the directions.
I'll fix you up with a guide. Hey, Injun. You've been loafing around here long enough. These gents got a job for you.
What job?
You know where the Box G Ranch is? Then borrow yourself a horse and show 'em the way.
Me show 'em.
Good. Come on, George.
I warn you, Stonewall won't even let you get close to the place.
We'll take our chances. Lead the way, Indian.
For 20 years, Stonewall Gregory had struggled to increase his land holdings. Year after year, he had added to his property, until at last he owned close to 1,000 acres. We see him now in the living room of his home, speaking to his wife, Martha.
It's my land, Marthy, and it's going to stay the way the Lord made it. Folks call me Stonewall.
That's because you're so stubborn.
I ain't stubborn. I'm just standing up for my rights. And the next palavering oil man that comes sneaking around here is going to get filled full of lead.
You don't mean that.
I'll show you.
Well, I suppose there ain't no use in reasoning with you. Once you get your mind set on something, you're just like a mule.
I'm standing up for my rights.
All I say is you could raise just as good horses up north away. And with all that money you'd get from the oil leases, you could buy twice as much land.
Maybe so, but I couldn't buy it as good. What makes my colt sell for such high prices?
It ain't 'cause you're smart. I never saw a man with such a poor head for figures.
I'm a horseman. I ain't no bookkeeper. Go on, answer my question. What makes my colts sell so high?
Well, they come of good stock. Ain't it natural they should take after their sires and mares?
Sure, but there's something else, Martha. There's something in the grass here that just makes a colt grow fast and get strong. This grazing land's the best there is in the whole Southwest.
How about the North Hundred? The grass is mighty poor up there. You got an offer for that parcel from the Meredith Company.
I told you to burn that letter.
I did burn it. But you got to admit that land ain't no good at all.
I won't admit nothing. There's a fine creek runs through it.
There's better water to the south.
Then why do the colts and the mares run up there every day?
They run for the sake of running, not for the sake of water. I've seen them when they didn't touch a drop. Just splash around a little and then go racing back to the good grass land.
There's something special about that creek. And I ain't selling the land to nobody.
All right.
Ain't no law says I gotta do it.
Ain't no law says a man can't show good sense, neither.
Hey, where's my gun? There's somebody outside.
No, it can't be oil men this time of night.
Never can tell.
Now be careful, Stonewall. Don't go shooting at any of our neighbors.
What's the matter, Prince?
Oh, there's 3 men are riding up.
Oh, my fellas.
Yeah, one's an Indian.
This place.
Who are you and what do you want?
Call your dogs off, Gregory. We're here to talk business.
You can state your business from where you are.
The company I represent wrote you a letter about a month ago.
So you're an oil man, huh?
Now, Pa, don't go loco.
We want to lease your North 100 acres.
I ain't gonna lease 1 square inch of my ranch. And if you 3 don't get away from here before I count 10, I'll fill you full of buckshot.
Be reasonable, Mr. Gregory. That North 100 isn't any use to you.
It's got the best water in the world on it. I ain't selling, I ain't leasing, and I'm starting to count. 1, 2, 3.
We'll give you $10,000 for it.
5.
Did you hear that?
6.
$10,000 for a lease.
8, 9, 10.
No, you don't.
What'd you push my gun up for, Marthy?
Because these strangers ain't hurt you none.
Let me go. They're oil men, and they're trespassing on my property.
You best get out of here before he reloads, gents.
We're going, ma'am, but we'll be back.
I'll use bullets instead of buckshot next time. Put 1 foot on my land, and you're as good as dead.
Land sakes, what a man. They come riding up to the door wanting to give you $10,000.
I meant what I said. The next oil man that comes sneaking around here gets shot on sight.
It was Tonto, the Lone Ranger's faithful Indian companion, who had led the 2 Easterners to the ranch. As the oil men returned to town, Tonto followed them, overhearing a portion of their conversation. When he reached the masked man's camp later that night, he repeated the events of the evening.
What do the Easterners plan to do now? In 1, 2 day, them try again.
I'm afraid they won't succeed. It's too bad, Tonto. That North 100 acres of Stonewall's property isn't any good to him.
Him say water good.
There's nothing exceptional about it.
Him say yes.
He's trying to justify his attitude. There's better water and much more of it in the southern section. Stonewall will be sorry that he's turned down this offer. I rode over his ranch today. The buildings need repairs.
That's right.
He probably intends to fix them up when the cattlemen start buying horses in the fall.
After roundup, huh?
What Stonewall doesn't realize is this. The cattlemen will be putting their extra cash into oil land this year. Stonewall isn't going to sell half as many colts as he used to.
That's right.
It'll be a hard winter for the old man. I wish there was some way we could persuade him to give those Easterners a lease on his land.
Them crooks.
Crooks?
Me hear 'em talk.
You mean that they're trying to swindle Stonewall?
Them crooks.
They represent a big company, Tonto. I don't believe there's anything wrong with their offer.
Them get lease, not pay. Them keep money.
So that's it. I wonder how they'll try to work it.
Me not know that.
Well, it's a good thing that Stonewall drove them away tonight. I'll have a talk with them before they try to see him again.
The following afternoon, the 2 Easterners, Bentley and Shane, rode along the boundary of Stonewall Gregory's North 100 acres. We hear them discussing their plans.
If we pull that scheme, we'll both lose our jobs.
You're crazy. I can work it so as we'll have absolute proof that Gregory was paid.
He won't even talk to us, though. These Westerners shoot first and discuss a thing afterwards.
Hey, there's a rider coming toward us.
It isn't Gregory, is it?
No. Look at that horse travel. I've never seen such speed.
The rider's masked, Bentley. Come on, we better turn back to town.
We can't get away from him.
Well, he must be an outlaw.
What of it? All our money's locked up at the hotel.
When he finds that out, he'll shoot us.
Whoa, boy, whoa.
Bentley!
Don't be a fool. If he's out for money, we'll promise to give him plenty as soon as we get back to town. I'll handle it. Keep quiet.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy.
Hello. That's a fine horse you got there.
Yes. Listen, mister, we don't have any money. We don't have a penny on us now. But if you let us ride back to town...
Shut up.
I don't want any money.
You're an outlaw, aren't you?
Some people think I am.
We're just a couple of poor prospectors. We're new to this country.
I know who you are. You represent one of the biggest oil companies in the East.
No, that's wrong. You've got us wrong, Mr.
The Indian who guided you to Gregory's ranch last night is my friend. He told me everything that happened.
Well, what do you want?
I may be able to help you.
What do you mean?
You'd like to get a lease on this property. Do you think you could persuade Gregory to sign if you had a chance to talk with him?
I'm certain of it.
You can't help us there. He drove us away last night with a shotgun.
The West has a code that you may never have heard of. No true Westerner ever refuses the shelter of his roof to a man that's in danger.
I don't understand.
Ride out from town tonight, just as you did last night. When you get within half a mile of the ranch, you'll hear shots. Then head straight for the ranch house. Tonto and I will follow you. And Gregory will think that you've been attacked by outlaws.
You're sure that he'll let us in?
Absolutely.
It sounds good to me.
You aren't doing this for charity, stranger. How much do you want?
We'll talk of payment later. Start from town at 9 o'clock. Hi-yo, Silver!
We're almost there.
Less than half a mile.
It's dark. Maybe he missed us.
There he is. Come on, get up, get up. Come on, get up. You've got a gun. Shoot it once or twice.
No, I'm afraid the horse will get scared and throw me.
There's the ranch house.
We better stop here.
Come on.
The old man said he'd shoot us on sight.
He'll hear those shots behind us.
What's going on?
Whoa, boy. Whoa there.
Whoa. I warned you, pesky varmints, and now I'm warned.
No, Pa.
Save us, Gregory. There's a masked man and an Indian following us. Listen to those shots.
There's the men down the road.
They'll kill us.
Get off my porch.
You've got to give him protection, Pa.
We didn't mean to come here, Mr. Gregory. We were just riding along the road, and those bandits started shooting at us. Let us stay until it's safe. Then we'll go away. That's all we ask.
They're a couple of tenderfeet. Let them come inside, Pa.
They're oil men. And I took an oath that no oil man would ever step a foot through my front door.
Can't you forget they're oil men?
We'll be killed if we leave here.
You might just as well shoot us with that gun you got in your hand.
I'd rather take it that way than in the back.
They're telling the truth, Pa. If you send them away to be murder, they ain't hurt you none.
They've hurt the whole state with their oil wells.
You're hurting the state right now. You're going into partnership with bandits who aim to kill 2 innocent men. You can't do it, Stonewall. You may be stubborn, but you're honest and law-abiding. You've got to give them protection.
Get inside.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Gregory.
You're saving our lives.
Get in. I'll let you stay until morning. But if you start talking oil, I'll shoot you. I swear I will.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. Bentley and Shane, 2 Easterners, offered Stonewall Gregory $10,000 for an oil lease on the north 100 acres of his ranch. But Gregory refused. Tonto informed the Lone Ranger that the 2 Easterners planned to swindle Gregory out of his property. But the masked man, knowing that it would be to Gregory's advantage to sell, offered his aid to the Easterners. He and Tonto pretended to attack Bentley and Shane, and the Gregorys gave the Easterners shelter. Our second act opens the following morning. Bentley and Shane are having breakfast with Stonewall and his wife.
You're a wonderful cook, Mrs. Gregory.
Thanks, Mr. Bentley. Have some more biscuits. You too, Mr. Shane.
I sure will.
Do you figure that we can get back in town safely this morning, Mr. Gregory?
You won't have no trouble. That outlaw won't be showing his face in broad daylight.
I declare I'm almost glad he started shooting at you. It ain't often we meet folks from the East. You told some pretty tales about what's going on there.
Mighty tall ones, if you ask me.
Oh, hush, Pa. It's been a rare treat having you 2 gentlemen as our guests.
I don't believe your husband agrees to that, ma'am.
Of course he does, don't you, Pa?
Well, ain't so bad when they don't talk about oil.
We've kept our promise, haven't we?
I reckon. You're welcome to come again under the same condition.
No, Mr. Gregory. We'll be taking the train back east tonight. Our company sent us out here to do business with you.
Now, looky
Don't
here.
worry. I'm not going to mention the subject again. But as long as we can't do business, there's nothing to keep us here.
I guess we won't have any jobs when we get back to Pennsylvania.
Why do you say that?
Well, our boss told us that if we tried hard enough, we could get Mr. Gregory to sign. He won't believe us when we tell him how hard we tried.
A lot your boss knows about Stonewall Gregory.
That's my land.
Your husband's perfectly right, Mrs. Gregory. I always say this is a free country, and that a man's entitled to his own opinion.
You're darn tootin' he is.
It ain't fair that you should lose your jobs, though. You just tell him how you stood up and said your piece even when Pa had a gun pointed at you.
Well, they wouldn't believe it. Say, George, if Mr. Gregory were to write a letter stating his case, they'd have to believe us.
I wouldn't do that. I ain't much of a hand at writing.
Or would you sign a letter if I wrote it?
Sure he would, wouldn't you, Pa?
Well, wouldn't hurt nothing, I suppose. I'd like to tell your company a few things so they wouldn't bother me no more.
Do you have a pen and some paper, Mrs. Gregory?
In the parlor. You come right along with me, and I'll find you a real nice place to run.
We'll wait here, Tonto. These trees will hide us from the house.
Tonto not like help, Crook.
We've only helped Stonewall so far. Bentley and Shane won't leave until they have his signature. After that, we can make sure they don't cheat him.
Crook's horses in corral.
And I see them, Tonto. We'll wait here until they leave. You better take Silver, the white fellow, back in the woods a ways. They may be seen.
Silver, white fella.
Writing 2 letters for, Mr. Bentley.
I'm going to leave one with you.
Whatever for?
Just so you'll have a record of it.
You mean we gotta keep it?
That's what a businessman would do.
Well, I declare. That sure proves Stonewall ain't no businessman.
I'll just sign them now and,
Thought you wanted Pa to sign.
I do. But this is more of a statement than a letter. Will you ask your husband to step in?
Stonewall, come here.
I only need your signature.
Didn't take you long, Bentley.
What's the letter say?
Do you want to read it?
I ain't got my specs. You read it.
All right. This is to certify that your Mr. Bentley did his best to get me to sign the following agreement. Receive payment of $10,000, for which consideration I deed my oil rights in the North 100 acres of land registered as the Box G Ranch to the Meredith Oil Company. The Meredith Oil Company will have the right to drill such wells as are necessary.
Never mind all that. I wouldn't let them start drilling on my land for $50,000.
Then just sign here, Mr. Gregory.
Here?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Now this one.
Why 2 papers?
This one so we'll have a record, Pa.
Oh.
Yeah. I wonder if you'll sign too, Mrs. Gregory.
Me?
If we have both your names, it will make things a lot easier for us. Here's a pen.
Thanks. I used to write a real pretty hand. But the rheumatism sort of cramps my hand now, and there.
Ah, that's fine. Thank you, Mrs. Gregory. You and your husband have saved our jobs as well as our lives.
We're grateful.
Land sakes, it's the least we could do. Are you going now?
Oh, we'll have to.
Still going to take the train tonight?
Yes, sir.
Don't bother about our horses, Mr. Gregory. We can get them.
Oh, they're hitched right outside. I told one of the boys to bring them up.
Goodbye, Mr. Bentley.
Goodbye, ma'am. It's been a pleasure knowing both you and your husband. Come on, George.
Goodbye.
If you have any trouble with your boss, just let me know.
We're all fixed up now.
Goodbye. There goes $10,000, Stonewall. Sometimes I think you're the stubbornest man in the world.
Well, I ain't having no oil drilling on my land.
You sure settle that. Mr. Bentley was awfully nice, though. I felt sorry for him.
He got around you by saying he was a good cook.
He got around you by listening to your horse talk.
Well, it's a lot better than oil talk.
Well, they've gone. That's all there is to it. What are you going to do with this paper left?
Don't know if there's anything to do with it.
Pa!
A masked man.
I'll take that paper, Mrs. Gregory.
What do you want with it?
I want to read it.
Pa!
You'd better give it to him.
Oh, here.
You'll get it back before long.
Where's my gun? Let me at him.
It must be the same outlaw that shot at Mr. Bentley.
Open the door, Marthy.
Oh, get him, Pa. Oh, why don't you shoot?
He called his horse Silver.
Silver?
Yeah. What do you suppose he's doing here?
Bentley is a crook. He swindled Stonewall.
How him do that?
I'll show you. Oh, Silver.
Oh, fella.
This is the paper I took from him. If the first two lines were torn off, it would be a legal lease. That's exactly what Bentley will do with his copy.
Oh.
He has Stonewall's signature witnessed by his wife. Before long, men and equipment will arrive to drill for oil.
Then Stonewall make trouble.
It won't do him any good. Bentley used a different handwriting for the first two lines, and he can claim that Stonewall inserted them afterward. I expected some such trick.
That's right. But you want Stonewall sign lease.
But that isn't what I meant when I said that Stonewall had been swindled. Bentley will claim that he paid Stonewall $10,000. This paper says received payment, and Stonewall signed it.
What we do?
Bentley and Shane were sent here by their company with the money to buy the lease. They probably have it hidden someplace in their room at the hotel.
We go there?
Not until it gets dark.
Maybe crooks leave town today.
No, Kimosabe. They'll take the train. That isn't due until midnight. We'll circle back to camp and wait there. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, right there.
Bentley and Shane were confident that their plan had succeeded. That evening, the two men were in their room at the hotel, making final preparations to leave town.
Finished packing, George?
You want me to put the money in here?
No, I'll take care of it. Bring the candle over.
What are you doing with the lease?
It isn't a lease yet. I'm tearing off the top lines nice and even. Now, we have both a lease and a receipt.
And $5,000 apiece.
Not bad, George. Not bad at all. See who that is.
It's the masked man.
Yes. I hear that you're leaving town.
We aren't trying to run out on you. Come in. How much do we owe you for the job last night?
I want $10,000.
What's that?
You're crazy.
I'll give you $50.
Hand me that money belt, Shane.
Now listen, stranger. I'll make it $100, but you
Put
can't...
up your hands, Bentley, and step back from the table.
He's got us covered.
$10,000 is my price, and I'm collecting it. If you set a posse on my trail, it'll mean your lives. Oh, Silver. Oh, more.
You, the masked man.
I'm coming in, Stonewall.
Who is it, Pa? Oh, land sakes. What do you want with us now?
Here's the paper I took from you. I'm going to show you what Bentley did with his copy.
You're tearing it.
Now, read it. Both of you.
Received payment. Why, this makes it all different.
The dirty double-crossing oily varmints.
Bentley and Shane tricked you into signing a lease and a receipt, Stonewall.
They can't get away with it.
Yes, they can, and it's to your advantage. That North 100 acres is worthless for raising stock. It's oil land. You're standing in the way of progress by holding on to it.
Stranger, it practically says here we got the money. We didn't. They didn't pay us nothing.
Here's your money. Count it, Stonewall. You'll need it before the winter's over.
Oh, glory be. $10,000.
I had to take this money from Bentley and Shane by force. They tried to swindle you, but you can still turn the tables on them.
Just tell me how.
They don't realize that you suspect anything. They'll go to the sheriff with a story that I robbed them. Get into town as fast as you can and tell the sheriff your side of it. Bentley and Shane need a taste of Texas justice.
Call down to the bunkhouse, Marthy. Tell Slim to saddle Blaze.
All right.
I'm on my way, stranger. Texas justice is just what them ornery critters is going to get.
He left the money belt outside of the room, but he took $10,000 from it.
You've got to do something, Sheriff.
Can't you round up a posse and start after him?
Give me a description.
He's tall and he's masked.
And he rides a white horse. Calls him Silver.
Silver? So you caught the ornery thieves. Good work, Joe.
Gregory. What are you talking about, Stonewall?
I'm talking about these two mavericks. They tried to rob me.
Let's get out of here, George.
Stay where you are. I got you covered.
Same here. Go on, Stonewall. What's the charge?
I gave them an oil lease on my North 100. They were supposed to pay me $10,000, but instead, they figured on keeping it for themselves. They'd have got away with it, too, if a friend of mine hadn't stopped them.
That friend of yours don't happen to ride a horse named Silver, does he?
He sure does.
That's enough for me. You two are going to jail. By the time you get out, you know that it don't pay to meddle with the Lone Ranger.
Come on, Silver, old boy. There's adventure on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Dates and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Music means all things to all people. Music is relaxation, adventure, Elysian fields of dreams come true. And at this joyous holiday time, music is Christmas. We of NBC feel proud of our Monday evening lineup of truly fine music programs. Tomorrow means more fine music on NBC with the Railroad Hour featuring Gordon MacRae and Lucille Norman in The Happy Prince, a special Christmas Eve production to add to your listening pleasure. Also tomorrow there's The Voice of Firestone with guest Eleanor Stieber. Later there's the Telephone Hour with guest soloist Blanche Thiebaum. And tomorrow enjoy the Christmas program of the Mario Lanza Show with Mario Lanza, lovely Giselle McKenzie, and Ray Sinatra's orchestra. Yes, Monday is your invitation to music over most NBC stations. Make a program note to hear the Railroad Hour, the Voice of Firestone, the Telephone Hour, and the Mario Lanza Show tomorrow. Monday means music on NBC. Hear it on this station.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Christmas Payoff.
It is 4 p.m. on the afternoon of December 25th, 1940, in the small West Texas town of Rockfield. In his office, Dr. Edward Hartley and his nurse are just clearing up after treating an emergency case, which has taken the doctor away from his family on this Christmas Day.
Doctor, before I leave, would you like me to stay?
Alice, I would just like you to scoot on home where you should have been hours ago.
And what about you? I think it's a shame. The one day in the year families should be together and you have an emergency.
Well, anyway, old Mrs. Thompson will feel a lot better now for the holidays. Pretty nasty infection.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, doctoring's the one business can't be run by a time clock.
And nursing's a part of doctoring, so I leave when you do.
Trapped. Sure would have loved to spend the whole day with the youngsters, though.
No, they probably won't even let you back in the house.
Well, Christmas got them so excited I don't think they even know I'm gone. Oh, by the way, you sure you won't have supper with us?
I'd love to, Doctor, but... Oh, no.
Huh? What's the matter?
Doctor, you come over the window for a minute?
Not another patient.
I think so.
Well, guess the Christmas tree can wait a little longer. Who is it?
I don't know. Here, look. That man just getting off the car.
I don't recognize him. That arm must be in pretty bad shape. Bandage clear to the elbow.
And why didn't he come in 2 hours ago?
Huh? What do you mean?
That man was sitting in that car 2 hours ago. Only was parked in front of the house next door. I wonder...
Come away from there.
What, Doctor, what...
I don't want him to see you. Now, go on. What else?
Well, just an hour later, when I took Mrs. Thompson out to her car, he was still there.
And he meant it. He really meant it.
Doctor, what is it?
Alice, now listen to me. Don't ask any questions. I want you to get in the supply closet and stay there.
What?
Whatever you do, don't make a sound. No matter what happens out here, don't give yourself away. You understand me? Your life depends on it.
What is it? Why don't we call the sheriff?
I'm going to. Hurry into the closet. Now remember, not a sound. I should have known it'd come. I didn't know when. Come on. Operator, this is Doc Hartley. Listen carefully. I have to speak quietly. Get the sheriff to my office as quick as you can, and don't call back. Just get him out here. Can't stall any longer. Come in. Just a minute. Here goes. Yes?
You Doc Hartley?
That's right.
Well, can I come in?
Oh, of course. Come in. No, that's the supply closet. My dispensary is this way. Now, if you'll just get up on the table. Would you like to lie down? More comfortable for that arm.
I'll sit.
That's a lot of bandaging. What did you do to that hand?
I think maybe I sprained it. You're the doc. Suppose you tell me. You always work this slow, Doc?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Where's your nurse?
She's gone home a long time ago. Not even supposed to be working today. This is Christmas, you know.
Yeah, I know. Why don't you pull the last of the bandage off, Doc? Don't you want to see my hand?
I know what's in it.
Then I'll do it myself. Yeah. See? There's your Christmas present, Doc, in my fist. Nice 38. Don't you want it, Doc?
Why are you doing this? Why?
Maybe I shouldn't give it to you. You guessed what it was. Spoiled my surprise. Nah, you look like a nice guy. I'll give it to you anyway. Look at me, Doc. You know what it's for.
You get yourself.
Merry Christmas, Doc.
Sheriff Lon McGill, on arriving at the scene of the crime, found Dr. Hartley dead and Nurse Alice Leonard in a state of physical collapse. He immediately asked for the help of the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned, joining the sheriff at the doctor's office a short while later.
Photographer will be out of your way in a minute, Jace. The nurse I told you about is in the other room. Maybe you want to talk to her first.
Yeah, thanks, Sheriff. She's still as bad off she was?
Oh, she's some better now. It's a rough thing for a woman to have to go through.
Yeah, plenty rough.
In here, Jace. Alice. Alice, this is Ranger Pearson. It's Alice Leonard, Jace. Been Doc Hartley's nurse for 6 years.
Howdy, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I just can't seem to get a hold of myself. But it was so horrible. It was horrible.
I know how you must feel, ma'am, but you'll be helping a lot by answering a few questions.
I've tried.
Fine. Sheriff here has given me what you told him, so I won't put you through that again. Just want to clear up a few things. You know of anyone who might have wanted Doc dead?
Oh, what sort of person would want that? Doctor was a wonderful man. Never had an enemy in his life. Sheriff, he'll tell you that.
That's right, Jace. Doc was a real popular man in this town. I never heard a word against him. Friend didn't put him where he is now, Sheriff. Ma'am, you say you saw the killer's face?
Yes, through the keyhole.
You think you'd recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes, I'm sure I would.
Good. Now, from their conversation, would you say the doctor knew this man?
No.
Yet when he saw him through the window, he made you hide in the closet.
Yes, that's right.
He say anything at all about the man?
No. Wait, I remember now. He said something about... He meant it.
He meant it?
Yes.
What is it, ma'am?
I just remembered something. A note.
What note, Alice?
A few weeks ago, the doctor got a letter. I opened it because I take care of his mail.
Go on.
Inside was just a piece of paper with words cut out from newspapers pasted to it. It said the payoff is soon.
What did the doctor say when he saw it?
Well, he just laughed, said it was some sort of joke. But I caught him sitting and staring at it a few times after that.
You know where that letter is?
Well, I think it's in his desk.
Miss Leonard, you remember anything about the car this man drove?
No, just that it was black, a sedan. Oh, and the front fender had a big dent in it. I remember I could see it from the office window.
I think that'll do for now, ma'am. You go home and try and get some rest. Tell the deputy I said to drive you home, Alice.
I will. I hope you find the man who did this. I hope you find him.
Oh, poor woman. She was mighty fond of the doc, Jace. Must have spent some bad minutes in that closet. Yeah, the doc had a couple of bad minutes, too, Sheriff. The photographer must be finished in there by now. Let's take a look. Nothing's been touched in there, Jace. Everything's just the way we found it. Thought you'd want it that way. Thanks, Sheriff. Let's have a look at the doc. I'll just whip the sheet off him here. He shot at close range, all right. Powder burns. The angle of the shot seemed to bear out the nurse's story. Ballistics will fill us in later. Let's have a look at this desk. Okay, Jace? Well, there's not much on this side, Jace. What's the matter? Drawer full of Christmas candies. That'll be a nice Christmas for those poor kids. Hey, wait a minute, Jace. I think this is what you want. And that's it. The payoff is soon. No envelope with it? I reckon Doc threw that away. It'd be a tough one to trace. Cheap paper, the message in newspaper captions. And it's used a lot for blackmail because it's so hard to run down. Well, where to now, Jace? Has the doc's wife been told about this yet? No. Been holding off. I sure don't relish it none. Those kids and all. Let's tell her together then, Sheriff. It's a little easier that way. Thanks, Jace. Anything more we can do here? No, but before we go, I want to check on that black sedan with a smashed front fender. See if it's on the stolen car list. Sure thing. If you can spare a couple of deputies, Sheriff, I'd like them to do a house-to-house on this street. Maybe somebody else got a look at that car or the killer. It's a good idea, Jace. There's not much to go on, is there? There's enough. They always leave enough. And this is one killer I want, Sheriff. I want him bad. A black sedan with a smashed front fender was on the stolen car list. We finished our calls and left. 15 minutes later, we stood in front of a large, neat house on a well-kept street. Staring at the front door, Doc Hartley would never open again. Through the parlor window, we could see 3 laughing kids and proud grandparents around a Christmas tree. It was a rough doorbell to ring.
Darling, I thought you'd never... Oh, I'm sorry. I was expecting my husband. Oh, Sheriff McGill.
Howdy, Miss Hartley. Can we come in?
Oh, why, of course. Please do. I imagine you want to see Ed. I'm sorry. He had an emergency, but if you like, I can...
Mrs. Hartley, this is Ranger Pearson. Howdy, ma'am.
Hello, Ranger. Pleased to meet you.
Ma'am, can we speak to you privately? I mean, in another room, away from them.
Of course. Come in here. Well, what is it?
Ma'am, it's best to say it quickly. Your husband, he's been killed.
Oh, no.
Here, you better sit down, Miss Hartley.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
How did it happen?
He was shot, ma'am, by a man who came in asking for treatment. I want to find that man, Mrs. Hartley. I know how you feel at a time like this, but if you could answer a few questions, it'd help.
I'll try.
Has anyone threatened your husband that you know of? Did he seem worried lately?
No.
Did anyone call him today beside the woman he went to treat?
Just a man.
What man?
A little past noon, the phone rang. Some man asked for my husband. I told him he was at the office on an emergency, and he just hung up.
You recognize the voice, Mrs. Hartley?
No.
Just one more question, ma'am. Do you know of anyone who had a grudge against the doctor who'd have wanted this to happen?
No. Nobody. Nobody except...
Except who?
Oh, I was thinking of that man, the one he sent to prison.
Sent to prison, ma'am?
I think I can explain that, Jace. You mean that Nixon thing, Miss Hartley?
Yes.
Well, it happened a couple of years back, Jace. A fellow named Al Nixon robbed the payroll of a gas cracking plant about 40 miles from here. Shot during the getaway, though. Came through here and forced Doc Hartley to treat him at gunpoint.
You know what kind of stretch they gave him, Sheriff?
No, I don't remember. You see, that was before I was sheriff. I was living at the other end of the county then. Well, anyway, seems Doc somehow sneaked a phone call while he was treating Nixon, and the police got him. Isn't that right, Miss Hartley?
Yes. They sent him to Huntsville.
Mrs. Hartley, I'm sorry to put you through this. We're going to leave now. Is there anything we can do for you?
Nothing. There's nothing anyone can do. How will I tell the children?
Call from KTXA ought to be in any minute now, Sheriff.
I still don't see why you ask him for that rundown on Nixon, Jace. You thinking maybe he's out?
I don't know, Sheriff, but I sure want to find out. Nixon's got a real good motive for this killing.
Well, I got to go with you on that. But...
KTXA
hold it,
to
Sheriff.
Unit 10.
That's
KTXA
it.
to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead.
Of information you requested. Al Nixon, sentenced life term, Huntsville Penitentiary, December 1937. Money from gas cracking plant payroll never recovered.
10-4. Unit 10 clear.
KTXA Austin.
Well, that kind of kills that, don't it, Jace? Man with the best motive of all is serving life at Huntsville.
And it's still too good to pass by, Sheriff.
What do you mean?
Look, Nixon may be in Huntsville for life, but that doesn't change his motive. It's still good. So good I want to see him. I'm going to Huntsville in the morning.
In a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
Who catches tuberculosis? The young? Yes, but so do the old. And so do people of any race or nationality. 500,000 Americans are afflicted with TB. 40,000 a year die from it. Yet TB is preventable and curable. It can be controlled. How? One way is through Christmas seals. Christmas seals are the sole support of the 3,000 voluntary associations affiliated with the National Tuberculosis Association, which are fighting to wipe out TB in their communities. The greater the Christmas seal sale, the nearer we are to ending the scourge of tuberculosis. If you haven't already purchased your Christmas seals, you can still buy and use them. Be glad of this easy, inexpensive way to help others. Be grateful for the opportunity to help safeguard your own home against the dread white plague. And now back to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Christmas Payoff.
Next morning, I left Nurse Alice Leonard with the sheriff to begin the long job of trying to pick a killer's picture out of the gallery. Then I headed for Huntsville. I wasn't in the visiting room 5 minutes when Nixon was brought in. A brutal-looking little man who shuffled forward and sat across the table from me, waiting for me to talk. My name's Pearson, Nixon. Ranger Pearson.
What do you want, a medal for remembering your name?
I want some answers.
And if I don't give them to you, you'll have me arrested, huh?
You remember Dr. Hartley, Nixon?
Yeah, I remember him. Look around. Ain't this good reason to remember him?
He didn't put you here. You put yourself here.
Hartley put me here. Oh, but don't you worry a head about me, Ranger. I'll make out. Yeah, you worry about Hartley.
Hartley's dead, Nixon.
You mean that?
He's dead. Shot to death. Something funny, Nixon?
Sure. Don't you get it? He put me in here, now he's dead, but I'm still alive. Ooh, you cops, you're all so smart, ain't you? Sure, you got me, but you never got the money. And best of all, Hartley is dead.
You're in the right place, Nixon.
So that's why you're here, huh? Maybe I killed him, huh? Sure, I'll confess. I just walked through the walls, knocked him off, and flew back like a bird.
Phone call for you, Ranger. You can take it in the office. All right, guard. Thanks. You through with Nixon? Yeah, you can have him. This way.
Hey, Ranger, arrest me. I killed him.
In there, Ranger. Thanks. Hello?
Sheriff McGill, Jace. How are you making out?
Old trail, Sheriff. Nixon's no help. How'd you come out?
Nurse picked out a picture, Jace. Swears it's him. Fella named Lou Crowder.
You run a make on him?
I sure did. He did the last 2 years in Huntsville. Released a week ago.
Beginning to fit, Sheriff. Any more on that car?
I was just coming to that. They found it about 100 miles from here. Abandoned in some brush just outside of Crest City.
I want to see that car, Sheriff. Tell him to hold it where it is. As soon as I talk to the warden, I'm heading for Crest City. Want to meet me there?
Sure thing, Jace. Meet you at the hotel.
Never can tell what's coming, Sheriff. That cold trail's all warmed up again. I had my talk with the warden and then met the sheriff in Crest City. As we headed for the spot where the abandoned car had been found, I kept thinking of Doc's wife and her 3 small kids. I was getting closer to a killer, and I liked it.
Oh, I don't know, Jason. No matter how I figure it, there's always a couple of loose ends.
Well, then try this, Sheriff. Al Nixon is doing life for a payroll robbery, and he's convinced it's Doc Hartley's fault. Now, that payroll was never found because Nixon hid it someplace before they got him.
Yeah, I follow that far, Jace.
In Huntsville with Nixon was Lou Crowder. Now, Nixon knew he wasn't ever going to get to use that money, so suppose he made a deal with Crowder. Crowder could have it if he killed Doc Hartley.
But what was to stop Crowder from just digging up the money and not killing the doc?
Well, Nixon's too smart for that, Sheriff. Probably set it up so he'd let Crowder know where the money is after he was sure of Doc's death.
Yeah, it figures all right. But how would he let Crowder know?
By letter, Sheriff. The warden told me Nixon's already written Crowder 3 times.
What good would that do? All mail coming out of Huntsville is censored, Jace.
I know, but the 2 men had plenty of time to rig a code when they were together in the pen.
Then a letter could be the answer.
That's right. Yeah, the highway patrol car up ahead must be where the car is.
Yeah. Yeah, this is it.
Howdy.
Howdy, fellas. There's a car, Jace, just behind this brush. Jace, even if your figuring's right, what do you reckon this car is going to tell us?
Just one thing, Sheriff. That's it.
I don't get it, Jace.
You will. Look, would Crowder want to hang around a town he'd killed a man in?
No, reckon not.
But if he's expecting a letter from Nixon, he's got a light someplace to get it.
What are you driving at?
Put this together. This car's still in running order. Crowder didn't have to leave it. That makes Crest City a pretty good bet for the place the letter's going to be picked up.
But what if Crowder's already picked the letter up?
It's not likely. Nixon didn't even know about the killing till I told him today. He'd want to be sure before he paid off.
What if Nixon double-crosses Crowder? Suppose he don't send the letter telling where the money is.
He'll send it, Sheriff. I got a good look at Nixon's face when I told him Doc was dead. He'll send it. Back in Crest City, the postmaster agreed to notify us the minute he got any letter postmarked Huntsville without giving it out. The very next day, the letter was there. A man had come in for it, but was told it hadn't arrived. The postmaster noticed the man was driving a car with a horse trailer attached. I got my horse trailer, and we set the trap in the post office the next morning.
That's Crowder, all right, Jason. He got the letter. Shall we take him?
No. Hold it, Sheriff.
What's the matter?
I don't want to take a chance. He's probably armed. Some of these people may get hurt.
Well, what are you going to do?
Give him a lead and tail him. All right, let's move up the front door and see where he goes. I've been expecting a kettle up, if you want.
He just got in that car, Jace.
Yeah.
The one with the trailer.
He's pulling out. Come on.
You reckon he'll head straight for that money?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He's not pulling that horse trailer for nothing.
He must be heading someplace he can't use a car.
It's all right with me. We'll get him, Sheriff. Wherever he goes, we'll get him. For almost 3 hours, we trailed Crowder by car, never getting too near him, just pinpointing him. When the country got rough, he left his car and switched to the horse he'd been pulling. So did we. We gave him a bigger lead and just followed his tracks.
Awful rough climb, Jace. You sure we're following him? I don't see any tracks.
I'm following him all right, Sheriff. Didn't you just see that turned rock, moist on one side? A hoof did that.
Beats me how you spot him.
Hold it, Sheriff.
Oh.
It's a drop-off just ahead. I want to look.
See anything, Jace?
Shh. Hold it. He's just over the drop, about 20 feet.
Is he digging, Jace?
Better than that, Sheriff. He's found it already. Now, look, Sheriff. He's in a dead-end canyon. I'm going down after him. You cut along this ridge and close in from the base.
All right, Jace, but be careful. Come on, boy.
Crowder! Get your hands up.
You'll never take me, copper!
That's a warning, Crowder. Next one will be through your head. Now throw your gun away.
All right, don't shoot. You see my hands are up.
Keep them there.
Look, Ranger, there's $30,000 here. I'll make a deal with you. Take half the money. Just give me a chance.
Like the chance you gave Doc?
You're not going to get that money.
No, you don't. Give me that knife.
You all right, Jace?
Yeah, I'm all right, Sheriff.
You were taking an awful chance that way, Jace.
I know it, Sheriff.
I had a bad minute there when I saw his knife glint in the sun. Thought you'd have to gun him for sure.
I didn't want it that way. I had to take Crowder alive, Sheriff. He's my Christmas present to the warden at Huntsville.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
With Christmas just around the corner, we at NBC hope that you all will have a joyful, happy holiday season. With the program scheduled on the NBC Radio Network, we will try to add to your listening pleasure as you relax and tune for your favorite entertainers. Special programs are planned by all of our NBC shows, and we know that you will want to hear as many of them as you possibly can. To put it in musical form, here is a holiday wish from the NBC Chimes.
Happy holiday, happy listening, happy holiday, happy listening. NBC wishes you a season of good cheer. A merry, merry Christmas and a happier New Year. Happy holiday, happy listening, happy holiday, happy listening.
Yes, from all of us at NBC to all of you throughout the country comes this sincere, hearty wish for a Merry Christmas.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
On February 3rd, 1941, Al Nixon was removed from Huntsville Penitentiary to stand trial along with Lou Crowder for the premeditated murder of Dr. Hartley. Both men were found guilty. The sentence, death in the electric chair.
This is Joel McCrae, folks. I just want to say I hope you'll all have a happy holiday season and many more to come. See you next week.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. The cast included Tony Barrett, Lillian Bayeb, Whitfield Connor, Lou Krugman, Michael Ann Barrett, and Parley Bear. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Anthony Barrett, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gipney speaking.
Next, it's The Big Show. All this and Tallulah, too, on NBC.
Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By Chesterfield, always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. It's Frankie Carl at the keyboard, playing one of a medley of hits from his new RCA Victor album, Cocktail Time. In this exciting new album, you'll find 16 of Irving Berlin's best, a selection of songs that are among the greatest hits of the last 30 years. Ask for your album copy of Frankie Carl's Cocktail Time at your record dealers. Listen to it. You'll hear the smooth, danceable Carl flavor as he ripples through such romantic melodies as How Deep Is the Ocean, Say It Isn't So, All Alone, and many more Irving Berlin favorites. Yes, hear Frankie Carl's Cocktail Time, a brand new album release by RCA Victor. Under the blazing rays of the equatorial sun, a new nation has been born, the fledgling Republic of Indonesia. Proud and strong, the young nation faces its future with confidence and hope. A confidence and hope shared by the man who leaves the government building at Padang, Sumatra.
Sure about that, Ken? There's no mistake?
Not a chance, Chief. I just got word of it here in Singapore. He was Jim Martin, all right.
Another American oil man. The third one killed in the Republic of Indonesia in the past 2 months.
That's right. And this time it was out-and-out murder. No accident.
What's going on there, Ken? Any ideas?
Chief, do you remember the Darul Mercader?
Darul Mercader. Oh, that World of Freedom outfit.
Yeah.
Sure. They were collaborationists during the war, working with the Japs.
Well, they're at it again. Being very patriotic about it. They want all foreigners driven out of Indonesia. And they want all of her oil to be nationalized.
Oh, it begins to sound familiar, Ken. 10 years ago, it was the Japs who wanted Asia for the Asiatics. Now?
Yeah. That nationalizing of oil gag makes a fine excuse to overthrow a government that's working with the Western democracies.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Isn't Jim Martin's company drilling test wells in undeveloped country in the north of Sumatra?
That's right. They're taking all the risk and only asking for a royalty if they manage to tap a new field. That's why the Darrell Mercader will do anything to stop those wells from coming in.
Ah. How do we keep him from getting away with it, Ken?
I've already got my tickets, Chief. For Padang, Sumatra.
What you're doing with that crane, you blasted idiots? That's not scrap iron you're handling there. Move it easy, easy!
That looks like oil derrick rigging you're unloading.
They ain't sewing machine parts, Mac.
You must be Brad Kelly.
What makes you think so?
They told me up at the office that I'd find you down here, loading equipment for the test well at Arkeen.
Who are you, Mac?
My name's Ken Thurston.
That don't mean nothing to me. What's your racket? Come on, spill it.
I want to know what you can tell me about Jim Martin's murder.
Oh, I get it. The company's snoop. Well, you better steer clear, Mac.
Why?
Because Brad Kelly's telling you to, that's why. This outfit's paying me to drill a test well up at Arkeen. I got trouble enough without trying to play copper.
Sounds like you don't care who killed Martin.
All I care about is my job. And the dough I'm going to get for bringing in a well, you savvy?
Sure. Just like it was back in 39, isn't it, Kelly?
39?
Yep. The year the Russian oil fields at Baku were being modernized.
What does that mean?
They hired some outside help to do the job. One of them was an American oil super by the name of Brad Kelly, remember?
Hey, Mr. Thurston, are you Mr. Thurston?
Oh, here we go again.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
All right, Pagon, how much do you want?
Exactly $163.29. How'd you know I wanted money?
What else?
Please, Mr. X. Besides, you owe it to me.
I what?
Sure. It was pretty expensive for me to follow you here from Singapore, and I couldn't charter the airplane for peanuts, you understand?
What airplane?
Why, the one that's going to fly us to Mr. Kelly's oil well near Acheen, Natch.
Huh?
So you're Thurston, the man who wants me to fly him to the oil fields at Arkeen.
That's right, Miss Dorn.
What's your reason for flying up there?
Do you always ask your passengers leading questions?
That's rugged country. The natives are pretty rugged, too. Traveling up there can be dangerous for a man.
But not for a woman, eh?
Thurston, I'll do almost anything to make $1.
What makes you think I wouldn't?
Might be a good answer for Zellschmidt, but not for the man called X.
Ah? Pagon didn't waste much time, did you, Frederica?
Talks pretty freely for $10.
Was it worth it to you?
Yes. I like to know all about the people I'm flying.
Just idle curiosity.
No. The Darrell Mercader.
Mm-hmm. What's their connection with you?
None, so far. That's the way I want to keep it.
Hmm.
You're not satisfied?
Should I be?
You'd be a fool to fly with me if you weren't. Well?
Okay, Frederica, let's go.
Here we are, gentlemen, the Arkeen oil fields.
Hey, somebody beat us up here.
That red plane on the strip?
Sure. Belongs to that oil man who is the boss around here.
Brad Kelly?
That's the joker, yeah. Him and me are the oldest and dearest of friends.
No wonder it didn't cost him anything to learn that I was a man called X.
Are you kidding? It cost him exactly $10. Oh?
That's what I thought.
Looks like $10 is Pagan's standard fee for treason, Ken.
Treason? Now, what kind of talk is that? I was only trying to see that nothing happens to this oil well. I was only trying to...
Ken. Yeah. Looks like you got here a little late, Pagan. It's already happened.
Look at that rigging. Look at it. Another 24-hour shutdown. And all because some lousy...
I believe you are forgetting something that is more important, Mr. Kelly.
Yes, Sungo, like what?
The fact that 3 men were killed in the nitroglycerin explosion.
What the devil do I care how many lazy natives get their heads blown off? It was their own blasted carelessness.
Was it Mr. Kelly? Or was it the Darul Mercader?
Now look, Sungo, for the last time I'm telling you to knock off that guff about the Darul Mercader. I don't want to hear it anymore. You get me? Knock it off.
Why? You afraid there's some truth in it?
Thurston, what the devil are you doing here?
We didn't settle anything about Jim Martin's murder at our last meeting, Kelly.
Maybe that's the way I want it. And what I said before still goes. Stay clear of me.
So Brad Kelly's blowing off steam again, Singer.
So it would appear, Frederica. But someday he will not find his safety valve in words. And then will come the explosion. But we forget our manners. I do not believe this gentleman and I have met.
My name's Ken Thurston.
And I am Sunga Tabara, Mr. Thurston. Allow me to welcome you to Akeem.
Thanks, Mr. Tabaran.
Sunga's an oil geologist, Ken.
Oh, working for Kelly?
The Indonesian government has assigned me to aid companies such as this in whatever way that I can.
Must be a pretty rugged assignment. What with Kelly and the explosions, the Darul Mercader.
Oh, you overheard that.
What makes you think they might be behind this nitro explosion?
It was so predicted, Mr. Thurston, by Negara.
Negara?
Yes, a girl who gives dance plays with wayang. But perhaps you are not familiar with wayang.
Yeah, they're puppets, aren't they? Used in shadow plays to tell stories about the past.
And about the future, Mr. Thurston. The more superstitious of my people believe that anything the puppets say will come true, even if my people themselves must help bring that truth to realization.
You mean they really believe that nonsense?
Negara's Wayang made 2 predictions at her shadow dance last night. Both came true today.
What were they, Sunga?
They said that smoke and fire would cover the great iron tower and stop its beating heart.
The nitro explosion.
And the other prediction?
That a great bird of the skies would land here today, carrying with it a devil god. A devil god who would be known by the symbol X.
Hey, I don't get it, Mr. X. What's all this yakety-yak about devil gods and dances and Darul Mercader? What's all that got to do with drilling oil wells?
That's what we had to find out, Pagan.
But why monkey around with all this mishmash if you want to know who's throwing wrenches into the oil wells? Just ask me.
You've got it all figured out.
Sure. It's that Sunga Tabaran.
Very interesting.
It's got to be him.
Why?
That's besides the point. Anyways, if it's not him, it's that Kelly joker. Or that gorgeous geranium Frederica. It's a cinch.
I don't know how I could ever get along without you, Pagan.
Thank you.
Oh, but someday I'd like to have a try.
Uh-huh.
Here's our tent. Let's go in. Well.
Huh? What's so well about... well...
Greetings, great one. I bid you welcome in the name of the holy triad of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva.
Well, thanks, baby. We,
You must be Negara.
That is so, great one. High priestess of the Wayang. And you are the devil gods who have come to battle those whose selfish interests bring only destruction.
What makes you think we're here for that reason, Negara?
It has been so predicted by the Wayangs, great one. And whatever is said by the Wayangs comes to pass.
Have they told you who these selfish interests are?
It is to be told tonight. At a shadow play in the jungles to the north. Be there, and you will see and hear for yourselves. Until then, great one.
Yeah, sure, baby. Goodbye. Oh, boy, what a screwless character, hey, Mr. X?
I doubt it. But here, on this cot,
Hey, what do you know? It's a Charlie McCarthy.
it's a Wyang. A shadow puppet that tells the future.
It is? Hey, that things look like you.
That's right.
Then what is it doing with that... Oh, Mr. X.
Yeah. The hilt of a dagger, Pagan. Sticking out of his chest.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment.
And now, here's Bing Crosby with a word about vacations.
Oh, Ken, when you mention vacations, it brings a tear to me eye and a lump in my throat. Poor Uncle Herbert.
Well, what happened to your Uncle Herbert?
Uncle Herbert loves to fish. So on his vacation, he hied himself off all alone to a secluded spot way back in the woods. Poor Uncle Herbert.
He forgot his fishing pole?
He forgot his Chesterfields. So, friends, take a tip from me. Whether you're packing to take off for the weekend or for that long-anticipated vacation, pack a couple of cartons of those milder Chesterfields. When you take off on a trip like that, you like to go where you want and do what you want. So take along the cigarette that gives you what you want. Chesterfield.
Chesterfield gives you its famous ABCs. Always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking. Plus, no unpleasant aftertaste.
Yep, the country's first and only cigarette taste panel reported, of all brands tested, only Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. Vacation time, anytime. Take Chesterfields with you.
Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall with Leon Velasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. The Man Called X believes that the Daryl Mercader, a subversive organization, is planning to overthrow the Indonesian government under the smokescreen of a cry for nationalization of oil. He's in the wild northern country of Akin, where the success or failure of a test well being drilled by American interests might determine the success or failure of the Daryl Mercader's plans.
What kind of a sucker are you anyway, Sunga? There's no oil here. If you can sell Kelly on the idea of drilling further north on my land, we can all get rich.
I'm afraid, my dear Frederica, that the welfare of Indonesia is a bit more important in my estimation than your personal gain.
Okay. Wave a flag if you want to. But nobody gets anything if you don't hit oil here, and you're not going to.
You sound pretty sure of that, Frederica.
I am sure. Kelly's drilled way below the limit of the other wells on Sumatra. And if that's not enough, ask Sunga what the test borings show.
What do they show?
Actually, very little upon which to base an opinion, Mr. Thurston. We must drill for many more weeks before anything definite can be known.
By that time, my options will be up. I've got to start drilling on that land before then, or I can't hold the leases.
Sounds like Sunga was right. You're more interested in making $1 than in what happens to Indonesia.
Sure I am. Why not? Nobody gives you anything for nothing in this world.
Well, maybe we shouldn't expect it, Frederica.
All right, Ken. Preach your fancy little homilies. Let Sunga wave his flag. Won't do you or Indonesia any good. You'll never strike oil here.
I still want to know why you're so sure.
2 words, Ken. Daryl Mercader.
I don't get it, Mr. X. The oil well isn't working after the explosion, so why do we have to visit it at this time of night?
It's a perfect time for the Daryl Mercader to make a move.
Huh?
Easy now, we're almost there.
See? The joint's empty.
Any bets?
Where did that come from?
Somebody working in the rigging.
Oh, that's crazy. What could anyone be doing out here in this dark?
They could be loosening the drill so it'll fall down the bore.
They could?
It could be weeks, maybe months of fishing for it before they could drill again. Plenty of time to start it and finish the revolution. Come on.
You die, devil god! You die! Die, devil god!
All right, Pagon, you can come out from behind that barrel now.
I was only going to... Boy, look at that knife in his hand. Oh, you shot him just in time.
I didn't shoot him.
You didn't? But...
Thanks, Nagara.
Nagara?
I had a presentiment that the Daryl Makeda might strike tonight.
Looks like you were right. Good going.
Hey, what gives with this cookie? She don't talk screwy like she did before.
I told you that was only an act, Pagon.
But she's the one who brought the puppets to the tent. The one dressed like you with the knife stuck in him.
No, it was not I who brought the Wyang there. I found it when I came to the tent to talk with you.
Huh?
It puzzled me because it's apparent we're both fighting the same enemy. The Daryl Makeda.
Then you know they're trying to destroy this well.
Of course. Just as they're attempting to destroy all Indonesia.
Huh?
But we'll have to discuss it some other time. Your friends heard the shots.
Yes. When, Nagara? Where?
I'll let you know. In the meantime, be on guard.
Boy, what a luscious lollipop, huh? And plenty handy with that gun.
I wonder.
Are you kidding? In that dark, with everybody moving, she picks off that guy with a knife. Just like that.
What if she missed, Pagan?
Huh?
She might have been shooting at me.
Suppose you're waiting for me to thank you for last night, Thurston, huh?
The rig is operating again, Kelly. That satisfies me.
Good thing, too. I'd hate to hang for as long as it's going to take me to thank any stooge the company's put on my tail. Just stay out of my hair while I'm on this job.
Ungrateful cuss, isn't he?
Well,
He's not alone. You won't get any thanks from me either.
I didn't think so.
Oh, why not?
If that drill had fallen, the company might have given up this well. Then you'd have had a chance to sell them on drilling your property.
Why should I go to those lengths when I got an inside track?
Sunga Tabaran?
He made another test boring today. From the look on his face, it wasn't too encouraging. That right, Sunga?
Is what's right, Frederick?
The test boring, no good, was it?
No, I'm afraid that it was not.
No trace of oil-bearing sand or shale?
None, Mr. Thurston. I am almost convinced I should recommend another site for a test well.
And little Frederica's got just the land for it, hasn't she, darling?
I hate to disappoint you, Frederica, but the answer is no.
What?
There is much more promising land geologically to the northeast of Akin.
What kind of dirty double cross is that? After what you promised me.
I promise you nothing, Frederica.
Don't give me that. If there's another test well, it's going to be on my land.
Kind of a theoretical argument right now, isn't it, Frederica?
Not on your life. There's nothing theoretical about... Hey, wait a minute. What's going on at the well?
The drilling has stopped. That excitement.
Ken, that must mean that there's...
That's right, Frederica. The well's come in. They've hit oil.
You know something, Mr. X? I'm getting tired of wandering around this oil well in the middle of the night. Why are we wasting time here now?
Because Brad Kelly's not in his tent.
So what?
So I want to see what he's doing in the tool house.
Hey, that's right. There's a light burning inside there. I wonder what's cooking.
Let's go in and find out.
How do you like that? Joint's empty. Kelly's not here.
Take another look, Pagan. Behind the desk.
Behind the... Mr. X.
Yeah.
But who would want to bump off Kelly? That Daryl Marquette outfit?
Would you like to answer that, Sunga?
Sunga?
I do not mind, Mr. Thurston.
Hey, reporting the thing at me.
Tell me, how much did you learn during the telephone call you made?
Enough. You're not an official representative of the Indonesian Republic. And you've got your own leases on oil lands northeast of Akin.
A rather complete but hardly incriminating dossier.
I wonder if the Darrell Makeda would agree with you.
What do you mean?
You were being paid to start a revolution in Indonesia. What you were really after was to steer the test well to your own property, to cash in both ways. I don't think your bosses would like that kind of double-cross.
I'll spare you the trouble of telling them. By locking you in this tool house, when the burning oil from the well strikes it, you'll be in no condition to talk to anyone.
Burning oil. But that well's not on fire.
Quite true, Mr. Zelschmidt. But 15 seconds after I leave here, it will be. Good night, my friend.
Good night. But, Mr. Rex, he means it. We're going to burn in here. Burn to little pieces.
Huh?
Oh, it's no good. We couldn't break down the door with a crowbar if we had a crowbar. Oh, oh.
Maybe we won't need one. Stand back. I think that did it. Come on, let's try it.
Huh? Try what?
The door, you idiot. I fired at the lock. Come on.
Mr. Rex, you did it. You saved me. That Nogusanga didn't get away with a thing.
Didn't he, Pagan?
You're giving it to me straight, Zelschmidt?
Sure. It's just like I told you, Miss Dorn. He shoved me away from the tool house and ran inside saying he still had work to do. Oh, poor Mr. X.
Poor Mr. X is right. That tool house is a cinder. It looks like your friend lost all the way around, including his life.
Oh, don't say things like that.
There's no other way to say it. Look at those flames. See the fire. Huh? It's going out.
Huh? Yeah, you're right. It is going out. Oh, it's gone. But what happened?
There's the answer, Zelschmidt. Coming toward us in the fire suit. He's taking off the helmet now.
Huh? It's him. Oh, Mr. Thurston.
So that's the reason he went back into the tool house. To get the suit and the carbon tet equipment.
You bet, yeah. Well. Looks like we cleaned up another one, eh, Mr. X?
Oh, not quite, Pagan.
Huh? But the well's okay again.
Yeah, but there's still Sunga Tabaran.
Oh, that's right.
I'm not so sure you had to worry about him, Ken.
What do you mean?
I ran into the native girl, Negara, just before this shindig started. She brought something for you. Here. Mean anything to you?
Hey, it's another one of those puppet things.
Yeah, a Wayang. Dressed just like Sunga was the last time we saw him.
That's right. It is. Could be his twin brother, except that it hasn't got a... Mr. X.
That's right, Pagan. It hasn't got a head.
Our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment. If you suffer from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, you should discover what many thousands have known for years, that Anacin brings incredibly fast, effective relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Probably at some time you've received an envelope containing Anacin tablets from your physician or dentist. Thousands of people have been introduced to Anacin this way. Try Anacin yourself the next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted at how quickly relief can come. Anacin is spelled Anacin. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100 for your medicine cabinet. Ask for Anacin today. Now, here again is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And my thanks to D.J. Thompson, Peggy Weber, Will Wright, Gerald Moore, and Hans Conried. Next week, Ken gets an invitation to Lyon in France. An invitation to a murder. That's right. And helpful as always will be Correction. Leon Belasco will be there, of course, as Pagon Zellschmidt. Hello, Leon. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is the Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Chesterfield, always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. The Man Called X is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music by Milton Charles. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to hear The Magnificent Montague with Monty Woolley, formerly heard on Friday, now brought to you as a Saturday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Next, join Roy Shield. Sunday, it's the Symphony on NBC.
Subscribe for more videos.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salute.
Your health, senor. Roma toasts the world. The wine for your table is Roma, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, Roma brings you as star Mr. Peter Lorre. The suspense play which stars Mr. Lorre and which is produced and directed by William Spear is called Back for Christmas. In this series, Roma brings you tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so with Back for Christmas and with the performance of Peter Lorre, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride one with you. Yes, Maria?
What on earth are you doing down here in the cellar?
Oh, just doing a little digging.
And why, may I ask, have you chosen this day of all days to dig up the cellar floor?
Oh, I thought because the weather has been so damp, this would be a good time to plant that little devil's garden I told you about.
Devil's garden? Whatever nonsense is that?
Don't you remember that was my little joke about it? You see, I've managed to get hold of the spores of several unclassified wild orchids. In our wild state, they bloom under damp masses of leaf mold. The South American Indians call them devil flowers because they appear to bloom under the ground.
Well, I'm sure the South American Indians will be very interested if you succeed in growing these ridiculous flowers under the cellar floor. Whom else it will interest, I can't imagine. Oh, what's that terrible smell?
Oh, that's the leaf mold, chemically identical with the earth blanket they grow under in our wild state. And I want to get these started before we close the house.
Do you realize that we're sailing for America a week from today, and you've made no arrangements whatever? Unless you call digging a hole in the cellar making arrangements. I certainly don't. Devil's garden, indeed. Sometimes I think you're going soft in the head, Hubert.
Oh, I suppose it is inconsiderate of me. You see, and I've been wanting to try this experiment for a long time, but with all those lectures and seminars at the university, there never seemed to be enough time.
Well, there certainly isn't any time for it now. I suppose you've forgotten I made an appointment for you at the barber's this afternoon.
Oh, must I shave my beard off, Hermione?
I thought we'd been through all that. Of course you must. They don't wear beards in America. Bad enough you're speaking with that accent. They'll probably think we're Germans as it is.
Oh, I should think it would be quite easy just to explain that I'm Swiss.
Now, Hubert, don't be argumentative. Go and get your jacket on and do as I tell you.
Yes, Hermione.
And don't forget to take your umbrella. It looks like rain.
Yes, Hermione.
And don't look so put upon, Hubert. Someone has to plan things in this house. Never even get to the university in time for your lectures, much less make arrangements for a trip to America.
I know, but what about my specimens?
There'll be plenty of time to plant your precious devil's garden when we get home from America. We're not going to be gone forever, you know. We'll be back here for Christmas.
Yes, of course. Back for Christmas. I'd forgotten.
We'll try to remember it. And if you can't do that, just do as I tell you. I've been making the plans in this house for 20 years. And if there's any digging to be done, I'll manage that as well. You understand, Hubert?
Yes, Hermione.
Good. Now, you have just 20 minutes to clean up this mess down here and keep your appointment at the bars. And when you're finished there, I want you to come straight home.
All right. I wanted to stop at Miss Markham's and pick up some books I ordered.
Well, all right. But don't loiter there the whole afternoon mulling over those old books the way you usually do. Now, hurry and clear up this rubbish. Get rid of that smelly stuff. And no more digging, mind you.
No more digging. I'll show her. I'll have my devil's garden, and if I... No more digging, eh? No more digging. Oh, 15 men on a dead man's chest. Yoo-hoo, yoo-hoo, and a bottle of rum.
Good evening, sir.
Oh, good evening, Miss Markham.
Why, it is Professor Schumacher, isn't it?
Do you like me better this way?
You look ever so much younger without the beard. 20 years at least.
20 years.
Oh, you'll be glad to know those books you ordered have finally arrived.
Oh, yes, the books.
Let me see. The Phytotomy of Phalloid Gametophytes and Coniferous Shrubs of North America. Those are the ones you ordered, aren't they?
Yes, thank you. You're very kind, Miss Markham.
Why kind, Professor Schumacher?
Well, not many young ladies in bookshops would go out of their way to look up rare books for an old professor of botany.
Why, you're not old, Professor Schumacher. Really, you look...
What do I look like?
And besides, I adore botany. It's my particular hobby.
Oh, really? You've never told me that before, Miss Markham.
Well, I was afraid to. You looked so imposing with the beard and all.
Miss Markham, forgive me if this sounds foolish, but since talking with you today, I feel that shaving off my beard is the most important thing I've done for 20 years.
Oh, it is. I'm sure it is.
For 20.
I'm so sorry that I've been so distant with you all this time. Oh, there were times when I almost spoke up.
Oh, really?
Times when you came in here tired after a day with your students at the university. You seemed so alone. The way I'm alone in the world.
Alone?
I'd like to have asked you to stay a while and talk with me, but some way or other I always wound up giving you your change and letting you go on your way.
Say you're alone in the world?
Since my father died.
Oh, Miss Markham, did you never think of marrying?
My father was a very remarkable man. I never found anyone who seemed to measure up to what he led me to expect of men.
Miss Markham...
Oh, it's been so long since anyone called me by my first name. I'd like you to, if you want to. It's Marion.
Marion? Oh, how nice.
And yours?
Well, Hubertus. but in English, Hubert sounds better, huh?
How long have you been alone, Hubert?
Alone?
I knew you were a widower, of course. The first time I saw you.
A widower?
I can always tell. There's a certain sadness in a man's eyes. A sweet sadness, I think, when he's been married and then lost...
A widower. I never thought of it in quite that way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been talking like this, I suppose, but I've often wondered what she must have been like. Your wife, I mean.
Hermione? Not an easy woman to forget. Very strong. Always managing things. The house, my wardrobe, my friends... Even when we dined at a restaurant, she even then ordered my food. She was always managing things. Her whole life. Managed herself to death.
Poor woman. She must have loved you very much. But she needn't have put herself out so. It's plain to see you don't need things managed for you.
No.
You need companionship, I think. Someone sympathetic with your work. But the last thing on earth you need is a manager.
How well you put it. The last thing on earth.
Operator, are you there? I'm still waiting on that call to Salisbury. Well, put them on quickly. Hello. Is this Paul Holt and Sons? It's Mrs. Hubert Schumacher. Did you receive my letter? Good. Now remember, we'll be back for Christmas and I want the job done without fail. What's that? No, I'm sure he doesn't suspect anything. Send it to me in New York as I instructed you, addressed in my name, of course. Yes. I've already put them in the mail. You'll get them tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, here you are, Hubert. Where have you been?
Oh, backstairs. I dismissed the servants.
Dismissed the servants?
Mm-hmm.
But I've asked some friends of mine into a farewell luncheon. Go and tell them it's a mistake.
Well, I'm afraid it's too late now. They've packed and gone.
You have messed things up properly. How many times have I told you to leave things to me? I make the plans around here.
Yes, Hermione.
You have to do better than this when I plan the trip home, or we'll never in the world be back for Christmas.
Back for Christmas. Back for Christmas. Must you keep saying that?
Why not? We are coming back for Christmas, aren't we?
Well, supposing I were offered a professorship in one of those wealthy American universities.
Nonsense. Americans care nothing for botany.
Well, Luther Burbank was an American, wasn't he?
That's different. What have you ever done except muck around in the dirt with a lot of roots and tubers?
Well, they asked me to lecture, didn't they?
All right. Now, there's no use getting yourself in a state about this, Hubert. No doubt this extra money will come in very handy when we arrive back
for
Christmas.
I know.
Precisely. No good to make a joke of it. Heaven knows where you'd be today if I hadn't got a sense of time.
Yes, Hermione.
And as you've been so foolish as to dismiss the servants, you may empty the ashtrays and straighten up this room while we're waiting for the guests to arrive. I'm going in to have my bath. Call me when they get here.
Marion? It's Hubert. No, darling, no, nothing is wrong. Oh, my plans are the same, unless you have changed. No? Oh, we'll meet in New York then and be married there. Huh? Oh, I'll explain to you why later. You just have to trust me. Yes. Yes, my darling.
Hubert?
Oh, I'm so sorry I can't talk any longer. Yes, I'll meet you in New York without fail. Auf Wiedersehen, mein Liebchen.
Hubert, were you talking on the phone just now?
Yes, Hermione.
Whoever was it?
Oh, Freddie Sinclair.
But didn't I hear you say something about meeting somebody in New York?
Why, yes. Freddie said he might possibly get over there before we even leave. And I said, of course, we'd meet him there if he decided to go.
That seems very peculiar. But then all of your friends are peculiar.
Yes, Hermione.
And just look at your jacket. Have you been digging in that cellar again?
Yes, Hermione.
Well, there's no need for it. You can't possibly get that Devil's Garden thing finished before we sail for America. Go and change your clothes before the guests arrive. Oh, never mind. I see somebody coming up the walk now. Go and let them in.
Yes.
Hubert.
Yes?
Look out the window. There's Professor and Mrs. Goodenough, but who's that with them?
Well, who...
Precisely. Freddie Sinclair. Peculiar you should have been talking to him on the phone not 3 minutes ago, and now here he is.
Yes, isn't it? But then, as you say, Hermione, all of my friends are peculiar.
Not half so peculiar as you. Digging in the cellar the very day we leave for America. Just look at yourself. And now that I think of it...
Yes?
Oh, never mind. Go and let them in.
Oh, you were going to ask me something, Hermione, about... the hole I'm digging in a cellar.
Good heavens, stop rolling your eyes about that way. One would think you were digging a grave down there instead of a storage bin.
Yes, Hermione.
What's that?
I said yes, Hermione.
Father, open the door and please stop saying yes, Hermione.
I think, my dear, I've said it for the last time.
A professor of botany, his loving wife, and an oblong pit in the cellar. Just the right size for his botanical specimens, his Devil's Garden. With these ingredients for a story of a perfect crime, Back for Christmas by John Collier and starring Peter Lorre, the Roma Wine Company closes the curtain for a moment on another breathless study in suspense.
In this brief intermission in the play, it's pleasant to think about the holidays. Not everyone celebrates the holidays against a background of snow and pine trees. Somewhere south of the Gulf and the Caribbean, in a gracious home surrounded by palm trees in the warm sun, you might find holiday dinners ending this way.
One moment, please. Our North American guest wishes to propose a toast.
Yes, mis amigos. I drink a toast in gratitude to you for your gracious hospitality and the enjoyment you've given me, an American so far from home.
It is only a fair exchange, my friend. This wine in which you drink your toast, it brings enjoyment to us from your country, from America. It is Roma wine, made in your own California.
Yes, and when you choose the wine for your holiday table, remember this. Only a few wines are so fine that many countries of the world import them. And among these greatly enjoyable wines are the wines of Roma, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Yet here in America, we are truly fortunate, for we may buy Roma wines at a very low cost, since we don't have to pay import duty or costly shipping charges. So serve Roma wine with pride on any and all holiday occasions. Serve Roma, too, for everyday dinners you can afford to. Ask your dealer tomorrow for your favorite Roma wine, America's largest selling wine. But before you buy wine, buy war bonds.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our sound stage Mr. Peter Lorre in Act 2 of Back for Christmas, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Back for Christmas. Hermione was so positive we would be back for Christmas. That last afternoon, pouring tea out for a few friends who had come in to say her last-minute farewells, she kept reiterating it.
Now, mind you, Hermione, don't let those Americans lure your husband with one of their fat university jobs. We absolutely must have you with us for Christmas.
He shall be back, I promise you.
Well, it's not absolutely certain, of course.
Hubert, now what do you mean it's not certain? Of course it's certain.
After all, Hubert, old boy, you've contracted to lecture for only 3 months.
Oh, that's quite right, but then, of course, anything may happen.
Hubert adores being unpredictable. Now, what other man would decide the very day, mind you, before leaving for America, to dig a great hole in the floor of the cellar?
In the cellar?
Yes. He's going to put some unclassified wild orchids down there. A devil's garden, if you please. It sounds so mysterious. That's Hubert, though. It's really quite simple, however, once you find out what he's up to. Now, take that telephone call he put through to you a few minutes ago, Freddie.
To me?
Of course. Now, Hubert wanted to surprise me about your plan to meet us in New York next month. Wasn't that why he called? To ask you not to mention it?
My dear Hermione, Hubert couldn't possibly have telephoned me within the past hour. I've been walking in the park since 3.
He didn't telephone you?
Well, how could he? As for my going to America...
No. Come, Freddie, come. You may as well confess. Hermione has just found me out again.
But, Hubert, old chap, I really don't...
You see what a poor liar Hubert makes. He's red as a beetroot.
Aren't you ashamed of yourself, Professor? Stringing poor Hermione along like that. And as for you, Freddie, I'm furious you said nothing to us about going to America.
But look here, old girl. I've been trying to tell everyone here that I'm...
Stuff and nonsense. The game's gone on long enough. Besides, we must start getting ready. Now, it was marvelous of all of you to come in to say goodbye. And don't worry about Hubert's little jokes. I will bring him back for Christmas. You may rely on it.
They all believed her. For years, she had been promising me for dinner parties, garden parties, committees, and the promises had always been kept. This time, they would not be. I had seen to that. The servants were gone for good. The farewells all said. I had timed to the minute. how long it would take to fill in a hole in a cellar. My devil's garden. Upstairs in a bedroom, I undressed and put on my old bathrobe, and then I opened the door into Hermione's room. Hermione, have you a moment to spare?
Of course, dear. I'm just finished.
Oh, then, will you come in here for a moment, please? There's something rather extraordinary here.
Oh, good heavens, Hubert. What are you lounging about in that filthy old bathrobe for? I told you to put it into the furnace.
Oh, I'll do it. I'll do it today. Yes, really, I will. I promise.
Well, high time. Now, what is it you want to show me?
Oh, here, in the bathroom. Just look. Who in the world do you suppose dropped a gold chain down the bathtub drain?
Nobody has, of course. Nobody wears such a thing.
Then what is it doing in here?
I don't see anything.
Well, look. I'll hold this flashlight here for you. If you lean right over, you can see it shining. It's deep down.
Oh, such a lot of nonsense. Just as well, I don't see it, Hubert.
Go on looking, Hermione, in just a moment.
Hubert, I absolutely refuse. Hubert, what are you doing? Take your hands off my neck.
I will, Hermione. Just as soon as I've finished the arrangements for my trip to America.
What are you talking about?
You thought you were the only one who could plan things, didn't you? Didn't you, Hermione, huh? Well, I've been making some plans of my own this past week. In exactly 2 minutes and 16 seconds, you'll be dead. You see, I've planned it very accurately.
You'll never get away with it.
Oh, I thought you would say that, Hermione, but I will get away with it. You won't mind the smell of the leaf mold down in a cellar when I take you down there today? Yes, that is where you are going, Hermione. Right into my devil's garden that annoyed you so much.
My friends all expect me back for Christmas.
They do.
If they don't hear from me, they'll start asking questions.
No, they won't. Because you'll write them letters, Hermione, on a typewriter, as you always do. They'll be signed H, in that neat, correcting way you always sign your notes to your friends.
Here, let me up now.
No!
It won't work, Hubert. You were never any good at planning.
Oh, but I have changed. I've learned from watching you all these years.
The lecture people in America. They'll expect you to be traveling with your wife.
I will be traveling with my wife, but not my present wife, Hermione.
Hubert! It won't work, I tell you. That pit you dug in the cellar...
Oh, it will work. It'll serve its purpose well.
Hubert!
No, I'm sorry, dear. This thing has to be done exactly as planned. You have just 5 seconds to say your prayers.
Hubert, you must listen. The cellar, Don't do it, Hubert!
Steward?
Yes, sir?
Oh, my wife, she's indisposed. She'll be taking her meals in our stateroom.
For the whole voyage, sir?
Yes, for the whole voyage.
I trust your wife is feeling better this morning, Professor Schumacher.
A little. Not yet well enough to leave her cabin.
Oh, what a shame.
Oh, Professor Schumacher.
Yes?
Here's a copy of the radiogram you sent for your wife last evening.
Oh, thank you. I'll just check it over. Oh, but look here.
Why? What's the matter? Did the typist make a mistake?
No. It's nothing important. She can correct it later. For a moment, I had a feeling that Hermione had been leaning over my shoulder again, correcting what I had written as she always did. I had written a radiogram to Professor Goodenough and his wife. Haven't been out of my cabin the whole beastly trip, Hubert. Well, now doubt we'll be back for Christmas. But the operator had left out the W and it read, "No doubt we'll be back for Christmas." Exactly what Hermione would have written. Well, the rest of the trip was uneventful. Marion and I met in New York just as we had planned. Just as we had planned. hand. Professor and Mrs. Schumacher, we have reservations, I believe.
Oh, yes, we've been expecting you, sir. Boy, take Professor and Mrs. Schumacher's luggage up to their suite. You know, Mrs. Schumacher, you're quite a surprise.
Oh?
Your letter reserving the rooms was so thorough, I was expecting an older, more forbidding sort of person, frankly, ma'am.
No. As a matter of fact, we're just married, but my letter reserving the rooms.
Oh, I wrote the letter, my dear, and I signed it Mrs. Hubert Schumacher. Just a joke.
What a cunning old fox you are, Hubert.
Now that I think of it,
I almost
think I
forgot.
am.
There's a letter for you, Mrs. Schumacher.
That's peculiar. I wonder who on
Oh,
earth...
well, we'll soon find out in good time. Come along, darling. Oh, we are keeping the boy waiting. Come. Nothing like a cold, brisk shower to put a man to rights.
Hubert, this letter.
Oh, yes, the letter. Oh, dry my hair, will you, darling? Please.
It seems to be a bill of some sort from a building contractor in Salisbury.
Oh, really?
Oh, bother, dry your own hair.
Thank you, darling. Let's see this bill, or whatever it is.
It's very puzzling. Hubert, you were a widower, weren't you? I mean, Hermione isn't still alive.
Good heavens, no. Well, let me read that. Dear Madame, this is to acknowledge your order together with the keys to your house in Launceston Place. How a man had no difficulty in finding the place where your husband had begun the excavation in a cellar, but apparently he changed his mind at the last moment and filled it in again.
What is it, Hubert?
How a man will begin digging tomorrow, and the job will be completed in ample time for your surprise Christmas present to your husband. We are happy to be conspirators with you in this thoughtful gesture and hope that Professor Schumacher will be pleased at the results of our work on his Devil's Garden. Very truly yours, Paul Holt Sons, Contractors.
What does it mean, Hubert?
Means that Hermione was right. I will be back for Christmas. I will be back for Christmas. I will back for Christmas. Back for Christmas. Yes, Hermione.
And so closes Back for Christmas, starring Mr. Peter Lorre, tonight's tale of suspense.
In just a moment, we shall hear again from Mr. Lorre. But first, just a word that seems appropriate. One of the world's oldest customs is the Christmas toast, and traditionally, down through centuries of war and peace, the Christmas toast has been drunk in wine. This year, when the glasses are filled and raised once again, we know that in every home the toast will be to a speedy victory and a speedy return of those we love. And before we set the wine glasses down, let us all resolve to do everything within our power to help make that toast come true. Let us resolve to help supply the weapons of war by buying even more and more war bonds. Let us resolve to face our own inconveniences without complaining. And above all, let us resolve that when this war is at last over, each of us will exert all our effort to see that future Christmases truly express peace on earth, goodwill to men. This thought, together with our very best wishes of the season, is the Roma Wine Company's Christmas message for you, its friends, here in America and throughout the world.
This is Peter Lorre. Thank you for listening to our suspense play this evening, and I know you're looking forward to next week's show as I am. It is called Finishing School, and its subtitle might be the famous quotation, "The female of the species is more deadly than the male."
Don't forget then, next Thursday, same time, for Margot, Elsa Lanchester, Janet Beecher, and a distinguished all-feminine cast in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Even before Phoenicians first sailed out of the Mediterranean and opened up the seven seas to mankind, the rolling waters of the world have boiled from their depths some of the greatest stories of adventure, romance, and mystery. And of all the stories dredged up from old Davy Jones' locker, I think my favorite is the strange and seemingly insoluble puzzle of what happened to the Annabella. How best to start the story? Oh, yes, of course, why not? Let's read from the log of the ship that found the Annabella becalmed in the doldrums. August 7th, 1865. Log of the Penguin, Captain Brisket commanding. No wind again this day as we drive through the doldrums, moving by paddle and steam to find becalmed a merchantman named Annabella. No answer to repeated hails sent Mr. Bascom to board her. His report as follows. Not a living soul aboard. The boat's still snug in the davits. The captain's table freshly set for 6. The crew's meal warm in the galley. All shipshape. The log records an uneventful voyage with no clue as to why she should have been deserted. Not a living soul aboard. Not even a rat. What can be the answer to the mystery of this ill-fated ship? I cannot even guess. I fear no one will ever know. Our mystery drama, Sea Fever, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars George Matthews and Brett Morrison. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The Annabella set sail from Charlestown Harbor on the 13th day of July, 1865. Her captain was Josiah Adams, a huge and forbidding giant of a man. And all the rest on board were as choice a crew of cutthroats, thieves, and murderers as you could set between bulkheads. There was one woman aboard and 19 men, including the cook and 2 passengers. And the mood of all of them was ugly. In the forecastle, the boatswain led the grumbling.
I tell you, Briggs, I saw them. 6 of them running down the after hawser like old Nick was after them. 6 of them, Briggs.
I don't like it. When the rats leave a ship, it's a nasty sign.
I don't like much about this ship. 7 men on the crew shanghaied, no cargo aboard, and sailing on the 13th.
Still, the pay is good.
When we get it. If we get it.
Now, you don't think we're the owner of board?
No. It ain't Mr. Ames that worries me. It's Captain Josiah Adams. Not much gives a turn, but he does. I'm big, but he'd make twice of me. More like an ape than a man.
Strong as one anyway.
Yeah.
Or like a bull, as you might say. If the liquor hasn't rotted his vitals, he's got a scowl on him like the colic was at him.
Colic? There's no colic that's eaten him. You ever seen him without his cap?
Huh. How often does a forecastle hand see a captain bareheaded? What do you mean?
It's when I piped Mr. Ames aboard. I went to his cabin to tell him the owner was on ship. He opened the door and I saw him. His head, bald as a white turnip, and his scalp as chewed up as the riptide off Chatham Light.
I don't get you.
They say he lost his last ship in Hudson Bay. He was washed ashore and found his way back to the States overland. The Indians caught him and...
You mean?
I scalped him.
And he lived.
You see?
So that explains his sour face. He mightn't be a bad master at that.
I wouldn't count on it. I think his heart is as black as his skull is white. Don't forget the rats. There's 4 bells. Your trick at the wheel. Let's not keep Mr. Peabody waiting.
Come on. What more do you know?
Why don't you ask the captain himself?
I think you're full of wind. I'd best get to the helm.
You're afraid to ask the captain, Briggs. Why don't you ask the mate? Just this way. Tell me, Mr. Peabody, where are we sailing with no cargo? Why did we have to Shanghai half a crew?
Take a leg there, Briggs. You're late. 4 bells sounded and gone. Stand to the wheel.
Aye, aye, sir, Mr. Peabody. Mr. Peabody, sir.
Yes?
It's like I was wondering to myself, as it might be, where are we headed for, sir?
Africa. The Gold Coast.
I knew it. I knew it in my bones.
You knew it? Why did you ask?
It's blackbirding. That's what it is. Slave trade, ain't it?
The slave trade is dead, I believe, Briggs.
In America, legally. But not in Brazil. They still pay fancy prices in Brazil. That's what it is. I might have known.
And if it is, would you object?
Me? Not if the pay is high enough. One question, sir?
Any further questions or answers you'll have to get from the captain, Mr. Ames, or his fellow passenger, Mr. Rogers. After you've stood your watch. They're in the cabin if you'd care to risk it.
Ah, sir. So it's blackbirding, eh? Just what Christopherson guessed.
Wine, Rogers? Sherry from Spain. Sharpens the appetite before dinner.
Something will have to wet mine. This miserable tub rolls like a horse in mud.
Well, you'll soon get your sea legs.
A small need of them I'll have where I'm going.
You'll need them to get there. To the Gold Coast, Mr. Rogers.
The Gold Coast. Heat and dust and flies and traffic in human bodies. Slave trader Rogers. A fine job for a fine gentleman.
Would you prefer a prison cell?
The past is dead. I stole from you and was caught. You let me choose whether to rot in jail in poverty or in Africa in luxury. I chose the second. Now, in heaven's name, let's forget the first.
Gladly.
More wine.
As much as you desire. There's no lack of it. More than enough for the voyage.
If the captain doesn't drink it.
Captain Adams prefers a lustier brew.
He must be the biggest man I've ever seen. And that head...
I wouldn't refer to it in front of him. He's tender about that scalp plate.
I wouldn't blame him. How he ever survived.
Tribute to his magnificent constitution. The man is all steel.
Not all.
What?
No, he has at least one soft spot.
You mean his wife?
Well, you know, the old legend is that it's bad luck to have a woman aboard.
A woman aboard? Are you trying to tell me that Mistress Adams is aboard this ship?
Why, of course. I thought you knew.
This is no place for a woman. Oh, damn it, Rogers, I won't have it. The woman must be put ashore. I want to talk to the captain immediately.
If you want the captain, you'll find him on the bridge.
How do you know?
My reputation as a ladies' man, Mr. Ames, remember? I make it a point to determine first when the lady is available.
You better be joking, Rogers. I wouldn't give that for your life if Captain Adams discovered you toying with his wife.
Wind's freshening, Captain.
That's God's worry and mine, Seaman, not yours. Hold it to the point.
Aye, sir.
Captain Adams.
What is it, Mr. Ames?
A word with you, sir.
No.
What?
You heard me, and get off my bridge. No one sets foot behind the wheel except on my orders or invitation.
Nay, sir, I take umbrage at your attitude.
Take what you will. My only concern when I'm on this bridge is the sailing of this ship. Now, will you take yourself off it? I'll meet you after the watch. 6 bells in the saloon, and you can have your word with me.
I'm afraid that's not good enough, Captain. You forget...
Good enough or not, it will have to serve. Now, will you go below, or do I have to throw you off bodily?
What time is dinner, Cook?
Oh, Captain says 6 bills for you and Mr. Rogers and the mates. He and his lady will eat later.
Oh? They don't join us?
No, sir.
Really? Neither one?
No, sir.
Curiouser and curiouser. Why is this lady so afraid for us to meet her?
I couldn't care less. She won't be with us long enough to trouble about it.
Well, still, it's intriguing. Whitey, you've shipped with the captain before. Is it always like this when his wife is aboard?
Mistress Annabella has never sailed with the captain.
Ah, till this time.
And this time will be a short voyage.
Tell me, Whitey, what does the lady look like? Is she fair? Dark?
Whitey! You talk too much. This is the last time I warn you. Now, hustle those old bones of yours to the galley and tend to your own affairs. You want to know what my wife looks like, Mr. Rogers?
Oh, a natural curiosity, surely?
Then let me satisfy it. Once and for all, Annabella is as lovely as I am ugly.
Ah, and we are not to meet the lady?
No, we dine alone, tonight and always. One further word to you, Mr. Rogers. My wife is on board this voyage because I've decided that I will never go anywhere without her, nor will she go anywhere without me. We cling to ourselves, Mr. Rogers, and need no other companionship. I want you to understand this very clearly.
You need have no fears for your wife's privacy. But by tomorrow, I want her off this ship.
What?
I'm ordering you to turn about. You could have saved time and trouble had you let me tell you earlier on the bridge.
Turn about for where?
Back to port. I don't want your wife on board.
This voyage has begun. The course is set, and it will not be changed.
May I remind you, Captain, that this is my ship?
This is my ship, Mr. Ames. My ship. From port to port. Your ship in the harbor, mine on the sea. My ship. Here I give the orders. Here I expect to be obeyed.
In the name of all that's reasonable, man, in view of our business, can't you see this is no place for a woman?
There's only one place for Annabella. My wife remains at my side.
But on a slave ship.
By my side, do you hear? By my side. Now, we'll hear no more of this. For by the living God, owner or not, I'll clap you in irons.
So began the voyage of the Annabella. Distrust and fear below and 'tween decks, with bad luck hoping in the shrouds like a storm gathering. Her bow cut the water with good speed, but it was towards the wake the crew's eyes turned. For the legend is that Davy Jones swims the wake of any vessel marked for his locker on the bottom of the sea. I'll return shortly with Act 2. For the first week, the Annabella sailed southeast by south, beating down towards the tropics. The crew still grumbled, And Rogers strove to drown the irresistible temptation to try and catch a glimpse of the captain's wife by drinking steadily. Two things served to deter him: the captain's wary vigilance and his fear of the sheer brute strength of the man. But once the ship veered due east and the mounting seas demanded more and more of the captain's time on deck, Rogers' courage and desire began to grow.
Well, it's time to turn in.
Really? What time is that?
Oh, 8 bells. I'd take a turn on deck if the sun wasn't down. Step. I'm for my bunk and a book. And you?
Oh, the only book I care to open is the closed one that lies astern of us.
If you're wise, you'll steer clear of both the captain and his wife. And that Spanish sherry, it's stronger than it seems. Good night, Rogers.
Good night, Mr. Ames.
Oh, good evening, Captain. Off for the bridge.
It's making up some dirty weather out. I won't sleep much this night. Batten down tight, Mr. Ames. We may be taking some seas. Are you now for bed, Rogers?
No, Captain, I'm not quite finished the bottle.
I'd take it with me to my bunk if I were you. You'll be safer on your back when the swells begin to lift.
Aye, aye, Captain. But you'll bring us through safe and sound, won't you?
I won't leave the bridge till I know all's secure. I want you to sleep sound this night, Rogers. Who mans the wheel, Mr. Peabody?
Paget, sir. Soundest hand we have.
And the second mate mans the bridge?
Aye, aye, sir.
Good enough. Follow me aft.
Right, Captain.
Here. Help me to move this hatch. Here. That's well enough. Now batten down tight when I've dropped through. Make sure she's watertight.
Aye, aye, sir.
Who's that? Who's there? Oh, Josiah. I thought you were going to the bridge.
I intended you to think so, Annabella. Disappointed to find me back so soon?
Disappointed? No. But how did you come back?
Through the stern hatch.
But why?
I had my reasons. You're sure you're not disappointed that I returned?
No, dear.
You don't find it lonely shut in here in the cabin?
Well, sometimes. I'd like to go on deck and feel the fresh salt breeze on my face.
And meet the crew or the passengers, perhaps?
Perhaps. At least the passengers. The owner of the ship and... Mr. Rogers, isn't it?
You know his name.
Whose name?
Rogers. You said it just now. How did you know his name?
But you've mentioned it to me yourself, Josiah. How else would I know?
And you love me, don't you?
Of course, Josiah.
And you'll never leave me?
Never.
Oh, forgive me, please, my dearest. You mustn't mind my jealousy. At Rogers, I see that look in his eyes. A hunger. A burning hunger for the sight of a woman and the feel of her body beneath his hands. Annabella, you knew his name. If you've been deceiving me...
I've never even seen the man. How can you accuse me of ever forgetting I'm your wife? How can... What is it?
Someone's coming to the cabin. Who is it?
I don't know.
Who is it?
Josiah, what's in your mind? Whoever it is, I swear
Go in the inner cabin.
But you...
Do as I say.
Very well, Josiah.
Mistress Adams, are you alone? Come, I know you are. I saw the captain off to the bridge for the night. Will you allow me to introduce myself? Thomas Rogers, gentleman, at your service. Can I persuade you to share tonight's vigil and join me in a glass of sherry? Oh, how kind of you. the sight of a pretty face.
A pretty face, Rogers?
Captain Adams.
Mine was not the face you expected to see.
Oh, you see, I thought you'd gone to the bridge.
So you did. Won't you come in?
Well, I think...
Come in. You wanted to meet my wife, didn't you?
Well, yes, I must...
But not with me present, right?
Believe me, Captain, you do misunderstand.
Oh, no, Rogers. The misunderstanding is all yours. Your first sea voyage, you said. You should have said your last.
No. In the name of
God, wife. Do you hear me? Mine, and no one shall touch her but me. No one will take her from me. No one.
Josiah, what happened? I heard... Oh, you killed him.
Should have snapped his neck like a chicken. I wanted him to suffer.
But how could you? He was nothing to me.
No one shall have you but me.
Josiah, aren't you afraid?
Afraid?
The owner, the crew, everybody on board. When they find
They
out...
won't find out. No one knows he's here. He'd make very sure of that. His body will go out the stern window and into the sea. Men have fallen overboard on a rough night like this, especially drunken men. No one will know what happened to him except you and me. Trim her a little, Briggs. You're losing wind. Bring her nose up, man. God, rot you for a clumsy fool. Here, let me have the wheel.
Aye, sir.
Have your eyes. You've lost way on her.
Sorry, Captain. The wind just veered a couple of points.
Sailor should smell a wind change.
Yes, but I
Save your excuses. You think you can hold her on this tack?
Just try me, Captain, sir.
Here, then. But keep her running, all right? Yes, Mr. Ames?
Like a word with you below.
I can't leave the bridge.
Have I your permission to join you?
If you insist.
I'm searching for you, sir. I thought you were below.
Are you in my cabin?
Well, I knocked at the door. There was no answer.
Are you inside?
Of course not. It's not my custom to invade the privacy of others.
My wife is resting. I didn't want her disturbed. What is it you want?
Can we get out of this cursed wind?
I don't want to leave the wheel. This fool handles it like a landlubber.
You can trust me, Captain.
I wonder. Come after the taffrail, Mr. Ames.
Lead the way, Captain.
Over here on the lee side. You'll find the breeze a little more to your liking.
You know, I've been concerned since Mr. Rogers' mysterious disappearance last night.
Mysterious? A drunken sot who never found his sea legs? I warned him to steer clear of the deck. We did every mortal thing we could to find it.
Yes, I know. But without him now to leave as my agent on the Gold Coast,
Go on.
Well, it's deuced awkward. Without someone to recruit the next batch after we leave, there's little point in continuing on.
So, you think we should put back for America?
Or the nearest port where I can pick up a suitable man for replacement.
And perhaps put my wife ashore.
Well, since you mention it, I don't trust women too much in a business like this. They talk too much.
Just drop her at whatever port we touch.
Well, I should be glad to make sure she's suitably settled, if you wish it.
If I wish it. Do you take me to be mad, Mr. Ames?
Mad? Why, believe me, sir, nothing...
Don't you think I see through your childish subterfuge? Leave Annabelle with you while I sail off to the ends of the earth?
No, please,
You, too, trying to steal her away from me. But you can't have her any more than Rogers could.
Captain, your wife means nothing to me.
I'll make sure she doesn't. Just as I made sure with Rogers.
Then it was you who...
Yes, I killed him with these two hands. And he disappeared, just just as you will.
No, no!
She's mine. Only mine. No one can have her but me. Into the sea, Ames, like Rogers. The sea can hold her secrets.
You all right, Captain? I thought I heard it.
Briggs, I told you to mind that wheel.
Well, I put the lash on it, sir. I thought I heard a cry, and
Said I could trust you.
Well, you can, sir. Where's Mr. Ames?
He's left. Why?
Well, it was just that I thought I heard a splash, and... Oh. You can trust me, sir. No, Captain. No, let go.
I wouldn't trust you with the wheel.
No, Captain.
I wouldn't trust you with my life.
Two more overboard. 19 men the Annabella sailed with, and now there were 17. Evil men, all of them. And Davy Jones swam the wake, waiting for them. For the captain, mad with imagined jealousy, had crossed the line of sanity. His obsession convinced him that he would know no peace till everyone on the Annabella was gone, save himself and his wife. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The squall that blew up so suddenly on the Annabella proved to be a full-fledged hurricane that so fully occupied all aboard that there was no time to question missing men. Indeed, 2 other hands were blown out of the rigging or shaken loose before the Annabella found calm waters in the eye of the storm. Now again, discontent grows in the forecastle. The talk of a haunted ship resumes. The word mutiny is on everyone's lips.
Mr. Peabody, sir.
Oh, dinner so early, Whitey?
No, sir, it's mutiny.
What?
You heard me, sir. Mutiny. And about to break out.
Oh, Whitey, forecastle grumblings. You know it's all talk. They wouldn't dare.
Mr. Peabody, sir, I've been at sea, man and boy, for over 60 years. I know when it's talk. They say the ship is cursed.
Who says?
The bosun, sir, Christopherson. He says he saw the rats leave the ship before we sailed.
And for an old wives' superstition, he's ready to mute.
It's a great deal more than that. There's 5 men lost already.
I'm aware of that.
And most of all, it's the captain's wife. Bad luck with a woman aboard, particularly one that he keeps it away.
Well, do they expect the captain to parade his wife in front of common seamen?
No, sir, but they wonder.
Wonder what?
Some say she's a witch, that she's ugly as sin. And some say she's sick of the smallpox.
Smallpox?
It's aboard, sir, I'm feared.
Now you do allow me. I'd best have a look at it.
If he has it, he has it. I'll put him in the lazarette so it don't spread. The first thing is the mutiny, sir. That has to be stopped.
It has to begin first.
It'll begin unless the captain puts about.
You know how much chance there is of that. You of all people.
Yes, I've sailed with the captain before. I always found him a hard man, but a fair man. Not this voyage. Something happened when he brought his wife aboard. He's not the same man. I think the captain means to kill everyone, as he did the owner, and Rogers, and Briggs. Aye, and even Paget and Breen.
And we're blown out of the rigging.
Perhaps, sir. Perhaps the captain shook 'em loose by luffing.
Whitey, I think you're the one whose brains are scrambled. The men were lost overboard.
And the 2 passengers and Briggs.
Rogers fell over, obviously drunk. A wife took the other 2.
Then why is there not one mention of any of them being lost in the ship's log?
That's kept in the captain's hand. How could you know that?
There was writing in it. Here in the saloon last night. I was clearing the table. He left to get fresh ink, and I looked at it.
You can read?
In 60 years at sea, a man has a lot of time on his hands. I taught myself long ago.
You're sure of what you're saying?
On my oath, sir.
And by God, we'd better turn back. Now! I'll not risk my neck to the hangman's noose by mutinying.
Maybe if you was to speak to the captain's lady, she's the only one to influence him.
By damn, you're right, Whitey. Look, go hold off the crew till I see if the lady will come to our help.
Aye, Mr. Peabody.
Mistress Adams? Mistress Adams? It is Mr. Peabody, first mate under the captain. Can you hear me? Mistress Adams? I wouldn't disturb you, but the matter's urgent.
Mr. Peabody, may I ask what you are doing?
Captain, I wanted to talk to your wife.
My wife is indisposed. She's a poor sailor. And these last days have worn her out. How dare you disturb her?
I felt the matter urgent.
Attend me in the saloon, Mr. Peabody. First, let me see to my wife.
Aye, aye, sir.
Fortunately for my peace of mind and your welfare, you did not wake Mistress Adams. Now, why did you wish to see her?
Well, I didn't think you'd be willing to bring the ship about and head for home.
You're quite correct. I would not.
Feeling sure of that, I hope to enlist Mistress Adams' aid in persuading you to change your mind.
That was the only reason you chose to disobey my orders? That no one was to approach my wife?
And what other reasons?
What other, indeed? Why would you be so anxious to turn for home, Mr. Peabody?
Because otherwise you face a mutiny, Captain.
Mutiny? Damn. I could ask for nothing better than to cut down some of the forward scum. If I didn't wear my pistols at all times, I'd have a knife between my ribs before this. Mutiny, eh? And if they do, where do you stand, Mr. Mate?
I'm an officer, sir, but unarmed.
We'll remedy that. Fetch the second mate while I break out the arms. Then we'll muster the crew on deck and have this out.
Aye, aye, sir. What about the bosun?
The bosun? No. I won't put firearms in his hands. The three of us can stand them off.
Turn back,
Turn back! Turn back, rough pack of lily-livered swine. I'll see us on the bottom first. Now, hark to what I tell you. This voyage can make us all rich. No owners split now. The profits are all ours. Sail on with me to Africa, and we'll all reap our reward.
Aye, Deep Sixth in Davy Jones's locker.
Speak for yourself, Mr. Christopherson, or all.
Or for both. This ship is cursed. Turn back and we'll make it happen.
You question my orders?
Say to hell with your orders. Mr. Peabody, sir, you know what's happening aboard this ship. We'll sail under you. Will you stand by us, sir?
Well, Mr. Peabody, where do you stand?
You see where my pistol is aimed, Captain?
At me. I suspected something like this when I found you below at my cabin. What would you do now?
I'll ask for your pistol, sir. I'm taking over the ship. But I guarantee you safe conduct home.
And my wife?
Your wife, too, of course.
And if I refuse?
Don't make me pull this trigger, sir.
That's just what I intend to do.
Don't come any closer.
You fool! Do you think I'd have handed you a loaded gun, knowing what was in your mind? Punishment or mutiny is death. Well, who's next? Who else wants to go on trial? I thought so. We'll smell the wind. The hurricane's coming back. To the rigging, all of you. And reef sail or by heaven...
Reef them yourself, old baldhead. We've taken a lot of slaughter from you, you murdering devil. Go back to your cabin and tell your wife...
I warned you, Christopherson.
Captain Josiah, some are armed. You should never have started this.
Never started it. It's just what I want. I want to be rid of you scum. Now I have my chance. Turn back to where I will lose Annabella forever. Never! Never! Not a puff of air, Whitey. The wake of the storm, we'll lie here wallowing in the doldrums for God knows how long.
It's as well, sir. There's scarcely enough men left to sail the ship. Well, what there is dog-tired and half alive.
How many left?
Timmins died this morning. 4 killed in a mutiny. 1 more lost overboard. And Rudge, who died in a fall from the crow's nest. That leaves 5, sir.
Are they counting you, Whitey?
You're counting me.
5 of you still between us.
We're woeful short-handed, sir.
Yes.
I have a mess cooking for the crew. Can I sit him down to eat?
Huh? Eat? Oh, yes, of course. We must all eat. But first, serve all hands a double ration of grog, including yourself. I'll put a cask of rum out in the saloon.
Oh, sir.
Before you serve the crew, though, set the table in the saloon.
Yes, sir.
For 6.
For 6, Captain?
Certainly. The passengers, the 2 mates, myself, and my wife. Oh, at last, my darling, I can bring you to the table as befits a captain's wife, for they're all dead. We have nothing to fear from them anymore. Only 5 left. And they'll be gone soon, Annabella. You understand, don't you? It's all to keep you. To hold them from taking you from me, beloved. To hold you forever.
Josiah?
Anne, what are you doing on deck?
I'm looking for someone I once knew.
Who?
Josiah Adams. You?
But I'm here, Annabella. Here.
If only you were. The Josiah I knew.
I still am.
With the blood of all those men you killed on your hands.
They stood between us.
And the ones that were left, whose drinks you poisoned, who are dying now.
I had to kill them so we could be together always.
Don't you see? That's what's tearing us apart.
What were any of them worth to deserve to live? Blackbirders and thieves, riffraff and murderers. They stand between us no longer.
Only one thing stands between us, Josiah. Why are you too blind to see?
No, Anne. No, I took you from America with me. We can be safe on the other side of the world. I can sail the longboat, just the 2 of us across the seas. We can scuttle the ship. And even if she were raised, no one would know her secrets. I've kept the log as though the voyage was calm and uneventful. Let them find the ship. We'll be gone. Tonight, at last, you can dine at the captain's table, as you always should have. And then we'll sail away.
No, Josiah. Search your heart, and you know it can never be. It's all a dream. It's all a dream. Never, never, never.
Anna, speak to me. Answer me.
All for a captain. afraid? I'm still alive, but not for long.
I thought you were
a ghost. No, only one ghost sailed with this ship.
Quiet.
You can't scare me anymore, Captain. I'm dying. But your wife?
What about my wife?
She's dead, Captain.
No!
She always has been, long before we ever sailed.
No.
Yes. Killed when the Indians got you. Dead for over 2 years.
No.
It had to be, Captain. It had to be. There's nobody in your cabin. Never has been.
Don't you think I didn't know? Didn't I see her die before my eyes? But I cheated death, and I cheated him of her. I took her away with me to this ship. I had to keep her alive. I had to.
And you had to kill all of us to do it. Because all of us, alive, were proof that she wasn't.
It had to be.
And you're alone at last. Or will be. All of us are dead save me. And I'm almost gone.
I'll be alone at last. And I can bring her to my table like the lady she is.
The table is set for 6. But there'll be only one of you there, Captain. Or 5. The dead don't mix with the living. There's only one way to find your wife again. Only one way.
The last of them. Annabella, we're free. Annabella, where are you? Anna, come to me. Annabella. Annabella. I know you died long ago in America, but you lived on in my mind, in my heart, and in my blood. I thought if I took you with me to the sea, away from the land where I dug your grave, you could still live and breathe for me alone. There's only one way to find you at last. Oh, Annabella, forgive me, love, for all that I've done. I'm coming home to you.
19 men sailed with the Annabella, and 19 men went to the bottom of the sea. The ship weathered all the storms, but then a ship is a woman. Which only goes to prove that on land or sea, the ladies have the better instinct for survival. I'll be back shortly. Somewhere in the green depths, I wonder if the captain sits presiding at his table. But if he does, there's at least one empty seat. For Mistress Annabella died on land. She'll never come back to the sea, or him. Which seems fair enough, wouldn't you say? He didn't exactly deserve a happy ending. Our cast included George Matthews, Brett Morrison, Marion Seldes, Leon Janney, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale. Lightning strikes again. I never dreamed it would, did you?
Well, it's a slightly different bolt of lightning this time. Not the devil, the white goddess, I believe the notice said.
I copied it down. On February 8th, at 6 o'clock in the evening, the white goddess will run naked through the members' lounge.
Naked, eh?
Cudworth, just who is the white goddess?
Daughter of Astarte, I believe.
And, just who is Astarte? I'm sorry not to be up on these things, but...
I believe Astarte is the goddess of fertility and sexual love.
You don't say. You don't believe she'll run naked across the members' lounge, do you?
I didn't believe the devil would come down the chimney.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by New Sugar-Free Diet 7.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you another modern story of today. Here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, in several of my recent stories, I have hinted of the activities of spies today. As all who read know, this activity is very real and often more menacing to peace than the plots of the international crooks. No government is free from their threat. Today I bring you a story of a woman spy who worked alone, a modern Matahara. My old friend John Holbrook will take up the story at this point.
Thank you, K7. Recently, K7 told a story of propaganda, a story in which Rita Drake, daughter of a special agent, called on B9 to rescue her father. Following that adventure, B9 remained with the Drakes for several days. He was expecting a cablegram. Our story now opens as the message arrives.
B9.
Yes, Rita. I'm over here reading.
B9, the cable you've been expecting has just arrived. I signed for it.
Oh, thank you. Let me have it, please.
Does it mean that you're going to leave us?
Yes, Rita, I'm afraid it does. This is extremely important. One of the continent's most dangerous spies is at work.
Are you going after him?
Yes, but it's not a man, Rita. This spy is a woman. And...
What's the matter?
I was just thinking. Let me read you this cablegram. Sample of poison gas tested. Found to be exceptionally deadly. Zora Laval also after it. It's signed K7.
K7? Is he working on the case, too?
No, but I sent the gas to him to be tested. This is his report. Rita, would you like to work on this case with me?
Would I? Oh, of course I would, B9. But do you think Father'd let me?
Yes, I'm sure he would. I'm going to have to deal with a woman, and I think you can be useful.
Tell me what I'd have to do. Where is this woman spy?
I think I know where to find her. But let me outline the whole case. An old chemist, Dr. Delamain, has discovered a particularly deadly gas. The information peddlers are after the formula. If they should get it, well, I don't like to think what might happen. That gas would kill millions if there were a war.
I can't believe that a woman... Oh, she couldn't sell a gas like that.
She could, and she would, Rita. You don't know Zora Laval. She's beautiful and heartless. I have got to get to Dr. Delamain before she does, and you're going with me.
B9 and Rita took off by plane within an hour. They had a continent to cross, but they were too late, for even while they were in the air, the crafty Zora Laval talked with the old chemist, Dr. Delamain. She used woman's most powerful weapons, beauty and charm.
But don't you see, Doctor, this gas you have discovered could be dropped from airplanes on cities. It would kill thousands of defenseless women and children.
Oh, my gas will never be used so.
I have said that I will destroy the formula.
It must be destroyed, Doctor, but you must let me do it. I have come to you representing the women of the world. It is women who must destroy such deadly weapons of war.
I see no reason why I should give it to you.
You must, Doctor. If you should destroy your formula yourself, no one would be sure it was gone. Spies would believe you still possessed it. Your life would be in constant danger. But if it were known that the gas and formula had been given to me...
They would stop pestering me, perhaps, eh?
That is it, Doctor. One spy has already called on you.
Eh? How do you know that?
I have heard that he was here in the city. He calls himself B9.
The special agent?
He has been here, hasn't he?
Yes, last week. But he is a special agent.
No, Doctor. He is a spy. His credentials are false. It is men like him who would not believe that your formula was gone. He might even kill you, Doctor.
It is enough. I even gave him a sample of my gas.
You gave B9 a sample? Tell me, Doctor, can the gas be analyzed?
No, it is impossible. The formula is needed.
Then give me a cylinder of gas and your formula. Doctor, give it to me before it is too late.
Yes, you shall have it. Wait, the cylinder is small. It is here on my bench. Yeah, take it. But remember, there is enough gas in this little cylinder to kill 100 people. The valve on top must never be turned.
Thank you, Doctor. Next week there will be a mass meeting of the women who love peace. This cylinder will be destroyed before their eyes. Then your formula will also be burned. You will give me that, too.
Yes, take it. Let the world know that Dr. Delamont has destroyed his poison gas. Here is the formula.
Thank you, Doctor. There is no other copy?
That is the only one.
Then I will leave you. And if B9 returns, tell him that you have given your gas and formula to Zora Laval.
A few hours later, B9 arrived in the small city and immediately called on the old chemist.
Oh, good afternoon, Doctor.
So, it is you. Go away. I do not want to talk to you.
Doctor.
You are a spy. I have heard all about you, but you are too late. My poison gas and formula have been given to Zora Laval. You and the other spies have lost. Now go, before I call the police.
The old man refused to say more. Zora Laval had tricked him and possessed both the poison gas and the formula. B9 worked fast. First, he traced the spy. A hotel clerk gave him his first clue.
I made reservations for her, monsieur. She took the late afternoon Continental Express.
Next, B9 wirelessed K7 and asked that certain arrangements be made to board the train. The message came back by radio.
Official orders have been given the train crew. If you fly by plane, you can catch the train and flag it. Once aboard, you will be in complete command. This is K7 speaking.
That night, Rita and B9 were landed near a small railroad station many miles from the old chemist's laboratory. Together, they waited on the station platform.
Rita, I am leaving a lot in your hands. You know what to do.
Yes, B9.
As soon as we board the train, you will be put in the same compartment with Zora Laval. Keep this small container always at your side, and remember, do nothing without using what it contains.
I remember. Look, the train, I can see the light.
We'll be aboard in a minute. It's going to stop for us. You're on your own now, Rita. I don't want you to be seen with me once we're aboard. Keep your head. I'll be near you.
There's the conductor.
Monsieur, Yes, we are the passengers for whom you stopped, conductor. This young lady is to be put in the compartment with Zora Laval.
I understand, monsieur. We have received orders. Mademoiselle, may I help you? We must start.
Thank you.
Good luck, Rita. If you need me, I'll be somewhere outside your compartment door.
Don't worry, B9. I know what to do.
This way, mademoiselle.
through the night, and one by one the slits of light under compartment doors blinked out as travelers went to their berths. The light in compartment 17 burned until nearly midnight. Then it, too, was blotted out. Outside the compartment door, B9 kept vigil.
Monsieur, you are still
Be
up?
quiet, you will be heard.
But, monsieur, it is late after midnight. The train is in darkness.
So much the better. Don't worry about me.
But, monsieur, if there's anything I can
There's
do...
nothing anyone can do.
Monsieur, you're worried.
If you knew what was going on behind that compartment door, you would be worried too. Now, leave me alone. I'll call you if there's anything I want.
Yes, monsieur. Good night.
Behind the door of compartment 17, two women slept, or appeared to sleep. Then one slowly rose from her berth. She adjusted something in the darkness, then cautiously crept toward a corner in which two traveling bags rested. Silently, she tried first one key and then another. Then a lock snapped open.
Stand where you are. You attempt to move, I will shoot you. You are a thief. What are you doing with my bags?
Don't move toward the light switch.
You tell me what I must do? I ought to kill you.
Remain where you are, Zora Lavelle. I have your formula.
You will never leave this train with it.
And I also have your container of poison gas. If you attempt to put on the lights, I'll turn the valve and release the gas.
You wouldn't dare do that. This compartment will become a death trap.
I'll turn the valve if you move.
You're bluffing. I'm coming after you.
I've warned you. Listen. You fool! Let me out!
Don't try to get away, Miss
Close
Lavelle.
the door, the gas!
You're under arrest. I had to make certain you had the gas and formula with you.
Please let me go. I don't want to die like her. If that gas should come out under that door...
It won't.
You don't understand. One breath of that gas would mean slow death.
I know that as well as you do.
The door is opening. Zora's fainted, B9.
You opened the windows, Rita?
Yes, as soon as she ran out of the compartment. The speed of the train has cleared the room. I let the gas that remained in the cylinder escape into the wind.
Good. Then it's been dissipated into the wind. It'll harm no one. You have the formula?
Yes, it's here.
Good, Rita. Our work is done. You can remove your gas mask.
It's coming. Oh, seems good to get it off.
That gas mask saved your life, Rita. Now we've got one more job. Perhaps we should wait until Zora Lavelle comes out of her faint. I'd like to have her watch us.
What are you going to do?
Take this match and strike it, Rita.
All right.
Now, burn this poison gas formula in the name of world peace.
Once again, a special agent served the cause of peace. Zora Lavelle was imprisoned. She no longer menaces the nations of the world. And may I repeat here, spies are active in every country today. To know of their activities is to be warned against them. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Everything was all right until about a mile north of the Cimarron. That's when my horse got a hoof caught in a frozen dog hole and broke his leg. So I had to shoot him. It made me feel awful bad. I didn't feel any better thinking about the walk ahead of me. Close to 40 miles to Dodge and carrying my saddle all the way. Guess I'd been on the trail about an hour. Near as I could figure, it was around 3 in the afternoon. And I had to ease the saddle off my shoulders for a rest and a smoke. And that's when I saw the stranger riding up from the way I'd come. He was tall and thin, and his horse was taller and even thinner. And they made quite a pair.
Hi.
How are you?
You lost?
No. My horse busted his leg a way back. I'm on my way to Dodge.
Oh, it's your house, huh? I saw it.
Yeah.
On your way to Dodge, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
You got any more of that tobacco?
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
That's okay.
Kind of a big walk you got ahead, ain't it?
Kinda.
It's going to be dark soon. You figure making camp?
That's the idea.
Well, it's too bad.
Yeah.
Do you need any food?
No, thanks. I got enough.
Well, I thank you for the tobacco.
Sure. Anytime.
Hey.
Yeah?
Not saying this beast won't drop dead from the shock, but do you want to climb on behind? Save you a piece of boot leather for a while, anyway.
Well, I'd be much obliged if you think that animal of yours can carry us.
Well, she won't mind. She should have been dead a long time ago, except she don't know it. She don't mind.
Well, okay. Thanks. Here, will you hold my saddle till I get up, huh?
Yeah, give it here.
Yeah.
Can you manage this saddle?
Yeah, give it. Yeah, I got it. Now, let's go.
There.
You heading for Dodge, too?
Not in particular. Just north.
Uh-huh.
This beast will do about 10 knots with the wind behind her, but we ain't going to get more than 5 with this load. You ain't in no hurry, are you?
Well, I was kind of hoping to get back tonight. It's Christmas Eve, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's right, ain't it?
Yeah.
That backbone of hers sticking into you?
Oh, no, it's okay. Thanks.
Notice that tin doo-jigger tied to you. You with the law?
Yeah, I'm a U.S. Marshal. My name's Matt Dillon.
That's so. I never seen a marshal on foot.
Well, it happens sometimes.
How is it you're down this way? You need to mite off your course? So you marshal down here as well as Dodge?
No, I just took a prisoner across the Cimarron into Oklahoma territory. Turned him over to the Army there.
Did, huh?
And then he shut up tight. We must have ridden a couple of miles without a word. I got to thinking about Dodge and Chester and Doc and Kitty and the rest of them. You know, there's something pretty special about any place at Christmas time. They
backbone when the stranger's nag was just about to split me in two when he talked up.
My name is Cowley. Amos Cowley. We better heave to a spell. She's breathing mighty hard. All right, hold up. Yes.
Yeah, it's getting a little chilly, isn't it?
Yeah. Could I trouble you for another smoke?
Oh, sure. Here you are.
I thank you. Say, what's it like in Dodge?
What?
Dodge. What's it like?
Oh, it's like any other town, I guess.
Pretty big, huh?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Not so big as New York, though.
Oh, no, not as big as that.
You know, I haven't been in a big town now for more than 10 years.
Oh, is that so?
No. Been down the territories, drifting. Thought I'd move up north this time. Maybe go back east.
So you're from the east, huh?
Some time back. Say, what's it like?
What?
Well, Dodge, any town. At Christmas. Same as it used to be?
Well, I guess so.
What do you do?
Well, it's the same as most people, I guess. What most people do at Christmas.
Well, that ain't saying a lot. What are the folks like? And what does it look like? I just kind of like to know.
Well, I don't know. Well, there's Front Street. That's most of Dodge right now. Of course, it's getting bigger all the time.
Do you have any kids?
No, I'm not married.
Kids have fun Christmas.
Yeah, they do. That's certain. In Dodge, they sometimes have a party for the kids. A couple of days before Christmas. Kids like that. And then everybody gets feeling good, looking forward to Christmas Eve. Like last year. There was snow on the ground, but the sky was clear. You could even see the stars. I was going down the street to the Texas Trail to meet Doc and Chester. Chester, he's my deputy. Doc's a doctor in town. We had some work to do later on in the evening. You could see the light shining behind the curtained windows, and almost everybody had a sprig of holly berries hanging up. They got some from the east a couple of days earlier. I remember running into John Bumby. He's a kind of general handyman in Dodge. Never says much, but he sure had a lot to say that night.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Oh, hi, John.
A lovely night for Christmas Eve, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, John.
Yeah.
Pretty fine night.
Peace on earth, goodwill to men. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, that's the way it should be, John.
You know, Marshal, this is going to be quite a night for me. Yes, sir.
Oh, is that so?
Oh, yes, sir. Tonight, I'm asking Mrs. McNish to become Mrs. Bumby.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What, John? I didn't know that.
Oh, I know it's been a mighty fast secret, but I'm popping the question tonight.
Well, I wish you a lot of luck, John. Hey, I'll tell you what. Come by to the Texas Trail later, and we'll have a drink on it.
Oh, I will. I really will, Marshal. You're good and kind, Marshal. Good and kind. Merry Christmas, Marshal Dillon. Merry Christmas.
Well, the same to you, John. That may sound kind of funny to you, but John Bumby's a good man. A little peculiar sometimes, but good as they come. And they don't make enough like him. Of course, most everybody in Dodge suspected Doc and Ms. McNish were sweet on each other. But it just goes to show you. I'll tell you about John and Ms. McNish a little later. So I went on down the street. You know, it's a funny thing about those words, Merry Christmas. Men say it to each other, and, well, it makes them feel kind of good.
I know what you mean. Used to be a seafaring man myself. When you're on the sea and it comes Christmas, things like that can count a lot.
Yeah.
Well, we might as well get underway again, huh?
Sure.
All right.
Hey, you want to take my saddle?
Give it here.
Okay. Give it to me. Okay.
Come on. I guess you'll miss it in Dodge tonight. Won't you?
Well, if you could get a little more out of this nag of yours, we might make it tonight.
No, there's not a chance. She'll be on her beam ends pretty quick. She's been on a long reach since sunup.
Oh.
Mighty bare country up this way.
It depends on what you're used to, I suppose.
Mighty bare where I've been, too. It's not like the sea. That's always different.
How come you left it? I always heard a sailor doesn't ever get it out of his blood.
The sea? I guess you can get it out of your blood, all right. You got the right reason you can.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hey, you trying to get something out of me?
Well, no. Get what? I would just remark...
You want to ride with me? I don't want any talk about the sea.
Well, you brought it up.
Get it.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night, Jack Benny and his whole fun-making gang make a personal appearance at a Long Beach, California Veterans Hospital. It's going to be a Christmas they'll never forget, as Benny and the bunch cut loose while they assist the folks at the hospital in trimming their Christmas tree. Be sure to join the fun tomorrow night on CBS Radio, when it's Jack Benny time all across America. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
Amos Cowley sulked his way along the trail for the next while. And then it was almost like he couldn't stand the quiet. Or maybe he had things on his mind. He turned his head.
Go on.
What?
Go on. Tell me some more.
Oh, about Dodge?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Well, you try some more, huh?
Well, they got a little pine tree in the Texas Trail.
Tree?
Yeah, come down a long way from the north. Kitty Russell, she's a hostess in the Texas Trail. Well, she got a lot of ribbon and gewgaws and made it look real nice. That was last Christmas.
Have a star at the top?
A star?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. It looked like a star, I guess. It sure looked pretty. And there was a difference in the place that day. Everybody was celebrating and feeling real good. The doors would swing open and somebody would come in and, maybe somebody you just knew to nod at, but because it was Christmas Eve, he'd come right up and say, hello. Oh, maybe that's a good reason, maybe not. I don't know.
All right, I'll tell you.
Anyhow, it was still kind of early.
Just wait till you take.
Kitty and Chester were standing off looking at the tree.
Hi, Matt.
Good evening, Mr. Dillon.
Hi, Kitty. Chester.
How do you like it, Matt? Christmas tree.
That's
Oh, that's real pretty.
Only tree but one in the whole town.
Yeah, Kate's got one over the Alfaganza.
Oh, well, I'll have to see it later.
You're next.
Where's Sam?
I don't know. Maybe he started celebrating too soon.
Oh.
Doc's taking over the bar.
Yeah, that's right.
You want a drink, Kitty?
Sure.
Oh, right away. I'll get you a drink. I'll get you.
You haven't forgotten anything, have you, Mr. Dillon?
Forgotten? What, Chester?
There. What did I tell you, Miss Kitty? I knew just as sure as my nose that you forgot.
That. No. I hadn't forgotten.
Oh, well, I thought as soon as they get Sam sober enough to take care of the customers, we could go on over to Doc's like we planned.
Sure, we'll do that, Chester.
Here you are, Matt.
Thanks, Doc.
Yeah, well, it's still snowing out?
No, it's not. Where are you going, Kitty?
All right. Just want to look outside. Ah, real pretty.
Man thinks of a lot of funny things that don't mean much. Kitty standing at the door, sniffing the cold air, and the warmth inside, and the whiskey in me. It was a good feeling. And then Chester and I decided to take a bottle over to Mr. Hightower. He's the telegraph operator over at the depot. He runs a printing shop on the side.
Say, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
Do you mind if I stop by the church for a minute?
Well, no, I don't mind.
I just feel kind of right tonight, Mr. Dillon. Figure I ought to thank somebody for it.
Sure. So we stopped by the church. I've never been much of a man for church, I guess, but I went along with Chester. Wasn't anybody else there, just the two of us. Guess we sat for 10 minutes in that place. Chester a little way off with his head bowed. You know, there's a lot of peace in a church. Maybe it's the quiet. Maybe it's the good that people find in there. Whatever it was, it made a man feel glad about pretty much everything.
I haven't been in a church since I don't know when.
Oh, is that so?
I heaved to. Well, she's becalmed again, mister.
Okay.
She sure wasn't built for it, I'll tell you. You ever see anything like that?
She is kind of old, isn't she?
I've had her going on 8 years. She hasn't changed a mite. Eats like a pig and looks like a four-legged mizzenmast.
Smoke?
Don't mind. Hey, what about that fella Hightower? Did you get that bottle to him?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I guess it was lonely over in the depot all alone. He was glad for the company. There was a wood fire burning in the stove, but it didn't keep out the cold much.
Well, how are you, gents? Merry Christmas.
Well, how's it going, Mr. Hightower?
Oh, slow, Marshal, slow. Bit of excitement about an hour back, though.
That so?
Yeah, 9:15 got stuck between here and Hutchison. Lots of snow back there.
They getting her out?
Oh, sure, they're trying, but I'm sure glad I'm not on it. It's going to be a cold night on that train.
Well, it's kind of chilly in here, isn't it, Mr. Hightower?
Any warmer, and I'm going to sleep.
Well, say, we brought you over a bottle of Irish for company.
Jameson's. Well, I declare I was just thinking about a tot before you boys come in. Now, that's real friendly. Will you have a drink with me?
We sure will.
Let's open her up, huh? A couple of glasses up on the shelf there, Chester. Get them down, will you?
I don't know if you get an idea about the folks in Dodge or not. They're not any different than any other people, nor the town either. I guess maybe it's a pretty small place at that. The depot, the hall, a few stores, a church, Doc's office, a Texas Trail, Alafraganza, my office. Well, not much, but it's where you live, you know?
Sounds all right. I lived in a town once back east. Small. I know what you mean.
Well, maybe you'll be going back.
Maybe. Say, kids, they still believe in St. Nick?
Oh, sure, I
Mighty
suppose.
few kids down where I've been. Indian kids, they don't believe in St. Nick.
No reason they should, I guess.
I used to believe in it, you know that?
Well, I guess most people did one time or another. Hey, you figure we come maybe 10 miles?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's getting dark.
Yeah. Well, come on. You want to ride the saddle for a bit?
Oh, no. That's okay.
Well, then, okay.
We rode on, and I thought about last year, about Kitty, Doc, and Chester and me going over to Doc's place after Doc got tired at tending bar at the Texas Trail. It was about 1:45 to midnight, and we stood around and sang Christmas carols. And I remember how it sounded that night. How it looked. The glow in the stove in the middle of the room. And frosty windows.
On a cold winter
Yeah, it was Christmas Eve, all right.
was so deep. Noel, 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 Noel. Born is the King of Israel.
Say, that was fine. That was just fine.
Yes, it was.
Oh, gee. Say, now, what do you say if we...
Listen.
Huh? Huh? Oh. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
You know, I feel sentimental. That's exactly what I feel. I feel sentimental.
I know what you mean, Doc. I surely know.
Okay, Doc. Bring him out.
And I remember how Doc scuttled over to the bureau and brought out some packages. The presents weren't much, but it didn't matter what they were. And when we'd finished opening them, it was Chester who said what we were all thinking.
I just want to say, Miss Kitty, Doc, you, Mr. Dillon, I just want to say that this is the best doggone Christmas I ever had. And that's what I want to say.
Say, you was going to tell me about that fella John was courting that woman. What was her name?
Oh, yeah, Miss McNish.
That's right.
Well, she said yes, and you've never seen two happier people in your whole life. Yeah, she's Miss McNish Bumby now.
Oh, that's good.
You know, you might settle for a bit in Dodge, or you could get work there.
Sure would be fine if you could get back tonight, wouldn't it?
Well, it can't be helped. I'd be a lot further away and a sight more tired if you hadn't come along.
Yeah. Now, listen. How far do you figure before there's a place you might pick up a horse?
Oh, I don't know, 15 miles or so, maybe.
Oh, we're not going to make any 15 miles in this nag tonight, that's for sure.
Oh, that's all right.
Now, I tell you what. You go on alone, you see.
Oh, no, forget it.
Now, you go on alone. She'd hold out with one man on her. And then you get a fresh horse and you ride into Dodge tonight.
Well, thanks. That's very
I'm
kind.
telling you, I want you to go. I'll be fine. I've walked before. Probably make it almost as quick as you.
Look, it's real nice of you, Mr. Cowley, but no thanks.
Now, Christmas don't mean nothing to me. You got friends waiting for you.
Well, I'll see them tomorrow.
You're a fool.
Well, that may be.
All of them nice folks. You're going to make them feel pretty bad.
Look, I'll stay. If you want to go on along, thanks for the ride.
Well, might as well make camp then.
I guess so.
And listen, you want to tell me some more about what you was telling me before we turn in?
Well, sure.
I take it kindly, mister. I'll get yourself settled. I got some stuff in my pack we can eat and maybe get a fire going. Then after we eat, you can tell me some more.
We made a fire and then shared what we had for supper. He seemed to soften up after that, and we talked for a couple or 3 hours. It was like he was starved for news of people, everyday things, and just plain company. And that's how we spent Christmas Eve together out on the plain. And then when the fire was dying down and I was about ready for sleep, he said,
Marshal.
Yeah?
I want to tell you something. I've been needing to tell it for a long time. Do you mind?
Well, of course I don't mind.
Well, then I'll tell you. A few years ago, I was skipper of a little schooner. I used to sail up and down the East Coast, you know, Boston, New York.
Yeah.
Well, one night, we hit dirty weather off New Jersey. Real dirty. Blew us off course, and we piled up on the rocks and knocked the bottom out.
That's too bad.
There was 18 passengers aboard, Marshal. 4 of them was kids. We never saw them again.
No.
And my own wife and my kid went down, too.
I'm sorry.
Well, now, something must have happened to me after that. I didn't want nothing to do with ships or the sea, and I started to drift out this way. I couldn't forget, though, do you know? And I didn't want to be near folks, especially kids, to remind me, do you know?
Yeah.
Well, that's how come I've been slewing around ever since.
Sure, I understand.
Just kind of wanted to get it off my chest.
Sure.
Marshal, I'd like to ride into Dodge with you tomorrow. You think I might meet some of them folks you was telling about?
Oh, I don't see why not.
That'd be all right. Maybe I wouldn't need to drift no more. Maybe I could drop anchor, do you know?
Yeah, you might at that.
Yes. Well, good night.
Good night.
Merry Christmas, Marshal.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Cowley.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, with Harry Bartell and John Daner. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night, Edgar Bergen's real-life daughter, Candy, pays him and you a visit on The Edgar Bergen Show with Charlie McCarthy. Candy and Charlie hit it off fine, but Edgar has cause to regret his hasty decision to invite his 6-year-old daughter into the show, especially when she starts throwing her voice. Sounds like fun tomorrow night on most of these same stations when CBS Radio presents The Edgar Bergen Show with Charlie McCarthy. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks teaches you how to laugh every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
calm down, baby. Take it easy. It's all right now.
Hey, what's going on in here?
We'll get a doctor to step on it.
Yeah, okay.
Joyce. You keep on like this, you'll end up sleeping in a cage. Joyce, will you shut up and listen to me? Okay, honey. Sorry.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Anything for the home. Reconditioned V2 bombs, complete with built-in seat for your mother-in-law's next trip. Also a large stock of 5-second hand grenades for the kiddies in the block.
Rick.
Oh, by the way, we have a special today.
Oh, you have?
Yes, with every 5-ton purchase of dynamite, you get free of charge a nifty nitro tank destroyer kit.
Oh, that's nice.
Great for parties. Plant one in your driveway and give your relatives that extra lift.
Richard Diamond.
Yes?
Oh, you're terrible.
Oh, now you only say that because you're an authority on the subject.
It's a wonder you ever get any clients.
Oh, honey, maybe I've been trying too hard. This week, clients have been as scarce as lobsters on the Sahara.
Oh, no business at all?
Helen, if a client walked in now, I'd probably fall off the chair.
Mr. Diamond. Oh, my goodness.
Rick!
Just being as good as my word, dear.
Can I give you a hand?
No. What else do you want to get rid of?
Rick, what happened?
Oh, someone just walked in.
And you fell?
Yeah, right on my...
Rick?
I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. What can I do for you, dear?
Well, my name is Joyce Wallace. I want to hire you.
How do you do, Miss Wallace? Why do you want to hire me?
Because someone tried to kill me.
How?
I was sitting in my living room. Someone took a shot at me through the window.
Your new play opened last week, didn't it?
You know who I am.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I remember a number you did in tights. You got a pretty face, too.
But thank you.
Have you gone to the police?
No.
Well, baby, if someone's out gunning for you, the law's your best bet. I think you better go see them.
I can't.
All right, then tell me about it.
Well, as you know, I'm an actress. If this got out, it would be all over the papers by tomorrow.
You've had publicity before?
Certainly, and some of it's been very bad. But this time, I can't afford bad publicity.
Oh, well, go on.
You see, my husband and I have separated. I'm trying to retain custody of our child.
And the courts wouldn't like you getting shot at?
Barton, it's my husband, will try just about anything to get the child away from me.
You're married to Barton Webb?
The playwright.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe he was the one who took the shot at you.
I've thought about that, but it's a little hard to believe.
Why?
Well, we've had a fairly decent relationship up till 6 months ago.
Honey, I've known guys who got mad and slit their wives' throats all in a matter of an hour or so. It doesn't take 6 months to build up to shooting.
Well, that's why I want to hire you. I want you to find out.
Can you think of anyone else who might like you better at the morgue?
Well, I have people who don't like me, certainly.
Certainly.
Why do you agree so quickly?
Sweetheart, look. It stands to reason that half the women who know you would dislike you just because, well, let's say your bathing suits have an advantage.
Nice. What about the other half?
Oh, probably like their husbands in a vault after 6 in the evening.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you take the job, we'll probably spend a lot of time together.
Dear, I've got claustrophobia. If I get nervous, I'll just run my head into a wall or something.
You're hired.
You're jumping the gun. I get $100 a day in expenses.
I have a check.
I'll take it.
There you are.
I certainly am. Well, let's go.
Where to?
Your apartment. I want to look for the bullet.
Good. We can have a drink.
Well, it's a little early, but I could use something cool.
Are you warm?
I think so. I've smoked 3 cigarettes while we've been talking and haven't lighted one match. We left the office then with Joyce Wallace in the lead. I followed her down the hall, into the elevator, down to the first floor, where I bought some seasick pills and decided it was better to walk alongside of her. We grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later, I was standing on a foot-thick carpet surrounded by a very cozy apartment. Cozy. That means $25,000 worth of furniture that you'd never look at when Joyce Wallace is in the room.
You like it?
Oh, but yes. Tell me, when did Mata Hari go in for decorating?
Would you like to see where the bullet came through the window?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's right over here. See?
Yeah.
Mr. Diamond.
Oh, yeah. Well, the bullet. Right through the window. Hmm?
I was standing over there by the sofa when I heard the shot.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm looking for the bullet. It's got to be around here someplace, unless you've already found it.
Oh, I know. I never even thought to look.
Well, it should be in this wall somewhere.
I'll fix us that drink while you're looking.
Take your time.
What do you like?
Oh, any old thing with I. Hey, wait a minute. You don't know any midgets, do you?
Whatever do you mean?
Mind if I stand on this chair?
Go ahead. Oh, I see it. The bullet up there by the ceiling.
Yeah, that's what I meant about knowing a midget. Your window's right on the street. If an average man pointed the gun, he was either down on his knees or he was a pretty lousy shot.
Can you pry it out?
Yeah, I got it. Uh-huh. There you are.
What are you going to do with it?
I'll run it down to the 5th Precinct and have ballistics check on it.
That means you're going to see the police.
Well, honey, what else can I do? I don't think the Boy Scouts are equipped for that sort of thing.
I told you I don't want the police brought in on this.
Oh, they won't be. I've got a few friends who'll do the job, and that's that.
Oh. Well, how about that drink?
Oh, I'll take a rain check for later.
Well, it's 4:30 now. I'll be at the theater at 6.
If I don't get back here to you, I'll see you at the theater.
That's the Strand. I'll leave word with the doorman.
Tell me, dear, you don't do another number in tights, do you?
Well, no. Why?
Oh, it's just as well. Last time my blood pressure went up so high, some guy sitting right behind me got an idea for a new pressure cooker and made a fortune. I'll see you later, dear. She walked me to the door and said something about all work and no play, and then she stood on her toes and kissed me on the forehead. The kiss was effective, all right. When I finally found my way down the hall, I knew just how the first cow in Texas felt right after being branded. I got out into the fresh air, gulped a couple of lungs full, grabbed a cab, and a few minutes later I was walking into the squad room of the 5th Precinct Police Station. Well, good afternoon, Sergeant.
Oh, what do you want, Shamus?
What do you want, Shamus? Oh, Otis, why don't you be happy? Conform. The worst has happened. They'll never send you back to the jungle.
Ooh.
The lieutenant in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Sporty. Oh, Otis.
Yeah, what is it?
When are you going to get a haircut?
What's the matter with my hair?
Looks like a mountain lion's been sleeping in it. Hello, Walt.
Why don't you leave him alone, Rick?
He's used to it. It'd drive him out of his mind if I walked in someday and didn't say a word.
It would?
Probably.
Why don't you try it?
Oh, you're as bad as I am.
That's a horrible thing to say to me. And by the way, what are you doing down here, Rick? What's going on?
I want a ballistics check on this bullet.
Oh, you do, huh? Where'd you get it?
What?
That bullet.
Well, what do you want to know for?
Because I think you're trying to hide something.
Now, why would I do that, Walt?
Because that's the way you operate. Now, where did you get that bullet?
What bullet?
Now, you stop that. That bullet you got in your hand, that one right there.
This one?
Yes, that one.
What about it?
Where'd it come from?
You want to know?
Of course I want to know.
Well, who can tell you better about a bullet than ballistics?
Yeah. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Get in here.
What are you going to do?
Find out about that bullet.
You wanted me, Lieutenant?
No. I just wondered if you guessed who it was on my private line. Take this bullet down to ballistics and bring me the report.
Right.
Thanks, Walt. I'll check with you later.
Now, you wait a minute. There was something I was going to ask you.
Yes?
Well, I'll think of it later.
Something about the bullet, Walt?
Yeah, that was...
I let Walt chase me as far as the street, then I grabbed another cab and headed for my own apartment. It was about 5 o'clock, so I cooked up a short meal, climbed into a shower and my other suit. At 6 o'clock, I was at the Strand Theater talking with the doorman.
Say, your name's Diamond?
Yeah, that's right, Pop.
Well, Miss Wallace said to show you right back, but I don't know whether this is a very good time or not.
Well, she said 6 o'clock. It's 6 now, Pop.
Yeah, but she's got a visitor.
Oh.
Well, come on, I'll show you anyway. Her dressing room is right down this way.
I'm not going to give her up.
Well, my dear, you may just have to anyway.
Oh,
You see what I mean?
Husband?
Yep.
Martin, you just get out of
Still
here.
want to go in?
You know I'm
I think so.
You're just trying to upset me.
I want to settle this thing once and for all.
Good luck.
Thanks, Pop.
Well, I don't care. I'm just going to go ahead with my plans.
You better answer the door, darling. Give your tonsils a rest.
Hello, Joyce.
Oh, come in, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, he's a new one, isn't he?
This is Mr. Diamond, and I have some business I want to talk over with him. Alone.
Well, anyway, you look at him. It certainly would be foolish for me to argue the point. I suppose you chin yourself regularly, Mr. Diamond?
Chins are a hobby with me, Mr. Webb. I've come in contact with several in the past.
A wit. Muscles and wit. This is a new achievement for you, dear.
Please get out of here, Bart. Now.
Good evening, Mr. Diamond. I will say that you're more of a presentable specimen than the others.
You're somewhat of a specimen yourself, Mr. Webb.
Another time, Mr. Diamond. Good evening.
He just won't leave me alone.
Did you tell him about someone trying to take a shot at you?
Well, of course not. He'd go right to the papers. It's just what he's looking for. Oh, no.
I'll get it.
I see you made it all right.
Hello, Pop.
Who is it?
Package for you, Miss Wallace.
Oh, thanks, Pop. Will you take it, Mr. Diamond?
Sure thing. Thanks. Oh, well, flowers.
Flowers. Oh, this is his idea of a joke. Upset me so I can hardly go on, then a few seconds later his flowers arrive.
Barton's flowers?
Yes. Sends me yellow roses every Monday. There.
Look out.
A snake!
Get back.
Oh, it's crawling out!
All right. All right, it's okay now. It's dead. Honey, calm down.
Hey, what's going on here?
Call a doctor, Pop.
What's the shooting all about?
When you get out of here and call a doctor, go on.
Okay. Hey, ain't that a snake?
No, it's an eccentric spaghetti. Now get that doctor. Joyce, you've got to take it easy. The snake's dead. Now calm down, baby.
A snake.
You keep on like this, you'll end up sleeping in a cage. Joyce, will you shut up and listen to me? Okay, honey, sorry. Like I said, sorry, but it's better if you sleep it off. I don't usually like to belt women, but this was one of those times when a case of nerves had to be turned off in a hurry. Like a leaky faucet. Pretty soon the tub runs over and something gets rusted. I caught her as she went down, picked her up, carried her over to the couch, and then I left her that way until the doctor arrived.
Oh, no wonder she went off like that. I'd probably end up walking on my hands if somebody sent me a snake.
I think maybe I hit her a little hard.
Best thing you could have done under the circumstances.
She's coming out of it.
I'll give her a mild sedative, calm her down. She'll be all right now after the initial shock is worn off.
Joyce, how do you feel?
Well, you bully.
Had to do it.
Think you'll be all right now, Miss Wallace?
Who are you?
A doctor. He's going to give you something to make you rest.
He's not going to hit me, too, is he?
Oh, no, just a mild sedative. Calm you down. Make you feel better.
Well, thank you, but I don't need anything. I'll be all right. Besides, I've got a show to do.
Whatever you say.
You're sure it wouldn't be better?
Where's the snake?
Oh, dear. Pop just took it out.
Oh. Well, let me sit up. I'm all right.
Right in here, Captain.
Lieutenant.
Everybody duck.
Aha.
Aha.
I might have known it.
You might have, but you've still got your sergeant around to keep you in a stupor.
Oh, he's picking on me again, Lieutenant.
Look, what in the world is going on here?
The law has landed, Joyce. This is good Lieutenant Levinson. Walt, Miss Joyce Wallace.
Oh, they must be here about the snake.
Yeah, I called him, Miss Wallace.
Who's this guy?
Oh, this guy's a doctor, Walt.
I'm just leaving, Lieutenant, and Miss Wallace seems to be all right now.
All right, Doctor. Otis, take him out in the hall. Get his name and address in case we want to talk to him.
All right, Lieutenant.
Well, goodbye, Miss Wallace. You just try and relax.
Yes, thank you, Doctor.
All right, Rick. Now, what the devil's going on here? We get a call from the doorman. There's a snake loose in Miss Wallace's dressing room, that someone's been doing some shooting.
Oh, snake was loose. I shot it.
That's right, Lieutenant. It's as simple as that.
Oh, it's as simple as that. How'd the snake get in here?
Oh, maybe he was one of her fans.
Now, you stop that.
You find out about that bullet?
Yes, I found out about that bullet. Fired from a Mauser 25. And that's another thing I want to...
Lieutenant, there's really nothing to worry about. A snake got into my dressing room. Mr. Diamond shot it, and that's all.
Miss Wallace, how does a snake get backstage and into a dressing room?
Well, now, let's see. If I was a snake...
All right. I looked at the snake. It wasn't poisonous, so I guess it doesn't make much difference.
Wasn't poisonous?
No, Red Heart, just a little old gopher snake. Now, what about that bullet you had me analyze?
That's part of a case I'm working on. I'll tell you about it later.
Nothing to do with Miss Wallace, I suppose? No connection with the snake at all?
None whatsoever, Lieutenant.
Is this the box the snake came in?
Yeah.
I'll check with the florist.
Yeah, do that, will you? And let me know what you find out.
All right, but Diamond, so help me. If somebody gets killed, I'm going to hold you for complicity.
I bet you can't say it again.
Say what?
Complicity.
Complicity.
You never know.
Thank you for not telling him anything, Mr. Diamond.
Well, there wasn't much to tell. Maybe you'd better help me out, though. Any idea why someone would send you a non-poisonous snake?
Well, certainly I have a deathly fear of them, any kind of snake.
How many people know about this?
My husband.
Anyone else?
No one. I've never told anyone. You see, I was bitten by a snake when I was a little girl in Wyoming. I never got over it.
Well, someone must have known about it then.
My family and a doctor. They're all dead now.
All right. I'm going to leave for a while. Think you'll be all right for the show?
Oh, certainly. I have a little time before curtain.
Oh, by the way, what's your husband's address?
559 East Park. Why?
Well, I'm going over to see him. Find out what kind of presents he's in the habit of sending.
Yes? Oh.
You should be in mourning, Mr. Webb. I just killed a friend of yours.
What?
Maybe you better let me in.
Well, if you're running around exterminating my friends, maybe I'd just better call the police.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Now I'm coming in.
I hardly see...
Oh, yes.
Well, you're in. Can I get you a drink, Mr. Diamond?
I haven't got much time. I want a few answers.
Well, at least take your hat off. I don't like being intimidated, but if I must be subjected to your roughhouse tactics, I prefer you to be polite.
If I get the right answers, I'll be so polite I'll even apologize when I break your leg.
I really think I'd better call the police.
Did you send your wife a snake?
Has Joyce taken up the bottle?
Which leg do you want me to start on?
Now, don't be ridiculous. Of course, I didn't send my wife a snake.
Did you send her flowers?
Yellow roses. I have a standing order with the florist every Monday night.
Well, this Monday there was a snake in them.
You're serious?
How do I look?
Well, that is a very provocative question.
Look, Buster, let's not...
Good grief. If someone did send Joyce a snake, she must be in a complete state of hysterics. She hates them.
Do you own a Mauser 25, Mr. Webb?
Why, yes. How did you know that?
I didn't. Can I see it?
No, as a matter of fact, it disappeared a couple of days ago.
That's a little thin.
Mr. Diamond, I assure you that if I could show you the gun, I would be most happy to. Loaded and pointing right at your overdeveloped chest.
You say it disappeared a couple of days ago, hmm? Sure about that?
Of course. I kept it in my bureau drawer. When I got up in the morning, it was there, and that evening I went to get a handkerchief, and the gun was gone.
Nothing else moved? No indication of robbery?
No.
Who has a key to the apartment besides yourself? Your wife?
Mr. Diamond, a moment ago you told me someone had sent my wife a snake. I mentioned that she must be in a complete state of hysterics. Then you start this ridiculous questioning about my missing gun. Now, if my wife was hysterical, by now she's probably looking for the top of her head. Now, get out of my way.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
My wife and I may have our differences, Mr. Diamond, but unfortunately for me, I still love her.
Oh?
And if you ever tell her I said so, muscles or no, I shall assert myself and beat your head off.
Oh, relax. She's all right. She's probably doing her show right now.
Nevertheless, I'll thank you to remove your oversized hulk and let me go to her.
Someone also took a shot at her.
What? Well, now I am going to the police.
She thinks you did it in order to gain custody of the child.
Well, she certainly deserves to think so. I'm not exactly an easy person to live with. Now, please.
If this gets to the papers, Mr.
You
Webb.
have my word.
Now, one more question. Did you ever tell anyone about your wife's fear of snakes?
Positively not.
Oh. Mind if I make a phone call?
If you like.
You admit sending your wife the yellow roses?
I admit sending my wife some yellow roses. I deny having anything to do with the snake.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
What'd you find out about the flowers, Walt?
Husband sent them, a Mr. Barton Webb.
Oh? Oh, I'm with him right now.
Good for you. But there's no possible way he could have gotten a snake in that box. The flowers were sent over by a messenger. The snake had to be put in between the stage door and her dressing room.
Well, Pop, the doorman, brought him in. Maybe he did it.
I'm going down to question him.
Okay, Walt, okay. I'll keep in touch.
Please do that. I couldn't stand it if everything suddenly started to work normally.
Well, did you find out how I put the snake in the box, Mr. Diamond?
No, but I'm still interested.
I'll get it. Yes? Well, hello. Yes, dear. All right, I'll be right over.
Leaving?
Unless you'd care to wrestle. Stay as long as you like, though. Pour yourself a drink. The poison is in the red decanter.
You know, the poison was in the red decanter. I stood there a minute, getting that lousy feeling again. The logical person to have fired the shot and sent the snake was Barton Webb. But my instinct said no. I remembered Walt had said he was going over to question Pop the doorman at the theater, so I took off fast in the hope of beating him there. The theater was only 4 blocks away, so I ran it.
Well, hello there, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, Pop, the law's on the way over here to pick you up.
Yeah, for what?
Well, they think maybe you put that snake in the box of flowers.
Well, I didn't, and they're going to have a hard time proving anything else.
Tell me, what did the guy look like who delivered the box?
Young kid.
Wearing a uniform?
No, just looked like one of the kids in the block. Matter of fact, I thought it was kind of funny, a kid like that delivering for a fancy florist. The fellow who delivered the other box was all get up in a nice blue outfit.
What other box?
Came right after you left. Looked like it was from the same florist.
Thanks, Pop. Is Miss Wallace on stage now?
No. She ain't in her dressing room either.
Her understudy take her place?
Yep. Miss Wallace didn't think she could go on. How did you know that?
I'll see you later, Pop.
I want to know where... Oh, no.
Hello, Walt.
Oh, no.
Bye, Walt.
Oh, no.
Well, that tore it right down the middle. I left the theater, headed across town in a hurry. Started adding things up. Webb owned a Mauser 25, but it was missing. A Mauser 25 had been used to take a shot at Joyce. Webb always sent yellow roses on Monday night. Yellow roses had come, and there'd been a snake in them. Something that Joyce had feared, and only one other living person besides herself supposedly knew about her fear. 2 boxes of flowers had arrived at the theater. Webb openly admitted sending one bunch. Suddenly, everything was tying together, even a motive. Thanks, Gabby. Keep the change.
All right, thanks.
Joyce, now. Joyce, don't be a fool.
I told you once, Barton, that I couldn't stand it anymore. Now get away from me. Get away. Help!
Joyce, in the name... Stop!
No,
Come on, open up.
Oh, shut up. Now, Joyce, for once, please try and use your head.
Open it up or I
Barton,
bust it
it
in.
won't do you any good. You can't intimidate me anymore.
Okay, here he comes.
Get away from me, Barton.
Oh, good grief.
All right, toss the gun over here. Over here.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, he was going to kill me.
Oh, dear.
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Diamond.
Yes, Mr. Diamond. You've ruined the door.
He was going to kill me.
Was he?
Of course I was.
Barton.
Well, wasn't he, baby?
Yes, of course.
Of course. Good evening, Mr. Diamond.
Looks to me like Joyce had the gun.
Well, I was trying to protect myself. He threatened to kill me.
It runs in the family. Instead of an anniversary, we have a funeral. The Webbs have always killed their wives. An old custom thought up by
Barton.
my great-grandfather
Barton,
Lonesome Webb.
shut up.
This gun is a Mauser 25.
What did you expect? A crossbow?
Who does it belong to?
Me.
You told me your gun was swiped a couple of days ago, Barton.
Once I explained to a drama critic that my only claim to fame was talent.
Don't listen to him, Mr. Diamond. That's my gun.
It's mine, and I can prove it.
And you were the one who shot at Joyce from outside the window?
Naturally.
Which window did you shoot through?
What?
No, which? Which window? Quick.
Why, well, how do I know which window? I did it in such a hurry.
Where was Joyce standing? You must remember that.
I refuse to answer you. These questions are completely ridiculous.
Then if you did take a shot at her, you also sent her the snake.
Oh, stop it, both of you.
Well, he did, didn't he?
Of course I did.
Barton, why in the world do you stand there and admit these things?
Well, why not, my dear? I should think you might at least be grateful.
Grateful? Oh, I know you better than that, Barton Webb. You've got some crummy scheme up your sleeve.
Crummy?
Oh, swell.
Despicable. Despicable, that's what I meant. You have some
Well, if you're going to be on, then at least read your line slowly. Slowly, do you hear? Slowly.
Despicable!
Both of you shut up. You admit sending the snake, Barton?
Yes, I do.
He does not.
I most certainly do.
You're a liar.
What?
Yes, he's a liar, Mr. Diamond. I'll tell you all about it.
Joyce!
No, I'll tell you. You came to me because you said someone was trying to kill you. Shot at you through a window. Maybe Barton.
Of course, I told you.
Oh, shut up. Then a snake arrives in a box of flowers. Looks like Barton sent that, too.
I did?
You did like the devil. 2 boxes of flowers came to the theater tonight. One of them was yours, Barton. The other one you sent yourself, Joyce. You put a snake in it and had some kid deliver it.
I did?
Yes, and another thing. Barton left me in his apartment a good 20 minutes ago. If he was going to kill you, he'd certainly have done it by now.
The Webbs are naturally lazy.
You took his gun a few days ago, Joyce. You called him and told him to meet you here, hoping I'd follow. Then you were going to make it look like he'd attempted to kill you.
Oh.
Joyce, darling. I swear, Diamond, that at the first opportunity, I'm going to start working out at a reputable gym, and eventually I shall engage you in physical combat.
No, he's right. Mr. Diamond, you're right.
Yes, and the motive. You were afraid he was going to take away the one thing you loved, your child.
Barton, why didn't you just come right out and tell him? Why did you admit to something that wasn't at all so?
My motive will not be discussed.
Oh, the little brain was feeling a twinge of conscience. Pretty noble, too. He was willing to take the rap for all the trouble he'd given you in the past.
But...
Well, it was really nothing.
He's still in love with you, Joyce.
What?
Yeah, and I think you two better sit down and talk it over. Believe me, you deserve each other.
Oh.
There, darling. There.
You know, you could get in a lot of trouble for this, but I'll straighten it out with the law.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, how can I ever thank you?
By George. You know, you're not such a bad fellow after all.
Look, let's get something straight right now. I've been made a patsy and my feelings are hurt. I may not get over it until I get a big, fat bonus in the mail. No later than tomorrow.
Muscular, witty, and to top it off, a businessman. Mr. Diamond, I think you have a future.
What's that you're playing, Rick?
Oh, it's a new song, dear.
What's it from?
Show that opened last week.
Oh, the one your client is in?
Mm-hmm. She does it in one of those real tight evening gowns. You know the type.
Mm-hmm. And so do you.
Well, it's a pretty song.
Well, let me hear it.
Okay. Well, 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 look who's here. I haven't seen you in many a year. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. Baked a cake. Baked a cake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do? How'd you do? How'd you do? Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band. Grandest band in the land. Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band and spread the welcome mat for you. Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig, dig, dig right in. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, hired a band, goodness sake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do? How'd you do? How'd you do? Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig, dig, dig right in. If I knew you'd have come and I'd have baked a cake, hired a band, goodness sake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do? How'd you do? How'd you do? Oh, how'd you do? How'd you do? How'd you do? Well, honey, how'd you like that?
Well, I don't know why she has to sing that in an evening gown.
Well, she doesn't have a very good voice, dear.
Rick, I can't sing at all.
Sweetheart, you could come on in a tent doing 12 courses of Down in the Canebrake, and the critics would lock Joyce Wallace in the zoo.
Do you really think so?
Let's go buy a tent.
Oh, Rick, don't be silly. I couldn't wear a tent.
Well, you could try. If it doesn't work, I know a camping spot in the Catskills.
Oh, Rick.
Thrifty diamond.
Yes, I know. Never waste a good tent.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Clark Gordon, Joan Banks, Jack Crucian, and Charles Seal. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? Later today, you'll hear Thornton Wilder's prize-winning play, Our Town, on Theater Guild on the Air. Today's Theater Guild production stars Elizabeth Taylor and Walter Houston. And for comedy, be sure to tune for the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Sunday on NBC is filled with entertainment, so keep tuned here. Next, hear James Melton and Harvest of Stars on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment, the shadow will again start into that hazard zone of crime, the underworld. And don't forget, motorists, every time you ride over wet, slippery roads, you are entering the hazard zone of motoring, where a slippery film of water on the road may make complete command of your car almost impossible. That's why the development of the new Goodrich Silvertown tire with Lifesaver tread is such good news to every motorist. This new kind of tire gives the greatest protection ever offered against skids, because the Lifesaver tread sweeps water right and left from under the tire, actually dries wet roads. You stop quicker, safer than you've ever stopped before. Remember, too, that the new Silvertown also gives you the famous Golden Ply blowout protection. Keep danger a stranger. Put these life-saving Silvertowns on your car now. There is no extra cost. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, his true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, The Voice of the Trumpet.
Well, Bronson, the drawing's all done but one section.
Oh, but Fred, my dear boy, can't you finish it? You could guess what wheels and cogs will fit in with the rest of the mechanism.
Nothing doing. I'm just a draftsman, not an inventor. I'll have to have more information.
Oh, dear me. And the Normandy sails at midnight tonight. I wanted to catch it.
Oh, so you're going to hustle a drawing aboard the minute it's finished, huh?
Yes, indeed. The customers in Europe are willing to pay very good prices right now for secrets from our War Department.
Well, be careful. Anyone catches on to this game of ours, and it'll be curtains for us.
Don't be absurd, my boy. No one would suspect Elbert Bronson, the distinguished authority on fine books, of being a spy.
Yeah. It's a good cover for selling government secrets. It gives you an excuse for traveling.
Yes, it's a clever dodge. But then we're all three very clever. You and I and our spiritualist friend, Brother Dykeman.
Ah, Dykeman's a fake.
Perhaps as a spiritualist, my boy, but not as a mind reader.
Yeah.
He must be able to read Philip Ryder's mind at any rate. Philip comes to the seances, sits there concentrating, and Dykeman gathers from his mind all the secrets of the War Department.
Yeah, it is funny. But I always figured Dykeman must have got next to Ryder some way.
Oh, impossible. Both Philip and Paul Ryder have been proven perfectly honest.
Yeah, Paul got bumped off because he was so honest.
Oh, let's not go into that subject.
Okay. I'm getting pretty sick of sitting through those long-winded seances to get the information from my drawing.
Be patient, Fred. One more session with that fake spirit should give you what you need.
Why can't Dykeman read Ryder's mind and bring the information here?
Because we mustn't be seen together. It might be fatal. Besides, I don't quite trust Dykeman.
He's sure a clever faker, all right.
I'll take it. Hello? Yes. Tonight? You're sure? Yes.
What's up?
That was Dykeman. Ryder's coming to a seance tonight. And you'll be there, dear boy. You'll be there.
Sure.
And in 2 days, the latest invention of the War Department should be on the way to Europe.
I love this Cafe Lamont, though none of our friends seem to have found it.
My dear Margot, when I start meeting up with my friends at restaurants, I go looking for new places to eat.
Well, you'd better start looking, then.
Why?
Philip Ryder's getting up from that table over in the corner. Haven't seen him for months.
Oh, all right. Not since his brother's funeral.
No, he's certainly changed. Paul's being murdered was an awful shock
Yes.
to him. Have they any notion who did it?
Well, last time I talked to Commissioner Weston, he said the police were still in the dark. Your coffee, mademoiselle.
Oh, thank you, Pierre. Lamont, Philip's coming this way. Why don't we try to cheer him up?
All right.
Why, Philip Ryder.
Margot and Lamont.
I say, you've been hiding yourself in one of your vaults in the War Department.
We've been awfully rushed the last few months.
I should think you might have been.
Do sit down, Philip.
Well, all right for a minute.
What are you doing with yourself?
Just keeping busy.
Oh, you and your state secrets. You always get me so curious I could burst, but it never does me any good. Don't you ever break down and tell one little secret even to your best girl?
Never.
And quite right, too. Margot wants to paint the town, Philip. Won't you come along?
Well, I'd like to awfully, but I can't tonight.
What is it, a previous engagement?
Why?
Bring her along.
Well, it's not an engagement, really. I'd be delighted to have you both come with me if you care to.
Where are you going?
Oh, don't laugh. I'm going to a spiritualistic seance.
Oh, that sounds like fun. How do you feel about it, Lamont?
Where's the meeting going to be?
At Mr. Dykeman's house. He's the medium.
How do you happen to start that?
Well, Dykeman looked me up. Came to my apartment one evening. Said he'd had a message for me from my brother Paul.
From Paul? How odd.
Yes. I miss my brother frightfully.
Well, anyway, I went to the seance.
You actually think this medium is the real thing?
Yes, Lamont, I do.
Spiritualism can be such a shield for fakers that I'm always a little suspicious.
I know, but Mr. Dykeman is no faker. You see, when I went to the seance, Paul spoke to me.
Oh, Philip.
Yes, he did. Through a trumpet.
You're positive?
Yes. He's spoken to me of many things that only we two knew about. I'm forced to believe in Dykeman.
I see.
Well, you care to come?
Please do, Lamont. It sounds fascinating.
Yes. Yes, let's go. I'm very eager to meet this Mr. Dykeman.
Good evening, brothers and sisters. I wish to extend a greeting to all our old friends and our new ones. It is my hope that you will find peace and comfort which the rest of us share in the knowledge that the grave is not the end of life. Brother Rice, will you play The Tie That Binds?
Lamont,
Yes?
somebody's dimming the light.
That's part of the service.
Don't tell me you're afraid.
No, of course I'm not really.
Quiet. You're not supposed to talk.
Lamont,
What is it?
look up at those shiny stripes that are swinging around up there.
Those are the luminous bands on the trumpet.
But how did they get up there?
Marco, please.
Oh, sorry.
That's my dead father's voice. I'm sure it is. Yes, Father?
I'm helping you. You must be careful of a tall, blond man. Trouble may come to you through him.
I'll be careful, Father.
The voice did seem to come from the trumpet.
I know. Be quiet.
Philip! Philip!
Yes, Paul. I'm here. What is it?
I'm watching your work. I'm proud of what you're doing.
Oh, I'm glad.
It's not easy. I wish I could be there to help you.
Oh, I wish you could, Paul. So much. I miss you.
Don't be sad for me, Philip. Think of your work. I can't quite understand just what it is. This last assignment.
Well, it's simple, Paul. If I could explain.
I know you can't. But think of what you're doing at the office. Think, and help me understand.
Yes, Paul.
If I am silent for a moment, it's because I'm going to try to understand what's in your mind, trying to help. Now, be silent. Silence.
This is absurd.
Lamont, be quiet.
Absurd. Lamont, you broke the thread. Paul, come back.
Turn up the lights. Turn them up, Mr. Rice. Thank you. I'm sorry that we've been interrupted, but it is impossible for the spirit to communicate when there are unfriendly influences at work. You, sir, I am speaking to you.
Yes? What is it?
You think this is all a fake? That I have no power?
On the contrary, I think you have great powers.
And yet you interrupt us. You scoff. You're determined to be hostile.
Not at all. You interest me enormously. As a matter of fact, I should like to ask you a few questions.
You simply want to discredit me. So the only satisfaction I can give you is that you have robbed these good people of the aid and comfort they seek.
Lamont, let's go. This is terribly embarrassing.
Very well, let's leave. Well, you know, I'm not embarrassed. I'm really very interested.
Ladies and gentlemen, when the shadow laughs, it's no laughing matter for his enemies. And when you are suddenly faced with that common enemy of all motorists, A dangerous skid on wet, slippery pavements. It's no laughing matter to be behind the wheel.
The shadow knows. Every day, someone, somewhere, experiences that sickening, pit of the stomach feeling when his car swerves out of control. Beware! It pays to play safe.
Yes, motorists. And when you equip your car with the new Goodrich Silvertown tire, you know you're playing safe. Because the nation's largest independent testing laboratory, the impartial Pittsburgh Testing Laboratory, tested this new kind of tire over a 3-month period against the regular and premium price tires of America's 6 largest tire manufacturers. The official report from these impartial engineers reads, quote, "The new Goodrich Silvertown with Lifesaver tread gave greater skid resistance than any other tire tested," unquote. And some of the tires tested are priced at from 40% to 70% more than Silvertown. Yet the new Silvertown with Lifesaver tread came out on top in skid protection. It came out on top in mileage, too. Averaged 19.1% more non-skid mileage than any of the tires tested in its own price range. Motorists, doesn't this prove which tire to put on your car? Get these life-saving, long-mileage Silvertowns now. There is no extra cost.
Here, Philip, sit down and cheer up.
I'm sorry things turned out this way.
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't you apologize. I think Lamont ought to beg your pardon, behaving like that. Lamont!
What? Oh, yes, Phil, I'm sorry if you're upset.
Well, Lamont, you must admit that Mr. Dykeman is unusual.
Oh, yes, but the mental world is so full of unusual things. I was just thinking about a drawing that I saw very recently. Strange how vividly I see the piece of apparatus right now.
What in the world are you raving about, Lamont?
Piece of apparatus. It's so clear to me. I've even started drawing it here on the menu. It's a curious contraption of one small wheel within another. They revolve in opposite directions. There is a thousandth of an inch between the two. Look.
Lamont.
Yes?
Don't draw that. Don't.
Philip, what's wrong? You look ill.
This is serious.
You've seen this piece of apparatus before?
We've been working on it for weeks at the department.
Well, what's it for?
You might as well know now. It's part of a new anti-aircraft gun. It ensures almost perfect aim at long range. Why, that's what Paul Spirit was talking about only tonight.
How interesting.
No one knows of this. How do you come to Lamont?
I saw it someplace just by chance.
But where? Who had it in their possession? Do you recall?
I'm sorry, Philip, but...
Well, it doesn't matter anyhow. The thing will have to be scrapped.
Thrown away?
Of course. We'll have the whole big job to do over again.
But how terrible. Lamont, try to remember where you saw it. It may not be too late to save the secret.
Yes, please try, Lamont. But in the meantime, I've got to find my chief. Let him know.
I'm sorry, Philip.
Yes, it's too bad you can't remember. There are spies at
if
work.
If there are, I hope you catch them, Philip. Good night.
Good night. Good night, Margot.
Good night, Philip. And now, Lamont Cranston, suppose you tell me where you saw that drawing.
Now, Margot.
Don't try to tell me you've forgotten. You never forget anything. Where did you see it and who had it?
Oh, Philip had it. I saw it at the seance.
What? What do you mean?
I saw the image in Philip's mind, saw it as plain as day.
But how?
Remember when that fake voice he thought was Paul's asked him to concentrate?
Yes.
In that moment of silence, I saw the drawing plain as day. The dimensions, everything.
But I thought
that wasn't spiritualism, it was mind reading. Philip Ryder had been giving the government secrets away to spies ever since he started going to these seances.
Oh, that's impossible.
If I could see the drawing in his mind, so could a clever, practiced mind reader, a man like Dykeman.
Oh, but why didn't you tell Philip?
He wouldn't believe me.
But he may go back there and talk to Paul Spirit. He may tell other secrets.
No, I don't think that he will. Let's go now.
Go where?
Back to Dykeman's and find out who he passes his information to and how. Perhaps the seance will still be in session.
But Lamont, Dykeman will certainly not be pleased to see you again.
But, Margot, he won't see me. I'm going as the shadow.
Fred! Fred!
Yes, Spirit, speak. I'm listening.
You have understood all the facts I have communicated.
Gotten all down pat, Spirit. Go ahead. Spiel some more.
This inner wheel I have told you of is separated from the outer one by a hair-like space of 1,000th of an inch. Understand, Fred?
Yeah, I got it. Is that all?
That is all. I must return to the spirit world.
Now, my friends, to get on to other messages. Our brother Fred should be very satisfied. I see he is leaving us. Now, let us wait for further communications from my controls.
Mr. Fred.
What? What do you want? I don't know you.
Oh, it's nothing. Nothing, only it's wonderful how the spirits talk to you at our meetings. You don't seem very reverent, but they talk to you.
Sure. They talk. What about it?
Nothing. Nothing, only I wish they would to me. Do you think...
I think you're just a nut. Get out of my way.
What's that? Who laughed? Why, there's no one there. Why, the spirits must be hovering over Fred.
Fred, my dear boy, come in. Come in, you're late.
Stop beefing. I got here, didn't I?
Yes. You'll close the door, Fred.
I did close it.
No, Fred. It's still open.
I'd have sworn I shut it.
You obviously didn't.
Well, the catch can't be working right.
There. That's better. Tell me, have you the figures to finish our drawing?
No, not all of them. There's one spot I can't fill yet.
Why not?
Some nutty guy interrupted Dykeman's session with Philip Ryder.
Too bad. But here's the drawing. Get to work, Fred.
Hey, stop ordering me around.
Now, Fred, don't be impudent.
What do you think I am?
Fred, dear boy. You are the man who killed Paul Ryder. Don't forget that.
You were in on that job, too.
But you fired the shot, dear boy. Please don't forget that. I haven't. Now, let's not have any more impertinence, please.
Why, you...
Now. Cool down. You and I can't afford to fight, dear boy. We're too useful to each other. Only think what a nice large sum of money we shall get from this job.
Yeah. All right, but I'll just throw in those 2 wheels I got the dope on tonight, and then...
I wouldn't, Fred, if I were you.
Huh? What'd you say, Bronson?
I didn't say a word. I hope you haven't started talking to yourself.
He hasn't, Mr. Bronson.
Hey, what is this?
Who are you? Where are you?
Men know me as the Shadow.
What the... I can't see anyone. Who is it? What do you want?
I want to stop you two from betraying your country's secrets.
What?
If you sell that drawing, millions of your countrymen may pay for your treachery with their lives.
Hey, Bronson, I can't stand this. It gets me. A voice and nobody's there.
Now, don't be excited, Fred. Look at me. I'm perfectly calm.
You are not afraid, then, Bronson?
Of course not.
But, Bronson, this spook is real.
Fred, don't be a fool. This is some trick of Dykeman's.
Dykeman's?
Of course. He's so clever with his trumpets and strange voices. Aren't you, Dykeman? I'm not afraid of you.
I am not Dykeman. I am the Shadow. I have come to warn you.
Indeed, Shadow. Are we in danger?
Grave danger, Bronson. If you attempt to sell the information in this drawing, tear it up. Now.
Hey, I don't like this.
Calm down, Fred. This is Dykeman. He's trying to drive us out of the field so he can collect everything for himself. Isn't that the truth, Dykeman?
He don't answer. Is he gone?
I imagine so. Once he realized...
Hey, Bronson, look.
What is it?
There on the desk where the drawing was.
Why, it's gone.
Yeah, it's been stolen. Hey, Bronson, I'm scared.
Nonsense. Come on.
Where are you going?
To find Dykeman, you fool.
What are you going to do?
You and I, Fred, are going to kill our dear friend Dykeman. Come along.
The Shadow calling Margot Lane. The Shadow calling Margot Lane. Margot Lane, get in touch with Commissioner Weston. Have him surround Mr. Dykeman's house at once. Have him bring Philip Ryder with him. Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!
Now, my friends, we must have silence, or the seance cannot succeed. Silence. Please.
Hey, Bronson.
Yes, Fred?
You hear that? Dykeman's got a late seance going on inside right now.
Yes, dear boy, that seems to be true.
And he couldn't have been the shadow.
Nonsense. He probably just sneaked back here ahead of us. Go in and speak to him. Tell him you wish to reach the spirit. We'll surprise dear Mr. Dykeman.
Yeah. All right, come on.
Newcomers have entered the room. Please do not be disturbed, my friends. Have you any questions?
I want to ask some. This is Fred again.
Silence. Fred is calling. Silence. I am here, Fred. What do you wish? Is there something wrong?
Huh? Yeah, there is. You know that drawing I was working on?
Yes, I know.
It's been stolen.
Stolen? By whom?
It was not stolen. The shadow took it.
What's that? Who is speaking?
The shadow, Dykeman.
Friends, someone is trying to put over a fraud. That is not a spirit voice.
No. This is the voice of the shadow. Dykeman, you're in danger.
What is this voice, Dykeman? I don't know. It's some sort of fraud.
It's you who are the fraud, Dykeman. Making these poor people think they are talking to their loved ones.
Friends, this is an outrage, a trick. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your seats. This is obviously a fraud. It isn't the voice of a spirit.
Confess.
Somebody turn on the lights and show this faker up. Turn on the lights.
Let me out of here.
Where's the door?
Get out.
Come on now. The lights. Ah, there they are. Ladies and gentlemen.
What is that voice?
You see, the voice has stopped. The faker can't talk through the trumpet with the lights on. Stop it! Stop it! Do you hear?
You still think I'm a fake?
No. But go away and leave me be.
Not until you've done as I tell you.
What is it you want me to do?
Tell these people you're a fraud.
Oh, no.
Tell them that you're the voice of the spirits that talk to them.
All right, I'm at it. Now, will you leave me alone?
There's one thing more.
What?
Tell them you're a member of a spy ring. The same ring that killed Paul Ryder.
All right.
Tell them who your boss is.
All right. I'll tell them. Who fired that shot? It was this man here.
Brother Dykeman! Brother Dykeman! Brother Dykeman, are you all right? Are you all right?
Come in, Commissioner Weston. You're just in time.
Someone fire a gun in here? Yes. Brother Dykeman has just been killed.
Eh? Who did it?
Well, we don't know.
Did anybody see the gun being fired?
We were all too excited to notice, but the shot seemed to come from over there.
And
that's where
none of you saw who did it?
Well, I couldn't be sure, but I thought it was this man.
Yeah, I thought it was too. It was this fella here.
It was not.
Men,
No.
lock the doors. Don't let anyone out. We'll search this mob.
Commissioner Weston.
Yes, what is it? What? Say, who spoke to me?
This is the shadow, Commissioner Weston.
The shadow. I might have known.
You see the man standing in the corner?
The man. Oh, yes. That's Elbert Bronson, the book collector.
He poses as a book collector. He's really the head of a great spy ring. Search him.
This is an outrage.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bronson, but it's necessary. Just a minute, please. Stand still. No gun on him.
Search the young man beside him. His name is Fred.
Yes. Ah, here we are. A gun. And just fired.
You, Bronson, you planted it on me after you killed Dykeman.
Why, what nonsense. Commissioner Weston, I presume that I'm free to go now?
Well, no,
Commissioner, look at the papers you just took from the pockets of Bronson and of Fred.
These papers?
Show them to Philip Ryder.
Why, what are they? A drawing. Commissioner, the voice is right. These men are spies.
Bronson, that's the drawing that was stolen from us.
Quiet, you fool.
It's torn in half.
And each of these men had a half in his pocket.
But that's impossible. The drawing had been stolen. It couldn't have gotten back into our pockets.
Then you confess you had it in your possession once? You own that you are spies?
I own nothing. Convict me if you can.
If you can't be proven spies, at least you can be held for the murder of 2 men.
2 men?
Yes. Dykeman and Paul Ryder.
I didn't do it. I didn't. It was Fred.
Men, take him away.
We won't have much trouble convicting them if they've killed 2 men.
Yes, they killed 2 men. But what is worse, they tried to sell the lives of thousands of their countrymen for a little money.
Yes, Shadow. I guess they never counted on meeting up with you.
No. They believed they could betray their country and escape the consequences. But they were wrong. Treason cannot succeed. Traitors must be punished. And I will fight to save my country from men like these. They dared to commit these crimes because they had never met me. They did not know or fear the shadow.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Laura. Thanks for the call, Angel, but tonight is out, unless you'll settle for hot dogs and pop. I had a client, but he got killed before he paid me. You know, a thing like that's not only murder, it's a crime.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of everybody's gun. Before the Falcon solves tonight's case, let's listen to this.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of everybody's gun. It's Wednesday night in New York, and tall, sleepy-eyed Spencer Hollister has just admitted Jack Landis to his expensive penthouse apartment. Landis, a stocky, good-looking young fellow, sits on the arm of a chair, lighting a cigarette, while Hollister walks to his desk, opens it, and reaches in. He has just promised Landis a $5,000 check. But when he pulls his hand from the drawer, instead of a checkbook, he has a gun in it.
All right, Landis, don't move.
I'm not moving.
You don't seem surprised.
I've learned to expect anything.
Well, will it surprise you to learn that I know all about you?
Not terribly.
You don't believe me. Well, I happen to know your credentials are forged. I happen to know you've converted almost all the checks to cash already, and you expect to cash those you collected this weekend first thing in the morning and clear out.
All right, you go to the head of the class. Now what?
You have over $100,000 cash that you've swindled people out of by trading on their generosity. Rather nasty business, wouldn't you say? There's really nothing lower than a charity fake.
I'll go sit in a corner.
People will be furious if they hear about it.
If?
You laid your plans carefully, but there are a few things you've overlooked. For instance, you have me on your sucker list as someone with a lot of cash and no brains, right?
Next time I'll give my prospective donors an IQ test.
Underestimating my intelligence wasn't your biggest mistake. Overestimating my bank account was.
Don't tell me you're a pauper, Hollister.
Worse. A debtor. Don't let this penthouse fool you, or the name Hollister either. The family fortune is a thing of the past. I'm in hock.
You're breaking my heart.
Don't feel too bad about it. You can help me out.
Can I?
You're giving me $75,000 in cash tonight.
I didn't know I was so generous.
I'm not fooling. Otherwise, I'll call the police.
I thought you disapproved of the way I made the money.
That's why I want to relieve you of it.
Well, what do you know? Brother Rhett.
Well, since we so thoroughly disapprove of each other, don't you think we ought to cut this conversation short?
I think.
Good. Then let's go get the cash. I've been told money talks, and that's a conversation I'd much rather listen to.
Homicide Squad, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Oh, good morning, Dimples.
Now don't tell me. Let me guess.
Anything your little heart desires.
Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
Vegetable.
Is it a private detective?
How did you know?
They call him the Falcon?
On the nose.
His name is Mike Waring?
Bullseye.
I give up. Who is it?
2 other guys.
All right, Waring, what's up?
Well, I just lost a client.
And I thought you were such a good detective.
Yeah, so did my client. That's why he hired me.
What changed his mind for him?
A bullet.
You mean I got to go to work?
Well, that's up to you. I'm just reporting the murder like a good little citizen.
When did it happen?
Sometime last night.
Name of the stiff?
Spencer Hollister. 2 L's.
Where'll I find him?
Garraway Apartments, penthouse.
You there now?
Yep.
Well, stay there. I'll be right over.
All right, but as long as you're taking down the vital statistics, wouldn't you like to know the name of the murderer?
You've got it?
Got a pretty good idea.
Yeah, I'm listening, Waring.
Hollister hired me to check up on a character named Jack Landis. Landis was soliciting funds on a charity deal, big funds. Hollister suspected he was a phony. He hired me to check up. Well, I found out Hollister was right. Landis was a phony. Yesterday, I gave Hollister the dope. Today, I dropped ground to pick up the check he promised me and found him with a bullet in his inside.
And you figure Landis put it there?
What do you think?
Well, I think it's worth checking on. I'll have him picked up.
Good boy. Landis probably killed Hollister because he knew too much. And since I'm the guy who told Hollister what he knew, Landis might decide to do the same for me.
Why aren't we laying low, Landis? You heard the radio. They've got the net out for you.
Yeah, for me. So what are you worrying about, Whitey?
But I'm with you.
If it bothers you, you can drop me at Thelma's.
Selva, you're not going up there.
Why not?
The first place the cops will look.
In that case, they should be through by the time I get there. So take me there and you can run over to your place in Jersey.
Okay, Landis, but believe me, you're asking for trouble.
Well, I don't always get what I ask for, Whitey. So stop worrying.
Jack.
Is it such a shock?
No, but the papers say the police are looking for you.
Yeah, so I better get out of the hall. Close the door.
All right. I thought you'd try to get out of town.
And leave you?
This is pretty risky.
I don't think so. The police will think the same as you. They won't be looking for me in New York.
They might.
I don't think you're very happy to see me.
I'm worried for you.
Is that why you forgot to give me a kiss?
I'm sorry. Here.
Hey, baby, it's cold inside.
I guess I'm worried. Did you really kill that man?
Oh, so that's what's bothering you.
Did you?
I never pretended I was an angel, sweetheart.
But to kill a man...
You're doing all right, baby, aren't you?
Yes,
then
but
just remember this. Never look a gift mink in the mouth.
I can't help worrying.
Forget it. We've got work to do.
Work?
You're going to help me dye my hair.
Oh. Does that mean you'll be staying around a while?
You don't sound pleased.
I just don't think it's safe.
Mm-hmm. I'm beginning to think it wouldn't be safe for me to leave.
What do you mean by that?
Well, this way I can keep an eye on you.
What's on your mind? You've been hinting at something ever since...
Ever since I got frostbitten.
You won't believe it. It's just that I'm worried about you.
Sure I will. Only I can't help wondering whether what's worrying you is that I'll get caught. Or you will.
Who's there?
Me. Elliot.
Oh, dear. Just a minute. Come in quick.
Yeah.
I told you on the phone to stay away from here, Elliot. Jack's been hanging around.
You also told me you went over to see Whitey Acosta today.
But he'll be back.
At least it'll give us a chance to talk. We've got to decide what to do.
There's nothing we can do.
We can turn Landis into the police.
I wouldn't dare. He'd kill me.
From jail?
I have no guarantee they'd hold him.
Well, he wouldn't have to know. The police are after him already.
Yeah, that's right.
We just have to be sure that there's no way of his finding out you had anything to do with the tip-off.
He'd be sure to suspect.
He doesn't know about me. Maybe I could do something.
He suspects there's somebody else, though.
He can't be very suspicious, or he wouldn't have left you alone.
Well, we all make
What?
mistakes, fella.
Jack.
Oh, she's always so happy to see me. Whitey got kind of boring. I thought things would be more interesting around here. That's why I'm back so soon. Seems I was right.
Please, Jack, don't do anything.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend? Well, it looks like I'll have to do it myself. I'm Jack Landis. You're,
Elliot Crane.
Pleased to know you, Mr. Crane. Oh, by the way, Thumb, I want to apologize for this sudden appearance. I had to make it the back way because anyone as popular as I am with the law can't very well be seen riding in elevators.
What are you going to do?
That worries you, does it? Hmm? Or is it this gun that frightens you? Or the fact that you plan to double-cross me? Or maybe the combination, hmm? Or why doesn't somebody say something? I don't like to hog the conversation.
Elliot, do something. I know the look on his face.
What
Yes, indeed. What can
He's
you...
going to kill us.
Oh, now, sweetheart. You know that I...
What's the matter?
I don't know. I'm dizzy.
Elliot, quick.
Yeah. All right, mister, I'll take that gun.
Just let me sit down.
Sure, sit right there, but I've got the gun.
Yeah, so I see. Now, Thelma, you disappoint me. Do you really think I was going to kill you?
You had a gun.
What would killing you accomplish? Revenge? No, that's true, but it's petty. And you should know, sweetheart, that I'm never petty.
He wants to talk his way out of it. Don't let him, Thelma. Call the police while I keep an eye on him.
You'll need more than an eye.
I also have a gun.
Which doesn't happen to be loaded, whereas this one does.
Elliot!
Don't reach for that.
I told you it wasn't loaded. That's why I brought along this other one.
I don't understand.
I'll explain it to you in a minute, but first put that gun down on the desk. Go ahead, or do you want me to prove that this one's loaded?
All right. I'm putting it down. There.
That's better. I hate to disappoint you, but you won't be getting this one from me. I don't make a habit of the dizzies. Now, don't look so worried. I told you I wasn't going to kill you.
What are you going to do?
I also told you it'd be nothing petty. There's a little narcotic scheme I have in mind that ought to net $250,000. But there's a certain amount of risk involved. And it occurred to me that young Mr. Crane here is just the man to take that risk.
You want me to...
To help get it past customs.
Oh, I couldn't.
Well, that's up to you. If you don't, Thelma's going to be found with a bullet in her head. And the bullet is going to come from that gun you had, which has got your fingerprints on it.
No, please,
You got your choice. Take orders or face a murder rap.
Oh, what can I say?
Yes or no? But I hope it'll be yes, because I promised Thelma that I wouldn't kill her, and I hate to be a liar. But under the circumstances, I don't think I'll have to be. Do you?
Hello, Waring. Thought I'd find you dead, luncheonette. Corbett, sit down. Want to pick a rib with me or pick my brain? I'm looking for a lead.
Well, if it's a lead you want, Sergeant, I'll give you one.
Oh, hello, Ed.
Hi, Sarge. Oh, believe me, in this warm weather, the best lead anyone can give you is a nice, cool salad.
Made with Miracle Whip, no doubt.
Naturally, because there's nothing like Miracle Whip to give you a really delicious flavor to your salad.
Now, look, Ed, I know that your salads are good. I know that Miracle Whip makes them the best doggone salads I ever ate. But, well, right now I've got something else on my mind.
Something else?
Oh, good grief, Corbett, don't scare him so. Ed doesn't know that there isn't room for more than one thing in your mind.
Oh, no, Sergeant. That wasn't what I meant. Not at all. I meant there couldn't be something else like Miracle Whip. Honestly, there's nothing like Miracle Whip. It's the only one of its kind.
Now, Ed, don't get excited. I'd just love to have something to eat. And on a day like this, I'd love nothing more than a good, cool salad made of, well, lots of fresh vegetables and plenty of Miracle Whip. But, I couldn't eat it here.
Couldn't eat it here? Why not?
Because when Waring's here, it takes my appetite.
Well, then why don't you take your appetite right over to that table in the corner and start eating?
You know, if I didn't know you fellas so well, I'd think you really meant those things you say to each other.
Okay, Ed. Now bring me a cheese sandwich and one of those salads made with that salad dressing of yours.
Oh, well, now, it's not my salad dressing, Sergeant. Miracle Whip is made by Kraft, and by golly, they make it so good that I understand it's America's favorite salad dressing.
Say, tell me something. If you made America's favorite salad and forgot to put Miracle Whip on it, what would you have?
Oh, that's easy. America's favorite salad, undressed.
Oh, my. Well, wrap 'em up, Ed.
All right, you will, Mike. Right away.
Now you, Waring. What can you tell me about Jack Landis?
Nothing more than I have.
Well, then, what about Whitey Acosta?
Never heard of him.
Oh, I can see you're not going to be so much help.
Well, I like to leave a few odds and ends for you. It's good for your morale. Who is this Whitey Acosta, anyway?
Well, according to our information, he's Landis's partner.
Must have been a silent partner. I thought Landis worked the job alone.
Well, maybe the girl can tell me something.
What girl?
Velma Patterson. Landis used to go with her.
Have you talked to her yet?
No, didn't want to tip her off. We have a man stacked out in front of her building in case Landis comes by, but he hasn't shown, so I guess we'll have to try the girl.
Now, what does she look like?
Cute, they tell me.
Well, Corbett, seeing as how you're over your head again, perhaps I can be persuaded to lend assistance.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll question the girl.
Oh, thanks just the same, Waring, but one of my men can handle it.
Well, how will he handle it? Now, me...
I wouldn't think of troubling you.
It's no trouble.
It's a matter of routine.
You'd be amazed how interesting routine can be sometimes. And I have a free evening, so, Corbett, where does she live?
Hello? Hello, Corbett. Oh, Waring, did the girl succumb to your charms? Haven't seen her yet. Well, then why this call? When I got to her apartment house, there was a crowd in the alley. Been another shooting.
Huh?
Yeah, the night squad is there now. But I thought you'd like to run over, even though you're through for the day. This looks like part of your case.
How?
Well, you're looking for Landis.
Is he there?
Yep.
Well, what happened? Did he shoot the girl?
Not exactly, Corbett. Somebody shot him.
Hello? Elliot, I've got to talk to you.
What is it?
Jack's been murdered.
What? Where? When?
Right downstairs, just after you left.
Are the police there?
Not up here, but there's a big crowd down below. I can see them from the back window.
Well, just sit tight.
But the gun with the fingerprints, he had it.
Oh, that's right. We've got to do something.
There's somebody at my door.
Police?
Maybe.
Don't tell them a thing.
We'll have to tell them.
Not now. I'll try to get word to you.
All right. Goodbye. I'm coming. Yes?
Velma Patterson?
That's right.
I'm Sergeant Corbett of the New York Police Department.
Police? Why? What's wrong?
You used to go with Jack Landis, didn't you?
Yes, but
When's the last time you saw him?
Not for weeks.
You're sure? Sure you didn't see him today?
Of course not. Why?
Would it surprise you if I were to tell you Landis was killed today?
No, not any day.
Well, you don't seem very upset.
I told you, Jack and I have been finished for weeks.
Well, we're going to have to ask you some questions. Do we come in?
But I don't know anything.
Well, who cares? We'd still like to come in.
Who is this, Sergeant?
Mike Waring.
Falcon?
Yeah, you were right, Corbett. Real cute.
What?
I was hoping we could get acquainted.
Now, see here, Mr. Waring.
Well, you don't have to worry. Corbett's here to chaperone us.
Oh, don't mind me.
Are you kidding? Well, Thelma, do we come in?
All right. But I don't know what I can tell you.
Well, we'll worry about that when we ask. Come in, Corbett.
Yeah. Now, Miss Patterson, what can you tell us about Whitey Acosta?
I don't know any such person.
Well, he used to go with Landers.
Yes?
Whitey was a friend of Landers.
I wouldn't know.
But you must have met him sometime. Now, hold it, Corbett. Don't mind the sergeant, Thelma. He has to bring in a suspect, so he's a little irritable. You better humor him, or he might decide the suspect is you.
But I don't know
Well,
any...
do you know anyone who would know?
I don't think... Well, wait a minute.
And what is it?
You might try Happy's Bar. Jack used to hang around there. Perhaps he met this Whitey there. Perhaps someone there may know.
Thanks, Angel. I'll try it. So long. Hey, where are you going, Waring? Happy's Bar. And Corbett, did you learn anything about routine?
What's yours, mister?
I'm not drinking today.
How come you're hanging over a bar?
I'm looking for someone.
Expect to find him in the bottles?
Could be. Are you happy?
I'm dancing with joy, can't you see?
The guy they call Happy, owner of this fire trap.
They call me Happy. What they call you?
Mike.
And when you go formal?
Mike Waring.
Mike Waring. I heard of a Falcon by that name once.
Well, now that we know each other, do I get some help?
Who are you looking for?
Whitey Acosta.
Whitey, eh?
By the way, did you drop this 20?
20. Thanks, Waring. Maybe you'd better come with me.
Delighted.
Right through back. This way.
All right.
You friend of Whitey's?
The National Broadcasting Company interrupts this program to bring you a special bulletin. General Matthew Ridgway has accepted the enemy's proposal to meet next Sunday to discuss preliminary plans for a ceasefire in Korea. He asked that a 3-man UN liaison team be given safe conduct to Kaesong. Keep tuned to your NBC station for the later news.
This door right here. I'll turn on the light.
There's nobody in here.
There is now.
Hey!
I'd like to, Waring. I'm an obliging guy. And by the way, do you like beer?
Yes.
Fine. You just sit there like a good little boy and keep your mouth shut or you'll get a bottle right between the eyes.
Hello, Waring. I see guns are being worn in the hand these days.
Just a precaution, like locking you in here.
Would you be Whitey Acosta?
It's possible. What do you want with him?
Rectify an error. Somebody hired me to check on Jack Landis. I did, but I stopped short of you. Assuming you are Whitey.
What have I got to do with Landis?
You worked with him, if you're Whitey.
Where'd you hear that?
From that famous character. Very reliable source.
Source must have a name.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Was it the girl?
What girl?
Thelma Patterson. I warned Landis about her.
And you admit knowing Landis.
Lots of people knew him.
But you worked for him.
I didn't say that.
He was a studious type, liked to travel on wits and charm. Shooting someone down like Hollister seemed a little out of character. Not much, but a little. You could have been his muscles.
You're trying to tie the Hollister job to me?
It's worth thinking about.
It'll take more than thinking.
Then there's the Landis job. You could have done that.
What Landis job?
Oh, haven't you heard? He's been killed, too.
What? What kind of a gag is that?
Oh, believe me, when I try for laughs, I do better than that.
It's her.
Who?
Thelma Patterson. Landis told me he was going to put a Huron crane in her.
Oh, when did he tell you this?
Today.
Then you saw him today.
So I saw him today. Make something out of it. It was early.
And he was going to turn on the heat, huh?
Yeah. They must have had enough heat already. So it works backward, and they sick you onto me so as I can take the rap. Yeah, it adds up.
Yeah, you're pretty good at figures, Whitey. But let's not get ahead of ourselves.
All I got to get ahead of is that girl.
Well, maybe I can help you. If you'll help me.
What can you do?
If you're telling the truth, plenty. So how's for putting away that heater and letting me at it, huh?
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Hello, Corbett. I found Whitey Acosta.
Good. Now you can lose him.
What?
The case is all wrapped up without Whitey.
Well, bully for you. What happened?
Well, we found the gun, and it has fingerprints on it.
Whose are they?
Who do you think?
Well, offhand, I'd guess the girl.
Well, what do you know? He wins the gold-plated uppers. Yeah, you're right, Waring. The murder gun shows a nice, clear set of Thelma Patterson's prints.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I am no detective, but I do know that things look bad for Thelma right now. After all, no two fingerprints are the same. Each one is distinctive, different. All of which reminds me to tell you about distinctive, delicious Miracle Whip. There's no other salad dressing like it.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A few hours have passed since Corbett told Mike the case was as clear as Thelma's fingerprints on the murder gun. However, Thelma insists on her innocence. And now at headquarters, she's trying to prove it to the Falcon and Corbett.
But, Sergeant, I cooperated with you before, didn't I? Why won't you believe me now?
Well, I'd like to, but I believe fingerprints even more.
But I can explain about them.
Well, go ahead.
Jack came and threatened me if I wouldn't hide him out. I pulled the gun to protect myself and chased him out of the apartment. And then somebody must have stolen the gun and killed him.
Well, that makes real sense.
It might, Corbett, at that.
Yeah, Waring? Well, who'd know about the gun? Who'd have opportunity to steal it?
I can think of one person.
Yeah, who?
Her boyfriend.
I don't have a boyfriend. Not since Jack.
Oh. Well, Corbett, looks like we're ready for Whitey.
Yeah. Levine,
Yes, Sergeant.
bring us Whitey Acosta.
Yes, sir.
You found Whitey? But he doesn't know
We'll see what he knows.
You want me, Sergeant?
Yeah, Whitey. Waring tells me you saw Landis today.
That's right.
Did he say anything to you about the girl?
Yeah. He suspects she found herself a new playmate. Said he was going to find out if she had. He was going to make things hard for them.
So that's your evidence. Jack suspected. A lot that proves.
Well, don't be impatient, sweetheart. We have more.
Yeah. Levine,
Yes, Sergeant.
let's have Crane.
Yes, sir.
Crane.
Elliot Crane. You know, he's going to be disappointed about you telling us you got no boyfriend. He had an idea he was it.
Thelma, are you all right?
Elliot, how much... What have you told him?
Everything. The whole truth. I had to.
Well, that's more than we can say for your girlfriend.
I wanted to keep Elliot out of this. But as long as you found out about him anyway, I might as well tell the truth now.
Well, that'll be nice for a change.
Well, Elliot and I were together. And Jack came in with a gun.
Yeah, I told him about me getting the gun, so that's why my prints would be on it.
Let her tell it, Elliot.
But it was like Elliot says.
All right, that explains his prints, except the murder gun had yours, not his.
I know.
What's that? You didn't tell
I can
me
explain.
about...
Jack ordered us to obey him. And then he left with the gun that had Elliot's fingerprints on it. He picked it up with a handkerchief in his hand so the fingerprints wouldn't be destroyed. And then Elliot and I talked for a little while, and then he left.
What did you decide?
I was going to do what Landis wanted, because I didn't want anything to happen to Thelma.
I said let her tell it.
Sorry.
That's the way it was. Anyway, a little later I went out, and I went through the alley. It's a shortcut to the next street. And there was Jack, dead, and the gun nearby.
The one with Crane's prints?
I was afraid it was the same gun, so I picked it up and wiped off the prints. And then I heard someone coming, so I ducked into a doorway. And I held the gun in case I'd have to use it to get away. That's how I got my prints.
Oh, you admit you were going to use a gun in a getaway.
Well, I couldn't be found there with the gun. I knew how it would look.
Wouldn't look any worse than it does now.
I was frightened. I wasn't thinking too clearly. Anyway, whoever came hurried away, I guess to call the police. I was in such a panic by that time, I just dropped the gun and ran.
And you expect us to believe that?
Oh, why not, Corbett? People do screwy things when they're scared.
Don't tell me you believe her, Waring.
Well, since she didn't kill Landis, I don't see why not.
Who says she didn't kill Landis?
Whitey says so, because he did it.
What? Whitey?
That's right, Corbett. Whitey's the murderer. So go ahead, make your arrest.
All right, Waring. Whitey killed Landis because they had the $100,000 from the charity swindle stashed away, and Whitey decided to keep the whole pile for himself.
That's right, Corbett. And he felt sure we'd pin the killing on Elliot Crane or the girl Thelma. That's why he was willing to cooperate with us.
But where'd he slip up?
Well, he said when Landis visited him that Landis suspected Thelma had another boyfriend. But Landis didn't confirm it till later.
Yeah, so?
When I first saw Whitey, he specifically named Crane. In fact, that's how I was able to locate Crane.
Oh, yeah. So that meant Whitey had seen Landis again after the visit to the girl.
Mm-hmm. Which puts him at the murder scene. Landis took Whitey along for protection and left him waiting outside to be ready if anything went wrong, just like he did at Hollister's.
And Whitey killed him. Some protection.
Well, he shouldn't have been surprised. If the man puts his life in the hands of a gunman, he's playing with gunfire.
Do you like rich, delicious chocolate-flavored malted? Well, you can make a malted just like that right in your own kitchen with Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk. Just make a tasty paste of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a big glass. Fill the glass with chilled milk, stir it once more, and there. A Kraft malted is mighty nourishing, too, because it's filled with all the food values in milk. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer and enjoy a Kraft malted often. The Case of the Vanishing Varmint. The Case of the Vanishing Varmint. That's the title of next week's Adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that dead bodies, like bad pennies, always turn up. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting Adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on a famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Chuck Webster as Sergeant Corbett. Friends, 175 years ago, a small group of Americans signed the Declaration of Independence. Today, more than ever before, let's remember that the freedoms that great document provides us must be preserved by eternal vigilance. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Hear It Pays to Be Ignorant tonight on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is wall. W-A-double-L.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. Deacon Fenneman, who's first to try for the $1,500?
Well, just before we went on the air, we asked if there were any young single people present tonight who'd like to get married someday if they found the right person. And here are the two selected from our studio audience, Miss Ruth Meston and Mr. Joe Anderson. Come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Ruth Meston, huh? Mm-hmm. How old are you, Ruth?
I'm 21.
21, huh? Mm-hmm. You don't look it. You look like about 20 and a half, huh? And, Joe Anderson, is that right?
That's right.
How old are you, Joe?
29.
29? My decrepit age. Where are you from, Joe?
I'm from Panther Creek, Idaho, just north of Sun Valley.
You're not married, Joe?
No.
Oh, well, certainly I can't ask you how you met your wife, can I? How did you meet your wife, Joe?
I haven't.
What kind of work do you do, Joe?
Well, I'm a guide, fishing and hunting guide.
Oh, what kind of work do you do, Ruth?
Oh, I work in Woolworth's 5 and 10 cent store.
You're not married either,
No, I'm
Ruth?
not. No.
Suppose if you found a nice, attractive fellow, you'd be interested in him?
I surely would.
Well, look no further. Get a load of this profile.
Well, maybe I can wait a little while longer.
These women are all alike. I got the same answer from Grandma Moses. How about Joe here? Would you say he's a likely candidate?
He looks very nice.
You're in more of a hurry to get married now than you were a minute ago, eh? You women are all alike. You all prefer dashing young men. Fortunately, there are women who still prefer refined elderly men. Oh, they have their good qualities, too. They often have money, they're dignified, they sleep a lot during the day, and if you hide their eyeglasses, you always know where they are. Joe, would you like to get married?
Oh, sure.
Why?
Well, they say you live longer.
It just seems longer, Joe. And you say you're a guide? What sort of work do you do, specifically?
Well, I take parties, guests, and take them out on hunting trips and fishing trips.
Where do you do your guiding, Joe?
Up in the primitive area of Idaho.
Primitive area?
Yes.
Just how primitive is it?
Well, it's 7 million acres in the center of Idaho that doesn't have any roads through it. It's full of great fishing and hunting.
Joe, if there aren't any roads, how do you get around up there?
I practically live on a horse.
Ruth, how would you like to get married and live on a horse with Joe? A nice 3-room horse with that. I'll get these two together even if they loathe each other. Joe, as a guide in the primitive area, what's the biggest thrill you ever had?
Well, I think the first time I went down through the impassable canyon of the River of No Return in a rubber boat.
He sounds like Kukul, Fran, and Ollie. Joe, I'm afraid you've spent too much time alone in the forest. What are you... Just what are you talking about?
Well, the Middle Fork of the Salmon River is in this
Now,
primitive...
what kind of... Is that smoked salmon, or is that...
fresh salmon.
Oh. The salmon swim upstream?
That's right.
Well, how do they swim upstream in those little cans? I never did. Well, tell me about this River of No Return.
Well, we take boat trips down through it, and the reason it's called the River of No Return is because no one has ever made a return trip up the river.
Well, then there must be millions of people up there, huh? You take people up there, and that's the last you ever see it?
Well, we take them down the river. And they don't
Take
go
them down
back
the
up.
river, huh?
They don't go back up.
Now, Ruth, do you get a vacation on your job?
Yes, once a year.
I see. And, Joe, what attractions does the primitive area have for honeymooners?
Oh, great hunting and fishing.
Well, that sounds wonderful for a couple of newly married rainbow trout. Well, it was a pleasure to have you two on the program. And, Joe, if I ever want to go hunting, I'll drop into the 5 and 10 and hunt for Ruth here. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question. But right now, I want you to pay attention to a matter of great importance.
You know, friends, over the years, DeSoto has built a lot of really great cars. And this year's DeSoto is the greatest car DeSoto ever built. If you've had a ride in it, you know why. No other car, that's right, I said no other car, rides like a DeSoto. You relax in comfort on those chair-high seats, and you take even the roughest roads with ease. It's just like floating on air when you ride in the new DeSoto. And here's why. DeSoto has the sensational Oriflow shock absorbers that really smooth out the worst bumps you can find. DeSoto has the famous cradled ride, where all passengers ride cradled comfortably between front and rear wheels. DeSoto has a whole host of wonderful new features that together give you the most wonderful ride it's ever been your pleasure to enjoy. That's why so many folks are saying, no other car rides like a DeSoto. Why not stop in and see it at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers? And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the value jewel of the low-priced field.
now let's see how you make out in the quiz. George, Mr. Fenneman, would you mind explaining the rules?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected stars of hit pictures of 1950. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
15.
One of our finest actors had the title role in Father of the Bride. What is his name?
Spencer Tracy.
Spencer Tracy is right.
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $35.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 35 are you going to risk?
30.
$30. What great Broadway star played the title role in Cyrano de Bergerac?
Oh, Jose Ferrer.
Jose Ferrer.
You now have $65.
Here's your third question. How much of the 65?
60.
Okay, 60.
$60. Who starred in Harvey?
James Stewart.
Jimmy Stewart is right.
Really on your way, you have $125.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 125?
Okay,
Bet 'em all.
125.
You're going to bet it all?
Sure.
Joe, you may have to go back to Idaho on a salmon. What English actress starred opposite Stuart Granger in King Solomon's Mines?
Deborah Kerr.
Deborah Carr.
With $250.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, because this is public school week, we invited some principals to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Robert Purdy. His partner is a housewife from the studio audience, Mrs. Elizabeth Ramish. And here they are. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Let's see now. Mr. Purdy, you're the principal, huh?
Yes.
Where are you from?
Carver Junior High School in Los Angeles.
You were born right in Carver Junior High School? Were you afraid you'd be late for school?
No, my hometown is Whitefish, Montana.
Whitefish, Montana? This show sounds like an aquarium tonight. Where are you from, Mrs. Ramish?
Oh, I come from Dresden, Germany.
From Dresden, Germany?
That's right.
Oh, I used to live on the outskirts of Dresden, Germany. I was half Dresden, Germany. How long have you been away from Dresden?
Oh, since 1923.
And what sort of work does your husband do?
He's a hairdresser.
A hairdresser?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a German name, hairdresser. Huh? That's possible. Well, how did you meet him? Did you pull the wool over his eyes?
No, I didn't pull the wool over his eyes. I tell you, I was in this country 5 days and took a job as a position as a nurse to 2 children. We spent our vacation in Lackawaxen, Delaware River.
Where?
In Lackawaxen, on the Delaware River.
Oh. Well, we're back with the fish again.
And I, of course, couldn't go out in the evening. I had to watch the children, so I used to sit on a fire escape. One evening, all of a sudden, something scared me to death.
Well, were you waiting for this?
No, I wasn't waiting for this. I was just sitting there, minding my own business, watching the stars and the moon. Something flew over the fence, and it looked very much like a rag.
A rag flew over the fence?
Yeah. And,
was it the rag of the Hesperus, or just
It was just a plain rag.
a plain rag? Yeah.
That's right.
Well, what happened?
Well, the rag had feet, and a young man stood before me, and he said, "I beg your pardon." Of course, I didn't know what he was talking about, but anyway, he stood there kind of impressed, and he was holding the back of his pants. He had split them by being thrown over the fence.
Oh, I see.
You see, a
He was playing
donkey.
split weeks, huh?
No, a donkey kicked him over the fence.
So, you and the donkey got married? Is that Well, let's talk about your school, Prince. Let's see. What was the name of the school you're principal of? Oh, I'd better be careful with my grammar. Did I split my subjunctive?
I do think you ended your sentence with a preposition, though.
I did. How did that preposition ever sneak in? How would you do it, Principal?
Well, Of which school are you principal?
You're confused. I'm not principal of any school. You are. At least that's the story you're spreading around. And, Prince, I think you are spreading around, too. Now, let's get back to my question. Of which school are you the principal of? Don't they nullify each other?
Carver Junior High School.
Now, tell me, Mr. Purdy, by the way, Mr. sounds so formal. Would you mind being called Bob?
No, that's all right.
Are you sure you don't mind being called Bob?
Oh, no, I kind of like it.
Attention, all pupils of Carver High. Next time you get sent down to see the principal, remember, he wants you to call him Bob. Now, Mr. Purdy, which gives you the most trouble, students, teachers, or parents?
Answering that question would give me more trouble than anything I can think of.
You realize, of course, that you just split an infinitive. I certainly didn't expect that from you. Aren't you a little embarrassed?
Yeah, well, I could say that that's becoming common English usage.
Well, perhaps, Mr. Purdy, but on this show we'd prefer that you didn't split your infinitive. You see, we have many impressionable children listening, and you're setting an unforgivably poor example. I want you to stay after the program and write 100 times on the blackboard, I am a schlemiel. Well, it's been enlightening having a principal here. It's the first time we ever had any principals on this program. And now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a crack at the $1,500 question. Mr. Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The girl from the 5 and 10 and the guide from Idaho won $250.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected North American rivers. You ought to be pretty good at this, Bob. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
15. Okay, 15.
$15, huh? What is the name of the river that Mark Twain wrote about?
Mississippi.
Mississippi is right.
And you're off to a good start. You have $35.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 35 are you going to try?
He says 30.
$30. What is the name of the Alaskan river that served as a highway for the gold miners?
Yukon.
Yukon is right.
Now you climb to $65.
How much will you bet? You have $60 to $65.
She's a gambler. She says 60.
What is the name of the river that separates the United States from Mexico?
Rio Grande.
Rio Grande is correct.
Now you climb to $125.
Hey, they must really teach you something in that school you go to, huh?
She said 120.
Mrs. Ramesh, if you don't let go of him, I'm going to tell that raggedy husband on you. All right, here we go.
120.
Boulder Dam forms Lake Mead, the largest man-made lake in the world. What is the name of the river that supplies the water to this lake?
Colorado
The
River.
Colorado River is right.
And you still wind up with $245.
Thanks to the Soda Plymouth dealer.
Well, Groucho, we invited some girls who work for the telephone company to our program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Gretchen Adams. Her partner is a man who answered our newspaper advertisement for people with unusual stories to tell. He's Mr. Al Jennings. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, howdy do and welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. You work for the telephone company, Miss Adam?
Yes.
Where are you from, Gretchen?
Santa Monica.
And how old are you?
24.
24. Well, you don't look it. You look like 23 and a half. Mr. Al Jennings, when were you born?
I arrived in the middle of the Civil War.
You mean you were shot out of a cannon? You're not General Grant, are you?
No, I'm Stonewall Jackson.
Oh. How old are you, Mr. Jennings?
87 years.
Well, you don't look it. You certainly don't look it. I thought you were about 23 and a half. Apparently you've taken very good care of yourself.
Yes, I've only been shot 7 times.
You've been shot 7 times?
And half shot once in a while.
Well, that makes 14 times. Where are you from, Al?
I was born in Virginia.
Well, you're a son of Dixie, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, the next time you see Dixie, tell her one of her old beaus was asking about her. Mr. Jennings, you were chosen because you have an unusual story to tell us. Just what is your occupation?
Train robber.
Really? What's unusual about that? Some of my best friends. You're a train robber? You're not serious, are you? Really a train robber?
One of the best.
Al, I don't want to seem nosy, but are you still robbing trains?
No, I retired.
Did the trains get too fast for you?
The law.
By the way, that doesn't happen to be a reward out for you, does it?
At one time, there was $15,000 on my head.
That's certainly a curious place to keep $15,000. Somebody might have stolen it. There are a lot of crooks around, you know, Al. Come to think of it, Al, your face does look familiar. Haven't I seen it hanging in the post office?
Not for 47 years.
Well, that shows you how often I go to the post office. Well, let's change the conversation to a comparatively honest subject like the phone company. Where do you work, Gretch?
Associated Telephone Company, Westwood.
You work in Westwood? For the Associated Telephone Company?
Yes.
Is that part of the Bell system?
No, we're independent.
Independent. What phone company isn't? Have you tried to get your bill chopped down lately? What do you do for this outfit?
Oh, we take new service and complaints and change of service.
I heard the phone company was broke. Somebody told me it was in the hands of the receiver. Is that right? Al, let's hear your story. Why did you start robbing trains?
Well, it's easier than robbing banks.
Ask a crooked question, you get a crooked answer. Let's put it this way. What made you decide to become an outlaw?
They murdered my brother.
They murdered your brother?
Yes, they shot him in the back.
What line of work were you doing before you were a bank robber?
I just served as county attorney of Canadian County, Oklahoma.
Oh, you were a lawyer, too?
Yes,
right?
sir.
And that's why you decided to become a bandit? You wanted to go straight? Is that it?
That's different from the two professions.
Well, what was your biggest holdup?
About $75,000.
And how did that happen?
Well, I had an inside information, and the money was there.
From who?
An honest citizen.
Well, how did they finally catch you? Did you forget to file an income tax return?
No, I was betrayed. Shot up quite a bit.
Well, who betrayed you? This fellow who had tipped you off?
A horse thief that we used to stay with occasionally.
You ran around with a fine gang. Now, what did they do to you after they caught you? Did they hang you?
No, they sent me up for the period of my natural life and 5 years besides.
And how long did you serve?
3 years and 4 months. And I was commuted by McKinley through Mark Hanna. And then I was rearrested and taken to Leavenworth for 5 years more. And I beat that out on writ of habeas corpus. Habeas corpus.
I don't mind. Habeas corpus is all right. Well, you got off pretty easy, didn't you?
Oh, fairly.
Why was that? Why did you get off with such a light sentence? Why did McKinley...
You see, I met a good many friends in the penitentiaries, men of distinction, burglars and pickpockets, and bankers and lawyers and businessmen. They had all representatives there.
Didn't you hate to get out of there and leave all these fine fellows?
No, I really got weary of it. It's too much the same thing. There was too much stealing on the inside. And I wasn't getting my cut.
Now, what happened?
Then I got a pardon from Theodore Roosevelt.
You went through all the presidents, didn't you?
He gave me a full and free pardon.
Well, Al, it's been very entertaining talking to you two, and Al, I may call on you one of these days. I can't crack open my daughter's piggy bank.
Well,
so I'll give you a buzz one day on Gretchen's telephone. Now, let's see how you two are going to make out in the battle for the $1,500. You run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The Girl from the 5 and 10 and The Guide from Idaho are still leading with $250.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nicknames of states. Here's your first question. How much of the $20 you going to risk?
No,
15.
$15. What state is known as the Hawkeye State?
Ohio.
One answer between you now.
Pennsylvania.
No, I'm sorry. It's Iowa. Dad, you must have robbed trains in Iowa. You should have known that. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the five?
They have $5.
They have $5. How much of the $5 you're going to bet on your second question?
Bet 2.5.
2.5?
You'll have something to
You're betting 2.5. Here's a man who once had $15,000 on his head. What state is known as the Wolverine State?
That's Michigan.
Michigan is right, Al. You got in just under the wire.
You now have $7.50.
Here's your third question. How much of the $7.50 you going to try? $5. What state is known as the Sooner State?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Well, you're on your way again. You have $12.50.
You're climbing, Al. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 12.5 are you going to go for?
All of it?
All of it. Okay. What state is known as the Cornhusker State? Talk it over.
It's over.
Well, I'm sorry. It's Nebraska. But we can't let you go away from here flat broke, Al.
Have you got anything on you?
First, I want to frisk you. All right, we can't have anybody going away broke. I'll give you one more question, get it right, and you will win $10. And no help from the audience now. You ready? From what state do we get Washington apples? Washington is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And Groucho, that means that the girl from the 5 and 10 and the hunting guide with $250 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
Now, in just 1 minute, I'll ask the question, but first, here's something of interest to everyone.
It's nice to look ahead to a summer of pleasant driving. But let's look back a moment. Back to winter and cold weather. Those wintry days of freezing cold and rough driving conditions were a lot harder on your car than you may realize. So now that warmer weather is here again, it's important that you get the expert attention your car needs to put it in shape for summer driving. The place to take it is a DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Here, factory-trained mechanics will give your car a thorough inspection. They'll check the entire electrical system and the chassis, including steering and brakes, and do whatever is necessary to get your car ready for summer driving. They'll tune the engine. They'll see to it that your radiator is drained and flushed, and the right oil is put in the engine. Yes, these DeSoto Plymouth dealer mechanics will do all the things that should be done to put your car in shape for thousands of miles of trouble-free, economical operation. Well, not only that, at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers, the service is prompt. The price is fair. So take your car for a spring tune-up tomorrow. Stop in where you see the familiar sign of better service, the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the girl from the 5 and 10 and the hunting guide, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
All right, here come those experts on salmon fishing, and this will give you a chance to make a round trip on that river up there if you win all this money. For $1,500, I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. On August 7, 1782, General George Washington authorized what is now our oldest military decoration. It was originally called the Badge of Military Merit. What is this military medal? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon? The Purple Heart is right. That's right. You win $1,500. You had the right answer, so you win $1,500. And what else did they win, George?
250 in the quiz.
That's $1,750. So what are you going to do with all that money? Don't tell me you're not going to get married.
I think I'll go back to Idaho and tend to my own business, and maybe she'd like to come along.
Well, you really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, strike back at cancer. Give generously to the American Cancer Society's 1951 crusade. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In the days of the Old West, early fall was the time of the big cattle drives from Texas ranches to the railheads in Kansas. One such drive snarled up United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles in some real trail herd trouble. It all started that day in August when old Dad McLean was standing near the corral of his Texas ranch watching his boys drive his herd in from Roundup.
All right, Cookie, that's the last of them. Drop the bars in that gate. The rest of you boys unsaddle them cayuses and let them roll in the dirt. Roundup's over. Hey, Cookie, be sure them bars are tight, then get away from there.
That's a good roundup, Rip.
Yeah, Mr. McLean, there's your trail herd, 3,000 strong. We'll start them north at sunup.
Barring any more hard luck.
Yeah, we've been jinxed enough for 1 year.
I couldn't take much more. Rip!
Hey, Cookie! That bull behind you, look out!
Rip, Cookie's down inside the gate. We gotta get him out of there. That bull will kill him for sure. Well, Rip, he's not as bad off as I first thought.
Nah, Cookie's right lucky to tangle with a locoed longhorn and come off with only a broken leg.
Still means he's going to be riding the bed wagon for 6 weeks instead of tending our chuck wagons.
Say, that's right, boss. With Cookie laid up, we got no biscuit roller to follow the trail herd north.
Looks like our run of bad luck's still with us, Rip.
Yeah. Good range cooks is hard to find, and none of them likes to eat the dust of a trail herd.
Well, you get the boys all set to start out at sunup just the same. I'm riding in to get my horse shod. Maybe the blacksmith will have a line on a cook.
Yeah, Smitty keeps his eyes open.
Well, if he don't know any, I'll scout around for one.
Well, just keep your eye peeled for some fat Jasper, boss. You got 2-to-1 odds that if he likes to eat big, he just might be able to cook, too.
Well, steady, boy. Hey, you got a point there, Rip. I'll throw a hold on the first oversized Ranahan that cuts my trail.
Better be careful, though. The way our luck's been running, he might just turn out to be a deputy United States Marshal like the one I saw in town last week.
Reckon that'd be in our favor, Rip. With the black omens stacking up against us, I figure this is one drive that's in for trouble. Bad trouble.
Howdy, partners. Here's your old pal, Panhandle Jim again. Doggone, but this show's a good one, isn't it? So you know what I got here? Kellogg's Corn Pops in a great big package. Now guess what's inside this package, besides all those good-tasting, crunchy Corn Pops? My right hand. That's right, men. I'm fixing to take out a handful of Corn Pops just as soon as we're through chinning here. Now, you'd sure like these Corn Pops, too. Corn Pops are golden hearts of corn, all popped up big and sassy. They're crisp and crunchy. And listen to this. Kellogg's Corn Pops are already sweetened for you. Eat 'em right out of the box or for some real chow at breakfast in a bowl with milk. No sugar needed, mind you. The sweetening's already there. And believe me, men, when you light into a package of Kellogg's Corn Pops, I'm willing to stake my trusty old six-shooter you'll say you never enjoyed better eating. Now, tomorrow, sure, you'll want to saddle up and ride for the store. Load up on Kellogg's Corn Pops so you'll have plenty around for breakfast and snacks. Now, listen to this little saying I always use. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Now, let's get back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
With the cattle drive starting tomorrow morning, old Dad McLean's cook tangled with a low-code steer and broke a leg. Now McLean's headed for town to find a new doe wrangler for his chuck wagon and to get his horse shod for the drive. Meanwhile, at the blacksmith shop in town...
Hold that cayuse down, Jingles. You want him to wreck my shop?
Now, whoa, Joker, whoa. Now, settle down. This won't hurt a bit. No, sir, not a bit. Come on, Smitty, hurry up and get that shoe finished, will you? Bill will be coming back here any minute, raring to go, and when Wild Bill Hickok is raring...
Now, get that burr out from under your saddle blanket, Jingles. You'll be racking up a breeze and breaking your cinch strap. Oh, howdy, Mr. Hickok.
Hello, Smitty. About ready to go, Jingles?
No, this sand turtle's too slow to catch cold.
Well, grab this billies and put a glow on my forge fire and I'll get through faster.
Oh, doggone it, why is it that everywhere I go, some jughead is always putting me to work?
Well, I reckon it's because you look so much like something folks usually puts a bridle on. Oh, here comes Dad McLean.
Howdy, gents.
Howdy, Mr. McLean. Roundup over?
Yep, corralled 3,000 head this morning. Top grade. But I had some more bad luck.
What's that?
Cookie tangled with a longhorn and came out with a broken leg. Know where I can find a good range cook?
Nope, not at the moment.
Rip said to look for a big fat Jasper that looked like he'd been eaten big.
Now, you just keep away from me, mister. Quit looking at me like that. I'm a United States Deputy Marshal, and this here's my partner, Wild Bill Hickok.
Well, can you cook? Did I hear you right, mister? Did you say Hickok?
Wild Bill Hickok, and he can't do without me. Of course I can cook.
Well, Rip said if I found what I was looking for, he'd turn out to be a Deputy U.S. Marshal. Maybe you're the one he saw.
Hey, gents. Pipe the stranger with a fancy vest heading this way.
Hey, that sure is a pretty vest.
Yes, city feller if I ever saw one.
Well, good afternoon, gents. Good afternoon. Which one of you is Dad McLean?
I'm McLean.
My name's Brunson, Mr. McLean. Top Money Brunson, they call me. I represent a group of cattle buyers from Chicago.
Come on, Jingles. Let's get your horse shod and hit the trail. How about it, Smitty?
Yeah, come on, you old sand turtle, and get to work.
You looking to buy my cattle, Brunson?
Yes, sir. I just came from your ranch. I saw your herd. I'm prepared to offer you the top money. $8 a head for the whole kit and caboodle.
$8 a head?
Mm-hmm. Top money. $8 a head.
They're worth $18 a head here and $22 at the railhead.
Yeah, not this year. It's a bad year for cattle. Market's down in Chicago. Just ask anybody.
Well, now that you open it up like that, mister, I've heard this is a good year for cattle.
You calling me a liar, stranger?
No. I'm saying that they're paying $22 a head at the Ellsworth Railhead, like Mr. McLean says.
That's where I'm driving my cattle to.
And I'm saying this button-in hombre is lying about that price. And I'm going to beat the lie right back in his throat.
Bill, did you hear what that sidewinder said?
I heard him, Jingles. Let him make his play.
I'll make my play all right.
Look out, Bill!
Try to stop a deal from me, will you?
I guess it was a bad deal to start with.
Hang up his hide, Bill.
You'll never hang up my hide.
Well, I can try.
Oh!
Well, that's putting him away, Bill.
All right, Bronson. If you want some more, get on your feet.
No, I don't want any more right now. You're not through with me yet. And if McLean tries driving that herd to Ellsworth tomorrow, he's never going to get him there.
Don't make any brags you can't back up, mister.
Yeah, if it's trouble you're looking for, you're liable to find yourself neck deep in a barrel of wildcats. Bill, I sure didn't like the looks of that gopher-faced top-money Bronson. You reckon he'll really cause trouble for Mr. McLean?
I doubt it, Jingles. If he's an authorized buyer for the Chicago meat packers, he can't afford to.
Hey, look, Bill, here comes the station. Sprint for leather.
Hey, Jingles, that driver's been in trouble.
Don't see nobody shot up.
Come on, let's go see what the trouble was about.
Hey, Bill, don't run so fast. I ain't no antelope, you know.
Keep pumping, Jingles.
Hey, there's Smitty the blacksmith. Maybe he knows. Hey, Smitty, you old horn-toad, come here.
Hey, Mr. Hickok, Jingles, the darndest thing.
What happened with the stage, Smitty?
They was held up outside of town about 10 mile by one lone masked bandit.
What'd he do, take the strong box of gold?
Nope, weren't carrying no gold. This hombre stole a passenger off the stage at the point of a gun.
A passenger?
Yep, and that's the funny thing. Guess what the passenger's name was that was took by that bandit?
This is no time for games, Smitty. Who was he?
That passenger's name was Top Money Bronson.
Now, what do you think of that, Bill?
What I'm wondering is, does this mean more bad luck for old Dad McLean on his cattle drive?
Yeah. You know, Bill, I'm right sorry about all Mr. McLean's bad luck.
I'm glad to hear you feel that way about it, Jingles.
Well, I do, Bill.
That's fine. So do I, Jingles, so I figured we're riding with Dad McLean's trail herd at sunup tomorrow.
Now, Bill, let's not be too hasty about this.
I figure he can use another flank rider and a cook, and he'll get 2 U.S. lawmen to boot.
A cook? Now, who do you reckon that's going to be?
That's you, Cookie.
Oh, no, now, not me. Bill, I wouldn't drive those ornery mules on a chuck wagon and cook sourdough bread and beans and fight the dust and ford the rivers for nothing.
Now, Jingles.
No, sir, you couldn't get me to be a cookie to a trail herd for $1 million. No, sir. All right, you cowhands, come and get it before I throw it out. Come on.
Hey, you, Cookie, quit beating on the triangle or I'll wrap it around your neck.
Now, what's the matter? I thought it sounded right pretty.
Them cows are already as nervous as a new preacher giving his first sermon. You want to spook the whole herd and make them stampede?
Oh, no, I wouldn't do that.
Then you keep as quiet as a coyote stealing a chicken.
Oh, sure, I'll be quiet. Oh, well, excuse me, they must have slipped.
One more like that, you bean masher, and I'll bury you out in the lone prairie.
Oh, goodness. Hello, Bill.
Got the grub ready, Jingles?
You sure have, Bill. Here you are.
Thanks, partner.
Hey, here comes Mr. McLean. What's that he's packing?
Oh. Howdy, boys.
Howdy, boys.
Hi. Say, could I put this sack of salt in your wagon, Jingles?
A sack of salt? Oh, it's cattle salt. Sure, put it down by the sourdough keg, Mr. McLean. You can move some of those blanket rolls.
Things seem to be going all right so far, Mr. McLean.
I reckon so, Bill, but 4 days on the trail ain't enough to go by. If Bronson's gonna cause us trouble, he's still got plenty of time.
Mr. McLean, Jingles.
Yeah, Bill?
You see something, Bill?
Don't let on you're suspicious, but look up there on the ridge to the right of the herd.
Where? Bill, there's 2 men riding along up there.
What are you getting at, Hickok?
I don't want you to get jumpy now, but those same 2 riders have been keeping up even with us for 2 days.
You think that's Bronson?
I don't know.
What are you thinking, Bill?
Just this. If they do mean trouble, we'll wait till they make a move, and then we're going to go after them.
Well, we'll hit a great place for trouble just about sunup tomorrow.
Where's that, Mr. McLean?
Red River Crossing. That spot's plenty bad medicine. River's up, Hickok. The current's running heavy.
Yeah. The cattle don't want to take to the water.
Yeah, we'd better get this herd across. I'll go help the boys. Maybe you'd better go help Jingles with the chuck wagon. And keep an eye peeled up on that ridge.
Don't worry about it, Mr. McLean. All right, Buckshot, let's go help Jingles. Come on. Hey, boy.
How! Get down, one of you whoppers, crowbait! How! Get now, go on, get wet. Put your necks in those collars.
How you coming, Jingles?
Oh, nothing that'd move these mules short of dynamite.
They just don't want to get wet. Come on, try them again.
All right, but, hey, Bill, what's happening with the herd?
I don't know, but I'm going back to find out. Come on, back up, Buckshot. Come on, back. Hey! Hey, Mac. What's up?
Bill, it's come. That sneaking coyote on the ridge is trying to spook the cattle. It's all we can do to hold him.
What's he doing?
He's got a mirror reflecting the sun in the eyes of the herd. It's got him jumpy as jackrabbits. If they take to milling in midstream, half of them will drown.
Yeah. There he is. I see the mirror up there on the point.
He's too far away to shoot at and take too long to run him off of there. What can we do?
Might make it with a rifle.
You're loco, Hickok. No man ever hit anything that far. Well, tan my hide, you did. You broke that mirror with one shot. I never see the beat.
All right, Mac, let's straighten out this herd and get them across the river before those ridge runners think up some new tricks.
Hickok, don't swim out in them melon longhorns. It's pure suicide.
Well, Mr. McLean, Bill sure untied the knots in your cattle for you, didn't he?
Yeah, Jingles. If it hadn't been for him, we'd have lost half the herd. He was all over the river, turning critters. Well, here comes Rip a laughing. What's chasing you, Rip?
Boss, there's a cattle inspector up at the head end. Says he's cutting our trail.
Carnation, more delay. What's he looking for, Rip?
Says he's looking for strays and signs of Spanish fever.
Well, he won't find no strays in my herd. And as for Spanish fever, that's the healthiest bunch of cows he'll ever see. And that's what I'll tell him.
Mind if I come along, Mac?
I'll be glad if you did, Bill. Come on.
Come
on, Rip. You're wasting your time and mine. You won't find anything.
No. There's signs of Spanish fever in them cows, or I don't know my business.
What? Why, you...
Ah, don't do no good to ball, mister. You'll have to lay that herd up here in quarantine for the usual 60 days.
Bill, did you hear that? It'll ruin me.
Yeah, I reckon it would, and maybe that's the idea.
I don't savvy that, Bill.
Whoa, Mew, whoa. Hey, what's going on here, Bill?
This inspector says we've got Spanish fever in the herd, Jingles. You claim to be an inspector for this territory. You wouldn't mind showing us your papers of authority, would you?
You doubting my word, stranger?
You mean you don't think he's an inspector at all, Bill?
I didn't say that, Jingles. But if he is, he won't mind showing me some proof of his authority.
I'll show you some proof.
You know, it's the funniest thing the way some people keep thinking they can outdraw Wild Bill Hickok. They never learn.
Hickok? You Wild Bill Hickok, stranger?
You can bet your new horse Arabella is, you varmint.
Why, that low-life double-crosser didn't tell me.
Who didn't tell you what, mister?
Why,
Hey, Bill, somebody's shooting at us.
No, they're shooting at the herd.
They're trying to make them stampede.
Quick, Rip. They are stampeding. Right toward that jump-off. Turn them.
We'll never stop them. They'll stampede right off that cliff.
I'll lose the whole herd.
Jingles, Hand me that sack of salt from the wagon.
Sack of salt? Now, what are you going to do with that?
Quick, hand it to me.
Okay, here it is.
Throw a squaw hitch around the back of my saddle.
Okay, but I think you're local. There it is.
Good. See you later. Come on, Buster. Hi.
Bill, where you going?
Hey, he's riding right up for the head end.
Yeah, he's crossing in front of the stampede.
He won't have a chance. They'll run right over him.
Bill, come back here, Bill. Don't get in front of that stampede. They'll stop you to death. Bill!
Well, bless my old bones if these Kellogg's Corn Pops don't sure make good eating any way you like. Out of the box or out of the bowl, they're wonderful. Now, bridle up here close and I'll tell you about it. One way to eat 'em is right out of the box like I'm doing now. Yes, they're mighty doggone good. They got the sweetening already on 'em. Now, the other way to eat Corn Pops is out of the bowl with milk. But remember what I said about the sweetening. Don't go putting sugar on 'em. They're already sweetened for you. Tasty, puffed up hearts of corn all ready to go. And they're good for you, too. But, partners, they're a real two-way cereal with vitamins B and D and important minerals and food energy, too. So if you aren't sitting down right now enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops, you better saddle up and ride down to the store tomorrow and load up. You'll need plenty because the whole family's going to be diving into 'em and maybe leave you out of stock. Now, let's say our little saying together. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Good for you. Right now, I'm almost busting to get back the show. How about you? Okay, let's listen.
A shot from the hills has started the full trail herd on a stampede. Wild Bill Hickok, seeing that the cattle are headed for a steep cliff, grabs a sack of salt and rides directly across the path of the stampede.
Suffering centipedes, Mr. McLean. What's Bill doing?
He's cut a hole in that sack of salt and letting it pour out in a line directly across the path of the stampede.
If Buckshot stumbles, Bill will be smashed under that herd.
Look, Jingles, I don't believe it.
The herd is slowing down. Now, what made them do that?
They're stopping and starting to graze. The stampede's over. I never see the beat.
Look at them crowd around that line of salt Bill spilled out there.
Yeah. Here comes Bill. Now, there's a handy man to have riding herd.
Yeah, he sure is.
Whoa, Buckshot, whoa. Well, Mr. McLean, looks like my little trick worked.
It sure did, Bill.
Hey, where'd that phony inspector get to?
Well, when the stampede started, he hightailed it for the hills over there.
Get your horse, Jingles. We're going after him and that other snake that started that stampede.
Now you're talking, partner. I'm itching to get a 6-gun in my fist instead of a hunk of sardo. Let's go!
Hi.
They went up in the rocks about here, Bill.
Keep after him, partner.
Well, I lost their trail.
There it is on that rock, Jingles. A big scratch. One of those horses dragged a hind foot. See?
Yeah. Went this way, didn't they?
That's right. Now keep your eyes open. There they are, Jingles.
Yeah, I knew we'd find them.
Get on off your horse.
Now, let's smoke them out, Bill.
No. You stay here and keep them busy. I'll go around and get up behind them.
Right.
All right, Captain. Drop that iron and reach. Hi.
You don't get me, Hickok.
That's it, Bronson, or whatever your name is. Time's come for you to meet the sheriff.
Hickok, I don't know how to thank you and Jingles for pulling us out of a hole.
I'm just glad we got your cattle here to Ellsworth in good shape.
Yes, sir. You know, it sure looks good to see them all loaded and headed for Chicago. And you got your $22 a head, just like Bill said you would, too.
We'd have never made it without you two, that's for sure. By the way, Bill, what'd you mean when you said that Jasper's name wasn't Bronson after all?
I got word back to the sheriff in town, Mr. McLean.
Yeah, and did you know what he said? He said that this salamander we caught is named Slick Eye Carter, and he's the bandit that held up the stage and took Bronson off of it.
That's right. They found the real Bronson tied up in a cabin back in the woods.
Well, there they go. And that crook Carter's with him, headed for the pen. Now we can head back.
Good luck, Mr. McLean.
Thank you. By the way, Jingles, you want to sign on that chuck wagon regular? The job's open.
No, sir. I'm giving up cooking for good. I'm so tired of sourdough and hog jaws, I might give up eating for good, too. I wasn't always getting so hungry.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
You want to be with us next week for sure, folks, because we got a story for you about a cowpoke's wedding.
Well, now, ain't that nice? Maybe we can stay out of trouble for once, huh?
Not on your life, Andy. There'll be plenty of gun smoke. But meanwhile, you kids remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Herbert Butterfield, Bill Boucher, Frank Gerstle, Lou Marcel, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production transcribed in Hollywood. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
In a few minutes, mister, this town will be owned by a band of renegades. And you'll be dead.
Have Gun. Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
I thought you'd never get down, hey boy.
Oh, it was a big job, Mr. Paladin.
Well, let's hurry. The stage is ready to leave. The driver promised to wait for me.
Why you want so many things in one suitcase? Make my job easier if you take 2 suitcases.
It's easier for me when I only have one bag to carry on a long trip. Oh, give me the bag. I'll take it from here. There's no need for you to get wet. Goodbye, hey boy.
Goodbye, Mr. Paladin. Oh, Mr. Paladin.
I'm terribly sorry. Here, let me help you up. Please, forgive me, please. Are you hurt?
Oh, my dress, it's soaking.
This is terrible.
You've ruined my dress.
Please, I'll buy you another dress. I'm catching the stage, and they're ready to pull out. I must go, but I'll be back in about 10 days.
Well,
I'll take care of it then. I'll buy you another dress. Oh, here's my card. I'm registered at the hotel.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Wire Paladin, San Francisco.
Dandruff bothers most men, most women, too, so listen. Today you can get rid of embarrassing dandruff in just 3 minutes. Yes, with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes. It's the quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. That's not all. Using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Simply apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. And never forget, gentle Fitch can also leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
I had looked forward to this trip to North Fork. Not because of the job there, which turned out to be routine, uneventful, but because it would give me the opportunity to visit some old friends of mine in Three Winds on my way home. Sheriff Barry Deaver and his wife. The 20-mile ride from North Fork through sand dunes, buttes, and low hills led me to an unusually quiet Three Winds. The one saloon in town was quiet, too.
What'll it be, mister?
Whiskey.
If you're going to be in town for a while, you better check that gun in with the sheriff.
Against the law to wear a gun in Three Winds?
It sure is. Sheriff Deaver's the only one who can carry a firearm in this town.
Sheriff Deaver has changed his laws since I was here last. Something new?
6 months new.
Well, I'm on my way over to Deaver's office. I'll turn it in then if need be. He's a friend of mine.
Yeah? You from Philadelphia?
No. California.
I didn't think you looked like an Easterner. I thought the only friends Owen Deaver had left lived in Philadelphia.
Owen? No, I'm a friend of Owen's father.
Oh, well, didn't you hear? Old Barry's dead.
Dead? Barry Deaver?
Yeah, last fall. Died of consumption. Owen came back from law school in Philadelphia and took over as sheriff. Uh-oh. There's going to be trouble for sure.
Why, it's just a couple of raunchy cowboys.
Yeah, but Deaver will arrest him. He don't allow no shooting in town.
Well, look here, French. One customer in this saloon on a Saturday afternoon.
Hey, what time do the girls come in, Whiskey Man?
No girls allowed in this saloon.
No girls?
City law.
Didn't know we was in a city. Only seen one saloon. Takes 2 to make a city, don't it?
Don't matter, French. We'll go up to North Fork. Plenty of girls up there.
Now, we gotta have a drink first. Bring us 2 bottles. One for me and one for Mason here.
You can't sell it by the bottle. Only 4 drinks to a customer. It's the law.
What kind of law are you talking about?
My law. The law of Three Winds.
Well, I didn't know this town was big enough to have a sheriff.
The law says 4 drinks to a person is the quota for a day. The same law says all guns must be turned into my office when you arrive in Three Winds.
Now, what is...
I'll give them back to you when you leave.
Don't you think you ought to let law-abiding people keep their guns to defend themselves with?
I defend law-abiding people in this town. They don't have to carry guns.
As long as we get them back, I'll go along with your ordinance, Sheriff.
Lay it on the table. All right, you men, I'm waiting.
Mason?
Do what he says.
Yeah. There ain't no use arguing with a load of turkey shot.
They'll be at my office when you leave town.
Watch it, Sheriff.
My hand. You shot my hand. Whose side are you on, anyway?
You can lock him up, Sheriff. He just tried to throw a knife in your back.
You ruined my hand.
Thanks for saving my life. But I'll have to take you in, too.
For what?
For concealing that Derringer. You should have turned it in with the other gun. Hand it over.
Look, if I hadn't kept the Derringer, you would have been killed.
The law still stands. You'll spend a week in jail.
What about me? What about my hand?
You'll live, but you'll be in lockup till the judge comes through here. Then you'll be tried for attempted murder.
You taking me to jail, too?
No. You'll get out of town. If I ever see you back here again, I'll put you in jail for a year for trespassing. This town's out of limits to you because you've been associated with a murderer.
Well, now ain't you tall? That shotgun sure makes you something I never heard of before.
Get out of here.
I'm going. But I'll see you again, mister.
What kind of rules are you laying down in this town, Deaver?
Rules that respectful citizens expect from their sheriff.
Well, don't you know if you disarm everyone who comes to Three Winds, you're waving a red flag in front of every gunfighter who thinks he's bigger than the law?
As long as I'm sheriff, there's no one bigger than the law in Three Winds. Let's go.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
When friends drop in, let your hospitality show you're sociable in the modern manner. Pepsi, you know, is the favorite of the smart and young at heart.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Have you tried a Pepsi lately?
All right, get in there.
Deaver, you better get some bandages for this man's hand.
I need a doctor, that's what I need. Does the law allow a prisoner to have a doctor?
We'll get you fixed up. Ma, got a couple of new prisoners. One of them needs some doctoring.
You're a fool, a two-headed fool. Shooting that knife out of my hand, you got your brains in your feet. I'll never forget what you did, mister. We could have both been free if you hadn't butted in.
You talk too much, Enfield.
How do you know my name?
It didn't take much to figure you're one of the Enfield brothers and that the kid named French is a member of your gang.
Well, we must be getting famous when tin horns like you know who we are. Well, I'll tell you something. It's going to be mighty miserable for you when my brothers come back to get me out of here. You'll wish you'd never heard of the Enfield gang.
Oh, and I don't know why you have to arrest every stranger who walks into this town. If I'm nursing, I'm cooking, and if I... Paladin!
Hello, Ma.
Paladin! Bless the stars in heaven, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you, too,
Well,
Ma.
how long's it been? A year and a
Oh,
half?
no, almost 2 now.
Oh, and you never met Paladin, did you?
No.
You was away in school then, son. He helped your pa round up the orneriest, wildest bunch of gunfighters you ever seen. It was the Barton brothers, wasn't it, Paladin?
That's right.
Well, what brings you back to Three Winds? Paladin, what are you doing behind those bars? Oh, and how come Paladin's in jail?
Well, Ma,
Did you arrest him, Owen Deaver?
Yes, I did.
Well, you just get him out of there right this minute, do you hear?
I can't do that. He violated the law.
Violated the law. Now, just who do you think you are arresting a man like this? Now, turn him loose. Turn Paladin loose, or so help me, I'll take a paddle and beat you to a blister.
That's all right, Ma.
Well, it ain't all right neither.
Now that Owen knows that I'm a friend of the family, he and I can talk this out.
We can talk as much as you like, Paladin, but you're going to stay in jail for a week. It's the law.
For a week? For what?
For concealing a firearm and not turning it in.
There you go again, with another one of your stupid ordinances. Now, what's going to come of all your foolishness, Owen?
The law is
The law is the law. Listen to him, Paladin. We let him go to Philadelphia to study, and what does he bring back? 5 books, that's all. Those 5 books over there on his desk. The Municipal Code of Philadelphia. And he's been beating the town over the head with them ever since he come back. The ranch hands won't come into town anymore because he won't even let them spit in the street. Why, it's come to the place where nobody's even got any respect for the name of Deaver.
Ma, I don't hold any offense against him. If this is the law of Three Winds, I want to abide by it. We'll talk it out later. Now, you give me those bandages, and I'll take care of this man's hand for you.
Yeah, all right. I guess there ain't no use arguing with you. Or with Owen either, for that matter.
He's a man of principle and strong will. I'd say he takes after his ma.
Ah, go on with your foolishness. I'm going to start your supper.
There goes a fine woman, Owen. You ought to be proud of her.
I am. She doesn't realize the ways of the old frontier towns are gone.
Are they?
You gonna stand there and talk all day? My hand ain't getting any better.
Owen, have you heard of the Enfield gang?
Enfields? Yeah, I got a circular on them just the other day. It's in my desk somewhere.
Well, this man is Mason Enfield. His partner in the saloon was another member of the gang, the one they call French.
Are you sure?
He's lying, Sheriff. Never even heard of the Enfield gang.
I'll see if I can find the circular.
Now, here's the bandage. Hold out your hand now. Let's see what we can do.
Thanks, Rabbit Head. It's a good thing my left hand's in good shape.
Why, you...
Come on, hold it. What's the matter, Paladin? Why did you hit him?
Because he tried to hit me. Guess he didn't want me to tell you who he was.
You were right. His picture's here on the circular with the others. And here's the one that was in the saloon with him, French.
Well, French will bring the others back here to get Mason out. 3 more of them, Owen. And they'll shoot this town up and drag the jail down the middle of the street. You're going to need help. Let me out of here.
No.
Owen, I helped your father once. You and I could nail the Enfield gang.
I won't let you out, Paladin. I'll round up a few deputies. We'll be ready for the Enfields when they get here.
I hope you are, Owen, because there's a lot that could go wrong.
There goes a treasure car. There goes another. And another. And one of them may be your car. Yes, folks, you may have a Fram treasure hunt filter in your car worth $1,000 and not even know it. A Fram filter worth 1,000 silver dollars. A filter change is important to today's cars, so important that Fram Corporation, in conjunction with its silver anniversary, is paying $60,000 in cash to get you to check your filters now. Last year, 10,000 secretly numbered Fram filters were distributed all over the United States and installed in cars during regular servicing. These filters are worth from $1 to $1,000. You may have one in your car and not even know it. A Fram filter worth 1,000 silver dollars. Check your oil filter and air filter now. If there's a specially numbered Fram filter in your car, you will win up to 1,000 silver dollars, and your dealer will win the same amount. Get in on Fram's big silver treasure hunt. Check your car filters now.
Owen Deaver, stubborn when it came to upholding his new laws, was inherently a kind-hearted man. He was considerate enough to move me to another cell, which allowed me a decent night's sleep away from Mason Enfield. Next morning, Ma Deaver let me out to have breakfast with her in the kitchen. Owen was out trying to round up some deputies.
Paladin, what am I going to do about Owen and his crazy books?
He's still young. He'll learn in time, if he doesn't get killed first.
And you think they'll come? The Enfields?
They'll come.
Well, Owen knows how to fight. Mr. Deaver taught him how to shoot a gun, use his fists, everything. He can hold his own when it comes to fighting. But he never learned the good judgment his father had.
He's a rare youngster who learns wisdom from his parents. It usually comes self-taught through experience.
Did you have any luck, Owen?
No, Violet. What are you doing out of your cell, Paladin?
I let him out.
He's under arrest. Don't you ever let him out again.
What'll you do? Arrest me?
Get back inside, Paladin.
All right, Owen.
Instead of putting him back in jail, why don't you deputize him? He's a friend.
He's also a prisoner. Get in there.
Owen, when your father ran this office, he wasn't afraid to take advice, not even from a woman.
I'm not Pa. I don't try to be.
You couldn't be. He was respected and well-liked.
Well, why shouldn't he be well-liked? He never stepped on anyone's toes.
He didn't have to. And he didn't need these 5 books to tell him what was right or wrong.
She's right, Owen.
Now, don't you start in on me, Paladin. What's the matter with everyone? Why can't they understand what I'm trying to do here?
What made you choose the Philadelphia ordinances for Three Winds?
Because they're good ones. I like living in a city guided by laws like these.
But this isn't Philadelphia. There's no mayor here, no town council. All you have is a sheriff and a judge who comes through once a month. It's the sheriff who must decide what's right and what's best for his town.
Yeah, and if the sheriff gets up on the wrong side of the bed one morning, everything's a crime that day. But if he wakes up feeling good, nothing's illegal. That's why we've got to have a legal written code to live by.
I'm not arguing against that principle, but don't you think that you should write your own code? One that fits your town?
Owen, they're out there.
Who's out there?
The Enfields, out front. I saw them through the curtains. 2 men are behind a wagon across the street, and the other one's at the side of the house.
They're waiting for you to come out the front door.
I'll go out the back door and around the side.
You won't have a chance against 3 killers. Let me go with you.
No.
Ma, get my gun and go with them. Go ahead. You know how to pull a trigger.
You want to get her killed?
Well, I'm not going to stand by and let them come in here and shoot us after you get killed.
There's nothing you can do.
I can draw their fire, give you a better chance.
But they'd kill you, don't you understand?
Who's going with you, Owen, your mother or me?
All right. All right, Paladin, you win.
Get my gun, Ma.
Sure.
Owen, there's a flat roof over the jail. Is there any way we can get up on top without making too much noise?
Yeah, through the kitchen. There's a ladder just outside the back door.
Here's your gun.
Thanks, Ma. Let's go. Get out!
There's another one out there.
Yeah, either that or the man on the side of the building came around back.
What'll we do?
Go up to the front window and open fire on the 2 out by the wagon. I'll try to get this man back here.
How?
I'll stay down on the floor and open the door to draw his fire. Now go on, hurry.
All right.
Did you kill him?
Yeah, he made a good target standing up at the rain barrel. If you'd have crouched behind it.
You think these 2 by the wagon are the only ones left?
Uh-huh. Now, you take anything on the right.
Uh-huh.
I'll take the left. As soon as one of them raises up to shoot... You got him. You know how to use a rifle.
I had a good teacher. Oh, there goes the other.
He's down. Come on.
Both of them are dead. You're pretty good with a 6-gun.
I had some experience with the same teacher you did.
My pa was a man you could learn a lot from.
Yeah. I remember something else I learned from him the last time I was here. It was something he said.
What was that?
That one man doesn't have the right to say what's good for all men. The lawman doesn't try to dictate the will of the people. He reflects it.
Paladin, you know anyone might be interested in buying some books?
Oh, I wouldn't sell those books, Owen. Just put them away for a while. Who knows, someday Three Winds might have a mayor, town council, or even sidewalks.
Yeah, maybe so.
Come on, we got to dig some graves.
Mr. Paladin.
Hey, boy.
Oh, I knew you coming on the stage tonight. I make bet on it.
Well, don't ever make bets on when I'll be returning to the Carlton. Let's get my luggage up to the room, will you, please?
Oh, yes, sir. I know when you come back this time. It's in the air.
What's in the air?
Rain. It rains when you leave, and when it rains again, I know you come back. Oh, this time.
Incidentally, what about the young lady? The one I accidentally knocked down when I left?
Oh, you make a very big splash.
Oh?
Yes, sir. She's the one I make bet with on your returning.
Oh, then she's still here. Did she order a new dress?
No, not yet. She waited for you. She said she'll ask you to go shopping with her.
If I remember, she was the most attractive young lady.
Most attractive.
Why don't you make arrangements for this evening, hey boy?
To go shopping?
Of course. But be sure we start in the lounge at 7 with cocktails.
Yes, sir, Mr. Paladin.
Here comes Elmer Blurt, world's lowest pressure salesman.
Nobody home. Hope.
Rudolph the bodybuilder, at your service.
I only came to tell you about the new 1959 Rambler.
Okay, lie down on the table and let's talk.
Well, I don't know.
Lie down!
But the 59 Rambler...
I know. First in sales gains, first in economy, first with personalized comfort.
Couldn't you just count on your fingers?
Imagine Rambler seats are individually adjustable. Perfect fit, perfect comfort for tall people or short. No more kinks in those leg muscles there.
Oh, is me.
No stiff neck either.
Oh, ouch.
Because Rambler has adjustable headrests. Yes, sir, only Rambler has the best of both. Big car room, small car economy. Well, you've sold me. Sign me up.
Okay, but you'll have to carry me out to my Rambler so I can get my order pad.
Rambler outsells all 6 of the best-selling foreign makes combined. 59 Rambler sales are nearly 2.5 times greater than a year ago. See the success car at Rambler dealers. Have Gun. Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman McDonnell and stars John Daner as Paladin with Ben Wright as Hey Boy. Tonight's story was written by Sam Rolfe and adapted for radio by Frank Michael. Featured in the cast were Paul Dubov, Helen Klebe, Ken Lynch, Jess Kirkpatrick, and Sam Edwards. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun. Will Travel.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.